Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage getting stronger every time I die. 1 Ed Chapter 1 I was killed by the explosive talisman just after I arrived. In the 48th year of Konaha, the Sand Shinobi invaded the land of rivers, hoping to gain access to the fertile land beyond the yellow sand. The Kingdom of River asked Konaha for help, and Konaha agreed to send troops, starting the battle on the western front. The two villages came here from thousands of miles away and started a large-scale fight between the two villages. It was spring, the sun was warm, and the sea breeze from the sea blew slowly across the green land of the river country, with the laziness of wild flowers in the air. In an open space in the forest, a group of ninjas wearing green vests started cooking. The wild boar meat soup, a gift from nature, exudes a refreshing aroma that makes many ninjas unable to help but swallow it. In the corner, two genins in ordinary clothes were carrying bowls of soup in an orderly manner. A young man with naturally curly hair, holding a porcelain bowl filled with broth, walked to the center and stood in front of the young man whose upper body was wrapped in bandages. The young man was about 18 years old. Liu Yun, get up. Drink some broth so you can have the strength to recover from your injuries. The bandaged young man had short black hair, and although his face looked haggard, one could still vaguely see his delicate features. Liu Yun half sat up, looked at his companion's concerned eyes and sighed secretly. Dude, your brother just died. Liu Yun, come and hold it. Liu Yun took it with trembling hands, took a deep sip, and slowly put the broth into his mouth. Suddenly, enemy attack. With a swoosh, a kunai tied with an explosive talisman was forcibly inserted in front of Liu Yun and his companions. Liu Yun seemed to be stunned, sipping the broth blankly and staring at the kunai that was emitting sparks. I just got here. Boom! The huge shockwave generated by the explosion easily tore through the flesh. When a person dies, scenes from the past echo in his mind. Liu Yun also slowly recalled the memories of his previous life. His name is Liu Yun. He has a name but no surname. The Mu in his name indicates a sense of belonging to the village. People who are familiar with him call him Liu Yun because it is easier to pronounce. As the son of a commoner, he is just an ordinary person, with nothing special about him. He is in the same class as Obito and his classmates, and is always at the bottom of the class. He forms a big three with Obito and Might Guy, and they take turns to be at the bottom of the class. Logically, such an outstanding person should not be sent to the front line and should not even have the chance to graduate. However, Liu Yun, like Kakashi, is also a member of the Konaha Father's Sorrowful Alliance. His father once said something wrong when he was drunk, criticizing the third generation for being in power in the village for too long and not giving civilian ninjas a chance to rise. Later, he was lucky enough to join the Mist Shinobi battlefield with the highest mortality rate, and the only legacy left for Liu Yun was a death notice. The war came too quickly. Konaha had just driven away the Cloud Shinobi when the Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi all surrounded them. The villagers were very kind and sent the newly graduated Liu Yun to the front line to use him as cannon fodder. The recollection ends and the resurrection begins. In the smoke, a cloud of white smoke came out, and the heart organs that had been blown up before disappeared completely. A bandaged Liu Yun slowly lay on the grass. The Immortal system, as the name suggests, is a system that will not let the host die. At the same time, the host will get experience points bonus when he dies. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tyra's explosive talisman, experience points plus 30. By the way, can death give you experience? What an unorthodox system. But I like it. Liu Yun smiled lightly and focused his eyes on the system interface at the iris of his eyes. His current experience value is 31 points. Hey, where did this extra point come from? This made Liu Yun confused. The system explained considerately. This is the first death of the host. I died so gloriously, why did I get so little experience points? Liu Yun looked at his genin template. Open black lens bracket genin wood flowing cloud close black lens bracket. Advertisement. 8 items of ninja. Ninja 1, Tai 1, Illusion 1, Wisdom 3, Strength 1, Speed 1, Precision 1, Seal 1. Open black lens bracket Chakra 4 close black lens bracket. Chakra quantity, Genin level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Yin attribute. Chakra control, 10% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 2% proficiency. Ninja career basics. Theory 2, Stealth 1, Tracking 1, Assassination 1, Trap 1, Poisoning 1. Ninjutsu, Clone Technique, Proficiency 30%, Physical Skills, Monkey Stealing Peaches, Proficiency 90%. Open black lens bracket Illusion close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket Evaluation close black lens bracket. Underscore there is no doubt that the genin among genins, the bronze among bronzes, commonly known as the stubborn bronze. Liu Yun clicked on a main task interface, which only had one task. Death at the hands of Otsutsuki Kagaya Haim, at any time and in any way. Flowing Cloud. Omega, Liu Yun clicked on another interface, which was an interface for exchanging experience points for items. He slid down greedily. Rinnegan, Tensagen, kill the gray bones together. Eternal Mangekyo, Wood Style, Sharingan. There is no doubt that this is the exchange catalog for bloodline limits. Liu Yun compared his experience points with the prices above and found that he could not buy anything. Even the normal, unawakened Byakugan requires 1,800 points. He has to be killed by the exploding talisman 180 times and exhausted 1,800 times before he can accumulate enough experience points to exchange for the Byakugan. Liu Yun slid other exchange items, covering almost all of the ninja world, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing jutsu. There are also ninja tools, such as Sage of Six Paths Amasawa Spear and Might Guy's Nunchaku. There are also some miscellaneous things, such as Sasuke's Rebel Ninja Forehead Protector, Naruto's Instant Noodles, Tsunade's underwear. Liu Yun moved his throat and continued to flip down. Orochimaru's Human Trafficker Attribute Bonus, Pain Tendo's Bag of Rice Pain Bonus. There are also spiritual bonuses, and the undead system really encompasses everything in the ninja world. Liu Yun found a card catalog at the very end. There are all kinds of cards, including ninjutsu synthesis cards, ninjutsu development cards, bloodline synthesis cards. After Liu Yun finished sliding, he asked, "System, is there any gift pack for beginners?" Bite, no, but there are 3 big lottery opportunities every month. Now is the time for one. A lottery? I like it. Liu Yun rubbed his hands, and the system interface quickly changed to a new one with a large turntable covering everything. Liu Yun didn't waste any words. Come on, draw. The turntable spun, and the pointer passed over many things: Rasengan, Raikiri, Sharingan. Under Liu Yun's expectant gaze, he pointed to a position and Liu Yun took a look. Urzuzi's Spur of the Moment bonus. The additional attributes on the spiritual level are useless. It quickly merged with Liu Yun. When Liu Yun opened his eyes again, there seemed to be a hint of pride in his heart, and his voice was a little floating. Go on, I'll be able to draw the Rinnegan if I'm in the mood. The turntable turns again. Advertisement, D-rank ninjutsu, instant body technique. Humph, a mere D-level ninjutsu, Liu Yun, can learn it at a glance. In the last draw, the wheel stopped directly on Forbidden Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Liu Yun waved his hand fiercely. This is it, this is the technique that allows me, Liu Yun, to stand above the sky. Shadow Clone can accumulate experience and speed up the training progress of the original body, but this training method is only suitable for Naruto. Single-celled organism, large amount of chakra, and the protagonist has a long lifespan. Why is this technique very suitable for Liu Yun? First of all, the disadvantage of practicing Shadow Clone is the fatigue accumulation after removing Shadow Clone. A large amount of information can instantly shock a person's brain into a vegetative state, or even make the other person die of exhaustion. But it was useless to Liu Yun. He was immortal. Even if he became a vegetable, he could be a brave man again in 2 seconds after a cut on his neck. In other words, he can rely on multiple Shadow Clone techniques to grow rapidly in a very short period of time until he stands in the sky. After mastering the 3 rewards he drew, Liu Yun found that his chakra control had risen to an intermediate level of 40%. The use of any ninjutsu is inseparable from chakra control, and the ninjutsu he has learned will also be fed back into his chakra control. Liu Yun closes the system interface. He was now lying in a pile of corpses, surrounded by scattered internal organs, intestines, and a stench of feces. The 2 companions had expressions of unwillingness to close their eyes in death, and Jonan's flesh was shattered into pieces on the ground. This is war. Liu Yun suppressed his nausea and activated Urzuzi's mental characteristics, and his body took on some of Urzuzi's personality traits. Hesitation and cowardice will only make me mediocre. I am an immortal ninja. Death is only a moment of pain for me. Liu Yun roared and stood up suddenly with a kunai in his hand. Hey, there's another one left alone. A light brown shadow flashed by, and several wind blades were emitted. Although Liu Yun's moral integrity was still there, he was shattered to pieces. Sure enough, the 2 pillars were pulled down as soon as they were erected in the sky. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using wind style, experience points plus 50. Sand Shinobi Tanagawa looked at the white smoke coming out of Liu Yun in confusion. It was just like the smoke coming out of Shadow Clone's explosion, covering all of his scattered bodies. What kind of ninjutsu is this? After Liu Yun was resurrected, he lay quietly on the ground, trying his best not to breathe, and analyzed the experience value bonus in his mind. There are different levels of death, and the more powerful the character, the more experience points you will get. The smoke soon dissipated, and Tanagawa listened carefully to the subtle breathing. There was something strange about the Konaha genin he had just killed, which aroused his vigilance. Liu Yun's concealment was very low level and he was quickly discovered by the other party. Ridiculous. Tanagawa gave a cruel sneer and immediately flicked out 3 shurikens from his fingers. With a few swoosh sounds, the shuriken pierced through Liu Yun's back. The pain of death once again filled his mind, and Liu Yun died instantly. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using shuriken, experience points plus 30. Being killed by a ninja also has different qualities. Being stabbed by iron weapons is definitely not as good as ninjutsu. White smoke appeared again, and this time, as soon as Liu Yun was resurrected, he picked up a broken ninja sword from the ground and rushed out with his fangs and claws bared. Hiding is not an option, you can only rush forward honestly. Tanagawa frowned. Strange. My shuriken had clearly shot through his heart, so why is this guy fine? And what about the smoke? Liu Yun chopped at him with a knife, but Tanagawa used the kunai in his hand to easily deflect Liu Yun's knife. Then he kicked Liu Yun in the chest, kicking him 10 meters away. Liu Yun crashed into a big tree in a panic, and all the bones in his body were almost broken. Damn it. A mere Chunin has put me in such a state of embarrassment. How can I stand on the sky in the future? Zuo Liu Yun gritted his teeth, stood up, raised his 2 palms, and formed a seal using the shadow clone technique. All the strength and energy in the body are converted into chakra and refined immediately. The amount of chakra accumulated to such an extent that a faint blue gas even ignited on Liu Yun's body. Tanagawa narrowed his eyes and said, after refining so much chakra, does this guy not want to live anymore? Chakra is closely related to life. If chakra is exhausted, the ninja will die immediately. Chapter 2 I can chop off my own head whenever I feel like it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Yun dispersed all of his chakras evenly, and, bang bang, sounds echoed around him. In an instant, 15 shadow clones surrounded Liu Yun. Clone. No. The materialized shadow clone. How could Jonan master this technique? Tanagawa finally became serious. If he knew that Liu Yun was performing the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone, he would not just be serious about it. Liu Yun was exhausted, but he had to muster up some energy to command his shadow clone. Brothers, charge, chop him to death, Ulla. Shadow clones rushed out in a huge crowd, some throwing stones, some throwing mud, some picking up kunai on the ground and shooting, and some greeting his whole family. Tanagawa sneered. Even if you use this technique, what does it matter? Your foundation is too poor. Uchiha Itachi once said that the power of ninjutsu does not depend on the difficulty of learning, but on the ability and quality of the user. Liu Yun lay weakly on the ground, watching his shadow clone being easily defeated by Tanagawa with kicks one by one. The experience before shadow clone's death impacted Liu Yun's brain, and coupled with the pain of chakra exhaustion, Liu Yun slowly closed his eyes. Bite. You died because of your own chakra depletion, experience points plus 30. Tanagawa looked at Liu Yun, whose eyes were closed, and whose chest was no longer rising and falling. Did he die from exhaustion of his chakra? There shouldn't be such a strange thing happening this time, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of white smoke came out of Liu Yun. After being resurrected again, Liu Yun quickly entered the system exchange interface. He has 141 experience points, and he doesn't know what good things he can exchange for to deal with Tanagawa. The system's reminder sounded. Use experience points to increase the 8 ninja skills and improve your physical fitness. Liu Yun quickly switched to his Jonan template. Nintai Genshin Impact Speed Saiyan. As the 8 basics of ninja, each one is very important. The system reminded. 20 experience points plus 1 point of Jonan quality. Liu Yun quickly clicked on strength and speed. He needed strength and speed the most right now. The system's voice sounded. Strength plus 3, speed plus 3. 3 points added to the strength, 3 points added to the speed. Soon Liu Yun felt a surge of power emerging from his body. At the same time, his steps were light, as if he could dance. His strength and speed have both reached 4, which is already an average level among genins, comparable to some young genins. In the smoke, Liu Yun picked up a ninja sword and rushed towards Tanagawa. Tanagawa finally realized the weirdness of Liu Yun. You guys can't die. What kind of bloodline is this? Liu Yun's ninja sword chopped over, and Tanagawa dodged it easily, but Liu Yun's speed increased again and was about to cut Tanagawa's back. Why is the speed faster than before? Tanagawa was surprised, but possessing the qualities of a Chunin, he quickly reacted. He blocked Liu Yun's slash with a kunai, and thrust his arm out like a lion majesty, twisting Liu Yun's head off in an instant. Bite. You died after having your head twisted off by Chunin Tanagawa, experience points plus 30. Another puff of white smoke flashed by, and Liu Yun suddenly jumped out of it with a ninja sword in hand. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. The sharp wind blade passed by, and Liu Yun's body was broken into several pieces. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using wind-style, experience points plus 4-5. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. I am an immortal ninja. The rubble of a sand shinobi is not even half as good as me, Liu Yun. Wind-style great breakthrough. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa using wind-style, experience points plus 40. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Tanagawa with a kunai, experience points plus 30. Strength plus 1, speed plus 1. Bite. You died by having your throat slit by Chunin Tanagawa, experience points plus 30. Bite. You died after being beheaded by Chunin Tanagawa, experience points plus 30. Strength plus 2, speed plus 2. After an unknown amount of time, Tanagawa leaned on a tree trunk with one hand, his face pale, and his eyes stared weakly at a cloud of white smoke in front of him. Ha ha ha, Sand Shinobi's lackey, are you too exhausted to dance anymore? Let me, Liu Yun, escort you off the stage? Liu Yun formed seals with his hands and suddenly rushed towards Tanagawa, still holding the half-broken ninja sword in his hand. Damn it. Tanagawa snorted grimly. He had killed the opponent at least 10 times, but the strange white smoke still brought him back to life instantly. His strength is getting stronger and stronger, his speed is getting faster and faster, and his quality has reached the middle level of Jonan. Seeing the other person rushing towards him, Tanigawa no longer thought about it and gritted his teeth to pick up the kunai that was bleeding. The kunai and the ninja sword clashed, creating a tiny spark. Tanigawa bent down, wielding his kunai and suddenly cutting the tendons in Liu Yun's left hand. He began to realize that he could not kill the opponent, but instead had to restrain the opponent's ability to move. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun's face was filled with a fanatical and morbid look. The numb pain had made him neurotic. He completely gave up on defense and slashed upwards with the knife in his right hand. Tanigawa moved and slashed with a ninja sword at an angle, directly cutting off one of Liu Yun's calves. Liu Yun lay on the ground with bloodshot eyes, watching Tanigawa slowly approaching. Haha. Let's see how arrogant you are. Liu Yun made up his mind and suddenly raised his ninja sword to slash his neck. Bite. You committed suicide by having your own ninja sword cut your neck. Experience points +5. The evaluation of suicide is so low, it seems that he can't get stuck with this bug in the future, Liu Yun thought before he died. Damn, this guy is so cruel. Tanigawa looked at the dense white smoke and had an ominous premonition in his heart. His physical strength has been exhausted and he can no longer refine chakra. If this continues, he might be exhausted to death by the opponent. Ha 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 ha. I can kill a desert reptile like you if I get excited. When the smoke cleared, Liu Yun was revealed to be shirtless, wearing only ninja shorts. There was not a single scar on his body, and his bright eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent. Being killed by Tanigawa time and time again, that kind of unforgettable pain was imprinted in Liu Yun's mind. What he wants to do most now is to chop off the opponent's head and kick it like a ball. Tanigawa felt something was wrong. Run! Without any hesitation, Tanigawa turned around and ran away, jumping on the branches of the trees. Advertisement, can you escape? Liu Yun chased him closely with a knife in hand and opened the system interface at the same time. Liu Yun, who was killed repeatedly, accumulated a lot of experience points, part of which was used to improve strength and speed. Both reached the advanced level of 8 points, and there were 300 points left. Liu Yun clicked on an ninjutsu exchange interface. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The price is exactly 300 points. Exchange. Bite. Host successfully redeemed Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Liu Yun's head went numb, and the Great Fireball Technique's seal formation, the method of performing the technique, the Chakra Fire Attribute Nature Transformation Technique, and the flow diagram of the Chakra Meridian system filled his mind. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands and instantly closed the distance between him and Tanigawa. He wasted 6 seconds in vain at an extremely fast speed of 1 print per second. Yi Wei Shen Hai Wu. Liu Yun stopped at the last tiger seal, his eyes sparkling with sparks, and the fire attribute chakra quickly gathered in his throat. Liu Yun put down the seal and his cheeks puffed up. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Liu Yun spewed out a ball of fire, which was very small at first, but as his chakra output increased, the fireball grew larger. Finally, it was like a huge gate, rushing straight towards Tanigawa. The scorching temperature made Tanigawa turn his head slightly, and he looked in disbelief at a huge fireball enveloping him. Fire-style ninjutsu. How is that possible? The fireball immediately hit Tanigawa, the scorching heat baking his skin and making him scream in pain. After the fire, Tanigawa fell off the tree trunk, his skin was all burnt black, and he had lost his original appearance. Liu Yun walked by and saw the slight breathing in his chest. With one slash of the knife, Tanigawa's head fell to the ground, his eyes were white, and he died with his eyes open. Liu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a tone that was a bit like Urtsutsu. The moment you set your sights on the chicks in the nest, you have already destroyed yourself, and died in the eyes of the eagle flying in the sky. Swish, 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 several light brown figures flashed by, and the forehead protectors on their heads looked like an hourglass. Several pairs of cold eyes stared at the flowing clouds, as if they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Liu Yun swallowed his saliva and said in a somewhat mechanical voice, I take back what I said just now. Seeing that a sand shinobi was about to take action, Liu Yun immediately formed a seal and prepared to release the Great Fireball Technique. The speed of 1 seal per second was enough to make the cold-blooded sand shinobi want to laugh. One of the sand shinobi moved and suddenly slashed Liu Yun's neck with a knife, knocking Liu Yun unconscious. Liu Yun felt a little regretful when he was unconscious. He thought, I shouldn't have talked like Urtsutsu. The sand shinobi said coldly, I just saw his fight with Tanigawa. It was very strange. After being killed, he released white smoke and then resurrected again. The leader was surprised. Resurrected after being turned into smoke? It could be an upgraded bloodline. Let's go, take it back to the camp and give it to Desert Eagle. What a pity for Tanigawa, he was killed by a genin. It's nothing to regret. As long as we master his immortal bloodline, the village's strength will be greatly improved, and we can even win this war. That's true. One person held up the flowing clouds, and several people shuttled through the woods, slowly disappearing at the end. Chapter 3 Luo Sha. Am I Sao Liu Yun your brother? The air was a little damp, and the dampness was mixed with the stench of blood. Liu Yun slowly opened his eyes, and a piercing pain invaded his mind. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and looked at his abdomen. It was covered with bandages, and its internal organs looked as if they had been hollowed out. His forehead was covered with sweat and he looked weakly at his surroundings, which were filled with various experimental equipment and a lingering smell of formalin. Among them were people's heads, hearts, eyeballs. You're awake. A cold voice sounded. Liu Yun turned around and saw a female sand shinobi wearing a white coat. She had an ordinary face, and the most conspicuous thing was the centipede scar on her left cheek. She held a test tube in her hand, and her face was full of cruelty under calm repression. Her voice lacked some human touch. I don't know what those guys were thinking. Your blood is obviously very ordinary. You can't find any characteristics of a bloodline limit. As if a little disappointed, she immediately picked up a scalpel. Experiments will always have omissions, so let practice prove it. The blade violently stabbed into Liu Yun's throat, blood gushed out of Liu Yun's mouth, his eyes were full of bloodshot, he struggled for a while and then slowly faded away. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Desert Eagle using a scalpel, experience points plus 60. A cloud of white smoke spread, gradually blocking the Desert Eagle's vision. Desert Eagle used wind style to blow away the white smoke. A handsome young man, naked from the waist up, wearing pants similar to prison uniforms from the waist down. There was an irrepressible enthusiasm in Shang's mouth. Resurrected, and all the injuries have been healed. The system's voice sounded. Seal plus 3. Liu Yun immediately added the experience points to his hand seals, and his hand seals were upgraded to the intermediate level of Jonan. Liu Yun formed seals instantly, and fire attribute chakra rushed into his throat, and his cheeks bulged. Fire style. But who is Jonan? At the moment when Liu Yun was forming a seal, Shang moved instantly and hit Liu Yun on the head with a knife, making his head dazed and unable to tell east, west, north, and center. Shang then tied Liu Yun's limbs with ropes, restricting Liu Yun's ability to move. You are now Sunagoku's precious experimental subject. Your immortal bloodline will bring unimaginable influence to the village. Shang immediately chopped off one of Liu Yun's hands, causing the other party to grit his teeth in pain. Liu Yun held his only remaining hand, his heart filled with anger and the desire to kill Shang. Don't give me the chance, or I'll make you regret what I've done. Desert Eagle smiled with disdain. Just you, your bloodline limit is indeed great, and can even catch up with the strongest wood style, but Konaha's vision is too low, and they didn't even discover a seedling like you with great potential for war? After saying this, Shang turned around and fiddled with Liu Yun's broken limbs, using clamps to remove the flesh and blood. Cloud Shinobi was suffering from the pain of his broken arm, and his heart was extremely gloomy. His immortality ability was not perfect and invincible. As long as his opponent restrains his movements, he cannot use his regeneration ability. He is just like a ninja from Impure World Reincarnation, and although he can be resurrected infinitely, his movements are restrained and he cannot be reborn. Even in the days to come, the seal will be his biggest weakness. Not to mention the current weaknesses such as coma, bondage, and severed limbs. Liu Yun entered the system interface and said, "System Dad, save me." The system's mechanical voice sounded. Host can redeem items in the redemption interface. Advertisement. Liu Yun was stunned, and immediately clicked on the exchange interface, scrolling up and down to find the props that could solve the dilemma. Detonator. Price. 1 experience point. Liu Yun immediately thought of a solution. He could use the detonating talisman to blow himself up first, trigger the rebirth ability to revive his body, and then escape immediately. Liu Yun exited the system interface and carefully observed the surrounding environment. His basic knowledge of the ninja profession was very poor, and he had not been able to analyze anything. Liu Yun immediately added the experience points to Xian. Wise plus 3. Xian is a reflection of the ninja's combat intelligence, which brings keen observation and analytical skills. Liu Yun opened his eyes. His wisdom now increased to 6. His mind seemed to become clear all of a sudden and his memory became clearer. Liu Yun calmed down and observed the surrounding environment again. The wall was made of raised earth, unlike the sand wall of the Kingdom of Wind, and there were slight bird calls outside, proving that this was within the territory of the Kingdom of River. There was also a faint sound of kunai colliding outside. Someone was training, proving that this was a camp of sand shinobi stationed in Kawakuni. Based on the importance of the Sand Eagle to researchers, this is likely the largest sand shinobi encampment. Trouble. Liu Yun sighed in distress. Even if he could escape from the Desert Eagle's laboratory, he would not be able to get past the heavily guarded sand shinobi camp outside. Giving up means the end. Liu Yun recited Urzuzi's words. He is an immortal ninja and has countless chances to try to escape from this military stronghold, as long as the sand shinobi does not seal him. Now, he needed to quickly accumulate enough experience points to exchange for a large number of detonating tags in order to create the chaos needed for escape. Liu Yun turned his eyes to the direction where Shang was busy and cleared his throat. The second pillar of Zan is officially online. You stinky girl, you're so ugly, no one has ever chased you until now, right? Shang continued to busy himself with his own business, ignoring Liu Yun's interference. I wonder how long you can endure this, Liu Yun thought to himself. Woman, you were locked up here because you were too ugly and dare not go out. Desert Eagle tightened the clamp. Woman, what's with that scar on you? You're ugly enough already, and another scar won't make you even uglier? Woman. Shang immediately moved forward and cut Liu Yun's neck with a scalpel. Bite. You died by having your throat cut by Jonan Desert Eagle, experience points plus 60. Okay, I got another 60 detonating talismans, and then I'm going to blow you to pieces. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he once again spoke with murderous intent. Woman, if I get the urge, I can easily destroy your village. A flash of silver light passed by. Bite. You died when your heart was thrown away by Jonan Desert Eagle, experience points plus 60. Woman, I am a falcon soaring in the sky, and you are just an ugly reptile in the desert. If you know what's good for you, let me go. I will be more lenient towards the villagers in your village in the future. Wind style wind cutting technique, advertisement. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Desert Eagle using wind style, experience points plus 100. Being killed by a Jonan using ninjutsu can gain such a high amount of experience points, and Liu Yun was immediately delighted after being resurrected. The murderous intent in his mouth once again attacked the gloomy Desert Eagle. Liu Yun found himself becoming strange. He was going further and further down the road of self-destruction and there was no way back. But this time, Shang adjusted himself back to his normal state, plugged his ears with a plug, and slowly immersed himself in studying Liu Yun's bloodline. As time went by, Liu Yun kept provoking Shang with his words. But after the other party got angry several times, he never took action again. He also blocked Liu Yun's mouth with a rag, and never let Liu Yun seize the opportunity. Finally, the inspection by the top management of San Shinobi gave Liu Yun a chance. The one with dark red hair, wearing a black kurta, and no eyebrows, is none other than Kazekage's fourth Kazekage Rasa. Behind Luo Sha were two Anbu ninjas, and they walked into Desert Eagle's laboratory together. Shang immediately stood aside respectfully. Master Fengying. Luo Sha nodded and asked, how is the research on the immortal bloodline going? Shang shook his head. His immortal bloodline is very strange. There is no bloodline feature found in his blood, but it definitely exists. Luo Sha held his palms and analyzed. Could this be a secret technique? Just like his magnet-style gold sand ninjutsu, it is a secret technique inherited from the third Kazekage and is a self-developed bloodline. Shang pursed his lips and shook his head. Probably not. It's impossible for a mere genin to learn the secret technique of the forbidden technique level. That's right. Luo Sha slowly walked in front of Liu Yun. A young boy, his body covered in bloodline, was tied to a wooden cross. There were knife marks all over his naked body, so many that it was horrifying at first glance. Luo Sha just frowned and gently pulled the rag away from Liu Yun's mouth. Lord Fengying, don't. Shang wanted to stop him but it was too late. Luo Sha was puzzled and turned to look at her. Don't want what? Liu Yun opened his eyes and immediately recognized the Kazekage of San Shinobi. Pooh. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth and spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm on Luo Sha's forehead. Luo Sha had no expression on his face, and just uttered a few words gloomily. Are you really not afraid of death? Liu Yun cracked his mouth, and blood foamed between his white teeth. Are you the fourth Kazekage of Sununade? Hey. Where are your eyebrows? Oh. So you have no eyebrows, what a strange ninja. Luo San Shinobi suppressed his anger and finally understood why Sand Eagle stopped him. This kid's personality was really infuriating. Liu Yun continued to speak venomously. Your greatest achievement is just to repel the Cloud Shinobi in Kobian. How can you become the Kazekage? Do you think you got the position of Kazekage by chance? I suspect that the third Kazekage was assassinated by you. Luo Sha suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Sha Ying. Will he really not die? Shang nodded. He won't die. After he dies, he will be resurrected and all his injuries will be healed. Court death. A ball of golden sand suddenly enveloped Liu Yun, wrapping him completely. Then there was a sudden tug, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood rained down, splashing all over the laboratory. Luo Sha let the blood rain fall on his face and quietly watched the white smoke rising from the sky. Bite. You were killed by Kazekage Rasa using magnet style, experience points plus 500. Chapter 4. Developing the ninjutsu ventriloquism FK, I made a fortune. Liu Yun was secretly delighted, as one Luosha could be equal to 5 Desert Eagles. If he does it a few more times, he can even exchange for a Sharingan worth 2,000 points. The white smoke dissipated, and the intact Liu Yun appeared in front of them. Luo Sha's pupils shrank slightly. It was the first time he had seen such a miraculous bloodline. Even after turning into a pile of blood, he could still be resurrected. Liu Yun laughed and said, You can't kill me? A kunai pierced through Liu Yun's head, and Liu Yun collapsed. This time it was not Rasa who took action, but Anbu behind him. Bite. You were killed by Anbu Jonan Kuroda with a kunai, experience points plus 70. Liu Yun came back to life again, and there was still a dagger hidden in his words. Anbu's Jonan trash. Did I ask you to take action? What qualifies you to take action against me, Liu Yun? Little brat from Konaha. Anbu Jonan was about to attack again, but was stopped by Rasa. As a ninja, what kind of ninja are you if you can't even bear this? Luo Sha moved his mouth and recovered his psychological quality. He ignored Liu Yun's thorny words and warned Shang, do your best to dissect it. Don't let him get too comfortable. I want to see the results of my research as soon as possible. Shang lowered his head. I'll be there as soon as possible. Luo Sha turned around and walked out of the laboratory with 2 Anbu. Before leaving, he left a message. Cut off his tongue. I wonder how he can curse again. Understood. Master Kazekage. Shang took the scalpel and slowly walked towards Liu Yun. The system's voice sounded. Seal plus 5. Liu Yun formed seals with both hands. This time his seals reached level 8 directly. His hand speed was so fast that flames spurted out immediately. Fire style great fireball technique, wind style great breakthrough. The wind from the Desert Eagle immediately bounced the flames back, enveloping Liu Yun and burning him so much that he screamed in pain. But Liu Yun still refused to bow his head. Ha ha ha. San Shinobi, I am immortal. Anything that can't kill me will make me stronger. I will become your nightmare one day. Bite. You were burned to death by your own flames, experience points +10. When Liu Yun was resurrected again, Shang simply pinched Liu Yun's throat with one hand, stretched his tongue out, and cut it off with a knife. The laboratory became quiet again. Liu Yun was tied to a wooden cross, and he kept yelling, "Woo-ah," but no words came out. His tongue was cut off by the Desert Eagle and he could no longer speak. Advertisement Shang was still fiddling with Liu Yun's organs. Out of boredom, he opened the system interface and looked carefully at some useful props. The undead system encompasses everything in the ninja world. They are all things that look good but are useless. Liu Yun quickly slid over to the card catalog and saw the ninjutsu development card at a glance. There are low-level, intermediate, and advanced ninjutsu, and corresponding ninjutsu require corresponding ninjutsu development cards. System. Give me a low-level ninjutsu development card. Okay, the ninjutsu development card has been exchanged successfully. Liu Yun looked at the usage instructions above. The development of ninjutsu is based on the control of chakra and the degree of nature transformation, and it is impossible to be separated from these two aspects. Liu Yun chanted. Develop a technique for me to control chakra vibrations and produce sound. Okay, let's begin the development of sonic ninjutsu. Development progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Sound wave ninjutsu developed successfully. Host, please name it. Just call it ventriloquism. Naming successful. E-level ninjutsu ventriloquism included in the ninja clan's ninjutsu scroll. Liu Yun's head felt numb, and a new ninjutsu appeared in his mind. He slowly absorbed it. This is a ninjutsu that controls the vibration of chakra to produce sound. It is a very low-level ninjutsu, but it also requires advanced chakra control ability. After learning this technique, Liu Yun's chakra control ability also improved to the advanced level of Jonan template. Liu Yun opened his eyes, gathered the chakra in his throat, causing vibrations, and immediately fired at the Desert Eagle. Crazy woman. Shang turned her head away in disbelief. She remembered that she had cut off the other person's tongue. But where did this sound come from? I'm talking to you, crazy B***ch. The Desert Eagle turned his eyes to the flowing cloud whose mouth did not move, but the sound came from it. Your talent for controlling chakra vibrations and making sounds is truly terrifying. With no other options, Shang had to plug his ears to block out Liu Yun's curses. In the next few days, Shang became even more ruthless towards Liu Yun. Every day he cut into Liu Yun's internal organs, using the knife tip to control his skills, causing Liu Yun to suffer extreme pain without killing him. Truly implement Luo Sha's words and don't let Liu Yun be too comfortable. Advertisement on this day, Liu Yun felt that his position had changed. He was wrapped in white cloth and sent to a place. Bang! Shang threw Liu Yun to the ground and untied the white cloth wrapped around him. The strong light made Cloud Shinobi close his eyes. He had stayed in the dark for too long and had become unfamiliar with the light. Liu Yun slowly opened his eyelids and adapted to the new light environment. It is a plant cultivation house with good lighting. The house is large and the air and temperature are very suitable. There is a small garden in the middle, planted with brightly colored flowers. The bright colors are very reminiscent of datura flowers. An old voice entered Liu Yun's mind. Is this the young man? I heard that he has an immortal bloodline. Liu Yun opened his eyes and looked. He was wearing a windbreaker unique to the Kingdom of Wind. He had lavender hair and a cloth scarf on his head. His face was full of wrinkles. Who else could this be but Sunagakure's advisor, Granny Chio? Shang nodded. Mr. Advisor, he will not die. I still don't understand the nature of his bloodline. A mysterious upgraded bloodline. Granny Chio was puzzled as she looked at Liu Yun, who looked like a monster. Both of his arms were chopped off and his body was wrapped in blood-red bandages. Is it necessary to study it after it has become like this? Shang explained. After he is resurrected, he will be able to recover from all injuries. Oh, interesting. Grandma Chio's eyes brightened and she started to look serious. She slowly approached Liu Yun, wanting to take a closer look at Liu Yun's body structure. Shang warned cautiously. Mr. Advisor, be careful of this guy's mouth. Granny Chio smiled and tilted her head to look at Shang. You even cut his tongue, what else can he do? Liu Yun lay on the ground, his bloodshot eyes turning to Grandma Chio. The chakra in his body was extracted and gathered towards his abdomen. Old woman. Granny Chio looked around and finally stopped at Liu Yun's abdomen. Interesting, is there a technique to gather the chakra in the abdomen and cause vibrations to produce sound? They said you were a flower of Shinobi that knew no decay, but now you have aged to the point of taking on the appearance of old age Madara. Granny Chio smiled indifferently. I am also an elderly person, it is normal to call myself an old man Madara. It seems that Grandma Chio is not buying it, so Liu Yun continued. I heard that your grandson defected, and the Sand Shinobi hasn't been found for a long time. Granny Chio wiped off her smile and looked at Liu Yun seriously. You have to pay a price for saying anything. Ha 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 ha. I'm not even afraid of death, so what price can I not give up? You are such a pitiful old woman. Your son and daughter-in-law were hacked to death by the White Fang, and your grandson defected, leaving you alone to face the hardships of old age. Chapter 5 I am trying to kill myself in front of Grandma Chio. Liu Yun's cold knife scraped on Grandma Chio's chest again and again. Her eyes became more and more fierce, and the aura on her body became gradually more terrifying. Shaying took a step back, not daring to get close to Grandma Chio, whose aura was becoming increasingly gloomy. Grandma Chio suddenly smiled and said, "So what? Ninjas are the epitome of world tragedy. I have become indifferent to the separation and death of my loved ones. I am just waiting for the day when I can close my coffin and enter the Pure Land." Liu Yun stared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Can you let it go? Can you let go of your grandson who is all alone outside? And can you let go of the village covered with yellow sand? Death from old age is the most pathetic way for a ninja to die. You don't want to die this way, do you?" Grandma Chio clenched her fists. Her calm eyes seemed to be stirred up by turbulent waves. Her emotions were being provoked by Liu Yun. Shaying looked at Liu Yun in disbelief. This mouth of his actually angered the always calm elder Chio. Seeing that the other party had not yet attacked Liu Yun continued to provoke Grandma Chianu. "Also, do you know how the third Kazekage died? How did he die?" Even though she knew the other party was talking nonsense, Grandma Chio was still a little curious. "It's your lovely grandson, Scorpion?" "Impossible. The third Kazekage is the strongest Kazekage. Scorpion can't be his opponent." Liu Yun's voice stabbed at Chio's insistence. "It's impossible that Sunagakure didn't find any traces, right? Scorpion is indeed no match for the third Kazekage, but if he used poison, and the third Kazecage's incompetence allowed Konaha to invade Sunagakure, resulting in the death of your son and daughter-in-law. Do you think Scorpion will hate the third Kazekage? That was his motive for killing the cage. He would make the third Kazekage into a human puppet and take him away. This also explains why the third Kazekage disappeared and why his body could not be found." There was not a shred of evidence for what Liu Yun said, but it could not withstand the deduction of those who listened. Indeed, how could the third Kazekage, who was so powerful, be attacked in the village without making any sound? It must have been someone in the village who was very familiar with him. Poisoning is a means, and Scorpion is a genius in using poison. Even in terms of personality, Scorpion implicitly expresses his dislike for the village and hatred for the third Kazekage. The more Granny Chio thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She clenched her fists tightly, and the depressed look on her face was replaced by an uncertain one. If it really is a Scorpion, then Liu Yun continued to attack fiercely. "Scorpion killed the third Kazekage and betrayed Sunagakure. He is both your grandson and Sunagakure's enemy. Old woman, how should you choose? Protect your ill-fated grandson, or stand on the side of the village where you grew up? Old woman, give me your answer." The last sound was like a hammer hitting Grandma Chio's heart. Family and village. Advertisement. Grandma Chio was struggling violently in her heart. Should she give up her grandson or abandon her village? Damn it, I was actually affected by a genin like you. Since you can't solve the problem, then get rid of the person who caused the problem. Granny Chio suddenly threw out a silver needle which was poisoned and quickly inserted it into Liu Yun's neck. What a waste of my breath. Liu Yun's eyes turned white, foam came out of his mouth, and he died after struggling violently for a few times. Bite. You were killed by cage-level Ninja Chio with a poison needle, experience points plus 300. Because no ninjutsu was used, the experience points obtained were actually less than those of Ross's magnet style. The air was filled with white smoke, and Liu Yun, who was intact, stood there with his upper body naked. Liu Yun didn't say much. He quickly formed seals with his hands and suddenly spurted out a huge fireball, rushing towards Grandma Chio in front of him. Grandma Chio calmed the surging emotions in her heart and carefully looked at Liu Yun's current physical characteristics. What a miraculous bloodline, resurrecting from death and then being reborn. Perhaps this is not as simple as a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination above the bloodline limit. Wind-style great breakthrough. Desert Eagle's wind-style ninjutsu quickly blew away the fireball. Liu Yun dodged the fireball, formed a seal and instantly attacked Grandma Chio. Granny Chio smiled. A mere genin actually attacked her head-on. Did she really think she was an old woman? Granny Chio opened her 5 fingers, and the blue chakra line wrapped around the 5 cold knives in the corner. She pulled the 5 knives out suddenly, controlled them, and shot them in the direction of Liu Yun. Liu Yun quickly retreated, and then his 4 fingers closed together one after another. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang. Sounds rang around him, the white smoke dissipated, and more than 30 shadow clones surrounded Liu Yun. With the addition of his physical and mental qualities, his chakra amount has reached the peak of genin, approaching the direction of Chunin. Huh. Granny Chio was a little surprised. Shadow clone, or multiple shadow clone in forbidden technique. Interesting, you, a Konaha shinobi, are really interesting. It would be great if you were a Sand shinobi. With your incredible immortal bloodline and your talent in Jonan techniques, you would even have the qualifications to become a Kage. The murderous intent in Liu Yun's eyes was revealed nakedly, without any disguise at all. Seeing this, Grandma Chio shook her head. Shaying treated Liu Yun so cruelly that it was impossible for Liu Yun to belong to Sunagakure. Advertisement, just be a test subject for the rest of your life. Granny Chio stretched out her 10 fingers, and the chakra lines controlled the blade to dance wildly, and in a blink of an eye, she shot through all of Liu Yun's shadow clones. Finally, dozens of blades rushed towards Liu Yun with a roar, and pierced into Liu Yun's body in an instant. Blood splattered and Liu Yun slowly fell down. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Chio with a sword, experience points plus 300. Covered by white smoke, Liu Yun jumped out again intact. He was about to rush out and die, when suddenly his body was controlled by several chakra lines. Granny Chio smiled and said, although your bloodline is very useful, you are still too young. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and was about to exchange for the detonating talisman to commit suicide and recover, but he immediately retracted the rash idea in his mind. His method of concealing the detonating talisman is a trump card and must not be exposed at this time. Granny Chio ordered Shang, take him back and send him here once a day. I want to test medicine on him. His immortal bloodline is just right for biological experiments. Shang nodded. I understand, Mr. Advisor. Liu Yun was overjoyed. Coming here to die every day was just what he wished for. With a swipe of the Desert Eagle's long sword, Liu Yun's hands were immediately cut off, stopping his actions. Then he grabbed his collar and left quickly. After the two left, Grandma Chio was alone, hunched over quietly in her drug-making house. My little scorpion, where are you? Did you really kill the third Kazekage? There was silence all around, and only the lonely wind answered Grandma Chio's questions. The next day, Shang packed up Liu Yun and delivered it to Grandma Chio's door as requested. Grandma Chio prepared the poison and immediately poured it into Liu Yun's mouth. Liu Yun let out a cry, then fell to the ground and died. Grandma Chio carefully watched Liu Yun's physical reactions and made records from time to time. These were all very valuable experimental data. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Chio using poison, experience points plus 300. Liu Yun was resurrected, and this time he was reborn quickly. He dodged Chio's chakra line and rushed towards Chio without caring about anything else. Several blades stabbed at him and directly pierced Liu Yun's heart. Chapter 6 I have white eyes, so I can see whatever I want. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Chio with a sword, experience points plus 290. As the number of deaths increased, Liu Yun discovered a pattern. If you die in the same way several times at the hands of the same ninja, your experience points will slowly decrease, proving that he cannot infinitely exploit bugs. Liu Yun was resurrected again, and when he made the instant body seal, dozens of chakra lines surrounded him. Chio's voice rang out. I am not like you young people. I am old. Please just be quiet for a while. Cage-level ninjas like Chio are getting older, their physical fitness has declined, and their chakra amount is not even as good as some elite Jonan. As for the reason why the other party was rated as a cage-level ninja by the system, it may be his rich combat experience. Day 3. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Chio using poison, experience points plus 290. Day 4, Day 5, Day 10. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Chio using poison, experience points plus 30. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he was immediately tied up by Granny Chio's chakra thread. Liu Yun did not act rashly this time and allowed himself to be controlled by Grandma Chio's chakra lines. As he was poisoned day by Granny Chio, this experienced fish became less and less valuable to him. Shang carried Liu Yun and slowly walked back to her laboratory. Liu Yun's eyes kept darting around the surrounding camp layout. He has roughly figured out the layout of the Sand Shinobi military camp. Then, let's take action tonight. At night, the Desert Eagle fell into a deep sleep beside him. Liu Yun's hands were chopped off and he was tied to a cross. Shang was very vigilant. Even when she was fast asleep, she would keep Liu Yun's body connected with a thread, and any violent movement of Liu Yun would wake her up. Sand Shinobi. Liu Yun gently opened his eyes, the bloodshot in his eyes gleaming coldly in the dark night, and the strong murderous intent could not be suppressed. He slowly let out a breath and slowly calmed the excitement in his heart. His decision to take action tonight was not on a whim, but because the 1-month period had expired and the Immortal system had 3 chances to draw a lottery. Liu Yun first opened his own ninja template. Open black lens bracket Jonan wood flowing cloud close black lens bracket. Advertisement. 8 items of ninja. Ninja 8, Tai 7, Illusion 6, Wisdom 9, Strength 9, Speed 9, Accuracy 9, Seal 9. 4 chakra items. Chakra quantity, Jonan elite level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Yin attribute. Chakra control, 90% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 90% proficiency. Ninja career basics. Theory 5, Stealth 3, Tracking 4, Assassination 8, Trap 7, Poisoning 9. Forbidden technique. Multiple shadow clone technique, 40% mastery. Ninjutsu, clone technique, proficiency 100%. Flickering technique, proficiency 40%. Fire style great fireball technique, proficiency 60%. Ventriloquism, proficiency 80%. Physical skills. Monkey stealing peaches, proficiency 100%. Open black lens bracket illusion close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket evaluation close black lens bracket sad face underscore. All of his statistics have reached the top among Jonan. It's time to upgrade the ninja template. Liu Yun added enough experience points to the 8 items of ninja and slowly raised it to the maximum level. Ninjutsu plus 2 points, Taijutsu plus 3 points, Genjutsu plus 4 points, Wisdom plus 1 point, Strength plus 1 point, Speed plus 1 point, Mental power plus 1 point, hand seal plus 1 point. 8 basic ninja skills are at the highest level. There is one thing in the 8 items of ninja that Liu Yun pays close attention to, and that is the essence that represents energy. It is the embodiment of chakra quantity and the combination of physical and mental strength. However, the external manifestation of physical strength is speed and power. Essence overlaps with the previous force and speed, and the system splits it into pure spiritual power. Then the 4 chakra items were upgraded along with the 8 ninja items. The flowing clouds, the foundation of the ninja's profession, also slowly rose up. In the end, he upgraded all the genin qualities to the maximum level. Host genin's quality has reached the maximum level, and the template has been replaced. Open black lens bracket Chunin wood flowing cloud close black lens bracket, 8 items of ninja. Ninja 1, Tai 1, Illusion 1, Wisdom 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Precision 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items, chakra quantity, Chunin level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Yin attribute. Chakra control, 10% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 10% proficiency. Ninja career basics, Theory 3, Stealth 3, Tracking 3, Assassination 3, Trap 3, Poisoning 3. Forbidden technique, Multiple shadow clone technique, 40% mastery. Ninjutsu, clone technique, proficiency 100%, flickering technique, proficiency 40%, fire style great fireball technique, proficiency 60%, ventriloquism, proficiency 80%. Physical skills, monkey stealing peaches, proficiency 100%. Open black lens bracket illusion close black lens bracket, none. Advertisement open black lens bracket evaluation close black lens bracket shocked face underscore, oh. The template was upgraded from genin to chunin, the 8 ninja items were reset, and the 4 chakra items and the ninja professional foundation were slightly reduced. Liu Yun cannot yet feel his incomplete body, and needs to be resurrected once before he can realize how powerful he is. Liu Yun suppressed his excitement, he still had 2,000 experience points. Can be exchanged for the bloodline limit by Kugan or Sharingan. Although Liu Yun wanted to exchange it very much, he was now in the enemy camp and what he needed most was a detonating talisman to create chaos. 2,000 explosive talismans exchanged successfully. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and immediately exchanged 2,000 detonating talismans, storing them all in the storage cells of the system space. Next up is the 1-month-long undead system lucky draw. Liu Yun was just about to rub his hands together to gather his luck when he suddenly discovered that both of his hands had been chopped off. System, draw a lottery. Okay. The system dial started spinning, and Liu Yun nervously watched the strings of treasures as the pointer passed by. Pain's bag of rice bonus, Pain Tiandao's sense of pain immediately merged with the flowing clouds. Liu Yun moistened his throat and said, how many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice to? You have to carry a bag of rice to 2 floors. Every grain of rice has mud on it. Who would give you a bag of rice? It's so spicy. This is useless. Liu Yun continued to draw the lottery. The turntable kept spinning and stopped above the open door of 8 inner gates under Liu Yun's expectant gaze. The 8 inner gates unlock the bound chakra channels in the human body, thus gaining great power. This can be said to be the most suitable technique for Liu Yun. Why? Because of his immortality, Liu Yun has an immortal body, which means that he can use forbidden techniques infinitely, especially the extremely powerful forbidden techniques such as 8 inner gates. Imagine that one day he opens the 8 inner gates formation, dies and is resurrected again, doing this indefinitely. Then who is his opponent? Wouldn't it be a spur of the moment to die on Otsutsuki Kagayaji's belly, with mud in every grain? The opening of the 8 inner gates quickly merged with Liu Yun, and Liu Yun felt that the restrictions on the chakra channels in his head loosened a little. Continue. The big turntable continued to spin and finally stopped on a grid. When Liu Yun saw that grid, his heart seemed to stop for a moment. Awakened white eyes, bloodline limit, he finally drew a bloodline limit, and it was an awakened Byakugan with extremely strong insight. This time the escape is secure. The Byakugan immediately merged with the Liu Yun, and a mysterious force acted on his eyes. Even his DNA was distorted by the power of the system and the DNA code of the Hyuga clan was added. Liu Yun left the system interface and suddenly opened his eyes. The vision of his white eyes in normal state was the same as that of normal eyes. There is a huge difference between awakened Byakugan and unawakened Byakugan. The unawakened Byakugan requires hard practice to open. Chapter 7 Breaking out of the Sand Shinobi Camp. White eyes, open. Veins bulged around Liu Yun's eyes, making him look extremely ferocious, and there was a faint black mark in his white pupils. Liu Yun looked in the direction of Shang. From Bai Yun's perspective, he could clearly see the meridians, acupoints and bones in the other person's body. The Byakugan is divided into the inside eye, the X-ray eye, and the telescopic eye, and is a very practical bloodline limit. Mist Shinobi's Ching got Byakugan and instantly became an elite. Liu Yun's Byakugan was not restrained by Caged Bird, it was a Byakugan of the clan level. Liu Yun was a little confused. System, can my eyes return to their original state? The system replied, yes, the Byakugan state can be turned off as long as the host shuts off the chakra that supplies the Byakugan. That's good. Liu Yun had to go back to the village after all. If the Hyuga clan saw him rolling their eyes, he would have to be a graduate student for the rest of his life. The veins around Liu Yun's eyes slowly faded away, and a strong murderous intent emerged from his body. Revenge. Today, Liu Yun thought about it, and all the 200 or so detonating talismans in the system space were replaced and scattered all over the floor. The rustling sound alerted Desert Eagle. She opened her eyes immediately and saw a pair of white eyes full of murderous intent. Burst. Boom boom. More than 200 detonating tags exploded at the same time, like a large basket of grenades tied together. The concentrated power easily blew up the Desert Eagle's laboratory, along with Jonan's Desert Eagle. Bite. You were killed by your own detonating talisman, experience points +5. The Sand Shinobi camp was shaken by a huge explosion late at night, and the Sand Shinobi immediately stood up. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quick, quick, quick. Damn it, what happened to the patrol? They let the people from Konaha sneak in. Ahem. Liu Yun resurrected from the thick smoke. He choked twice and spat out all the smoke in his throat. Liu Yun stretched out his hands, feeling his body having fully recovered. The amount of chakra in Chunin is more concentrated than that of genin, and their physical quality is not comparable to that of mere genin. He immediately formed a seal, multiple shadow clone technique. White smoke was coming out from beside him, and 50 shadow clones emerged from it. Liu Yun immediately distributed more than 1,700 detonating talismans to his shadow clones. He shouted, "Brothers, let the reptiles of Sand Shinobi feel the pain of not carrying rice for us." Oh, the shadow clone group responded, and they also accepted some of the pain that Liu Yun had endured. The murderous intent in their hearts burned as intensely as a flame. Ulla. Advertisement 50 shadow clones ran in all directions, each carrying 30 detonating tags, which were constantly detonating throughout the camp. Boom boom. In an instant, the entire camp was filled with the sound of explosions from all directions. The moonlight was so dark at night that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but the smoke was very thick. The sound of explosions continued, causing the Sand Shinobi to think that a large Konaha force was attacking, and their gathering became even more panicked. Several Sand Shinobi teams encountered Liu Yun's shadow clone. Shadow clone said nothing and rushed directly into their midst, detonating the detonating tag. Feel the pain. Boom boom. The noise of the night all burst out at this moment, including Liu Yun's anger and the painful murderous intent that had been suppressed for the past month. Liu Yun realized that the detonating talisman was almost exploded, and Shadow Clone was slowly being dealt with by the Sand Shinobi. The ubiquitous experience of death impacted Liu Yun's brain, and he immediately detonated an explosive talisman and committed suicide. Bite. You were killed by your own detonating talisman, experience points +5. Liu Yun recovered and immediately attached a detonating talisman to his heart. He rolled his eyes, used the body flicker technique, and ran out of the camp regardless of anything. On the way, Liu Yun picked up a piece of white cloth and wrapped it around his eyes. The Byakugan is his secret and cannot be seen by the Sand Shinobi. Liu Yun's Byakugan saw the many blue chakra clusters in the Sand Shinobi camp. He bypassed those chakra clusters and ran towards the place where there were fewer Sand Shinobi. The explosion of Liu Yun's detonating talisman brought some chaos to Sand Shinobi's camp, but Luosha quickly stepped in and stabilized the situation. Luosha came to the place where the explosion was the loudest and looked at the Desert Eagle laboratory, which had become a mess. Damn it, chase him. That kid can't run far. As soon as the voice fell, all the Anbu ninjas around him rushed out instantly. Outside the Sand Shinobi camp, a Sand Shinobi Chunin blocked Liu Yun's escape route. The Sand Shinobi took out a kunai and looked at Liu Yun warily. Who are you? Why don't you bring the village's forehead protector? And what are you going to do outside? Liu Yun yelled, 8 inner gates, open. In just a moment, the restrictions on Liu Yun's brain were lifted, and the amount of chakra that exceeded the body's capacity poured out of his body. Liu Yun's physical strength slowly increased under the amplification of chakra. He instantly formed the seal of instant body movement, leaving only a broken shadow in the air. So fast, the Sand Shinobi couldn't catch his eye at all, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Yun punched him on the head and sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Liu Yun instantly moved and kicked the Sand Shinobi in the stomach, making him bleed. A detonating talisman was stuck on it, and Liu Yun ran away immediately. Burst. Advertisement: the detonating tag exploded, and Sand Shinobi's body was blown into several pieces. It's not that the Sand Shinobi is weak. As a Chunin, he has qualities. It's just that Liu Yun caught him off guard and he was unable to defend himself. After Liu Yun closed the door in his brain, a moment of weakness invaded his body. Using the 8 inner gates burns physical strength no matter which gate you use. No, I have to keep my body at full power. Every minute and every second of the escape is crucial. Liu Yun cannot slack off in the slightest. With a ruthless heart, Liu Yun immediately detonated the explosive talisman in his body. Bite. You were killed by your own detonating talisman, experience points +4. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he immediately fled towards the shadows of the forest. In the forest, Liu Yun suddenly felt something was wrong. White eyes, open, veins popped up around Liu Yun's eyes as he suddenly discovered that there were more than a dozen huge streams of chakra behind him, rapidly closing the distance with him. Jonan, or Jonan belonging to Sand Shinobi Anbu. Damn it, how did they get here so fast? Liu Yun gritted his teeth and put 2 fingers of both hands together, one in front and one behind. Multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Yun overloaded his chakra with energy and immediately created 50 shadow clones, which fled in all directions of the forest. Shadow clone. The Anbu ninjas behind naturally noticed Liu Yun's actions, but they didn't have the Byakugan and couldn't see Liu Yun's true form clearly. However, even with the Byakugan, it is difficult to find which shadow clone the Cloud Shinobi is hiding in. A Sand Shinobi Anbu stopped, bit his finger, and made a summoning seal on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. The white smoke expanded with a bang, and hundreds of brown furry gerbils appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Chase him. He has very little energy left after consuming so much chakra, he can't get far. The Sand Shinobi Anbu all dispersed and followed the gerbils to track the scent of the flowing cloud. Liu Yun was carried by a shadow clone and ran towards the northwest of the forest. All of his chakra was used to release multiple shadow clone techniques. He was out of breath when he walked and could only rely on shadow clone to support his movements. Liu Yun and his shadow clone ran for about 3 minutes and finally entered the depths of the forest. Seeing that he had escaped from Sand Shinobi Anbu for quite a distance, Liu Yun immediately replaced the detonating tag from space. Hey, don't blow me up too. Shadow clone was speechless. Chapter 8 Sand Shinobi Jonan duping gate please stay. Boom. With a loud bang, the flowing clouds turned into white smoke and resurrected. This time he rolled his eyes and ran away instantly. He instantly ran about 1,000 meters and suddenly stopped. The white eyes looked through the white cloth at the figure on a branch in front of him. He was wearing an Anbu mask and looking at Liu Yun with a ruthless and empty pair of eyes. So soon, is this Jonan? Liu Yun murmured in his heart. Squeak. Bai Yun's 360-degree vision suddenly discovered movement behind him, and about 10 gerbils with teeth as sharp as knives attacked him. Liu Yun turned around suddenly and knocked all the gerbils away in an instant, one with each hand. The Byakugan has a 360-degree field of vision, and any life that attacks him by surprise will be discovered by him. The Sand Shinobi Anbu attacked quickly, and Liu Yun noticed it immediately with his Byakugan. He turned around abruptly and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Sand Shinobi Anbu danced with both hands in the air. Earth-style Earth Stone Dragon technique. Roar. The stone dragon formed by the stones below roared out, swallowed Liu Yun's Great Fireball in one gulp, and ran straight towards Liu Yun. 8 inner gates, open. Liu Yun exerted 100% of his physical strength, formed seals with his hands and instantly dodged the earth and stone dragon. But what followed was a sharp blade that swept across and cut off one of Liu Yun's arms in an instant. Liu Yun looked at the cold eyes in the empty space of Sand Shinobi Anbu's mask, as if with a hint of mockery. Lord Kazekage told us a little bit about your characteristics. We can't kill you, but we must stop your actions. Don't worry, I will take you back to the camp and let Anbu's torture ninja treat you well. Liu Yun sneered and said, a lot of people died, right? Sand Shinobi Anbu's voice was filled with great anger. Little brat of Konaha, you are looking for death. This time, Liu Yun's detonating talisman bombarded and killed a Jonan, a very valuable research Jonan. Another 40 or so Chunin and 2 or 3 special Jonan died in the explosion of Liu Yun's detonating talisman. Although this amount of loss was not enough to cause the Sand Shinobi to start a war, it was still a pity. The most insulting thing was that this attack was planned by a genin. Liu Yun wiped the corner of his mouth, and said in a tone similar to that of the second pillar. Dark reptiles of Sand Shinobi, this is the price you pay for abusing the son of the hawk. One day my eagle beak will eat the flesh of your Sunagakure. You're just being stubborn. Sand Shinobi Anbu sneered, and with a swipe of his long sword, he immediately cut off Liu Yun's second arm. Liu Yun's eyes were bloodshot, but he still showed a cold smile. Dark crawler of Sand Shinobi, feel the pain. Liu Yun pounced at him fiercely, and his whole body was suddenly covered with dozens of detonating talismans, flashing with flaming sparks. Sand Shinobi Anbu was startled. He didn't even notice when the detonating tag was attached to Liu Yun's body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Space ninjutsu, summoning replacement. Advertisement, burst. Boom. Bite. You were killed by your own detonating talisman, experience points +3. The violent explosion enveloped the two of them. Liu Yun was directly blown into a pile of blood foam, covered by white smoke, and he was resurrected again. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan and looked at the dirt where the black smoke from the explosion was. Sand Shinobi Anbu immediately crawled out of the dirt. You're not dead, you're really a Jonan, ahem. Sand Shinobi Anbu coughed up some blood and looked at his empty right arm. Damn you, little brat. If I hadn't immediately earth-styled my way into the ground, I might have fallen into your trap. Liu Yun's ears moved, sensing a slight sound, and his white eyes opened for telescope vision. About 500 meters away, we saw the Anbu Sand Shinobi gathering towards this place. The sound of the explosion just now was so loud that it spread throughout the forest, and naturally the Anbu in Sunagakure all heard it. Liu Yun immediately formed a seal, multiple shadow clone technique. Brothers. The wind is blowing, Ulla. Liu Yun mixed in with the shadow clone and disappeared into the shadow forest without saying a word. Damn it, he escaped again, what a slippery fish, the armless Sand Shinobi Anbu cursed angrily. Soon he and the other Anbu gathered together, and the summoning ninja summoned the gerbils again to track the flowing clouds. Be careful, that kid has the ability of summoning detonator. Summoning detonating talisman, Konaha second Hokage's tandem paper bombs. No, This is a simple summoning detonator talisman. It's not as powerful as tandem paper bombs. After escaping the forest, Liu Yun blew himself up to recover and instantly ran in the direction of the Konaha front. Tisk. Liu Yun ran for about 20 minutes when he suddenly heard a long eagle cry. With his 360-degree view, Bayan suddenly saw a giant eagle in the sky. Flying summoning beast. Liu Yun suddenly stopped and looked up. Without the mask, he is not an Anbu ninja, but judging by the amount of chakra on his body, he is a Jonan. The other party saw Liu Yun with a piece of cloth on his eyes and asked in confusion, a young boy, and a blind one at that, could he be the murderer who attacked the base camp? Sand Shinobi Jonan didn't hesitate for long and immediately formed a seal, releasing a sharp wind blade. Liu Yun didn't dodge at all. Even if he did, he couldn't escape because the opponent was an air force and the range of the spell covered his moving space. Advertisement: the flowing cloud was pierced by the wind blade and cut into pieces of meat on the ground. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Dohaiman using wind style, experience points plus 100. The white smoke enveloped the place, and Liu Yun was revived. He immediately opened the door, extracted a large amount of chakra, and escaped. Do Pingmen looked at Liu Yun, who was unharmed, in confusion. What's going on? Illusion, shadow clone. It was too dark at night and his vision was limited, so he couldn't see clearly how Liu Yun performed the spell. Ryun's immortal bloodline was only circulated among the high-ranking members of the Sand Shinobi, and Anbu only got a little information about it. The duping clan was unaware of Liu Yun's existence, so they were naturally puzzled by his resurrection. He patted the wind eagle under his feet. Chase. Tisk. Duping men has flying ninja beasts, so Liu Yun can be caught up by them no matter how far he runs. Liu Yun opened the 8 inner gates and fled instantly, but his vision behind the white eyes soon noticed the giant eagle chasing him. Flying ninjas are such a hassle. He had some bad luck, and even if he encountered a Sand Shinobi, Anbu was able to escape with his immortality. But the flying ninja is in trouble. Liu Yun has no flying ability and can only become a sitting target on the ground. The wind eagle let out a long roar, and a wind blade immediately flew out of its mouth. The wind blade was so huge that it cut the flowing cloud in half in an instant. Bite. You were killed by the high-level ninja beast Windhawk using wind style, experience points plus 120. According to the system's definition, high-level ninja beasts are Jonan-level beings, and the experience points they gain from their opponents are higher than those from duping men. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Liu Yun revived immediately, formed seals with his hands, and sprayed a great fireball into the air, then turned and ran away without even looking whether he hit the target or not. Do Pingmen controlled Feng Ying to dodge, and this time his eyes were even more confused. What's going on? How can it be resurrected after being cut in half? The man and the eagle continued to follow and attacked Liu Yun dozens of times. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Dohaiman using wind style, experience points plus 90. Bite. You were killed by the high-level ninja beast Windhawk using wind style, experience points plus 100. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Dohaiman using wind style, experience points plus 80. Gradually, Liu Yun accumulated 800 experience points. He immediately added to his 8 ninja qualities. This time the points are different from the previous ones. Liu Yun is already the template of Chunin. Each point of quality bonus requires 50 experience points. Chapter 9. Fellow Taoist Zhenhong, please save me, speed plus 4. Cloud Shinobi spent 200 experience points while in pain, adding 4 points to his speed. His footsteps became lighter and his speed doubled, slowly widening the distance between him and duping men. Do Pingmen stood on the wind eagle, panting slightly in his chest. He released 7 or 8 high-level wind styles, and the amount of chakra in his body was running low. The same thing happened to the wind eagle under his feet. Flying at high speeds and releasing Jonan techniques, the chakra amounts of both the man and the beast were slowly running out. But the two continued to follow Liu Yun, the murderer who caused heavy losses to Sand Shinobi, and duping men could not let him go. Moreover, duping men also realized the value of Liu Yun and the ability of infinite rebirth. Any ninja village would be crazy about it. Liu Yun rushed for another 5 minutes and rushed out of the range of Sand Shinobi's troops. He rolled his eyes and looked back, and saw duping men and Feng Ying were still following closely behind. The ghost is still there. Liu Yun's Baikugan observed carefully and found that duping men and Feng Ying's chakra amount was not as much as his, only at the level of Chunin, and they could only release 3 or 5 ninjutsu. Don't blame me if you want to die. Liu Yun stopped immediately and spent 600 points to exchange for the B-level ninjutsu Dragon Flame singing technique from the system space. Fire-style Dragon Flame singing technique exchanged successfully. A bunch of memories poured into Liu Yun's body, including the seals of the Dragon Flame song technique, the path of chakra flowing through the meridian system, and the degree of the fire attribute nature transformation. Liu Yun mastered these in an instant, and the 4 chakra items on the Chunin template were improved to varying degrees. Chakra control reached 30%, and nature transformation also reached 30%. Do Pingmen was gasping for breath above, and when he saw Liu Yun stop, he controlled his wind eagle to fly above Liu Yun and then slowly descended. The little devil from Konaha, aren't you going to run away anymore? Liu Yun formed a seal with his hands and sneered at Dupingmen. Urtsutsi added, Sand Shinobi reptile, even if you can stand in the sky, you are still a reptile that gnaws sand. Little devil. After Liu Yun completed the seal, the fire attribute chakra gradually gathered in the chest. Pain's sense of speech bonus. I don't know how many of you Sand Shinobi were killed by me. Do you feel the pain? Damn little devil. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Liu Yun released all of his chakra into his fire style and immediately a dragon of fire shot out of his mouth, charging towards Do Pingmen and his Wind Eagle. Wind Eagle, get out of the way. Do Pingmen controlled the Wind Eagle to drift and dodge, and then Liu Yun's second fire dragon followed. Do Pingmen formed a seal and released a wind-style great breakthrough, blowing away Liu Yun's fire dragon. But two fire dragons followed and surrounded Do Pingmen and his Fengying. Not good. Do Pingmen felt something was wrong. The chakras of both the man and the beast were almost exhausted, and they could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon attacked them. The flames burned fiercely, and with a boom sound of white smoke, the Wind Eagle of Duping Gate was replaced back to the summoning area. Advertisement Do Pingmen fell from the air, his clothes were torn and many parts of his skin were burned by the fire style. Dupingmen landed on a tree and then slowly jumped down. Ahem, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and endured the pain caused by the burning on his body with difficulty. Liu Yun jumped out from the darkness and laughed like Sasuke. Ha ha ha. Can't you bear a mere burning? Do you know the pain you Sand Shinobi have brought me? Cutting tongues, dissections, human experiments, poisons. Everything that can't kill me, or that can kill me, will make me stronger. 8 inner gates, open. Liu Yun's chakra increased dramatically, and he instantly moved close to Dupingmen's body. Dupingmen hooked out a kunai from the kunai set and thrust it fiercely towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun saw his attack and didn't try to dodge, he just ran into him head-on and then took out the ninja sword that he had exchanged from the system space. Put your head up obediently. Liu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he slashed at Dupingmen's shoulder with his knife. Do Pingmen let go of the kunai that was stuck in Liu Yun's chest and jumped away immediately to avoid being attacked by Liu Yun's sword. Liu Yun continued to rush forward with a knife in hand. Dupingmen threw out 3 shurikens, and Liu Yun rushed straight into him. The shurikens pierced into his chest, abdomen and thighs. Liu Yun was already numb to the pain, so he just raised his knife and chopped hard. Do Pingmen's eyes widened. You guys are totally courting death with your fighting style. Liu Yun slashed with his knife, directly cutting off an inch of flesh on Dupingmen's shoulder. Then he laughed loudly. I'm the immortal ninja in troubled times. No matter how desolate the ninja world is, no one can find any way to kill me. Liu Yun drew his sword, turned around, and slashed it upwards. Dupingmen rolled backwards and avoided Liu Yun's sword attack. Liu Yun felt that he had lost too much blood, and the use of the dragon flame singing technique had consumed too much chakra. He immediately slashed the knife across his head, cutting his throat and trachea. Bite. You were killed by your own sword, experience points +5. With a bang sound, white smoke rolled up and Liu Yun was immediately resurrected. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Duping Gate with a knife in hand. 1 minute later, Liu Yun sat on Dupingmen's corpse, his body covered with bloodstains from shurikens and bloody wounds from kunai. Jonan's final struggle should not be underestimated. Liu Yun paid with his life twice to grind Dupingmen to death. He wiped the blade of Liu Yun's knife across his neck and was immediately resurrected. He stood up and looked at the remaining fire in the dark night, which was the trace of the battle that had just happened. The night was dark, and the cold wind from nothingness blew on the naked upper body of Liu Yun. Liu Yun closed his eyes, and the faint scent of Ertsutsi filled the air. I have already closed my eyes. My goal can only be achieved in darkness. Now, let me embrace the lonely night. Advertisement. The flowing clouds stretched out their arms as if to embrace the entire night. With a whoosh, a figure flashed by. It was Sand Shinobi Anbu wearing a raccoon mask. Sand Shinobi Anbu looked at Liu Yun and sneered. Missed me, do you want a hug? Not a hug, but an explosion. Liu Yun immediately detonated the detonating talisman that he exchanged for 10 experience points. Sanagakure Anbu kicked Ryun away with a fierce kick, an explosion was heard, and Ryun was quickly revived. White eyes, open, 8 inner gates, open. Without saying a word, he formed a hand seal and fled in the opposite direction of Sand Shinobi Anbu. He could trap a Jonan to death, but it was because the other party kept chasing him foolishly, consuming all of his own chakra. But now with this Sand Shinobi Anbu, he can't trick him like before. The Sand Shinobi Anbu followed closely, and Liu Yun began to have a love-hate relationship with a Sand Shinobi Jonan. The morning glow of sunset rises from the boundary between heaven and earth. Liu Yun was covered in wounds and had several shurikens stuck in his back. Sand Shinobi Anbu understood some of the characteristics of Liu Yun and did not use heavy hands to kill Liu Yun. Liu Yun used forbidden techniques, multiple shadow clone, to tie up the opponent for some time. He committed suicide twice more during the process to restore his condition. But this Sand Shinobi Anbu has a strong tracking talent. He summoned hundreds of gerbils to follow Liu Yun closely. Liu Yun could only flee desperately, and finally entered the troop range of Konaha camp when the sun rose from the east. Sand Shinobi Anbu realized where he was at the moment, cursed silently, and immediately formed seals with both hands. Wind-style great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind blew out of his mouth and quickly swept over Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun gritted his teeth, the 8 inner gates opened, and he escaped from Sand Shinobi Anbu's wind style in an instant. Ahem. Liu Yun fell under a big tree and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Liu Yun turned around and watched Sand Shinobi Anbu approaching step by step. All his detonating tags were used up, and he could only silently put the knife around his neck. Suddenly, a green figure carrying a ninja sword stood in front of Sand Shinobi Anbu. A voice rang in Liu Yun's ears. Liu Yun. Liu Yun stopped rolling his eyes and looked up weakly. She has black hair, skin as delicate as a porcelain doll, and red pupils in her eyes, like the setting sun in the morning. Red. Anbu the Desert Eagle cursed inwardly, Konaha Jonan Yuhi Shinku, bad luck. Yuhi Shinku drew out his ninja sword. Sand ninja, get out of here. Liu Yun couldn't hold on any longer and suddenly fainted. Chapter 10 Shizune in the Sand Shinobi camp, all the high-ranking officials gathered in the Earth House of Granny Chio. A Sand Shinobi Anbu knelt on one leg in front of Rasa. Luo Sha said expressionlessly. In other words, the brat has already escaped to Konaha? Sand Shinobi Anbu nodded. Konaha's Jonan Yuhi Shinku stopped me, otherwise I would have brought him back. Don't quibble. That kid's bloodline is very troublesome. Without a large-scale sealing technique, there's nothing we can do to him. Luo Sha waved his hand. Granny Chio was holding a test tube filled with red, green and yellow poisons, her face calm, as if she didn't care at all about the chaos of last night. That kid is really good at hiding. He possessed the secret technique of the summoning detonator but kept it hidden until last night when he suddenly revealed it. Ebizo analyzed quietly. Luo Sha analyzed. Could it be that Konaha deliberately let him be captured by us so that we can raid the camp? Ebizo shook his head. No, if it was really Konaha's plan, there wouldn't be only this little loss. Grandma Chio laughed and said, we will meet again in the future, then we can catch him. Ebizo nodded. That's right, we must prepare a sealing jutsu this time. Just use my magnet style. I can catch him in an instant using the sealing technique combined with gold dust. Okay. We can also try to control him with illusion, although there are few illusion ninjas in Sand Shinobi, they do exist. Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Doctor, come quickly. Good. Liu Yun observed the surrounding environment. Inside a dark green tent, there were white beds lined up all around, and the smell of various medicines was mixed in. This is the temporary hospital of Konaha Camp. Advertisement. Liu Yun also observed the medical ninjas walking back and forth, as well as some ninjas wrapped in bandages. There were about 100 people, all gathered here, making a lot of noise. Liu Yun looked down at the bandages wrapped all over his upper body and the pair of patient pants he had changed into. Liu Yun, you're awake. Shizune, dressed in black, came over with a medical box. Liu Yun greeted. Shizune. They were classmates, so naturally they knew each other. Shizune placed the medical kit on Liu Yun's bedsheet and began to untie Liu Yun's bandages, looking at the scars all over the bedsheet. Shizune was somewhat sympathetic. How did you survive with all these injuries? Liu Yun said nothing and let Shizune treat his wounds. The wound hurt a lot, and Liu Yun wanted to cut his neck with a knife, but there were too many people, and the method was too shocking, which would scare Shizune. While applying the medicine, Shizune said, it was Hom's father who saved you. You were almost dying, but luckily the medical ninja arrived in time and saved your life. Then I really have to thank that medical ninja. Shizune smiled. I heard from them that your previous team was all killed. We classmates also thought you were dead. We didn't expect you to survive. By the way, how did you survive? Liu Yun was stunned. Konaha didn't know that he had been captured. The value of him as a civilian genin couldn't be any lower. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black robe and an Anbu mask appeared in front of Liu Yun. Konaha Anbu. Anbu's voice was cold. Liu Yun, I need to know where you are looking forward to during this month's break. Come with me? After Shizune applied the medicine, he stood up and stood in front of Liu Yun. He is still injured and can't move around freely. The Anbu man didn't even look at Shizune, he just grabbed Liu Yun's shoulder with one hand and took him away in an instant. Advertisement. Liu Yun. Inside a green tent, Anbu sat the bandaged Liu Yun on a chair and interrogated him like a criminal. Liu Yun told him what had happened. He said that he had been captured by Sand Shinobi and locked up in a prison. He heard that there was chaos in the Sand Shinobi camp last night and took the opportunity to escape. The Anbu people obviously didn't believe that a genin could escape from the Sand Shinobi's military stronghold. Moreover, a single genin would not attract the Sand Shinobi Anbu to hunt him down. Anbu directly casts an illusion. Let me see what you are hiding. A magical force invaded Liu Yun's mind, and Liu Yun's immortal system immediately became alert. Warn. Warn. An unknown energy has invaded the host's mind. Does the host activate the brain's self-defense system? I didn't expect that the undead system has its own mental defense system. But this is normal, after all, the undead system is hidden in his head. Yes. Liu Yun used his acting skills to pretend to be under an illusion. Anbu saw his somewhat empty eyes and nodded. His illusion could not be immediately removed even if Jonan was hit. Anbu immediately interrogated. Where have you been this month? I was captured by the Sand Shinobi and imprisoned in the Sand Shinobi prison. Did the Sand Shinobi interrogate you? They interrogated me, but I didn't have much information, so they thought it was of no value and left me alone. Anbu nodded. He had learned about Liu Yun in advance. He was a civilian ninja with no special skills and a genin at that. It was impossible for him to have any important information. So what happened last night? There were sounds of detonating tags exploding in the Sand Shinobi camp, and there were quite a few of them. Konaha's intelligence forces naturally saw what happened in Sununade last night, but they still haven't figured out which group launched a surprise attack on the Sand Shinobi. Chapter 11. Boys and girls in the medical camp. Liu Yun's brain was working, and he suddenly made up a story. There are two people wearing black clothes and red cloud suits. One of them is a woman with blue hair flying in the sky, constantly releasing detonating talismans, and the other one has orange-yellow hair, shouting to make others feel pain. It was these two who attacked the Sand Shinobi camp, and I was able to find a chance to escape. The Anbu man rubbed his chin. Liu Yun was the only person who knew the truth, and he was controlled by his illusion, so what he said could not be wrong. But it's also very strange. Who would go and make others suffer in the middle of the night? Is this something a normal person would do? Anbu shook his head and continued to wonder, why would the Sand Shinobi's Anbu chase you? What is hidden in you? Liu Yun's brain worked quickly, and he suddenly thought of something. I learned one of their secrets, the secret of the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Anbu's breathing suddenly quickened. Hurry up and tell me. It was Scorpion. He killed the third Kazekage and made him into a puppet. Liu Yun didn't see Anbu's expression, but the face behind the mask was definitely excited. I didn't expect to get such great information, haha, you little brat are really my lucky star. Regardless of whether the information about the third Kazecage's death is valuable or not, it is itself a huge piece of information, and this Anbu made a great contribution in an instant. Anbu formed seals with his hands, and the illusion on Liu Yun was immediately lifted. Liu Yun looked around in confusion, pretending to be very serious. Anbu felt a little better after getting valuable information. Liu Yun, your threat has been resolved. Stay in the camp and wait for new arrangements. After Anbu left instantly, Liu Yun slowly stood up and sneered. The B*************** D wanted to keep the information for himself and didn't even give him a sip of soup. However, even if Konaha obtained the information about the third Kazecage's death, it would be of no use. The battle that needs to be fought must still be fought, and at most it will just discuss the Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. Alas. The strongest Kazekage of your village was killed by a traitorous ninja. How pitiful. White eyes, open. Liu Yun's chakra flows through the eyes, and the white eyes open immediately. He looked around and saw that no one was coming here, so he took out a knife from the system space and cut his neck with it. Bite. You were killed by your own sword. Experience points increased by 4. After Liu Yun was resurrected, all the injuries on his body recovered and the previous pain disappeared. He looked at his abdominal muscles, revealing 8-pack muscles. They looked very strong, so strong that he could die 2,000 times from exhaustion without any problem. Liu Yun then wrapped the bandage and slowly walked towards the medical tent. Shizune was anxiously looking for Liu Yun, and when he saw Liu Yun, he immediately came over. Liu Yun. The Anbu people didn't bully you, did they? Liu Yun shook his head. They're so barbaric. Can't they ask questions here? They even dragged you, a patient, out. Liu Yun sneered in his heart. If he had an Uchiha or Sarutobi on his head, would Anbu be able to be so savage? After all, he is just a civilian ninja without a big boss to support him. It is even a question whether he can survive this war. The rule of the Konaha ninja clan would be marginalized even by the extremely talented 4th generation, and the situation would not be eased until the 5th generation came to power. Shizune said, come on, you still have a month to recover, you can't stand outside. Liu Yun let the cute black-haired girl pull him into the tent. Advertisement. At night, the patients in the tents were all idle, and when people are idle, they start to brag. Shizune had been busy all day and felt a little tired, but he couldn't find a place to sit, so he moved a bench from somewhere and leaned against Liu Yun's bed. The two talked about interesting things that happened in the class in the past. You don't know how cowardly Obito was at that time. I even advised him to write a love letter, but he kept hesitating and didn't dare to take action. The whole class knew that he liked Lin, and he thought he was hiding it very well. Shizune smiled, supporting his chin with his hands and complaining about Liu Yun. You are still the same, coming up with all kinds of weird ideas to harass Hong every day, and you still refuse to give up even after being beaten so badly by Asuma. Liu Yun curled his lips. I am so outstanding, of course I should show myself more. Shizune covered her mouth and snickered. You are excellent. You, Guy, and Obito have always been at the tail end of our class. Obito and Guy are better. Obito's fire style can spit out a small ball of fire, and Guy's taijutsu was the strongest in the ninja school at the time. As for you, Liu Yun, you don't seem to have any special skills. If being persistent can be considered as one of your strengths, then that happens to be your advantage. Shizune, you hurt my heart. Liu Yun boasted about his own battle record. You don't know how brave I was when I broke through the siege. I was alone in the Sand Shinobi camp and killed the Sand Shinobi 7 times. The Desert Eagle and Duping clan all died in my hands. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha hated me so much that his teeth itched. Old Lady Chio was almost D off and died. What Liu Yun said was half truth and half lie, but to Shizune it just sounded like bragging. Shizune did not refute, but supported his head and watched Liu Yun bragging quietly. The second day. Liu Yun was sleeping very soundly, like a dead pig, and even the singing and dancing around him could not wake him up. He was held captive by Sununade for a month, during which he was dissected. He was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep at night, although he was able to regain his strength after being resurrected from the dead. But people always feel weird if they don't sleep, just like forgetting to bring paper when doing something. It feels so good. Liu Yun stretched himself and rubbed his sleepy eyes slowly. He then found that there was a blanket on his back, which seemed to be Shizun's. It has been a long time since I had such a good sleep. Liu Yun felt a little numb all over his body. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't cut his neck. Chapter 12. I want to go to the front line. I want to step on the ninja clan. Wake up. The one-armed Chunin next to him saw Liu Yun standing up. Liu Yun nodded and accepted the greetings from his fellow patients. I've been sleeping all morning. Hey, how did you get hurt? Liu Yun folded the quilt on the bed and said casually, the Anbu of San Shinobi is chasing me. The one-armed Chunin clearly didn't believe it. He shook his broken arm and said, see, this is a symbol of a man's bravery. This was caused by the fourth Kazekage's magnet-style secret technique. Oh, so you are also a strong man. I have heard of you for a long time. Excuse me, may I ask your name? I am Yamashita Shigezaburo, the water ninja of Konaha. What a water. How much water can you have? Oh. I haven't heard of your honorific title yet, can you tell me? I am the immortal ninja of Konaha, the rose of the battlefield, the one who can dance with the heavens, Liu Yun. Hiss, it's so scary. Liu Yun was bragging to Fan Sanlang while opening his own system interface. He looked at his Chunin template, which had a few more changes than before. Open black lens bracket Chunin wood flowing cloud close black lens bracket. 8 items of ninja 2, Tai 2, illusion 1, wisdom 1, strength 1, speed 5, precision 1, seal 1. 4 chakra items chakra quantity, Chunin level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, yin attribute. Chakra control, 30% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, 30% proficiency. Bloodline limit Byakugan primary level. Advertisement. Ninja career basics theory 3, stealth 3, tracking 3, assassination 3, trap 3, poisoning 3. Forbidden technique multiple shadow clone technique proficiency 40%, opening of 8 inner gates proficiency 40%. Ninjutsu clone technique proficiency 100%, multiple shadow clone technique proficiency 40%, flickering technique proficiency 40%, fire style great fireball technique proficiency 60%, ventriloquism proficiency 80%, fire style dragon flame song technique proficiency 40%. Physical skills monkey stealing peaches proficiency 100%. Open black lens bracket illusion close black lens bracket none. Open black lens bracket evaluation close black lens bracket shocked face _O. An additional bloodline limit section has been added, and chakra control and chakra nature transformation have been improved due to the dragon flame song technique. He looked at his accumulated experience points again and found that they had all been used up the day before yesterday, leaving only the 4 points he had accumulated from his suicide yesterday. Liu Yun sat on the bed and made plans slowly. He especially needed war and needed Jonan to kill him to accumulate experience points. However, since being captured last time, Liu Yun has become more cautious. The secret of the immortal bloodline must be kept hidden for a while. Although it will be exposed one day, he needs to grow quickly during the time of hiding. Liu Yun needs to develop an illusion to cover up his resurrection when he dies. And Bayan, he can't always fight with a towel, so he also needs an illusion to cover it up. There is no experience value at this stage. Liu Yun can try different methods to commit suicide, but the efficiency is too low. There are only a few gains, and the gains will decrease if the same method is used more than once. He must get to the most dangerous front as soon as possible. How can he get them to send a genin to the most dangerous front? There is only one way to offend the ninja clan members. Liu Yun kept waiting, but instead of waiting for the ninja clan member, he waited for the cute Yuhi Kurenai. Shirihong came to visit Liu Yun with some fruits in her hand. Liu Yun, is your injury almost healed? After all, they were once classmates, and he was also the one who had been harassing her all the time. After not seeing him for a long time, Shirihong really missed him a little. Red. Liu Yun nodded, biting the apple that Shirihong had given him. Shizun walked to Liu Yun's bed with the medicine, saw Yuhikuren, greeted her, and then helped Liu Yun change the medicine. Liu Yun, how did you recover so quickly? Even the scar is gone. Liu Yun made up a lie. I might be a Senju, so it's normal for me to have high recovery ability. Advertisement, boast. Seeing that Liu Yun's injury was healed, Shirihong smiled and said, you recovered very quickly. I was really scared when you were like that at the beginning. At that time, Liu Yun was shirtless, his body was covered with bloodline, and there were several shurikens hanging on his back, which scared Shirihong very much. I haven't thanked your father yet, but it's all thanks to him. No need to thank me, we are all from the same village after all. Kurenai Yuhi sighed. Of the group of people who graduated, Obito, Lin and the others are in the Rain Country battlefield. Guy, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma are in the Mist Shinobi battlefield. Only Shizun, you, me, and Asuma are left in the River Country battlefield. Liu Yun didn't say anything, but Fan Saburo beside him snorted softly. Sending civilian children to the battlefield and letting the children of the ninja clan do logistics, the village really has a good policy. Yuhi Kurenai was confused and had no idea what the one-armed Chunin was complaining about. Liu Yun thought about it carefully. There were not many ninjas in their class. Only Obito and Asuma were ninjas. All those who died during graduation were children of common people. There are also children from other classes of the ninja clan who are doing logistics in the rear, and even if they go to the battlefield, they will not go to the front line. The ninja clan has to face things besides death and paying taxes. His predecessor thought that he was special and that the village was targeting him because of his father, but in fact, he was overthinking it. The village leaders didn't pay any attention to him at all. Fan Sanlang wanted to complain, but when he noticed someone passing by, he immediately shut his mouth. Hong, are you still not ready? We still have to go on patrol? The tall child shouted. Oh, got it, Asuma. Yuhi Kurenai responded. Asuma put his hands in his pockets and approached Liu Yun's bed in a nonchalant manner. He suddenly sneered. I heard that you were captured by the Sand Shinobi, but you were able to escape back. You are really lucky. Asuma really hates Ryun, who keeps pestering Kurenai Yuhi. He wants to beat him up every time he sees him in the ninja school, but Ryun just keeps pestering Kurenai Yuhi and he can't get rid of him. Yuhi Kurenai was a little angry. Asuma, we are all classmates, why do you say that? Asuma sneered. A civilian genin, I wonder if he can return alive. Even if his words were excessive, so what? A ninja clan member, isn't this a visit? And he's the son of the Hokage. If you offend him, won't you be sent to the place with the strongest smell of blood? Liu Yun's suicidal heart was burning madly. Liu Yun moistened his throat, and Erzuzi's sense of language was added to his body. Hey, isn't this the son of the Hokage? Why? Are you here to gain seniority? After all, your father is the Hokage, and it's not right for him to stay in the village all the time. Asuma looked at Liu Yun in disbelief. It was the first time someone spoke to him like that. What did you say? Chapter 13 How long can I live after stepping on Asuma? Shizune shuddered in the back, picking at Ryun's flesh with his nails to silence him. Fan Saburo next to him was also stunned, offending the son of the Hokage among the ninja clan. It's a werewolf, could it be that what he said yesterday was true? Liu Yun stood up, ignoring Shizune's obstruction from behind, walked in front of Asuma and confronted him quietly. Asuma was a head taller than Liu Yun, and Shizune's worry became even stronger. The noise in the big tent slowly died down, and all the patients and medical ninjas turned their eyes here. A civilian genin, challenging the son of the Hokage? Asuma uttered word by word. What were you just saying? Liu Yun sneered, then looked straight at Asuma. Have you ever been on a battlefield? Have you ever cut anyone down? Have you ever seen a dead person? Can you tell me how many ninja fights you have experienced? Asuma seemed to be stunned. He had been here for almost 2 months and had never killed anyone or experienced a ninja battle. It's like a leader comes here to inspect the construction site. Liu Yun put his hands on his hips and sneered. No, not a single one. Look. This is the son of the Hokage. He suddenly pointed at his bandage again. Do you have one? Do you have a wound on your body? Asuma remained stunned, his body trembling slightly, as if he was suppressing something. You don't. All you have is the title of Sarutobi's son. All you have is the arrogance of the son of the Hokage. Liu Yun grabbed Asuma by the collar and said, What were you complaining about just now? Are you ashamed that I was captured? Is my escape from death bothering you? Do you know how many people are still captured in the Sand Shinobi camp? What kind of pain are they suffering every day? If you were really the son of the Hokage, you should have gone and rescued those people instead of playing patrol games in the back. Shizune and Yuhi Kurenai seemed to be stunned when they heard Ryun's words. They were captured in the enemy camp and endured pains that could not be described in textbooks. Liu Yun's words pierced Asuma's heart. Asuma's face darkened. What do you, a civilian genin, know? With your strength, what role can you play on the battlefield? Unable to argue with Liu Yun, he began to belittle his abilities. Oh, Liu Yun chuckled and turned to walk out of the tent. Come out, it's too cramped inside, and I can't step on your head. Liu Yun. Shizune shouted worriedly from behind. In his impression, the opponent couldn't even use the transformation technique, so how could he be a match for Asuma, the top student in the class? Asuma sneered. He was indeed forced into a corner by the other party's words just now. Advertisement, but so what? A weak person has no right to judge him. Yuhi Kurenai grabbed Asuma's sleeve and said, Asuma, forget it. Liu Yun's injury hasn't healed yet, and he can't be your opponent. Snort. Asuma snorted and didn't listen. He thought Liu Yun just wanted to show off in front of Yuhi Kurenai. Asuma strode forward, the sneer still on his face. Shizune and Kurenai followed closely behind. Fan Sanlang picked up his IV bottle, tiptoed to the curtain at the entrance of the tent, and stuck his head out to take a peek. Not only him, many people also want to see the results. Yuhi Kurenai's team was guarding outside, one of them was from Nara's clan, and the one guiding the Jonan was Yuhi Shinku, who was an elite Jonan. Yuhi Shinku leaned against a tree trunk, looked at Ryun and Asuma who were confronting each other, and shook her head. What Ryun said was correct, the son of the Hokage did have privileges, he was a Jonan who accompanied the prince to study. But it can't be said so bluntly, or even said out loud. Don't comment on matters involving the village's high-ranking officials. Many civilian ninjas have died because of this. The children of the Nara clan looked at Yuhi Kurenai who was trying to stop her but couldn't, and smiled. You've already caused trouble before you even became a beauty. Yuji, sorry, I almost forgot Hong is the teacher's daughter. Yuhi Shinku released her arms. I'll go watch them, to prevent Asuma from hitting too hard. Nara Yuji smiled, and a gleam of light flashed in his wise eyes. That's not necessarily true. Shihi Zhenhong turned her head and looked at him. Didn't the teacher say that he escaped from the San Shinobi Anbu? Shihi Zhenhong stopped and did not move forward. Asuma took out a kunai and looked at Liu Yun with a sneer, but Liu Yun just stood there quietly, with bandages on his upper body and a faint smile on his face. Unarmed, yet still standing high in the sky. What are you relying on? Asuma was angry. Liu Yun used to be timid and didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. Now, Asuma could no longer find himself in the other's eyes. Asuma made up his mind and leapt forward, watching as the kunai was about to pierce Liu Yun. Advertisement, Liu Yun. Shizune and Yuhi Kurenai closed their eyes together, unable to bear to see the scene of Liu Yun being stabbed and bleeding. It was quiet, without any sound of screaming or fighting. The two girls opened their eyes at the same time, and then their pupils dilated to their maximum. Liu Yun stepped hard on Asuma's head, second kill. Nara Yuji commented in detail. He jumped away the moment Asuma stabbed him, and then stepped on Asuma's head. This speed and reaction ability are worthy of being someone who escaped from San Shinobi Anbu. Everyone underestimated him. His taijutsu skills are now at the level of Chunin. What did he go through during the month he was held captive? Yuhi Shinku didn't say anything and just kept looking at Asuma, who was being stepped on the ground. The first time in the history of Konaha village that a commoner had his shoes imprinted on the face of the Hokage's son was beyond description. Asuma was chewing on the mud, having difficulty breathing, and tried hard to break free, but was pinned to the ground by that foot. Look, this is the son of the Hokage. Even if he was born into a family of goshawks, he can't escape the fate of eating mud. Damn it. Asuma's arms were throbbing with veins and he dug his fingers violently into the soil. As proud as he was trampled under the feet of his peers and didn't even have the strength to struggle. How is this possible? Liu Yun had never been his opponent before, so how could he be his opponent now? Good job. Fan Sanlang was so excited by what he saw that he wanted to pull out his own sperm and follow Liu Yun to try out the feeling of stepping on the ninja clan's children. Yuhi Shinku was about to take action to stop Asuma's embarrassment, but a green figure was faster than him. Liu Yun suddenly stepped back, and was faced with a young man wearing a green vest, without a family emblem, and not a member of the ninja clan. Don't be so rude to Master Asuma. Liu Yun smiled and said, a servant of the Sarutobi family, what a good dog. The green-skinned Chunin's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? I say. Are ninja bones easy to lick? Damn it. The green-skinned Chunin immediately formed seals and rushed forward in an instant, holding a kunai that was shining with cold light in his hand. He really wanted to kill Liu Yun. 8 inner gates, open. Liu Yun put his 4 fingers together in front of him, and the endless chakra in his body was quickly released. Chapter 14 Sarutobi's family immediately arranged multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, there was a bang bang sound of white smoke, and more than 70 shadow clones surrounded the flowing clouds. Some stand on trees, some surround clouds, and some stand on tents. Nara Yuji stood up suddenly. Forbidden technique. How is it possible? How can a genin master the forbidden technique? Shihi Shinku stood up and tried to look at it. It's not an illusion, it's a real shadow clone. How did he separate so many shadow clone? How can he have such chakra at this age? The green-skinned Chunin stopped rushing forward and looked at the large group of shadow clones surrounding Liu Yun in disbelief. Asuma, with his mouth full of mud, still caught a glimpse of a large group of shadow clones. Liu Yun. Just one glance and you can tell the difference between heaven and earth. Liu Yun gave an order. Let this ninja dog taste the iron fist of the people. If the door is not opened, the maximum limit of Liu Yun is 50, but if the door is open to burn body strength, there will be about 70. The longer the door is open and the longer it burns, the more shadow clone will appear. Ulla. Shadow clones rushed forward in large numbers from all directions, and the green-skinned Chunin were completely overwhelmed and didn't even have a chance to perform ninjutsu. It wasn't long before he was beaten down by the group. Asuma just lay on the ground. Although he was able to move, he had no intention of standing up again. Because it's so embarrassing. Liu Yun walked over slowly, and a figure stood in front of Asuma. It was Yuhi Shinku, who was a Jonan. Liu Yun, that's enough. Liu Yun turned and left. Just because he could defeat Chunin, it didn't mean he could defeat Jonan. Moreover, Yuhi Shinku had saved him before, so today, Ryun would give him, the elite Jonan, some face. Nara Yuji said with some regret. He is indeed a good seedling, but it's a pity that he offended the son of the Sarutobi family. His life is over. Liu Yun walked towards the tent and Shizune came up to him, worry written all over his face. Liu Yun, you have offended the Sarutobi family. You will definitely have a hard time in the future. Liu Yun shook his head. It doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable, I just don't like these ninjas. They're so arrogant all the time, as if they treat us as their slaves. Liu Yun glanced at the silent Yuhakuren without saying anything. He then took Shizune into the tent and slowly got out of Yuhakuren's sight. Flow, advertisement. Shirihong stretched out her hand, trying to hold on to something but couldn't. Liu Yun had become a stranger, and the feeling of clinging to him was no longer there. Liu Yun entered the tent and his fellow patients dispersed in large numbers, looking at him as if he were a plague god. If you offend the Hokage's son, you should find a place to dig his grave. Liu Yun chuckled and didn't care about the looks of these mediocre people. No wonder the civilian ninjas in Konaha village are always suppressed by the ninja clan. If everyone was more united, would they be constantly bullied by the ninja clan? Even if I have to carry a hoe, I will still stand up and sing, and send those high-handed ninjas into the garbage dump like Miss Shinobi. Liu Yun returned to his bed. As he tilted his head to look, Fan Sanlang silently raised his only remaining arm and gave him a thumbs up. Liu Yun smiled. In the central tent of the Konaha camp, Asuma was angrily hitting a wooden golem stake. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That damn Liu Yun actually stepped on my head. I. Asuma's fist was covered in blood, but he still fought stubbornly. Next to him was the green-skinned Chunin from before, his face still swollen, and he kept his head down, not daring to look at Asuma. Suddenly, a tall figure brushed past the curtain of the tent and slowly walked in. Elder Hirasawa. The green-skinned Chunin immediately knelt on one knee. Sarutobi Hirasawa looked at Asuma, who was furious in impotence. It is indeed embarrassing to be killed instantly by a civilian genin. This incident has spread throughout the entire Konaha camp, and Asuma has become a laughing stock. Bang, bang, bang. Asuma fought even harder, and it seemed as if there was fire in his eyes. Sarutobi Hirasawa suddenly smiled, turned around and walked out of the tent with the green-skinned Chunin. The green-skinned Chunin looked at the smile on Sarutobi Hirasawa's lips and felt a little confused. Sarutobi Hirasawa didn't even look at him, but gently lowered his head to look at the thousands of tents standing in the forest below. Asuma is just too laid back. It would be good if he gets hit a little bit. This would motivate him more. The green-skinned Chunin said, Elder Hirasawa, do you want to get rid of that guy? Sarutobi Hirasawa smiled and said, as a ninja, you can't even bear this? The green-skinned Chunin lowered his head and followed Sarutobi Hirasawa slowly towards the command and operations center. On the way, the green-skinned Chunin couldn't help but express his murderous intent towards Liu Yun. Elder Pingze, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals. Do you want to investigate the forbidden technique on Liu Yun? Advertisement. Sarutobi Hirasawa paced and shook his head gently. He will go to Area A in a few days. Let's talk about it when he comes back. The green-skinned Chunin looked up. Area A, the front line of the battlefield in Kawanokuni, a bloody place that would make even Jonan's legs numb. In other words, once Liu Yun was sent to this place, there was no chance of coming back. Sarutobi Hirasawa's back was gloomy and scary. A commoner dares to step on the head of a noble. This is not acceptable. It is absolutely not acceptable. The grave in Area A is just right for him. Ninjas sometimes have to endure, but the dignity of the ninja clan cannot be trampled upon by civilians at will. On this day, Liu Yun was practicing in the forest at the edge of the Konaha camp. Liu Yun has been here for more than a month, but he has never really practiced. The host is currently practicing. The system is starting the practice progress template. Liu Yun was stunned and immediately jumped down from the inverted tree. Open the system interface and see a brand new template. There was nothing above. Liu Yun immediately jumped back onto the tree, and the controlled chakra attached to the tree. The panel changed, and suddenly there was an additional chakra control training progress 20%. Ryun's Chunin template chakra control is exactly 20% proficiency. Liu Yun jumped down and immediately opened the door of 8 inner gates. There is one more item on the panel, 8 inner gates opening practice progress 40%. It's interesting. I can directly see my progress in cultivation. Liu Yun smiled and continued to open the door, letting his body burn and producing more chakra. After opening the door and burning for a minute, Liu Yun felt hot all over and the moisture in his body was almost drying up, so he quickly formed seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. The sound of smoke explosions was heard, and 120 shadow clones immediately appeared at the spot. Liu Yun lay weakly on the ground. He was the only one who dared to practice this method of burning life energy. It was absolutely fatal. Might Guy, Rock Lee, and Naruto couldn't even think about it. The 2 shadow clones pulled Liu Yun up. Liu Yun pointed at his shadow clone and said, 20 of you go practice the Great Fireball technique, 20 of you go practice the Dragon Flame singing technique, 20 of you go figure out the techniques of practicing taijutsu, and the rest go practice the instant body technique. Okay, boss. The shadow clones all dispersed and went to practice with their respective missions. Chapter 15. Shizun's operation to save Ryukumo. Liu Yun leaned against the tree trunk alone, slowly recovering his strength. He was not idle either. He opened his system interface and looked at the practice template above. A shadow clone who was practicing the Great Fireball technique released a small fireball which immediately exploded, and the experience returned to Liu Yun. Liu Yun looked at the training panel. Fire-style Great Fireball technique training progress 60%, suddenly change. 0.05% was added after 60%, and groups of fire-style training shadow clones exploded again. Plus 0.05%, plus 0.05%, plus 0.05%. In the end, Liu Yun got 1% experience out of thin air. Liu Yun murmured to himself, this speed is a bit slow. In order for Liu Yun to accumulate 100% of the experience, he needs to create 800 shadow clones. Leveling up by beheading is so cool, but practicing is a bit slow. Fortunately, you can use experience points to gain points, and 1 point can be exchanged for 1%. Liu Yun then shook his head. The function of his system was to gain experience by being killed. It was not a simple cultivation system. Liu Yun asked the undead system again. System, what will happen when the progress of ninjutsu training reaches 100%? The system immediately replied, host's proficiency in ninjutsu will reach the next stage, reduction of seals. Liu Yun was stunned and reduced the number of hand seals. Ninja's spells required hand seals, and they would not work without hand seals. However, hand seals would waste time and good opportunities to fight. Just like the water dragon bomb technique, which has about 40 seals, only Kakashi, who has been single for more than 20 years, has that kind of hand speed. But people like Senju Tobirama and Jonan Kosake can reduce the number of hand seals and the power of the technique will not be reduced. This is the effect of being familiar with ninjutsu. It can be said that the fewer seals you make, the better, or even no seals at all. Just put your hands together and the seal will come. Liu Yun thought for a moment and immediately realized the benefits of raising his ninjutsu proficiency to the maximum level. The next stage is to reduce the seals. In the next stage, the spell will be cast with one hand. In the next stage, there will even be no seals. It really came as soon as the chapter was delivered. There is no limit to the familiarity of ninjutsu. You can transfer from your mouth to your hands, your feet, or even all 361 chakra points on your body. More importantly, if the flickering technique does not require hand seals, wouldn't it be a low-profile version of Flying Thunder God? Advertisement. Liu Yun couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful design. Another large amount of ninjutsu experience flooded into Liu Yun's mind. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique training progress 40% plus 1%. Instant body technique training progress 40 plus 1%. Shadow clone collectively developed taijutsu successfully. Shadow clone named itself successfully. Open black lens bracket head to shuriken close black lens bracket is included in the ninja clan's taijutsu scroll. All the information poured into Liu Yun's mind, and he felt like he was about to explode. He immediately cut his neck with a slash of sword. After he was resurrected, he watched in silence as Shadow Clone developed the physical skills. Head to shuriken, is this to make him die faster? Shadow Clone really understands his thoughts. After a few more days, Liu Yun had mastered all of his ninjutsu to 100%, and became more proficient in performing the ninjutsu he had mastered. At the same time, the ninjutsu on the template also changed. For example, the instant body technique reduces printing proficiency by 10%. Liu Yun began to form seals. This time he added a high seal. Unexpectedly, he could actually perform the instant body technique. Liu Yun smiled. If he became more familiar with the situation, he would be able to reduce the number of seals by half and get more opportunities to fight. But Liu Yun was confused. Why did he want to fight for a good opportunity? He was the kind of person who wanted to die. The instant body technique can help people kill others quickly. Liu Yun. A clear voice caught Liu Yun's attention. Liu Yun turned around and found that it was Shizune holding a ninja appointment form. It finally came. Liu Yun's body was almost numb and he really wanted to go to the battlefield and be hacked to death. Shizune's face was full of panic, and she kept complaining to Liu Yun. I told you not to offend Asuma, now you are assigned to Area A, which is the most dangerous front line. Liu Yun smiled at the girl's concerned expression, and suddenly Pain's sense of language was added. I want to understand pain. Only by understanding the pain of war can I become stronger and stand above the eyes of the ninja clan. The girl shook her head speechlessly, not knowing what had happened to Liu Yun that made him want to seek death and feel the pain. Shizune grabbed Liu Yun's clothes and took out a kunai from his waist. You are really crazy. Let me stab you so that you will be seriously injured and don't have to go to the front line. Liu Yun was stunned. The girl's method was really brilliant, but he turned and ran. Advertisement, Liu Yun, wait, let me stab you, this way I can save you. The girl held a kunai and kept chasing Liu Yun's figure, and her words made people feel chilled. On the second day, Liu Yun was dressed neatly in a small tent where he was assigned, with the Konaha forehead protector he had been given tied on his head. Liu Yun looked at himself in the small mirror. He had short black hair, a low-necked black short-sleeved top, and white shorts. He carries a ninja sword on his back, kunai sets tied on his thighs, and a ninja tool bag behind his butt, standard ninja equipment. Liu Yun looked into his own pair of dark eyes, which contained within them the determination to make people feel pain. His current temperament has the arrogance of Jigokudani and the condescending attitude of Pain Tendo. In short, he has an impulsive temperament that makes people want to beat him up. Compared to his previous self who died in a cowardly way, Liu Yun has undergone tremendous changes in just 1 month. Liu Yun opened the curtain of the tent and a kunai came towards him, but Liu Yun easily grabbed Shizune's hand. Shizune's words were filled with regret. Don't you value your life? Isn't it better to just lie in bed? Liu Yun shook his head. Death is chasing me. If I hesitate, I will become mediocre. Liu Yun let go of Shizune, and Shizune lowered his head and remained silent. The moon is high, and ninjas are a group of people who survive in the darkness. Liu Yun looked at the dark world. Too many ties will make me confused. Strong thoughts and cherished thoughts will only make me weaker. I have already closed my eyes. The dark ninja world is waiting for me. Shit. Fan Saburo walked by quietly, dragging one arm. This place was a gathering place for recuperating ninjas, and he also lived here. I really don't know why you work so hard. We civilian ninjas can just spend our days on the battlefield. Even if you have made great contributions, the rewards you get will be divided up by those ninja clans. Liu Yun ignored him and slowly walked towards the dark forest. Hey, is there anyone else at home? No more. Then I will erect a monument for you, and come every year to pay tribute to you, the warrior who trampled upon the son of the Hokage. There was silence all around, and the flowing clouds had long disappeared. Liu Yun, you must come back alive, Shizune yelled into the dark forest. Oh. Chapter 16 I dance in a forest full of traps. Liu Yun jumped on the branches in the forest for about 10 minutes, and was suddenly attracted by the practice of several people in the forest. Liu Yun looked carefully and saw that it was Yuhi Shinku who was guiding his 3 genins in their training. When Shi Ri Hong saw Liu Yun, she immediately greeted him, Liu Yun. 3 shurikens flew quickly towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun knew they were thrown by Asuma without even looking at them, and he easily left in an instant. Asuma, what are you doing? Yuhi Kurenai tried to stop her. Asuma held a kunai and chased after Liu Yun. Liu Yun, stop, I am no longer the same person after learning how to climb trees with chakra. I will return all the insults you have inflicted on me. Liu Yun stood on a branch and glanced at him lightly. His goal of stepping on the Hokage's son had been achieved. Asuma was no longer of any value to him. Liu Yun formed a hand seal and left instantly, not even leaving a gust of wind for Asuma. Ah, come back. Liu Yun's disregard made Asuma even angrier. Nara Yuji sighed and said, the instant body technique, the seals are formed so quickly, what a pity. Shihong was a little confused. What a pity. Nara Yuji looked at the confused Yuhi Kurenai and the angry Asuma, and felt angry at his own inability to even catch up with the other party. He smiled and said, don't you know the direction he went? What is that place? Yuhi's big red eyes seemed to be able to speak, making Nara Yuji sigh at the girl's ability to cause trouble in the future. He glanced at Shi Ri Genhong, who was looking in the direction where Liu Yun had left, as if lamenting the fall of a genius. Seeing that the other party did not stop him, Nara Yuji continued, that is the front line of the war. There are endless assassinations and attacks every day. Even the special Jonan has a survival rate of only 50%. Yuhi Kurenai covered her mouth with a look of disbelief on her face. But Liu Yun is not even a Chunin? Nara Yuji glanced at Asuma gently. That's why I said it's a pity, isn't it? Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head. Why? Why did the village send him to the most dangerous front line? No one spoke. As if realizing something, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly looked up at Asuma. For the first time, she felt that this friend was so strange, and at the same time, the peaceful Konaha village seemed to hide countless black Uzumaki. Asuma turned his head and clenched his fists tightly. Although he did not participate in the Sarutobi family's mobilization of Liu Yun, he must have had the idea of getting rid of the other party in his mind. But this thought faded a little as he became stronger through practice in the past few days, and Asuma gradually realized his former arrogance. Liu Yun's words made Asuma ponder at night. In the past, he was too arrogant, and people around him would consider his title as the son of Hokage before speaking to them. Asuma looked at Yuhi Shinku seriously. Liu Yun is a man who fought on the battlefield, so he became so strong in a short time. Teacher, I also want to go to the battlefield. Yuhi Shinku sighed. Asuma, you have finally grown up a little. The Musha front is 40 kilometers away from the Konaha camp. It is a very quiet forest. Silence represents the murderous intent hidden in the shadows. Advertisement you can vaguely see the big trees burned to charcoal by the flames, the remnants of the explosion on the ground, the faint smell of blood in the air, and the lingering vultures in the sky. Liu Yun stood on a tree trunk, looking carefully at the map on the ninja appointment list. Only now did he realize that he could not recognize Konaha's secret map at all. I don't even know where I've gone. Forget it, never mind, let's keep moving forward. Liu Yun put the map back into the system space and continued running. Suddenly, when he was jumping over a tree trunk, he touched something like a string. Bang! The power of the detonating talisman's explosion swept across Liu Yun, and Liu Yun was instantly blown into several pieces. Liu Yun finally determined his position. He had run to the very center of the battle line. Bite. You were killed by the explosive talisman of the special Jonan Kageda Hanpei. Experience points plus 60 points. I think I discovered something incredible. After a puff of white smoke, Liu Yun felt relaxed. He licked his lips and felt like he was back on the battlefield again, just like when he was fighting in the browser. Liu Yun stretched his whole body and looked at his white shorts. His clothes were all torn to pieces, so why were his pants okay? Is it necessary to block these censored things? The system's voice sounded. Host, please don't worry about these details. Liu Yun shook his head. This was just like the question in Dragon Ball. Why can't the Saiyan's pants be torn apart by beating their pants? Why can't the Hulk wear pants that never tear apart? The more I think about it, the more headache I get. White eyes, open. Liu Yun immediately rolled his eyes and looked towards the forest. There were too many traps, detonating talismans, shurikens, steel wires, and poison all around him. Not only was Liu Yun not afraid, but he raised his upper body and howled to the sky. Ha ha ha. Just let me feel the pain of war. The flowing clouds suddenly rushed forward and began to dance in the forest. Bang. Bite. You were killed by the explosive talisman of the special Jonan Kageda Hanpei. Experience points plus 50. Bite. You were shot by the poison needle of the special Jonan Kageda Hanpei and died of poisoning. Experience points plus 50. Bite. You were shot by the shuriken of the Chunin uniform department. Experience points plus 30. Bite. You were cut by the steel wire of the special Jonan Kageda Hanpei and died. experience points plus 50. Advertisement. As Liu Yun was dying, he suddenly remembered this special Jonan, Jingtian Hanpei. This man was very good at setting traps, which was probably why he was selected as a special Jonan. The traps he set were very hidden, and if Liu Yun didn't open his wide eyes, he would definitely fall into it. But he would still be hit even if he rolled his eyes, and it can only be said that he was hit more often. Liu Yun rushed through the forest, and after an hour, his experience points could only increase by 10 units. Liu Yun stopped immediately. He had already cleared out the traps set by Jingtian Banping and several Chunin. He looked at the experience points he had accumulated, which had reached 2,250 points. Liu Yun immediately entered the system interface and first spent 250 points on the essence on his Chunin template, increasing his attributes by 5 points. He had previously thought about hiding his Byakugan bloodline and his immortality, so he needed 2 illusions. Ryun has Yin chakra attributes, which is enough for a beginner in Genjutsu, and he was also promoted from Genin all-powerful to Chunin. Now, Liu Yun has raised his mental strength to the middle level of Chunin. Therefore, he already has the talent to learn illusion. Liu Yun clicked on the interface of the ninjutsu development card. The remaining 2,000 experience points are just enough to exchange for an advanced illusion development card and a low-level illusion development card. Advanced illusion development card exchange successful. The low-level illusion development card has been exchanged successfully. Liu Yun took a high-level illusion development card and immediately said, "Develop an illusion for me that hides the secret of my immortality, so that I can immediately turn into smoke when I am injured, so that others can't tell whether I am dead or not." The secret of immortality cannot be hidden any longer. Liu Yun needs a large number of deaths to accumulate experience points, so it is better to conceal it. This kind of simulated elemental escape technique does exist in the ninja world. The water transformation of the Kazuna clan is a good explanation, which will reduce the greed of those in the village with ulterior motives. The advanced illusion development card has been successfully triggered. According to the host's request, illusion development has begun. Development progress 0%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. The illusion has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Let's call it the smoke illusion. Naming successful. A-level illusion technique, smoke illusion technique, including the ninja sect illusion scroll. A group of memories invaded Liu Yun's mind, and Liu Yun immediately learned the smoke illusion technique. There are 2 types of illusions, real illusions and false illusions. Real illusions are similar to clone technique, which are visible to everyone but are illusory, just like the mirage of second Mizukage's Hazuka Genjutsu. As for the false illusion, only one person can see it, just like being in a dream. The smoke illusion of flowing clouds is a real illusion, just like the dark technique. When you see darkness, it is actually a way of using light. Chapter 17. How should Liu Yun, who rushed into the Sand Shinobi cave, die? Liu Yun suddenly stabbed his own abdomen with a knife, but no blood spurted out, instead white smoke came out. In fact, there was blood, but it was obscured by the smoke. Liu Yun laughed. This could explain a lot of things in the future. After all, being able to be resurrected infinitely and being immortal was really shocking. Orochimaru is so greedy. Then Liu Yun used a low-level illusion development card to develop an illusion that could prevent Liu Yun from using the Byakugan. The illusion was developed successfully. Please name the host. It's called the Iris illusion. Naming successful. D-level illusion included in the ninja illusion scroll. Like the smoke illusion, the Iris illusion is also a real illusion. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan, exchanged some experience points for a mirror from little Sakura, and looked into his own eyes. At first, the eyes were white. When Liu Yun performed the Iris illusion, the eyes would immediately change into ordinary black eyes. At the same time, the Iris illusion also had the effect of covering up the blue veins on the face. This way, Liu Yun won't be discovered when he rolls his eyes in front of others in the future. Liu Yun turned and looked at the forest filled with smoke. This kind of movement would definitely attract the Sand Shinobi and Konaha's people on the front line. He had to find Konaha's defense position as soon as possible. On a hidden tree trunk, Liu Yun's white eyes suddenly discovered a black secret code, which pointed in a direction. Liu Yun didn't say anything, formed a seal and teleported in that direction instantly. Not long after, Liu Yun came to a hidden hill. The moonlight slanted down, shining on a cave covered by green vines. Inside the cave, the yellow candlelight was dim, but people's breathing was heavy. The leading Jonan listened carefully on the rock wall of the cave. The elite Chunin nearby asked, "What's going on? Did someone trigger the trap?" But even if it was triggered, it can't be on such a large scale. The Jonan guessed, maybe the wild animals in the forest were frightened and ran around everywhere. A child suddenly emerged from the vines at the entrance of the cave, shirtless and holding an appointment form in his hand. In an instant, the 30 or so ninjas in the cave focused their attention on Liu Yun, and the air was filled with murderous intent. Konaha's ninja. Liu Yun felt something was wrong and looked carefully at the forehead protectors on the heads of these ninjas. They were the forehead protectors of the Sand Shinobi. Oops. I went to the wrong place. Outside the cave, he only noticed a group of chakra groups with his white eyes, and broke in without taking a closer look at their attire. This is consistent with his fighting style, which is extremely reckless. "Excuse me, I'll leave right away." Advertisement. Liu Yun said politely, turned around and ran away. About 30 shurikens came through the wind, and Liu Yun's head successfully triggered the shurikens. About 10 shurikens hit his head, and his body was pierced by the shurikens. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yun was shot into a pool of rotten meat. Bite. You were killed by several Sunagakure ninjas with shuriken, experience points plus 100. San Shinobi's calm look was replaced by a look of surprise. There was not a drop of blood on Liu Yun's body from the scratches from the shuriken, and white smoke was surrounding the wounds on his body. At the moment when San Shinobi was stagnant, Liu Yun came back to life, put the shuriken on his body back into the system space, and ran away in an instant with a hand seal. The leading Jonan became interested and waved his hand. Chase, that boy's secret technique is a bit weird. In an instant, the vines at the entrance of the cave were broken through by several figures. 8 inner gates, open. Liu Yun opened the door and exerted his body's energy to the limit. All of his chakra was concentrated on the soles of his feet, over-consuming chakra to escape. This was his second time escaping, so he had some experience. White eyes, open. Liu Yun opened his Baikayan and looked back. 500 meters away from him, a group of cold-blooded San Shinobi were chasing him with knives in hand, like a pack of wolves hunting grass beasts. After all, Jonan's flickering technique is stronger than Chunin's. Even if Ryun uses flickering technique at full capacity, he will still be able to close the distance with them. Liu Yun turned around and formed multiple shadow clone seals. In an instant, more than 80 shadow clones emerged from his body. The leader Jonan at the back saw this and couldn't help but be surprised. So many shadow clone, does he have so much chakra? What to do? The leader Jonan ordered. Separate yourselves and chase. The black scorpion has a strong sense of perception. I will summon it. About 20 ninjas divided into several groups and chased shadow clone in different directions of escape. Liu Yun ran about 200 meters when Bayan suddenly noticed a bulge of earth rising from below. Then a giant scorpion the size of a 2-story building crawled out, exuding a negative, malicious chakra. Squeak. Liu Yun jumped suddenly and jumped over the giant scorpion. The big scorpion's tail was extremely flexible. With an easy swing, the sharp poisonous needle on its tail pierced through Liu Yun's back and directly hung him under the moonlight. Bite. You were killed by the sting of the high-level summoning beast black scorpion. Experience points plus 100. Thick white smoke came out of Liu Yun's body and he was instantly resurrected. He immediately exchanged for 60 detonating talismans and covered their entire body with them. Black Scorpion, be careful, Jonan, the leader of the San Shinobi, shouted loudly. Burst. Advertisement. The violent explosion was concentrated at one point, like a huge fireball in the air, instantly blowing the black scorpion's tail apart. Bite. You were killed by your own detonating tag, experience points plus 2. A cloud of smoke instantly condensed into a flowing cloud, and the flowing cloud's door and white eyes opened at the same time, and it rushed in the opposite direction of San Shinobi again. The leader of the San Shinobi, Jonan, immediately summoned his summoning beast back, then exploded to twice the speed and followed the flowing cloud steadily. San Shinobi's feet seemed to be harnessing the wind, and he quickly caught up with the flowing clouds. Liu Yun noticed him with his white eyes, turned around, and formed seals with his hands. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball was launched suddenly, and it was about to hit the San Shinobi. San Shinobi's mouth turned cold, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. In the Baikugan world, San Shinobi has a tremendous amount of chakra condensed within his body. This made Liu Yun realize that it was a very powerful wind style. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Wind style suppression. The powerful wind cannon was spit out from San Shinobi's mouth, even forming an airburst in the air, blowing out Ryun's great fireball in the blink of an eye. Huff, huff, huff. A strong wind blew, and all the tree roots within 100 meters were uprooted, and the raging wind destroyed everything in an instant. Such a powerful wind-style flowing cloud could not be avoided at all and could only be cut into pieces by the compressed tornado blade. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Umekita using wind style, experience points plus 250. I didn't expect that Umekitana was quite powerful. He was even half as strong as Ross's magnet-style secret technique, and his strength was comparable to Anbu's elite Jonan. The flowing cloud turned into a cloud of smoke, quickly revived, and continued to move forward. Seeing that Liu Yun was unharmed, Umekita paused for a moment, and the ninja who was chasing him from behind caught up with Umekita. Captain, what's going on with that little brat from Konaha? Umekita is well informed and analyzed. It is similar to the water transformation secret technique of the Kazuna clan. Conventional physical attacks will not work on him. Then what should we do? Asked the ninja under Umamoto. Umekita continued coldly, keep chasing him. He's just a kid. How much chakra can he have? His secret technique won't last long. New, Umekita reminded, Amai, you are an Earth-style ninja. You will use your Earth-style to lock him up later. Understood, Captain. Liu Yun fled for another 10 minutes, but was delayed for a while by San Shinobi's summoning beast, allowing the chasing ninja to use wind style on Liu Yun several times. Chapter 18 Fire Style. Ash Burning. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Umekita using wind style, experience points plus 240. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he immediately opened the system interface, his eyes lit up, and he instantly exchanged for a fire style ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu fire style, Ash Burning exchange successful. Ash burning is a fire-style ninjutsu used by Asuma, which can spit out a cloud of smoke like gunpowder from his mouth, which then explodes, causing continuous high temperature and explosion damage to the enemy. Die Little Devil. A Sand Shinobi elite Chunin passed by with a knife and stabbed it into Liu Yun's heart. The 3 Sand Shinobi that followed surrounded Liu Yun. Liu Yun bared his teeth at them and smiled coldly. Feel the pain. Liu Yun formed seals quickly, and the fire-attributed chakra completed a complex material transformation in his body, turning into a large ball of smoky gunpowder. Under the control of the Byakugan vision, Liu Yun opened 361 chakra points throughout his body and controlled the emission of the smoky gunpowder. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Sand Shinobi were enveloped by the flowing black smoke. Sand Shinobi smelled gunpowder and felt something was wrong. Run. Unfortunately, it was too late, and a flame gently came out of Liu Yun's mouth. Boom boom. The explosions continued, and the black smoke was like cumulus clouds in the sky, suppressing the heart-pounding destructive energy. Bite. You were killed by your own fire style, experience points +9. The flowing clouds turned into a ball of white smoke and gathered again. The shuriken broke through the air and shot at Liu Yun's shoulder. Cloud Shinobi felt the pain, turned around and ran away. Yunkita looked at the Sand Shinobi who had exploded into Kurozumi on the ground, feeling a little sad. Damn kid, I didn't expect him to be so difficult. Captain, what should we do? His smoke can explode. We can't get close to him. Umamoto gritted his teeth. 4 or 5 Sand Shinobi had died, and this account could not be let go. Keep chasing. I don't believe his chakra is infinite. Bite. You were poisoned by the poison needle of the special Jonan Kageda Hanpei, experience points +5. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he looked at a figure hiding from him from a distance. Brown hair, with knives stuck all over his body, he finally met this special Jonan who was good at setting traps. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Advertisement. A huge brown swamp suddenly emerged under Liu Yun's feet, and the strong attraction quickly pulled Liu Yun into it. Liu Yun immediately exploded the detonating talisman attached to his chest, turning into a pile of smoke and slowly flying over the Yellow Spring Swamp. As soon as Liu Yun was resurrected, he was instantly shrouded by a shadow. Earth-style barrier. Dojodo no. Amai put down his hand seal, looked at his Earth-style barrier, and sneered. I don't believe you can wear it again. Yunkita walked forward and breathed a sigh of relief. This is an Earth-style advanced ninjutsu that can absorb chakra. If Liu Yun is trapped inside, his chakra will be slowly depleted and he will no longer be able to perform that kind of smoke-transforming secret technique. Liu Yun used up all his experience points and exchanged them all for detonating talismans. More than 60 detonating talismans exploded instantly, and in an instant, the Earth-style barrier was like a big bomb. Boom boom. Yunkita was quick-witted and quick-handed, and in an instant he took Kane away to avoid being covered by the explosion. Ryun blew up Kanai's Earth-style barrier, instantly resurrecting, and once again used Kaiman and Byakugan to escape. Yunkita clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of bloodshot. Damn kid, I didn't expect there is such a huge chakra explosion. Could he be the descendant of Senju? Captain, are you still chasing? Yunkatana looked at Liu Yun, whose back had turned into a shadow, and looked around twice, only then did he realize that this was the range of the troops stationed on the front line of Konaha. No more chasing. We've suffered a loss tonight. We'll see this brat another day. Okay, Captain. Seeing that Sand Shinobi was no longer chasing him, Liu Yun suddenly stopped and slowly leaned against a tree. The forest gradually became quiet at night. A cold wind blew. Although Liu Yun's naked upper body was a little cold, his heart was burning. As expected, the battlefield was the most suitable for him. In just one night, he mastered an A-level illusion, AD-level illusion, and AB-level fire-style ninjutsu. The wind became even colder. Liu Yun exchanged Sasuke's white clothes from the system space, removed the Uchiha family emblem on the back, and put it on. This dress is really sexy and can expose your chest at will. It is simply the Pinru version of Uchiha clothing. Before Liu Yun could show off for long, several ninjas wearing green vests suddenly surrounded him. Wearing Konaha's forehead protector on his forehead, Liu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He finally ran in the right direction this time. The leading Konaha Jonan looked at Liu Yun carefully, so young. Ryun fished out his appointment sheet from behind his back and handed it to the Konaha Jonan. The Jonan took it, looked at it carefully, and then looked at Liu Yun's whole body. Liu Yun, Genin. The companions around couldn't help but look in surprise. Why did the village send a Genin to the front line? The Jonan returned Liu Yun's appointment form and looked at him with pity. I don't know who you have offended. Why are you sent to a place like this where there are piles of dead bodies? Liu Yun didn't say anything. Jonan didn't say much. He took Liu Yun to the small base on the front line, found a tent at random, and settled Liu Yun there. Advertisement. It was already very late tonight, and Jonan asked Liu Yun to register tomorrow. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the weather was fine. Liu Yun took the appointment letter and went around to a cave. There were 2 special Jonan guarding outside, proving that there was an important person inside. Although the cave looks simple from the outside, it is actually very sophisticated inside. It has an interior structure made by Earth-style ninjas and has plenty of light. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a sturdy build looked at Liu Yun carefully and suddenly sneered. I heard there was a civilian genin who dared to step on the head of the Hokage's son. It looks like it was you. Liu Yun didn't say anything, but glanced down and noticed the name of the middle-aged man. Shimura So. I believe that the people of Shimura family, the clan of Old Dog Danzo, are not good people either. Shimura wrote and drew on a piece of paper, and then let Liu Yun take it. Liu Yun took a closer look and found that it was a garrison on the front line. That's your line of defense, the 8th line in Area A. You'll be there to defend against the sudden attack of the Sand Shinobi. Liu Yun looked carefully at the place where he was stationed again. Located in the most remote place on the Musha front, it also means that it will be a place where ninjas often cross the border to launch sneak attacks. Liu Yun was secretly delighted, the more dangerous the better. Shimura had been paying attention to Liu Yun's expression. Seeing that he did not resist, he felt slightly pleased. Shimura was confused again. Was he so happy to go to a place where he was to die? Or was he already stupid? Shimura waved his hands impatiently. He still had a lot of things to do. Go away. Stop getting in my way. Liu Yun glanced at Shimura coldly, then turned and left. Liu Yun walked out of the cave, followed by 2 particularly pitying looks from Jonan. Liu Yun ignored them, his figure flashed, and he left instantly. One of the Jonan was a little puzzled. It seems that he was missing a few instant body seals just now. His companion shook his head. You are seeing things. Maybe. Shimura So's voice came from the inner room. Jujiro, keep an eye on that guy these 2 days, and report to me immediately if he dies. Yes, sir. Liu Yun ran for about 10 kilometers and soon arrived at the area where he was stationed on the 8th line in Zone A. It was a bare hill with many rocks and no strategic locations to defend, making it a very poor defensive area. Liu Yun walked over a hill full of strange rocks and noticed some remains of corpses, which looked fresh and meant they had not been dead for long. Liu Yun crawled into a half-slanted rock, sat cross-legged on the ground, put his hands on his knees, and made a seal. 8 inner gates, open. Chapter 19. Sand Shinobi, you are trash. You don't even dare to chop off my head. Liu Yun opened the restrictions on his brain, exerted 100% of his body's energy, and slowly burned the energy. About a minute passed. The flowing clouds formed the seal of Shadow Clone. Multiple Shadow Clone technique. 120 Shadow Clones surrounded him, and at Liu Yun's command, all the Shadow Clones went to practice. Liu Yun sat cross-legged on the spot, stretched out his right hand, and slowly condensed a chakra gas ball. Gradually, a light blue chakra gas condensed in Liu Yun's palm, spinning in a disorderly manner. That's right, Ryun is practicing the Rasengan. His chakra control ability reaches the middle stage of the Chunin template, and he also possesses the Byakugan to precisely control the flow of chakra. His chakra control ability is completely comparable to the special Jonan out there, plus Ryun has a full set of Rasengan training methods. This technique is not difficult for him. The system's voice sounded again. Host is detected to be developing his own Rasengan ninjutsu. Rasengan ninjutsu development template is open. Liu Yun looked at the system interface at the iris, and suddenly a ninjutsu development template appeared. Rasengan development progress. 0.1%. Liu Yun hurriedly called back all his shadow clones and asked them to give up other ninjutsu training and concentrate on the development of Rasengan. Soon, the development of Rasengan was on track. Rasengan development progress. 0.2%. Rasengan development progress. 0.3%. At the Sand Shinobi camp, Rasa looked at the intelligence written by the frontline commander Yunkida, and then handed the intelligence sheet to Ebizo. Ebizo is the wise man of the Sand Shinobi, and he quickly saw the key point. It turns into smoke, explodes, and physical attacks are ineffective. Is this the same little ghost from before? Luo Sha replied. It must be. I don't know what changes have taken place in him, but only that little devil has this characteristic. Ebizo was a little confused. Smoke, the little ghost will turn into a cloud of smoke when it is physically attacked. There is no blood characteristic of wounds. How is it different from the research report of Desert Eagle? Luo Sha shook his head. I tried it before and turned the little ghost into a pile of blood foam. He was indeed dead at that time. Ebizo stroked his beard. It should be a bloodline evolution. He is gradually becoming familiar with his bloodline ability. This may be the secret of his immortality. His true form is a ball of smoke, similar to the water transformation of the Hazuka clan. Luo Sha said firmly. Even so, his research value has not diminished at all. We Sunagaker must get him. Suddenly he directed the Anbu Jonan next to him. Go call Mai and the others over. We need to form a sealing operation team to catch that damn brat. Rasengan self-development progress. 100%. Advertisement. Congratulations host on successfully developing the Rasengan. Liu Yun suddenly jumped up from the ground. He had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and 2 nights, and his chakra was exhausted and he died more than 10 times. Shadow clones split into at least several thousand, and finally successfully developed the Rasengan in a very short time. Liu Yun raised the knife and slashed it towards his neck. His spirit is now very weak and he needs to be reborn and recovered. After being resurrected, Liu Yun stretched out his right hand, and the chakra in his body continuously condensed towards his hand. Spin. Compression. Maintain. Gradually, a blue chakra ball condensed in Liu Yun's hand, with chaotic chakra flowing inside it. It looks like a compressed small typhoon, but it contains extremely powerful power. Ryun suddenly pressed down on the ground, and the Rasengan exploded with powerful impact and distortion force, creating a 3-meter wide hole in the ground. Liu Yun murmured, as expected of an A-level ninjutsu, it's so powerful. Liu Yun then looked at the palm of his hand, which had many scars on it. The force works mutually, and the reaction force of the Rasengan explosion also caused some damage to his hand. However, this damage is not as great as that of wind-style Rasenshuriken. After practicing Rasengan for a while, Liu Yun found a rock to sit on, opened his Byakugan, and observed the movements within 1 kilometer. It had been 2 days and no Sand Shinobi had come. Liu Yun was getting anxious. If they didn't come, he would have to take the initiative and go out and get killed. In the sight of Bayan, Liu Yun suddenly found a blue chakra ball, which was almost the same as his chakra. Forget it. No matter how small an ant is, it's still meat, so let's just be Chunin. Liu Yun's taste was spoiled by this and he gradually began to look down on Chunin. The Sand Shinobi Chunin is a young Chunin, about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a light brown Sand Shinobi vest, and is looking around vigilantly at the moment. Suddenly, a young man appeared in front of him. The night was dark, and the person who suddenly appeared was like a ghost. The Sand Shinobi was startled, as he was afraid of ghosts. But his qualities as a ninja quickly calmed him down. He leapt forward like a tiger and strangled Liu Yun's neck with his arms. Who are you? Why are you here? There was something strange about the Sand Shinobi. Such low-level ninjas should not be on the front lines of a war like this. Advertisement. Liu Yun was a little annoyed and said, what are you talking about? Kill him now. Sand Shinobi was even more puzzled. He had never seen anyone who wanted to die so badly. He continued to ask, do you have any information about Konaha? Hand it over quickly and I will consider sparing your life. Liu Yun shook his head, thinking that he was indeed a Chunin who only knew how to waste time. He exerted force suddenly and hit the Sand Shinobi in the abdomen with his elbow. Sand Shinobi cried out in pain and immediately let go of Liu Yun. He didn't expect a young man to have so much strength. Liu Yun landed and looked at Sand Shinobi who had drawn a knife from behind. He was looking at Liu Yun warily, as if he had noticed the discrepancy between Liu Yun's age and strength. Liu Yun walked slowly towards him without any defense. The Sand Shinobi took 2 steps back, completely unable to grasp Liu Yun's moves, and fearing that the other party was up to something. Liu Yun bent down and exposed his neck to Sand Shinobi, saying, come on, cut here. Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi hesitated for 2 seconds, then took 2 steps back. Fearing that Liu Yun had some trick up his sleeve, he did not take any action. Liu Yun glanced at him with a look of disappointment, and immediately started to speak in Urzuzi's tone, so you Sand Shinobi are just a bunch of trash picked out of the desert. Your heads are handed to you, and you still don't chop them off. What did you say? Although the people of the desert live a hard life, they are tough in character. When they heard Liu Yun insulting them, the Sand Shinobi, they were filled with great anger. Liu Yun nodded, worthy of being the hated Urzuzi. Liu Yun handed over his head. Hurry up, desert trash, my time is precious. You dare to call me trash. Sand Shinobi ruthlessly swung the silver knife downwards. In an instant, blood splattered, and Sand Shinobi's face was covered with flowing blood. He couldn't help but be stunned. He killed the other party. Didn't he have any big conspiracy? Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa with a knife, experience points plus 30. Then a cloud of white smoke enveloped the place, and Liu Yun, wearing Sasuke's white clothes, recovered from the white smoke. Since it was just one Chunin and there was no one around, Ryun didn't use his smoke illusion technique and waste chakra. Dawson he just saw Liu Yun's head fall to the ground, but he didn't expect that he would be resurrected. Liu Yun took 2 steps closer, and Dawson he was a little scared and took several steps back. Are you a human or a ghost? Liu Yun held out his head again. Come Hokage Chapter 20, The Sand Shinobi of the Dead. Dawson Hei's face was full of fear, he was scared. Liu Yun's tone turned cold. I said come again. Okay. Dawson he handed over the knife and chopped off Liu Yun's head again with one fierce blow. Bite. You were hacked to death by Omorikawa, experience points plus 20. Liu Yun let Dawson he kill him twice more and gained 65 experience points. The fear on Omorikawa's face reached its peak. He held the ninja sword tremblingly and did not dare to look at Liu Yun at all. Liu Yun's blood was splattered all over him, and this strange appearance made Omorikawa think of something bad. Legend has it that the lonely ghosts on the battlefield will remain in the world and look for living people to suck their essence. The more Omorikawa thought about it, the more scared he became. He was just an ordinary Sand Shinobi who was promoted to Chunin not long ago. Because he offended his boss, he was sent here to gather intelligence. Liu Yun slowly walked towards Dawson he, and Dawson he said in a trembling voice, You. Don't come over here. Seeing that the other party looked frightened, Liu Yun smiled and continued walking forward. Dawson he turned and ran. Liu Yun caught up with him and kicked Dawson he on the back in an instant. Dawson he rolled forward in a panic. When he stood up, he immediately suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly formed seals. Wind-style great breakthrough. The violent wind spewed out from the mouth of the Omori River, and the raging wind blades were like cold knives. Liu Yun stood quietly in front, rubbing her waist, with her white clothes revealing her chest. She looked extremely proud, yet also extremely coquettish. The white wind blade came and Liu Yun did not dodge. Hey, I'm not hiding, I'm just playing. The wind blade scratched Liu Yun's throat, blood splattered, and Liu Yun slowly fell down. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa using wind style, experience points plus 40. Omorikawa seized the opportunity and fled forward like a frightened rabbit. After Liu Yun was resurrected, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he disappeared into the night forest like the wind. Huff, huff, huff. Dawson Hay's breathing was rapid, and his chest kept rising and falling. Even so, he still ran away desperately. He was jumping on a tree when suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, hanging upside down on the branch of the tree, and suddenly sticking out its blood-red tongue. The tongue was stretched out very long, and the face was covered in blood. It was Liu Yun's face. Ah! Dawson Hay's heart stopped and he shouted loudly, crushing the branches under his feet and falling down. Advertisement. Liu Yun jumped down and floated quietly towards the Dasan River. Omorihei lay on the ground with fear on his face, moving backwards continuously and kicking his legs and feet. You, don't come over here. Use ninjutsu on me. Okay. Okay. Omorihei was so frightened that he immediately refined his chakra and formed seals, and his cheeks puffed up. Wind-style practice blank shots. Omorikawa blew out a gust of strong wind from his mouth. Although his air training bullet was not as big as Shukaku's, the tearing force on it could easily tear apart human flesh. The strong wind passed through Liu Yun's chest and directly tore his internal organs apart. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa using wind style, experience points plus 45. This wind style of Omorikawa is very powerful and is already his most powerful ninjutsu. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he did not get up immediately. He was going to tease this sand shinobi who was a little afraid of ghosts. Dawson he lay on the ground in a daze for a long time. When he saw that Liu Yun's body did not get up again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, you are already a Chunin, a pillar of the village. Omorikawa then regained his confidence as a sand shinobi Chunin, stood up, and slowly approached Liu Yun. Liu Yun's face still retained the expression he had before death, with his eyes bulging and his mouth wide open. Is this a human or a ghost? Dawson he slowly squatted down, hesitated for a moment, and slowly moved his hand closer to Liu Yun. The moment he touched Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and those bloodshot eyes were like a reborn ghost. Ghost! Ghost! Omorihei screamed at the top of his lungs, turned around suddenly, and ran into the dark forest without caring about anything else. Hey hey! Liu Yun smiled with evil humor, then instantly caught up with Omorikawa again, guiding him to perform ninjutsu to attack Liu Yun. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa using wind style, experience points plus 30. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa using wind style, experience points plus 20. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Omorikawa's random punches, experience points plus 10. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he looked at Dawson He whose eyes had become dull and lifeless. He walked slowly forward. Dawson He seemed to be frightened by something and dug the mud on the ground with his hands. He was trying to drill into it and hide from the flowing clouds. Liu Yun stood in front of him, looking at the dumbfounded Dawson He, and slowly said, You are so scared, the quality of sand shinobi is really not good. Advertisement. Of course, Omorikawa would be scared. Normal people would be scared to see a human covered in blood in the middle of the night. In addition, Dawson He was afraid of ghosts, and Liu Yun kept playing pranks and threatening him. Dawson He's psychological defenses were challenged again and again, and he was finally scared silly. Liu Yun shook his head and looked at his accumulated experience points, which had reached 205 points. He had used all his strength, directing the Omori River to attack him, and had wasted an hour to gain this little, which was less than what an elite Jonan could gain with a single jutsu. Seeing that Dawson He was still digging in the mud, he was really stupid and no longer posed a threat to Liu Yun. Liu Yun's figure flashed and he returned to his defense area. He leaned on the big rock he had been on before, opened the system interface, and took a look at his Chunin template. Liu Yun used all his experience points to increase his physical strength. The speed increased by 2 points and the strength increased by 2 points. He stood up and waved his hands. He felt that his strength was no less than that of some adults, and even stronger. Moreover, Liu Yun's speed has reached the high level of Chunin, as light as the wind. After feeling the changes in his body, Liu Yun opened the 8 inner gates and over-refined chakra. This time his physical strength increased, and he was able to split into 125 shadow clones. When Liu Yun's chakra reached the bottom, he immediately lay on the ground and ordered Shadow Clone to practice while he slept on the rock alone. The next day, the sound of someone triggering a detonating talisman woke Liu Yun up. Liu Yun slowly opened his eyes. The sun was already high in the sky and the whole world was shrouded in light. Liu Yun, who had been living in darkness, felt a little uncomfortable. Soon, a figure appeared from below. Liu Yun recognized the look. It was one of Shimura's 2 guards. Jujiro was carrying a ninja sword on his back and had a smell of gunpowder on his body, which was caused by the trap of the detonating talisman that had just been triggered. He looked at Liu Yun, who had no scars on his body and looked calm and relaxed in his white robe. Jujiro was a little surprised. I didn't expect you're not dead yet. The words were straightforward, without any consideration for Liu Yun's expression. Liu Yun sneered. Do you really want to collect my body? Kid, I'm a special Jonan, your superior, so watch your words. Liu Yun curled his lips. I dare to step on the son of the Hokage, let alone you, a mere dog of the Shimura family. What did you say? Liu Yun said word by word. I said you are the Shimura family's dog. Court death. Jujiro suddenly leapt forward, trying to punch Ryun in the chest, but with his speed, a genin couldn't dodge it. But Liu Yun suddenly turned around, kicked Jujiro on the shoulder, and used the force to jump onto the stone. Liu Yun looked down at Jujiro as if he were looking at a reptile. Jujiro couldn't stand this kind of gaze similar to that of Jijuzi, and he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. After a long while, he smiled coldly and slowly relaxed his clenched fists. With such physical skills, it's no wonder you can survive, but it's hard to say what will happen next. Liu Yun sat down cross-legged and continued to stare coldly at Jujiro. Chapter 21. Sand Shinobi who disturbed Liu Yun's study. Jujiro dropped a small cloth bag and said, here are your supplies. I'll come back the day after tomorrow and I'll collect your body then. Phew. A mouthful of saliva came down from above and hit Jujiro right between the eyebrows. Little devil. Jujiro's eyes were filled with anger, and he pulled out the ninja sword from behind. Liu Yun formed seals with both hands, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, more than 80 shadow clones surrounded him. More than 80 pairs of eyes stared at Jujiro fiercely like wolves. Jujiro sneered, so what if you master the forbidden technique? If you offend the great ninja clan, there will be only one fate for you. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, greetings to his whole family. Your mother. In an instant, Liu Yun's henchmen all opened fire, and not a single word of foul language was repeated. Jujiro couldn't beat more than 80 mouths, so he fled after saying some harsh words. Liu Yun's henchmen all gave the middle finger to show their disdain for Shigejiro. At night, the cold wind from the night attacked the hillock, and Liu Yun lay under a big rock to protect himself from the cold wind. He used the candlelight he had exchanged to silently flip through Jiraiya's intimate paradise, reading until his mouth was dry. A cold voice echoed in Liu Yun's ears, is this book so good? Liu Yun glanced at the hourglass forehead protector on the ninja's head. It was a sand shinobi ninja who had sneaked into his defense while he was learning knowledge. What do you sand eaters know? Liu Yun ignored the other party and continued reading, allowing the sand shinobi to put the knife on his neck. After a while, Liu Yun had his hands cut off and was carried to a place by the sand shinobi. 4 sand shinobi had been waiting there for a long time, lighting a fire and silently driving away the severe cold of the night. In Liu Yun's Byakugan, 2 of them were elite Chunin, and the other one, who was wrapped up tightly, was a special Jonan. And the one tying him up is also a special Jonan. The tightly wrapped Jonan glanced at Liu Yun and heard a clear voice, indicating that it was a woman. The one defending this place is a child. What does Konaha mean by this? The Chunin next to him waved his hand. Perhaps Konaha wants to send him to die, or maybe he really has some extraordinary qualities. The Chunin looked at Liu Yun's broken arm and shook his head. It seems to be the first one. Liu Yun circled around and was a little disappointed. Instead of waiting for Jonan, he waited for 4 ninjas who were not of the same level as him. Advertisement. He immediately cursed, why did Sunugakure send 4 of you losers here to die? Court death. The ninja who was holding Liu Yun threw it away and it hit the rock, causing it to move a few times. Liu Yun stood up, and one of the elite Chunins rushed out instantly and slashed Liu Yun's neck with a knife. Don't move, say what you need to say, and I'll give you a quick death. Liu Yun sneered, why should I, Mu Liu Yun, do what you say? I want to move. He struggled violently. The sand shinobi's face turned grim and he slashed at him with a knife. There was no blood splattering, but a cloud of white smoke came out from Liu Yun's neck. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Shirai with a knife, experience points plus 30. Shirai looked at Liu Yun in shock, who was unharmed. Realizing that the atmosphere was not right, the 2 people who were roasting by the fire also stood up. The ninja who had cut off Liu Yun's hands before noticed Liu Yun's hands, white smoke came out, and his arms grew back. Liu Yun smiled arrogantly, no matter how many reptiles there are, they are still reptiles, and no matter how young the eagle is, it can still fly in the sky. All you reptiles, come together now. Liu Yun was about to dance when he was suddenly stopped by a force. He looked down at his limbs, which were tied up with a blue thread. Chakra line. Liu Yun turned to look at the sand shinobi who was wrapped tightly. Puppet master. The puppeteer's voice was deep. Come with us. We sand shinobi will figure out what's weird about you. Liu Yun was not frightened by the other party. Instead, he smiled and said, go to the sand shinobi camp again. You really have forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. Don't you remember that you were blown all over the sky by me? Is it possible? Bai Jing looked at Liu Yun seriously. The sand shinobi camp was raided 10 days ago. Was that you who did it? Ha ha ha. Liu Yun's face was full of Urzuzi's wild laughter. That's right, reptiles of Sunugakure, you have captured the son of the goshawk. The wrath of the raptor is something you reptiles cannot bear. Arrogant. The puppeteer said coldly, and at the same time, he pulled the chakra line controlled by his hand violently, directly displacing the joints of Liu Yun's limbs. Liu Yun gritted his teeth, still smiling. He was numb to the pain, and this little pain was like a needle P*******K. Do you know why I can attack the sand shinobi camp as a genin? Why? The puppeteer felt that he had control over the situation and became interested. Because I'm an immortal ninja. As Liu Yun's voice fell, dozens of detonating talismans were tied directly to his body, burning with sparks. Burst. Advertisement. Retreat quickly. The ninja who cut off Liu Yun's hands retreated quickly. Boom. The sound of the detonating tag exploding was very loud, forming a huge cloud of thick smoke and fire on the hill at night. A cloud of smoke gathered, and Liu Yun slowly revived. He opened his eyes and saw a corpse lying on the ground with its internal organs blown away. It was Shirai from before. He couldn't avoid the explosion of Liu Yun's detonating talisman. It's not a pity to waste Liu Yun. After all, he is just a Chunin, and even if he tries his best to farm, he can only get about 200 points. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. An angry shout came from behind Liu Yun. Liu Yun turned around, opened his arms, and accepted the penetration of the wind blade with a smile. In the blink of an eye, the wind blew through my bones and the flowing clouds shattered to the ground. Bite. You were killed by special Jonan Hotoyo using wind style, experience points plus 70. The smoke rose, and Liu Yun revived again, turning his eyes full of sarcasm to Jonan Sufeng. The death of a friend is painful, right? Damn it. Sufeng drew his knife, rushed closer, and chopped at Liu Yun's head with all his might. Liu Yun looked at him with a smile on her face, not hiding. Hey, just for fun. The knife passed and the head fell to the ground. Bite. You were killed by the special Jonan Hotoyo using a ninja sword, experience points plus 50. Just like before, there was no blood splattered on Liu Yun's body. Instead, a cloud of white smoke covered the broken neck. The smoke gathered again, and Sufeng took all his strength and formed seals with his hands. Wind-style great breakthrough. Sufeng wanted to use his wind to blow away Liu Yun's smoke, but it was useless. The wind could not blow away the smoke because the smoke was originally an illusion. After the wind style, Liu Yun stood on the ground again. He arrogantly hooked Sufeng with his little finger. Come, I'll stand here and let you attack me. If I move a step, I will kill you immediately. Sufeng's eyes were full of anger, and he made seals with his hands. Suddenly, a voice called him. Sufeng calmed down. Liu Yun turned around and saw the other two Sand Shinobi. One of the puppeteers danced with the chakra string and collected Shirai's body. Don't let his words affect your judgment as a ninja. The puppeteer slowly stood in front of and behind Sufeng, with a calmness in his low voice. Chapter 22. Sand Shinobi unable to dance. Rikako continued calmly. Shirai's death is indeed regrettable, but this is what ninjas are like. Death at the hands of others is also a kind of fate. Rikako. Shirai is a friend who grew up with us. Sufeng whispered. Rikako shook her head. Don't think about it, let's get rid of this weird kid first. Liu Yun was a little impatient. What are you talking about? Come up and chop me. These Sand Shinobi are like this, they have time to chat while fighting. Rikako's eyes, covered by black cloth, flashed with cold light, her 10 fingers danced, and the chakra lines instantly controlled the flowing clouds. Immediately afterwards, the soil under Liu Yun's feet bulged up, and a puppet similar to a black ant opened its abdomen and captured Liu Yun in an instant. It turned out that Rikako took advantage of the opportunity to talk to Sufeng to control her puppet and escape into the underground of Liu Yun. Rikako's capture puppet trapped Liu Yun, and Rikako pulled hard with her right hand. Dozens of blades were inserted into the abdomen of the captured puppet. Bite. You were killed by special John and Rikako's puppet, experience points plus 60. Seeing that there was no movement in the puppet, Rikako's deep voice reached Sufeng's ears. Now, I have avenged Shirai. Arrogant laughter came from Rikako's puppet. Ha ha ha. Sand ninja, I'm not dead yet. You can't get revenge. Come to think of it, I've killed quite a few of you Sand Shinobi people, so why hasn't the information been passed down yet? I've asked you to come to me one by one to deliver it. Are the higher-ups of Sand Shinobi playing tricks on you? Rikako was irritated. Damn brat. Her chakra lines continued to dance. Bite. You were killed by special John and Rikako using a puppet, experience points plus 50. Ha 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 ha. I've told you Sand Shinobi countless times that I'm an immortal ninja. No matter how you try, you can't kill me. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bite. You were killed by special John and Rikako using a puppet, experience points plus 30. Bite. Comma. Rikako killed Liu Yun 5 more times, and in the end could only contribute 10 units of experience points to him. Liu Yun gradually lost the desire to play with them. Advertisement. Liu Yun opened the exchange interface and scrolled down to the column belonging to 8 inner gates. He now has 400 experience points, and the exchange value of Exiamen, the second gate of 8 inner gates, is exactly 400 points. Host successfully exchanged the 8 inner gates. Exiamen is also located in the human brain. It can remove the restrictions of physical fatigue, overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. Liu Yun felt another restriction in his brain loosen and immediately shouted. 8 inner gates, first open. The second rest gate, open. After opening 2 doors in succession, the chakra in Liu Yun's body was released continuously. If the previous Liu Yun was an open-door engine sports car, then now it is a fast sports car equipped with a Scheuermann engine. Both doors opened at the same time, and the speed of burning body power and releasing chakra became faster. White eyes, open. Liu Yun suddenly formed seals, and the 361 acupoints in his body quickly released gunpowder smoke. Fire style. Ash burning. Black smoke suddenly came out and instantly enveloped Rikako and Hotoyo. Sufeng quickly smelled the strong smell of gunpowder and pounced on Rikako. Rikako, get out of the way. Sparks flew and the sound of explosions continued. As the smoke passed, the flowing clouds turned into a ball of white smoke that slowly condensed out. He was wearing the Pinru version of Sasuke's white clothes, with a thick black belt tied around his waist, like a black snake. At this moment, he was slowly walking out of the thick smoke. Ahem. Su Feng's back was burned by fire style, the skin on it was all burned, and he was coughing up blood. Hotoyo. Rikako shouted worriedly. Liu Yun exchanged a ninja sword from the system space and slowly walked towards Rikako and Hotoyo. Although he only has the qualities of a Chunin, his entire body is covered in high-level ninjutsu, and he also has the ability to be immortal. Especially Jonan, who to him were only slightly stronger than Chunin. A figure stood in front of Liu Yun. It was another Sand Shinobi who had been looking for an opportunity nearby. The Sand Shinobi said to Hotoyo and Rikako behind him, "You guys go quickly, I'll stop him. Pass the information about this guy to the village as soon as possible, and tell others to be careful." Rice fields. Rikako helped Su Feng up and looked at the rice fields with some pity. Advertisement. Anada's words were full of determination. Hurry up, or it will be too late. Paddy field, be careful. Rikako gritted her teeth and immediately took Su Feng and fled. Liu Yun scratched his head speechlessly. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? 4 Jonan are bullying me, a genin, and you make me look like a villain. Anada stared at Liu Yun coldly and tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. You are not an ordinary genin. Your bloodline that has turned into smoke means that any physical attack cannot harm you. Besides, the chakra in your body has never decreased from the beginning to the end. Are you a descendant of the Senju, or a Jinchuriki of Konaha? Liu Yun did not answer him. He stared at the direction where Rikako and the others were fleeing, then turned to look at the rice field. I won't hide. I'll give you a chance to use ninjutsu on me. Arrogant. Anada cursed inwardly and immediately formed a seal. Summoning technique. As he summoned, a yellow scorpion 1 story high crawled out from the white smoke. Sha Ling Wan, let's go together. Liu Yun rolled his eyes at the chakra in the scorpion summoning beast's body. The chakra of the ninja beast was higher than that of humans. Although it was huge, it was mixed and impure and could not be accurately controlled. Liu Yun stuck the knife into the ground, opened his arms, and faced the huge sand scorpion and the rice field above it. I told you, I won't hide. Use your strongest ninjutsu. After 40 seconds, Liu Yun pulled the knife out of Daoshin's chest. He turned to look at the summoning beast in the rice field, its body covered with fire-style burns, and its 2 large claws were completely singed. But the opponent was not summoned back to its own summoning world, it suppressed the nature of being injured and summoned back. Squeak, squeak. The summoning beast, a scorpion in the rice field, approached the rice field with difficulty, and Liu Yun made way for it. With blood all over his mouth, Anada trembled as he placed his hand on the exoskeleton of the scorpion summoning beast. Sha Lingwan, thank you for your companionship for 10 years. Squeak. When a person dies, the scorpion summoning beast also closes its eyes. Liu Yun turned his head and said, this is the world of ninja. Either you kill me or I kill you. This man and beast provided him with 300 experience points. Although it was nothing in his career, the deep affection between the master and the servant slightly touched him. Liu Yun shook his head, getting rid of the emotions in his heart. Kindness represents the downfall of a ninja. He opened the 2 doors of the 8 inner gates, formed the flickering seal, and immediately ran in the direction of Rikako and Hotoyo. He didn't want the Sand Shinobi's top brass to find out that he was stationed here so early, and Liu Yun still needed time to grow quickly here. Chapter 23 Wind Style Secret Technique, 100 Killing Wind Blades. Anada's sacrifice bought Rikako and Hotoyo time to escape, but they didn't take into account the amount of chakra that Ryun had. Although Ryun's chakra amount is only at Chunin level, his chakra amount will be instantly restored after resurrection, which is equivalent to an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Liu Yun had been using the 8 inner gates to teleport, and after opening the second gate, Liu Yun burned his body energy faster, and his teleportation technique was twice as fast as before. But fatigue also came twice as fast. Liu Yun wiped his neck twice and finally found the 2 people in a cave. If his Byakugan hadn't been open, he would have probably lost Rikako and Hotoyo. Liu Yun threw a kunai with an explosive tag into the cave, and Rikako and Hotoyo were immediately driven out. After the explosion, Rikako looked at Liu Yun with an unpleasant expression. Anada, him. Liu Yun swung his knife with a cruel smile on his face. You two will be able to see him soon. Damn it. Rikako cursed inwardly. She and Hotoyo used chakra to travel quickly, but they didn't have much chakra left. Su Feng's face turned pale. He opened his weak eyes slightly and gently pushed Rikako. Run away, I'll stop him. Su Feng. Liu Yun suddenly moved in an instant and stabbed Rikako's chest with a knife. How can I have so much time to listen to your nonsense? Rikako. Su Feng wanted to reach out to keep her, but he could only watch his beloved woman die at the hands of others. Sui, Feng, I, love. Without saying the last word, Rikako slowly fell down, and her movement caused the black cloth on her head to slip off. Her light brown hair falls slightly, and her fair face is like an exquisite jade. The beauty of the desert wind, this probably refers to her. Liu Yun withdrew his gaze with regret. Since they were in different camps, a fight to the death was inevitable. Ah! Su Feng kept roaring and shouting as if he had lost his soul. According to the Hokage's nature, it would take at least 10 minutes to recall this, but how could Liu Yun have that time? Liu Yun approached slowly with a knife in hand. Su Feng suddenly moved, light blue chakra ignited on his body, the chakra became thicker and thicker, and suddenly turned into dark blue. Wind-style secret technique. 100 killing wind blades. Hundreds of wind blades appeared out of thin air around Su Feng, about 1 meter long, with ghostly cries of wind tearing them apart. Liu Yun watched Su Feng's final dance enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, let me, Liu Yun, bear your final dance. Su Feng endured the pain all over his body, refined all the chakra in his body and released it into the wind blade. 100 killing wind blades. Release. Advertisement. Hundreds of wind blades suddenly shot towards the flowing clouds. Liu Yun directly inserted the knife into the ground, let his white clothes hang down, exposing his upper body, and enthusiastically stretched out his hands to meet this massive attack. Hundreds of wind blades covered the entire range of Liu Yun. Even if he wanted to teleport, he could not avoid the wind blades. Oink oink. Hundreds of vacuum wind blades broke through the air, easily piercing through Liu Yun's body, internal organs, and bones. The flowing clouds shattered onto the ground, and even the knife he had stuck into the ground was shot into pieces by the wind blade. Bite. You were killed by special Jonan Hotoyo using wind style, EXP plus 300. Su Feng's final wind style secret technique is extremely powerful, directly exceeding the power limit of ordinary wind style and reaching the level of A-level ninjutsu. Ahem. Su Feng coughed up blood and slowly knelt down. His chakra was exhausted and his life was about to come to an end. Quote. Kaori. Su Feng fell down and tried to crawl towards Rikako's body. Crawling closer, he tried to grab Rikako's hand, but found that he no longer had the strength to do so. Move. Feeling his life slipping away quickly, Su Feng struggled violently in his heart. A hand grabbed Rikako's hand and slowly placed it on top of Hotoyo's. Su Feng was aware of everything, but he didn't care. He moved his mouth. Kaori. Wait for me. When the eyes close, the person dies. Fire style great fireball technique. Liu Yun released his fire style, as if it was a memorial fire for the lovers in these troubled times. After Liu Yun returned to his post, he cleaned up all the traces of the battle and the body of the Sand Shinobi. After doing all this, he sat on a big rock that provided him with shelter from the wind and rain. Close your eyes and let the cold night wind blow. He had always thought that Sand Shinobi had a cold and ruthless face, but he didn't expect that this team today would make him realize that. Ninjas are also living people and have emotions. Sudanzo is committed to erasing the emotions of ninjas and cultivating truly ruthless ninjas. The cruelty of Shang, who regarded human life as nothing. The persistence of Dupingman, who wanted to hunt down Liu Yun even if his chakra was exhausted. The funny thing about Omorikawa, a ninja was actually afraid of ghosts. Advertisement. The friendship between Inada and Shalingmaru, the love between Su Feng and Rikako. There are all kinds of strange things, bloody and cruel, but the bright spots in them attract Liu Yun. Liu Yun opened the system interface and found the ninjutsu exchange interface. He now has 600 experience points, which can be exchanged for AB rank fire style ninjutsu. Liu Yun looked through the books up and down and found that there was no fire style ninjutsu higher than B level, and the same was true for most ninjutsu. It was rare to see A-level escape techniques, let alone forbidden technique. To increase the level of ninjutsu, you can either use the amplification of senjutsu, such as Jiraiya's Sage Art Greasy Fire Style, or the combination ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 ninjutsu, Great Link Technique. And Liu Yun also discovered that almost all fire style ninjutsu are released from the mouth. So the question is, how do people shout out the name of the move when releasing fire style? The system explained. Host, please don't worry about these details. Liu Yun nodded speechlessly, and then saw a theatrical version of fire style ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu fire style. Ghost Lantern. A very special fire style ninjutsu, which is the jutsu that Yusha and Muku of the Kusanagi village are good at. The reason is that it only requires a tiger seal and there is no need to spit flames from the mouth. Just like the wind style released by Su Feng just now, releasing chakra outside the body to form flames is a very practical fire style. Liu Yun exchanged immediately. B-rank ninjutsu fire style. Ghost Lantern exchange successful. A group of memories flowed through Liu Yun's head, and Liu Yun quickly mastered the flow of the Ghost Lantern's chakra, nature transformation, and shape change. Liu Yun put his hands together and formed a tiger seal. Fire style Ghost Lantern. A steady stream of fire attribute chakra was released from Liu Yun's chakra points. Gradually, more than a dozen fireballs appeared around Liu Yun, like ghost heads with sharp horns. Huff, huff, huff. Liu Yun immediately cast a spell, and a dozen ghost lanterns whizzed towards a stone in front of them, burning the stone into charred stone in the blink of an eye. Liu Yun put his hand away and nodded with satisfaction. This ghost lantern technique also involved the control of the chakra outside the body, and mental power was also used in the process of performing the technique. After practicing the ghost lantern for a while, Liu Yun formed seals with his hands, released multiple shadow clone techniques, and began his own suicide practice. His next step was to develop his skilled ninjutsu to the level of perfect seal reduction and begin the next stage of training in casting seals with one hand. Fire style Great Fireball technique reduces seal training progress by 20%. Instant body technique reduces seal training progress by 50%. Fire style ash burning and reduction printing training progress 40%. Chapter 24. Could Liu Yun be the descendant of Senju? Liu Yun spent 2 days on the 8th front of Area A. After practicing all the ninjutsu to the level of perfect hand seal reduction, he began to practice one-handed hand seals. Ninjutsu is usually done with both hands, but there are a few geniuses who can do it with one hand, such as Haku, Uchiha Itachi, and Namikaze Minato, who knows a little bit about everything. Compared with forming seals with both hands, forming seals with one hand has more advantages. In close combat between ninjas, forming seals with one hand can quickly launch a counterattack and take the lead. A shadow clone practicing fire style suddenly exploded, and his memories flowed into Liu Yun's head. Fire style great fireball technique one-handed seal training progress 10%. At this time, an adult figure appeared in front of Liu Yun. Liu Yun took a glance and continued his practice. Jujiro was holding a body bag in his hand, as if he wanted to collect someone's body. Instead of seeing Liu Yun's corpse, he was seen practicing ninjutsu in high spirits. Jujiro looked at Liu Yun in surprise. The death rate of the 8th line in Area A was the highest ever, with an average of 1 ninja dying every 2 days. Liu Yun has been guarding here for almost a week, without any broken arms or limbs, and not even a single bandage on his body. What is going on? Jujiro was full of doubts. He looked at Liu Yun carefully again. He was wearing a white shirt that exposed his chest and a thick black belt around his waist. There was nothing to find. Apart from the fact that the shape made people want to fight, Jujiro didn't find anything else. Bang! The sound of a shadow clone exploding reached Jujiro's ears, and Jujiro looked towards the flowing cloud shadow clone standing among the rocks. Everyone was practicing hand seals and spitting fireballs. Jujiro was stunned. There were about 100 shadow clones all over the mountains, and these shadow clones were all practicing ninjutsu. What kind of practice is this? Moreover, a genin has such a rich chakra. Is this a genin? Liu Yun, could he be the descendant of Senju and Uzumaki? Who? A mouthful of saliva was spat on Jujiro's face, and Jujiro looked at it angrily. Advertisement. Liu Yun. Liu Yun spread his hands and pointed at a shadow clone next to him. He did it, it's none of my business. Jujiro's face was filled with anger. Can't you control your own shadow clone? Liu Yun looked innocent. I really can't control him. Shadow clone smiled arrogantly. Yes, he really can't control me. I've gone too far. Shadow clone's cheeks puffed up again and he spat out another mouthful of saliva. Jujiro quickly dodged shadow clone's water-style attack. He said coldly. Although I don't know how you survived, there is only one ending for you, and that is death. Liu Yun ignored him, but his shadow clone spoke arrogantly. I don't even care about Danzo, the old dog of the Shimura family. You are just a little special Jonan. Who gave you the courage to look me in the face? Get out of here. Liu Yun, how dare you insult Elder Danzo? You are finished, you are completely finished now. Liu Yun waved his hand again, his face full of innocence. What did I say? I didn't say anything. What shadow clone said? What does it have to do with me, Liu Yun? Jujiro's face was full of malice. Don't talk nonsense to me, you will definitely die. It's a pity that you don't have any relatives in the village, otherwise your insulting words to Elder Danzo would have massacred your entire family. Liu Yun stood up, and all the shadow clones exploded. In the thick smoke, Liu Yun took the opportunity to commit suicide and recovered his whole body condition. He opened the 8 inner gates, pulled all of his chakra out, and immediately formed a tiger seal, fire-style ghost lantern. In an instant, the entire hilltop was illuminated by a fiery red glow, and hundreds of ghost lanterns were suspended in the sky. Jujiro looked at the sky in disbelief. This fire style, and this amount of chakra. Ghost lantern release. In an instant, hundreds of ghost lanterns roared and attacked Jujiro. With this attack range, Jujiro had nowhere to retreat. The 2 ghost lanterns injured Jujiro. In the critical moment, Jujiro endured the severe pain, formed a seal and escaped into the mud. Liu Yun watched him run away and did not chase him. This time he was just teaching him a lesson, next time he would not care whether they were from the same village or not. Since the other party has said that, does he still need to maintain the relationship between us? At the bottom of the hill, Jujiro crawled out of the mud in a panic. Looking at his left hand with the skin burned, the hatred in his heart reached its peak. He shouted upwards. Liu Yun, you will definitely die. Advertisement. A voice came from the hill. No matter how powerful the mouse in the mud is, its eyes are still in the hole. How can it see the eagle soaring in the sky? Liu Yun blatantly mocked Jujiro as a rat. Jujiro's mouth turned cold and a strong murderous intent arose in his heart. But he looked at his left hand and shook his head slightly. His arm was injured now and he couldn't make seals. Besides, the kid's chakra amount was too low. Snort. Jujiro snorted coldly, turned around and went back in the direction he came from. Jujiro quickly arrived at the frontline camp. He walked past the tents where the ninjas lived with a cold face and let the ninjas around him point and talk, and many of them even laughed. Because he has the Shimura family's support, Jujiro often offends people by bullying others, and the civilian ninjas are happy to see Jujiro embarrassed. Jujiro quickly noted down the people who laughed the loudest, and thought about how to get rid of them with the help of the Shimura family. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the frontline commander's office. Yuta, who was guarding outside the cave, was full of surprise. Jujiro, what happened to your hand? It's so badly burned. Jujiro shook his head. Let me in first, I need to report the situation to the adults. Good. Shimura soon met with Jujiro, who was processing documents and asked without looking up, as the civilian genin named Liu Yun dead. Sir, he is not dead, he is not seriously injured, he is still alive and well. Oh, Shimura stopped writing, looked up, and suddenly saw the mess of Jujiro's left arm. What happened to your arm? Jujiro continued to talk, and Shimura listened to his explanation with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. You mean, that kid can use high-level fire style, and his chakra amount is different from that of ordinary people. Jujiro nodded, and in order not to appear too incompetent, he explained. Sir, his fire style ninjutsu only has one hand seal, and it was too fast. He attacked me before I could react. No need to say more, I understand. Shimura waved his hand and stopped listening to Shigejiro's explanation. He continued to work on the documents with his pen. If what you said is true, then the kid already possesses the fighting power of Chunin, the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone, and the advanced fire style that can be performed with a single seal. Most importantly, the chakra is different from that of ordinary people. Shimura paused for a moment, raised his head and exchanged glances with Jujiro, and they both slowly uttered 4 words, after Senju. Chapter 25 8 Inner Gates. Everything has its basis. Liu Yun is just a genin and comes from a civilian family. There is no reason for him to have the qualities that these high-level ninjas have. Considering the fact that the Senju clan had completely integrated into the villagers, Shimura immediately concluded that there was an 80% chance that Liu Yun was a descendant of the Senju clan. It's impossible for him to have such a huge amount of chakra. If he is really the descendant of Senju, it can explain the source of his multiple shadow clone techniques and why he has so much chakra. Shimura said slowly. The look in Jujiro's eyes darkened a little, and his expression looked gloomy and uncertain. If Liu Yun is a descendant of the Senju clan, he will definitely be valued by the village. If he grows up and then bullies him. Shimura sneered. Even if she is the descendant of Senju, so what? That stupid family has degraded itself and integrated its 1,000-year glory into the common people, haha. Konaha today is dominated by the alliance of mystic families. The former Senju, the excluded Uchiha, and the dormant Hyuga, these bloodline families, are nothing more than ruined temples left over from thousands of years. Jujiro breathed a sigh of relief. The current Konaha was not the Senju era of the past, but the era of the mystic ninja clans consisting of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Ino-Shika-Cho clans, plus the Aburame and Inazuka clans. Only by relying on them can civilians get a chance. Then sir, don't worry about that guy. There will be a sudden attack from the Sand Shinobi Jonan on the 8th front. No matter how strong he is, he won't survive the Jonan's hands. Go back and investigate in a week. It's best to retrieve his body. Experimental subjects with Senju bloodline are rare. Shimura said coldly. Yes, sir. Jujiro felt a sense of pleasure in his heart, but it was a pity that Liu Yun did not die in his hands. Back off. Jujiro walked slowly towards the door, vaguely hearing Shimura's cold words. Shimura Aso looked at the transfer documents on the table. The Sarutobi family is really putting on a show. Not only did they let their eldest son join the Rain Country front, but they also applied for the younger son to come to the front line. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen really want his son to take his place? That's ridiculous. After this war, my Shimura family will have accumulated enough merits. Then we will compete for the position of Hokage and take control of the entire Konoha village. Liu Yun practiced until dark and was exhausted. Without saying a word, he slit his neck with a knife. Bite. You committed suicide with a ninja sword, experience points +1. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and jumped onto the highest stone on the hill. Like a clairvoyant, he carefully patrolled the suspicious figures in the forest ahead. In the Byakugan's vision, the night-walking wild beasts in the forest began to look for food, and Liu Yun suddenly discovered several chakras that were different from those of the wild beasts. It was huge, but the amount made Liu Yun shake his head. The highest was the special Jonan, and no trace of Jonan was found. After all, Jonan is no cabbage, and it was painful enough for Ryun to kill 2 Sunagaker. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Thinking of this, Liu Yun spit a great fireball into the sky, thus revealing his target to the Sand Shinobi hiding in the forest. Liu Yun Bian saw that their eyes were vaguely turning towards him. He waved his hands and shouted loudly, Sand Shinobi, I'm here, come and cut me. Advertisement. Liu Yun waited for a minute, but no one came up. Sand Shinobi suspected something was up. There might be a Jonan, Anbu, or even Hokage of Konoha lurking there. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became, and I didn't dare to go forward. Coward. Liu Yun cursed inwardly, activated the instant body technique, and rushed thousands of miles to deliver his kill. Bite. You were killed by special Jonan Ozawa using wind style, experience points +70. Bite. You were killed by special Jonan Ozawa using wind style, experience points +60. Bite. You were burned to death by Chunin Enji using fire style, experience points +50. Liu Yun immediately cursed. Get out of here, you Chunin rubbish, who told you to attack me? Arrogant. Not long after, Liu Yun fell among the corpses of 5 people, with ninja swords stuck all over his body and blood all over his body. He didn't even have the chakra to release the smoke illusion. With a flick of the blade, Liu Yun committed suicide immediately. When he revived, he looked at the rewards of his hard work tonight. 2 special Jonan and 5 elite Chunin contributed a total of 1,800 experience points to him. What a great harvest. What a great harvest. Today is a great harvest. After dealing with Sand Shinobi's body, Liu Yun hummed a little tune and slowly walked towards his hill. However, the middle of the battle was very slow. Liu Yun put his hands behind his back and handed over his head, but Sand Shinobi refused to chop it off. He kept imagining in his mind that Liu Yun Shinobi was hiding a big conspiracy. Ninjas are a very cautious profession, and any unexpected actions will arouse their vigilance. It would be great if Liu Yun had Naruto's mouth-to-mouth tactics, so that he wouldn't be forced to lower his intelligence as soon as Tianzui scolds him, and then come up with a knife and chop people. Liu Yun sat on the stone, slowly planning what useful technique to exchange. He first spent some experience points to exchange for a bucket of Naruto's instant noodles, and Liu Yun ate it all with tears of happiness. It's been a long time since I tasted this. He had not eaten anything during the past few days. He had been practicing suicide to restore his energy after being resurrected. Liu Yun patted his belly and continued to flip through the exchange interface. 8 inner gates. Life gate exchange points, 1200. White Eye secret technique. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven exchange points, 500. Liu Yun was considering these 2 techniques. The exchange points of the 8 inner gates were getting higher and higher. The 4th gate even reached 2,400, which was comparable to the bloodline limit. The number of people at the 6th gate directly exceeded 10,000, and the number at the 7th gate and the 8th gate was an astronomical figure. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven again. He had Byakugan, which was very suitable for the physical skills of the Hyuga clan. But the question is, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is a defensive secret technique, does Liu Yun need it? He doesn't need any defensive ninjutsu or auxiliary ninjutsu. The more fragile the body is, the better. If it is too hard, even a kunai cannot pierce it. How can you give yourself up to death? Liu Yun immediately exchanged for the 3rd gate of 8 inner gates. The exchange of the 8 inner gates was successful. A stream of energy poured into Liu Yun's whole body. Under the effect of this energy, Liu Yun's body seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times, and his physical fitness instantly improved. Strength and speed were increased by 2 points at the same time, reaching the middle level of Chunin. Liu Yun felt that a chakra valve restriction on his chest loosened. 8 inner gates, first open. The 2nd rest gate, open. The 3rd life gate, open. Liu Yun opened the 3rd gate, and green energy emanated from his whole body, and his body began to become engorged and turned red. Now it is a super sports car with 3 engines. The faster you burn your body's energy, the faster your life will run out. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and kept the 3rd gate open, with a steady stream of chakra burning out of his body. 1 minute. White smoke began to emerge from Liu Yun's body, and the water in his body was evaporating rapidly. 2 minutes. Liu Yun's body was slowly cracking, just like when Guy opened the 8 inner gates. 5 minutes. The burnt red color of Liu Yun's body turned into black and began to slowly turn into charcoal. The reason why people will die when the death gate is opened is because if all 8 gates are opened at the same time, the body's energy will be burned out in a short period of time. The same goes for the other doors, except that they burn too slowly compared to the death door. They can be closed freely, but the death door cannot be closed. Once opened, the life of the body will be exhausted. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands and suddenly released a ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, shadow clone was everywhere, covering the entire hill. There are so many that you can't see the end of them. There are probably about 500 of them. Liu Yun slowly fell down, closed his eyes and died, and his shadow clone also began to disappear due to the death of the original body. Bite. You died because of using forbidden technique, experience points plus 10. Chapter 26. The Sunset Red team arrives at the front line. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he recovered his full body condition and nodded at the 3rd life gate he had mastered. With 3 chakra output engines, Liu Yun burns his body's energy more efficiently and dies faster. He had just used up all of his body's energy, accumulated more chakra than Jonan, and created 500 shadow clones in an instant. Liu Yun opened his template. He still had 600 experience points left. This time, he focused on the physical energy of strength and speed. 600 points in the essence of spiritual power, raising the physical and spiritual energy to the high level of Chunin. Maybe soon, he will change his template. I don't know what the new ninja template will be, especially the Jonan template, or the Jonan template. Time passed slowly, and the front line of Konaha was still as quiet as before, but at night, raids, assassinations, and explosions occurred one after another. Ninjas are not soldiers and do not need large-scale attacks during the day. They are accustomed to fighting at night, mainly focusing on taking the lives of enemy ninjas. After a week, 2 groups of people came to Liu Yun, most of them were Jonan, and I didn't meet a single Jonan. Liu Yun gained more than 2,500 experience points, and raised all 8 ninja skills to high levels, and also upgraded the 4 chakra skills to the top. Among them, Liu Yun exchanged for 4 fire-style ninjutsu, all of which were the regular fire style of the Uchiha family, and 1 advanced fire style of Uchiha Sasuke. Sand Shinobi Frontline Headquarters. As more and more ninjas died on the 8th front in Area A, the commander of the Sand Shinobi Front also noticed something strange. Yumkita frowned as he looked at a remote area circled in red on a map. The staff officer next to him stroked his chin and said, 4 squads, 8 special Jonan, and 12 Chunin have been killed here. Yumkita lowered his head and asked, did you find out about the Chunin who escaped from this place? The staff officer shook his head. He has gone mad, and has been muttering ghosts and ghosts all the time. He has completely lost his ninja talent. Ghost. Is there really a ghost in this place? Umamoto tapped his fingers lightly. The staff officer analyzed. It's not a ghost, it's someone doing it. Konaha may have placed an elite Jonan here. Yumkita tapped his fingers again, and the surroundings fell silent, waiting for the commander's instructions. After a long pause, he whispered, ask Jonan Koshikawa to come here. My lord, Jonan Koshikawa is on a mission on another front and won't be back for 2 days. Then wait a bit, don't go to this area yet, wait until Koshikawa Jonan arrives. Advertisement. Konaha Front Command Center. Jujiro had just returned from Liu Yun's defense line. He went to collect the other party's body with joy, but he didn't expect that Liu Yun was still alive. Jujiro couldn't help but mock the other party's bad luck, but luckily, Liu Yun cut off one of his hands. He should be thankful that Liu Yun had no intention of killing him, otherwise he would have died there. Jujiro knelt in front of Shimura and said fiercely, Sir, he dared to attack his colleagues. He must be punished. Shimura didn't look up and continued to deal with military documents on the front line. Perhaps in his heart, Jujiro's value had dropped very low. With one arm cut off, and the most important right arm at that, Jujiro's special Jonan strength was directly reduced to that of an ordinary Chunin. The Shimura family's kennel could no longer accommodate him. Jujiro was so upset that his emotions became extremely intense. Sir, for all the hard work I have done for the Shimura family over the years, please help me get revenge. Ninjas need to make hand seals to perform ninjutsu, so both the left and right hands are very important. Although Jujiro still has one hand, he does not have the talent to form seals with one hand, and his only ninja talent is his experienced physical skills. There was no sound in the room. Jujiro wanted to continue speaking but was stopped by a scolding. Shut up. Shigejiro lowered his head and dared not speak anymore. Shimura suddenly threw him an appointment sheet and said coldly, go and guard this place. Jujiro picked it up and his pupils widened to their maximum. This line of defense was also in Area A, and it was the 7th line, which was quite dangerous. Shimura Aso wants him dead. Since that guy was able to survive for 2 weeks, I believe you can do it too. Big. Adult. Roll. Okay. Sir. Jujiro didn't dare to refute Shimura and just left in shame. After Jujiro left, Shimura Aso sneered. Knowing so many secrets of my Shimura family, do you still have a chance to survive? A ninja who has lost his value is like a blade that has lost its edge and can only be abandoned alive by the knife wielder. Advertisement. Shimura rubbed his temples. It seems that guy is really a descendant of the Senju clan. He has grown to the level of a special Jonan. Multiple shadow clone, advanced fire style. Who's behind him? The remnants of the Senju clan. Shimura shook his head. Almost all the people in the Senju clan with the name of Senju were dead. Even Sununade, one of the Sannin, had integrated into the civilian population and no longer used Senju as his last name. Most of the Senju have integrated into the civilian population, and after 2 generations, all traces of the Senju have disappeared from Konaha village. Shimura continued to process the documents, but in fact he was thinking about the hidden layout in the village. He had basically confirmed that Liu Yun was the Senju. This fallen clan cannot disappear without a trace. There must be some people lurking in the shadows, waiting for the new Senju power. Shimura said heavily, since I have already offended you, there is no turning back. Liu Yun must either become a dog of my Shimura family or die, no matter for the Shimura family or for the position of Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door and Shimura asked the person outside to come in. It is a regular ninja team, 1 Jonan and 3 Genin combination. But this ninja team is no ordinary one. Shimura saw clearly the 4 people in front of him, the son of Sarutobi family, the clan members of Nara family, and the elite Jonan Yuhi Shinku and his daughter. Jonan. Shimura stood up and shook hands with Yuhi Jonan. Jonan are the pillars of the village, and the influence of elite Jonan in the village is no less than that of some minor ninja clans. Yuhi Shinku handed the appointment form in her hand to Shimura. Commander, this is our appointment letter. Shimura took it and glanced at it briefly. It was nothing more than the young master of Sarutobi family clamoring to go to the front line, so Sarutobi family had no choice but to arrange it. Shimura quickly gave them a task. Go to the 3rd line in Area C. Asuma curled his lips and walked towards Shimura's desk. Asuma. Yuhi Shinku wanted to stop Asuma's rude behavior. Don't assign me another logistics job. Even though Asuma has grown up a little, his playboy character has not changed at all, and he directly picked up the defense map on the table. His pupils shrank, and he immediately saw the location of Liu Yun's defense line, which was located in the most remote line of defense in Area A. He's nothing special. What kind of ninja would be in this place? Chapter 27 Sunset Red's Happiness. Nara Yuji approached, took a look, and then shook his head. Ninjas are not soldiers. The most remote places in the defense line are exactly where they like to attack the most. I wonder if this guy is still alive. Yuhi Kurenai's heart was lifted up, and she looked at Shimura with her lovely red eyes. What happened to Liu Yun? Nara Yuji couldn't help but show the excellent judgment of the Nara clan. He pointed to Liu Yun's 8th line and said, according to the time, Liu Yun has been here for 2 weeks. Sand Shinobi has attacked at least 5 times. And there can't be any genin among them. At least they are all Chunin, and there may even be Jonan. So, he has already. Liu Yun. Shirahong felt a pain in his heart. Although goopy Liu Yun, who had always stuck to him, was annoying, Shirahong felt empty after losing him. The cheerful boy is gone, and his dark eyes that seemed to be shining with hope are no longer visible. Hateful. Asuma clenched his fists, and for the first time, he felt dissatisfied with his family. He and Liu Yun did have a conflict, and the other party stepped on his head. It was impossible not to retaliate for such an insult. But the other party is dead, who should he seek revenge on? Shimura smiled and said, as expected of a descendant of the Nara family, you can extract so much information from such a short message. What a pity. He's still alive. What? Nara Yuji looked at Shimura so in disbelief. Shimura took the defense map from Asuma and said with his head down, Liu Yun is indeed still alive and well. That doesn't make sense. Has Sunagakure already declared a strategic truce? No, there have been casualties on other fronts as well. 4 Jonan have died in the past 2 weeks. Nara Yuji scratched his head vigorously. It still doesn't make sense. Even if he has the forbidden technique and his combat power reaches Chunin, he can't survive. How could a Ryun who wasn't even a Chunin be alive and kicking if he couldn't even be sure of being alive? Shimura did not answer him, nor did he bother to answer. Shorahong rubbed her eyes gently, wiped back the tears that were about to flow, and wiped the corners of her mouth slightly. For some reason, her mood improved when she heard that Liu Yun survived. Asuma clenched his fists, his heart was full of mixed feelings. He had the opportunity to defeat the other party and take revenge, but he also recalled the scenes of being insulted. Shihihong summoned up the courage to ask, Commander, can you transfer Liu Yun away from Area A? Hong, Yuhi Shinku stretched out her hand, trying to stop her daughter from asserting herself. Shimura smiled and completely ignored Yuhi Kurenai, even ignoring her directly. Advertisement. The Sarutobi family wants Ryun dead, and he, Shimura also wants him dead, so how could he agree to a girl's request? Even though the other party's father is an elite Jonan, the Shimura family has roots that are full of Jonan. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Shirahong lowered her head sadly, with a layer of mist in her eyes. Asuma felt distressed and wanted to ask Shimura for help, but he couldn't open his mouth. How could he ask others to save someone he hated? Moreover, ever since Kurenai knew that it was the Sarutobi family that was transferred away from the Ryun to the front line, she has ignored Asuma and the two were still in a cold war. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shimura began to drive people away. If you have nothing else to do, go and perform your tasks. Asuma snorted and looked directly at the defense map on Shimura's desk. I don't want to go to Area C. They must be responsible for logistics there. I want to go to Area B. Shimura refused. He couldn't kill Sarutobi's child so blatantly. That's where I'm going. Asuma insisted again. Shimura looked at Yuhi Shinku, and the other nodded at him. With the protection of the elite Jonan, I believe there will be no danger in Area B. Okay, you guys go to the B area defense line. Asuma pointed to an area behind Liu Yun again. I want to go here. I want to see how strong Liu Yun has become. Whatever you say, you're the Hokage's son. The 8th line of Area A, the hill defended by Liu Yun. There were about 100 shadow clones on the mountain, some holding kunai, some holding pitchforks, some holding sticks, and some picking up stones. They all attacked Liu Yun, but Liu Yun dodged one by one, dancing with his body movements, sometimes entering and exiting like a tiger, and sometimes dodging and moving like a snake. Liu Yun spent 600 experience points to exchange for Might Guy's 5 years of physical skills, bringing his 8 ninja physical skills to the peak of Chunin. If it weren't for the Chunin template restricting him, Liu Yun's taijutsu would have reached Jonan level by now. Liu Yun also understood the system's explanation about this template restriction. The system wanted him to develop in all aspects and cultivate an all-round ninja. Therefore, Liu Yun must max out the 8 ninja items, chakra attributes, and the basic ninja profession before he can replace the template and add points to the new template. A shadow clone used the physical technique that his predecessor was best at, monkey stealing peach. It seemed that the attack was about to destroy Liu Yun's future happiness. Konaha Gale. Liu Yun squatted down and swept towards Shadow Clone's lower body, destroying his own Shadow Clone with just one hit. Advertisement. Bang. Shadow Clone's memories were transmitted into Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun always felt weird, as if he was hitting himself. Suddenly, a bunch of memories flooded into Liu Yun's mind. It was the little Zuanfeng Shadow Clone that Liu Yun left at the foot of the mountain. When Liu Yun saw Asuma's team coming, Asuma immediately started arguing with Liu Yun's Shadow Clone and started using knives and guns. Liu Yun's Shadow Clone was no match and was destroyed by the opponent using Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Asuma stared at the Shadow Clone that was destroyed by his Wind-style and was stunned. It's just a Shadow Clone. A Shadow Clone actually forced him to use ninjutsu. He wanted to show off his Wind-style in front of Liu Yun, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being shown off. A shadow slowly appeared on a large rock, and the white figure gradually solidified. She was wearing a white, bare-chested top, a black snake-like belt around her waist, and a ninja sword on her back. He is simply a replica of Urzuzi, only he is slightly smaller in height and looks weird, giving people the urge to hit him. Liu Yun looked down and saw Asuma's team, Yuhi Kurenai, Yuhi Shinku and Nara Yuji standing on a tree in the back. Liu Yun. Shirahong's face showed joy when she saw that Liu Yun was fine. Liu Yun waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Shihi Shinku behind him, opened his Byakugan, and observed the other party's chakra amount. The amount of chakra of the elite Jonan is too rich, so even performing 10 or so high-level ninjutsu is not a problem. Asuma saw that Liu Yun didn't turn his eyes to him, as if he was insulted by being ignored. Asuma shouted loudly, Liu Yun, look here. Liu Yun lowered his head and said, huh, as if wondering why there was a person down there. What an annoying guy. Asuma couldn't stand the look and pulled a kunai from between his legs. I've mastered the wind-style jutsu. Come on, fight me. Liu Yun sat down cross-legged, crossed one hand on his knee and smiled. He didn't even care about the special Jonan, so how could he care about Asuma who was not even a Chunin? The only thing that made him care about the other party was the title of Hokage's son. That title had already been used by Liu Yun, and now he no longer cared about it. Liu Yun turned his gaze to Shiri Hong, and the expression on his face turned into a warm breeze. Hong, why are you going to the front line? Asuma's anger had accumulated to its peak. Liu Yun was no longer simply ignoring him, but truly not caring about his existence. How would Asuma, who regards the opponent as his biggest rival, feel? Liu Yun. Asuma jumped up and attacked in the direction of Liu Yun with a kunai. His kunai was about to pierce Liu Yun, and Shirai Hong anxiously reminded Liu Yun, be careful. Chapter 28. One-handed instant. Liu Yun seemed not to see Asuma and let him pass through, but Asuma soon found that what was in front of him was just a shadow. Liu Yun appeared behind him again, and Asuma kicked him hard, but it was still just an illusion, and Liu Yun was 5 meters away from him in the blink of an eye. What's going on? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Asuma was very confused. Liu Yun's left hand was placed on his knee in a leisurely posture, with no signs of forming any hand seals. Clone technique. Body replacement technique. Nara Yuji used his brain and wanted to carefully see the ninjutsu performed by Liu Yun. Shihi Junhong folded her hands, her eyes fixed on Liu Yun's right hand, which was hidden in her sleeves. So that's how it is. Such talent in just 2 weeks. Asuma was a little anxious, and immediately formed seals with his hands, wind-style great breakthrough. He blew out a whirlwind from his mouth, with the sound of wind blowing violently, which could easily tear a big tree apart. But just like before, the flowing cloud only left a shadow before changing position, and Asuma's wind style was completely useless. Huff, huff, huff. Asuma bent over, gasping for breath, and released 2 wind-style ninjutsu in succession. Coupled with the intense physical exercises, Asuma had a hard time even standing. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Nara Yuji's brain is not omnipotent. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out Liu Yun's moves, so he looked at the experienced Yuhi Shinku next to him. Teacher. This. Yuhi Shinku replied, instant body technique. But he didn't make any seals. Shihi Junhong replied softly, have you ever heard of one-handed seal? Liu Yun broke Nara Yuji's cognition time and time again, making him gradually doubt his own judgment. One-handed seal. One-handed instant body movement. This is impossible. Even Jonan don't have this skill, and Liu Yun is a genin. Genin, do you still think he is a genin? Yuhi Shinku shook her head. The amount of chakra exceeds that of an ordinary person, the mastery of the forbidden technique, and the terrifying talent in the instantaneous body technique. Yuhi Shinku recited softly. There is a kind of ninja that is particularly suitable for the battlefield. Under the stimulation of life and death situations, the ninja's talent will slowly be realized. Nara Yuji looked at Asuma who was breathing heavily, and then looked at the calm and peaceful clouds. Could it be that he deliberately offended the Sarutobi family and came to the most dangerous front line in order to get the chance to exchange his talent for a desperate situation of life and death? Shiri Junhong shook his head. I don't know, maybe. Advertisement. Asuma bent over, panting, and looked at Liu Yun weakly. Is this the ninja who has experienced the baptism of war? Liu Yun turned his head slightly and glanced at Asuma, who thought that his powerful strength seemed to come from the test of war. Liu Yun, answer me. Asuma still had that tone of being the son of the Hokage that everyone depended on him. Liu Yun ignored him, stood up, and gently brushed the dust off his pants. What's the point of pretending to be cool in front of a genin? If you have the ability, just dance in front of Madara's grave and eat snake soup in front of Orochimaru. Shiri Hong called out to Liu Yun who was about to leave. Liu Yun, I have something to tell you. Asuma was chattering again. Liu Yun, answer me, did you become so strong because of the war? Nonsense. Liu Yun turned his back to Asuma, made a seal with his sleeves, and a strong murderous intent enveloped Asuma. Blood, torture instruments, human heads, broken knives, and eyes that looked like those of a ferocious ghost. In just a moment, Asuma fell to his knees, his body shaking. Where is this? This is a low-level illusion that Liu Yun developed based on the pain he suffered in the Sand Shinobi camp and his experience in fighting. Asuma, who was only at the level of a genin, was immediately plunged into a world similar to the hell of the Verokana. You can't even stand this scene. Where do you get the courage to go to the battlefield? Liu Yun left a trace of sound and followed Shirahong to a corner. Liu Yun folded his hands and looked at Hong, who was full of thoughts. Shorahong lowered her head, and then looked with her red eyes at Liu Yun, who was now different from before. Liu Yun, You have become different from before, so strange that you seem like a completely different person. Is it because of the war, or the abuse Sunogaker had on you? Maybe. Liu Yun's answer was unclear, causing Shi Raihong's heart to ache slightly. The Liu Yun in the past would never speak to her like this. If he had the chance to chat with her alone, he would definitely stutter with excitement. Sunogaker must have tortured him terribly. Shourahong took a step closer to Liu Yun and looked into his dark pupils. Advertisement. Liu Yun, life is painful, right? Liu Yun looked at Shirahong in confusion. Why did he feel miserable when he was living a good life, yet he was the one who often made others feel miserable? Your father died on the front line, your teacher and teammates died a month ago, and you were sent to the front line by the village. This rough fate is really scary. Liu Yun listened quietly. If there was no immortal system, Liu Yun's life would be really terrible. Shourahong took another step closer to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, you are not alone. We are classmates. I will not give up on you. I will always care about you. Liu Yun took a step back. Shi Raihong pulled Liu Yun's sleeve and said, listen to me, you must live strong from now on. Liu Yun looked at the girl, his red eyes full of concern. I used to annoy you so much, why did you do this to me? Because we are classmates. Liu Yun seemed to be stunned. Classmates, yes, simple and sincere feelings, without the calculations of adults, without the tearing of power by Uzumaki. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly pulled out a kunai from her leg and was about to stab Liu Yun with it. Liu Yun had previous experience with Shizune, so he knew Yuhi Kurenai very well. He stepped back and dodged Yuhi Kurenai's kunai. It's useless, Kurenai. Even if I'm seriously injured, Shimura Aso won't let me leave. Shihi Kurenai put down the kunai in her hand. How could they do this? Isn't this obviously asking you to die? Liu Yun looked at the angry red on his face, and his heart felt a little warmer. The depression brought by the fighting in the past few days slowly dissipated. Ninjas living in darkness also need comfort from the light. It turns out that the flowing clouds in the sky are not unattended, the quiet sounds are looking for him, and the red glow of the sunset is also looking at him. Liu Yun comforted Hong. Don't worry, I've lived here for 2 weeks. My battlefield experience is no less than anyone else's. But you, this is your first time on the battlefield. Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head. I have my father to protect me, but you are alone to defend the front. Shimura Aso is really mean, he didn't even arrange a teammate for you. The faint aura of Urzuzi permeated the air. Loneliness can make people grow. Only those who are used to loneliness can escape the troubles brought by mediocrity. The tone of your voice has changed too. You used to be so clingy. Chapter 29 Uchiha's Fire Style. As dusk approaches, Nara Yuji looks at Asuma sulking in the dark of the forest, still obsessed with the huge gap between himself and Liu Yun. He turned around and glanced at the person who was chatting and laughing with Shihihong. How could Asuma be able to match such a huge gap? All he had was the identity of the son of the Sarutobi family and the title of the son of the Hokage. However, this is precisely his greatest advantage. Let's go, Hong. Shihi Junhong called Shihi Hong. Shihi Kurenai stood up immediately. I know, Dad. She turned her head and looked at Liu Yun again, her big red eyes full of concern. Our defense line is right behind you. Don't be afraid of being alone. I will come to talk to you as soon as I have time. Liu Yun smiled. I won't let any sand shinobi pass through me and hurt Hong. Yuhi Kurenai shook her head and taught the slacking skills she had just concluded. When the sand shinobi comes, you can find a place to hide. If you want to come, just come. Anyway, my father is a Jonan and can handle it. Yuhi Shinku's ears twitched. The illusion ninja had a strong spiritual talent and sharp perception. He seemed to have heard the sound of himself being sold. Liu Yun didn't want to make the girl worry, so he nodded. Then I will hide and get away with it. Yuhi Kurenai smiled and said, that's right. You're just a genin. There's no need to fight so hard. Goodbye, then. Goodbye. After Yuhi Kurenai returned to the team, she followed Yuhi Shinku and the others. Liu Yun looked at their backs, then formed a seal of instant teleportation and slowly disappeared. At night, Liu Yun scouted the forest as usual, but still found nothing unusual. Sand Shinobi also seemed to have noticed the weirdness of the 8th front in Area A. I wonder what they are planning. There was no one around at night, so Liu Yun separated Shadow Clone and began to practice ninjutsu. He stood on a large rock and formed seals with his hands, fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Liu Yun put his right hand around his mouth, and flames spewed out of his mouth. The flames looked like the fruit of the impatience fire. This is a basic jutsu commonly used by the Uchiha family. It is only C level and can be exchanged for 300 experience points. Then, Liu Yun breathed fire again, fire-style impatience claw red. The shuriken hidden in his sleeves quickly combined with the flames covered the shuriken, and balls of flames flew quickly forward. Advertisement. This is the fire-style ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi is good at, and it is a derivative of the Function fire technique. Liu Yun did not exchange it, but figured it out by himself with the help of the system's ninjutsu development template. Liu Yun suddenly felt a vague gaze on his back. White eyes. Open. Liu Yun immediately opened his white eyes, and sure enough, behind him, there was a blue chakra ball behind a big rock 100 meters away. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands and his body continuously produced chakra. The amount of chakra required for this fire-style ninjutsu was very high. The ninja hiding in the dark saw Liu Yun preparing to cast a spell on him and immediately jumped out. Liu Yun, wait, I'm a ninja from Konaha. Liu Yun didn't care and kept hiding in the dark and spying on him. It was unknown whether he was trying to gather information or was plotting something. Fire style How Long Huo technique. Liu Yun suddenly spurted out, and a huge fire dragon head spewed out from his mouth. The dragon head was lifelike and more agile than the fire dragon of the dragon flame singing technique. Simply put, there are more special effects on it. This fire style. The ninja in the dark widened his eyes. This was already a B-rank ninjutsu, the fire style, and only a Jonan could unleash such power. Roar. The fire dragon roared towards him, and the ninja in the dark immediately formed seals with his hands and escaped from the dragon fire in an instant. He fell onto a rock and was suddenly tied up with a steel wire, with the other end of the wire held by Liu Yun's teeth. Liu Yun formed seals with both hands. Fire style Dragon Fire technique. Dragon Fire technique is also one of the fire styles represented by the Uchiha family. It uses steel wires to connect the enemy and then releases a straight line of flames. The flame spread very fast and ordinary people would be burned before they could react. Raging. A line of fire was like a meteor across the sky, about to burn the ninja in the dark. The ninja in the dark was not to be trifled with. He clasped his hands together and immediately performed a wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style. Fierce wind palm. A strong wind blew out from his body and quickly blocked the dragon fire that followed. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the flames slowly dissipated in the air. Liu Yun was also preparing to cast a spell to test his fire style. Advertisement. Liu Yun, that's enough. The ninja in the dark slowly approached. Liu Yun put down his hand seal, and then he could see his appearance clearly. It turned out to be the other of Shimura's 2 bodyguards, Yuta. Why are you hiding there? Yuta snorted, holding back his anger and said, Liu Yun, you are so lucky. Lord Aso wants to recruit you. From now on, you will serve the Shimura family. Yuta doesn't like Liu Yun, but he has worked with Jujiro for many years and they have some feelings for each other. Yuta doesn't dare to comment on Shimura's cold-bloodedness in giving up Jujiro, but that doesn't mean he won't have any opinions about Liu Yun. Liu Yun curled up a sneer on his lips and sat leisurely on the stone below. Will I become the Shimura family's dog with you? What did you say? Get lost. Don't disturb Lousy from practicing ninjutsu. Yuta wanted to persuade him. Liu Yun. How can a common ninja make a way out in the village? Joining the big ninja clan is the only way. Liu Yun formed a seal with one hand, jumped behind Shanta in an instant, and kicked him, knocking Shanta to the ground. Shang Tai's eyes were full of disbelief. One-handed instant movement. I told you to get out of here. I cut off one of Jujiro's hands. You don't want to follow in his footsteps, do you? You. Shang Tai finally remembered the misery of his colleague. This young boy was a ruthless man who dared to do anything. He immediately got up and fled in a panic. Liu Yun left a final message to Yuta. Tell the Shimura family that I don't even care about that old dog Shimura Danzo, let alone a Shimura Aso who is not well known. Use whatever dirty tricks you have. You'll be awesome if you can kill me. Shangtai stood in the distance, listening to Liu Yun's crazy words in disbelief. Crazy. Crazy. He called the village Hokage's assistant an old dog, but he was the powerful head of the Shimura family, who controlled a huge root and had absolute power in Konaha village. Liu Yun dared to scold him. Isn't he crazy? This guy is so bold. Yuta immediately went back. He wanted to tell Shimura exactly what Liu Yun said and ask him to give up this ignorant guy. Chapter 30. Shiri Hong's injury. After the Shimura family's dog was chased away, Liu Yun continued his practice alone. The next day, Liu Yun was lying on the stone looking at the book about Liu Bei written by Jiraiya. Suddenly I heard a clear shout and turned to look. Yuhi Kurenai, wearing red and white clothes and carrying a small basket, ran towards Liu Yun happily like a deer running in the woods. Liu Yun immediately hid the book and greeted people with a smile. Hong. Shirahong came closer and handed the small bamboo basket in her hand to Liu Yun. Eat quickly, this is the food I made. They are really rude. They don't even give you any supplies. How can you eat enough to fight? Liu Yun took it and looked at the girl's cooking skills. It was a very simple dish. After all, the conditions in the wild were limited. But Liu Yun still happily accepted the girl's hard work. Yuhi Kurenai laughed. Eat slowly, be careful not to hurt your stomach. Not long after, Liu Yun wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and said thank you, Hong. Shihi Kurenai shook her head. We are all classmates, and we should help each other. Liu Yun couldn't help but warn the girl. This place is very dangerous, don't come here again. The girl pouted. You are still the same, a genin, but you insist on staying here without knowing whether to live or die. What's wrong with genin? There will be genin who will save the world in the future. I don't believe it. Liu Yun leaned against a big rock and listened to Shi Raihong's recent complaints. Asuma is really not a classmate. Didn't you just beat him up? He is so petty and he even let the Sarutobi family drive you to the front line. Liu Yun smiled and said, I will trample him to the ground. Children of a big family like him value the family's reputation very much. The insults of common people will be regarded as a provocation or even contempt for authority. He can't do that. After all, he is a classmate who has studied with him for several years. Time passed minute by minute, and Yuhi Kurenai stood up and brushed the dust off her shorts. Liu Yun, I'm leaving first. My father still wants to teach me illusion techniques, so I can't stay here for too long. Liu Yun waved his hand. Go back quickly. Remember to be careful on the way. Okay. Shi Rihong smiled gently, carrying her small bamboo basket and slowly walked down the hill. Advertisement. There is a dense forest about 5 kilometers between Area A and Area B. It was noon, the sun was high in the sky, the forest was very quiet, even the birdsong had died down. Shorahong felt a little frightened and quickened her pace. In a hidden forest path ahead, Shi Rihong suddenly touched a trap. Swoosh. Several shurikens were shot out, and Yuhi Kurenai quickly retreated, but was still scratched on the calf by a shuriken. Ah! Yuhi Kurenai covered her calves and squatted down. Then, a kunai shot towards her like a lion majesty hiding in the shadows. Don't want. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened as wide as they could, and she could only watch helplessly as the kunai was about to hit her neck. A white figure flashed by, and Liu Yun grabbed the kunai forcefully. White eyes. Open. Liu Yun looked over with his white eyes and saw a chakra ball the size of Chunin hidden in the dirt not far away. Liu Yun shook his hand and shot the kunai back towards that place. Liu Yun. Shorahong stood up and took a step closer to Liu Yun. The sand shinobi hidden in the mud quickly jumped out from the ground. Liu Yun formed a seal with one hand and attacked him in an instant. The sand shinobi was just about to make a seal, but unexpectedly Liu Yun was faster than him and made another seal with his right hand hidden in his sleeve. Fire-style great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed out from Liu Yun's mouth and engulfed sand shinobi in an instant. Ah! The flames burned through, and the sand shinobi's screams of pain lingered in the forest. After killing the sand shinobi, Liu Yun turned around and looked at Yuhi Kurenai. Liu Yun, you are so amazing. I didn't even see you cast a seal but you already took care of that sand shinobi. Advertisement. Liu Yun smiled and said, a mere Chunin is nothing to me. Boast. Liu Yun walked closer to Shirahong, squatted down, and looked at the wound on Shirahong's calf. There was a cut with a black mark in it. Poisonous. What should we do then? Shi Rihong was a little scared. She shouldn't run around on the front line at will. Liu Yun asked Shirahong to squat down, took out a piece of bandage and tied it around her calf. Just bear with it. Liu Yun used a kunai to release the poisonous blood from Shihong's wound, then he put his mouth close to her wound and slowly sucked out the poisonous blood. Pooh. Liu Yun. Shirahong looked at Liu Yun, not knowing what she was thinking. Liu Yun exchanged the antidote for this poison in the system space and quickly applied it on Shirahong's calf. Get up. And take 2 steps. Shihong stood up, her calves trembling slightly. The poison was resolved, but slight sequelae still remained. Liu Yun carried Shorahong on his back and took her out of the forest. Yuhi Kurenai said somewhat dejectedly, am I useless? Even though I became a ninja, I didn't accomplish anything. Liu Yun said bluntly, yes, you are useless. Go back to the village. This place is not suitable for you. Liu Yun, you are so beautiful, why would you want to be a ninja? You can just stay at home and make a living with your face in the future. Yuhi Hong's eyes curved up. Liu Yun gathered chakra at his feet and jumped towards the tree trunk in front of him, easily galloping over the tree trunks in the forest. Liu Yun felt his lips were a little numb. It should be because of the drugs he just took. The poison will be aggravated by the vigorous movement of the poisoned person. At this time, Liu Yun should stop, apply the antidote to his mouth, and slowly detoxify. But he was not panicked at all. It was just poisoning. What was there to be afraid of? Hey, don't panic, just have fun. Chapter 31 The eldest son of the Sarutobi family. Soon, Liu Yun carried Shorahong on his back and arrived at the B area defense line where Shiri Junhong and his men were stationed. There were several small tents set up in a clearing in the forest. Yuhi Shinku was teaching Asuma and Nara Yuji how to practice taijutsu. The 2 men fought against each other with kunai, taking turns to hit each other, and they had a lot of fun. The rookies fight, and every move is deadly. Rustle. There was a slight sound of branches shaking, and Shihi Junhong looked up and found the figures of Liu Yun and Shihi Hong. Asuma noticed Liu Yun and Yuhi Kurenai. Liu Yun was carrying Yuhi Kurenai on his back, and Yuhi Kurenai had her arms around Liu Yun's neck. Asuma immediately stopped the fight, but was inevitably scratched by Nara Yuji's kunai. Liu Yun jumped down and gently placed Shorahong on the ground. He explained to Yuhi Shinku who was walking over, she was attacked by the sand shinobi who ambushed her in the forest. Her body was poisoned. I have already cured her of the poison. Shihi Junhong looked at Shihi Hong, and Shihi Hong lowered her head, not daring to look into her father's scrutinizing eyes. Hong, didn't you say you were going to the forest to pick wild fruits? Why did you end up at Liu Yun's place? Liu Yun looked at the silent girl in surprise. It turned out that Shihi Hong ran to him without Shihi Junhong's approval. Yuhi Kurenai didn't say anything. Yuhi Shinkurenai shook her head and said, don't leave my sight casually in the future. The front line of the war is very dangerous. Yuhi Kurenai nodded. I understand, Dad. Shiri Junhong turned around and looked at Liu Yun again, and saw that his face was a little pale. Are you okay? Shiri Hong was also a little worried. Dad, Liu Yun took the drugs for me, and he must have toxins in his body. Liu Yun waved his hand. Don't worry, I have an antidote and will take it later. Liu Yun, come, let's have a ninja battle. Asuma ran up angrily, with a cut on his arm from Nara Yuji. Liu Yun simply ignored him and waved to Shihi Hong. Goodbye, Hong. Goodbye, Liu Yun. Asuma's kunai swept across, and the flowing clouds turned into shadows and disappeared before their eyes. Liu Yun. Asuma clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't beat him, and even his beloved threw himself into the other's arms. For the first time, Asuma began to doubt himself greatly. He lowered his head, looked at the girl sitting on the ground, opened his hands, and tried to save her. Hong, I have never participated in Liu Yun's appointment. Can you forgive me? Advertisement. Kurenai Yuhi turned her head away and ignored Asuma, who didn't even try to refute the Sarutobi family's appointment even though he wasn't involved. He must have ignored the fact that Liu Yun was sent to the most dangerous place on the front line. Red. Asuma's hand remained half suspended in the air for a long time without falling. He felt as if he had lost something. Being stepped on by a commoner, Jonan, he lost all his dignity, and some people even looked at him with secret ridicule. Now, Lian Hong no longer pays attention to him. Dissatisfaction, anger, jealousy, hatred. Asuma felt mixed emotions, and then his eyes darkened as he said ruthlessly, that's Area A, where even Jonan is not sure he can survive. Liu Yun won't survive. He will definitely not survive. He will die. He will definitely die. After saying this, he ignored the three people's surprised looks and ran into the dense forest alone. Shihi Shinku sighed helplessly. A huge gap will make people look up to you, but it will also make people's hearts twisted. This level depends on whether Asuma can overcome it. Nara Yuji wiped the kunai. Asuma has lived in the pride of others since he was a child. This is the first time he has been hit so hard by his peers. Moreover, with such a gap, Asuma can't even see the other person's back. Yuhi Kurenai stood up, her face full of anger. You all remember Asuma, but no one cares about Liu Yun. He is guarding the 8th front alone, without teammates and supplies. How can he hold on? Yuhi Shinku and Nara Yuji were silent. Liu Yun was running fast in the forest. The skin on his face became whiter and whiter, and then slowly turned dark black, but Liu Yun remained calm. Isn't that how poisonous it is? A minor problem. Bite. You were killed by Chunin Matsumoto Ying using poison, experience points plus 30. This Sand Shinobi Extra even asked for a name when he arrived in the underworld. Sand Shinobi Frontline Command Center. Yumkatana handed a letter of appointment to Jonan Koshikawa. There is something fishy going on in the 8th front of Konaha area. I suspect there is an elite Jonan in charge here. Your ability to lurk and launch surprise attacks is the best among the Jonan. Go and find out who it is. Okay, Commander. Yuchuan took the appointment letter, read it carefully, memorized the location of the Konaha front, and then left Yumkatana's office area. Yuchuan walked to an open space, put his finger between his teeth, bit it to draw blood, and formed a seal instantly. Summoning technique. The white smoke made a bang sound, and a huge black goshawk stood in the open space, with a white head and black feathers, and its eagle eyes were as cold as a knife. Mingfeng. Let's go. Tisk. Advertisement. An eagle's cry echoed throughout the Sand Shinobi camp, followed by the flapping of huge black wings, which rose into the sky with the sound of wind. Comma. At night, Asuma angrily hit a tree, leaving grooves in the trunk with his own blood. Why? Asuma kept asking questions. He was the son of the Hokage and the son of the Sarutobi family. His family had no shortage of ninjutsu, and no shortage of Jonan to guide them in their practice of ninjutsu. Despite having so many resources, he is no match for a civilian genin. Hong, do you also look down on me? Asuma punched the groove of the tree hard, his fist dripping with blood, but the pain was nothing compared to the scar in his heart. He was trampled under the feet of Liu Yun, and every time he saw him, he wanted to get back at him, but Liu Yun didn't even look at him. In front of Liu Yun, he was as mentally retarded as a child. He had lost his dignity and everything. Asuma was tired from fighting, and leaned against the tree trunk helplessly, muttering to himself, what else do I have? A cold snort sounded. You are the son of the Hokage, the son of the Sarutobi family, and the other party is just a commoner genin. Your family's identity is your greatest advantage. Asuma looked up at a young man in his 20s, whose face was about 70% similar to his. Brother, weren't you at the Rain Country battlefield? Why are you here? Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at his useless brother and snorted, the battlefield in Rain Country has entered a stalemate. It doesn't matter whether I am there or not. Besides, it's not easy to get credit there. I came to the battlefield in River Country to establish merit. Asuma looked at his broken hand, not caring about the pain. Has the old man decided to pave the way for you? Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded. After this war it will be almost the race for the 4th Hokage. I want to become the Hokage and continue the glory of the Sarutobi family. Asuma lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. Sarutobi Shinosuke lifted Asuma's collar directly. What? You can't stand up after such a blow. You are a man of the Sarutobi family, a natural noble, how can you be defeated by such a small setback? Asuma pushed Sarutobi Shinosuke away. You don't understand. Sarutobi Shinosuke smiled slightly. Isn't it just a woman? As a noble, is there any woman that you can't pursue? Hong is different from the others. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted. I'll take care of that. It would be a great honor for a mere Jonan with no foundation to marry into the Sarutobi family. What are you doing? Asuma asked loudly. Sarutobi Shinosuke's figure flashed and left Asuma's sight. Asuma seemed to have guessed where Sarutobi Shinosuke was going, and although he didn't want to do so, his clenched fists loosened. Hong, there's no chance of you and a dead man. Chapter 32. Jonan Koshikawa Chisato offers his head to ask for a meeting with the donor. Sarutobi Shinosuke quickly found Yuhi Shinku, explained his purpose, and asked Yuhi Shinku in a domineering manner to keep his daughter under control. He told her not to get close to Liu Yun again, and also promised to let Yuhi Shinku's daughter marry into the Sarutobi family in the future to improve Yuhi Shinku's status in the village. Yuhi Shinku refused in every possible way, not wanting to hurt his daughter's feelings, but Sarutobi Shinosuke used the power of the Sarutobi family to pressure him. Yuhi Shinku had no choice but to stand on the side of Sarutobi's family. He had to protect his daughter from any harm. The bonfire at night was very bright, dispelling the cold rising from the earth. Nara Yuji felt the silence in the atmosphere, so he cleverly made an excuse and went to bed. At the campfire, only Sunset Red and Sunset True Red were left. Yuhi Shinku gritted his teeth. Although he was an elite Jonan, he had a certain influence in the village. But in front of the big tree of Sarutobi's house, he is like an ant. Red. Shihihong raised her head and looked at her father. The expression on her face seemed as if she was suppressing something. What, Dad? Don't go looking for Liu Yun anymore. Don't play with him anymore. Just forget about him. Yuhi Kurenai stared at Yuhi Shinku with wide eyes. In the past, Yuhi Shinku always agreed with her and never interfered in her private affairs. Today is the first time. What are you talking about? Dad. Shihihong stood up. Shihi Junhong said word by word. Don't look for Liu Yun, forget about him completely. Also, forgive Asuma and don't have small conflicts with him anymore. Why? Shi Ri Hong asked loudly. Why? Why can't I go find Liu Yun again? Yuhi Shinku's voice got louder. No reason. This is an order. I am your instructor Jonan. You must follow my words. But you are my father. Tears welled up in Shihihong's eyes. Shihi Junhong seemed to be stunned, looking at her daughter's tears with heartache. This was the first time in his 30 years of life that he felt so powerless. The hands of the ninja clan were tearing the fate of civilians apart all the time. Kato Dan, White Fang, and too many other people, no one can stop the huge chess hand of the ninja clan. Shiri Zhenhong's heart hardened. This is the first time I order you, Liu Yun will definitely not survive. Hong, forget about him. The sooner you forget, the less pain you will suffer. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The girl's tears fell. She couldn't believe that her father, who doted on her so much, would say such cruel words. Shorahong turned around and ran away without caring about anything. You are all the same, watching Liu Yun die one by one. He is so pitiful and lonely, but he can never escape the calculations of the adults. Yuhi Shinku watched Yuhi Hong run away without taking any action. Instead, he just looked at the burning bonfire silently. The temperature of the flame is so warm, but Shiri Junhong's heart is so cold. We are all sails on the sea. How can we escape from the endless Uzumaki? Advertisement. On the seventh front of Konaha, a huge white-headed goshawk placed its claws on the chest of a ninja with a broken arm. San Shinobi Koshikawa put the ninja sword on Jujiro's neck. Who are the ninjas guarding the eighth front? Jujiro's body was covered in bloodline, and the organs in his chest were in a mess. Suddenly, the force on his chest became stronger and stronger, and Jujiro immediately shouted, It's Liu Yun, he has been guarding the eighth line. Liu Yun, who is he? Yuchuan recalled the list of Jonan in Konaha village in his mind, and had never heard of Liu Yun. Jujiro immediately replied, he is a commoner genin. He was sent to the eighth front to die because he offended the son of the Sarutobi family. A genin. Koshikawa was full of confusion. Konaha only had one genin guarding the eighth front, but their San Shinobi lost 8 special Jonan and 12 Chunin. Do you think I'm stupid? How dare you lie to me? Yuchuan slashed down with his knife. The light in Jujiro's eyes gradually dimmed, leaving only the intermittent voice. I didn't lie to you. Yuchuan jumped onto the black eagle and stood on the giant eagle's neck, with the wind rustling past. Akifun, go to the eighth front. I don't believe Konaha will send a genin to guard there. Tick. The eagle cried in the sky, and its huge wings blocked the light from the moon. Woo woo woo. The girl's low sobbing could be heard in the dark night. Yuhi Kurenai swept away the thorns that blocked her way, and rushed around in the forest aimlessly, ignoring the bloodline on her hands. She didn't know where she was, or where she should go. This was the first time that Yuhi Shinku made such a strong request to her. Forgive Asuma and forget Liu Yun. The adult world is so complicated. Yuhi Kurenai just wants to save her companions and stay away from the black vortex of the village, but no one can withstand the pressure from the ninja clan. Tisk. The soaring cry of an eagle was heard from the sky, and the wild animals in the forest were in chaos, shouting one after another, as if they were submitting to the dark king in the sky. Yuhi Kurenai looked up and saw a huge black hawk circling in the night sky. On its white feathered neck stood a ninja wearing a San Shinobi forehead protector. San Shinobi. Shi Raihong was startled and immediately dived into the dense forest. The Black Hawk's vision is very sharp, and even in such a dark night, it can spot Sunset Red at a glance. Koshikawa noticed the girl below him. The genin of Konaha, is that her? Judging from the embarrassing escape of the girl below, she couldn't be a strong ninja who could defend the eighth line. Mingfeng, catch her. Yuhi Shinku's senses were very sharp. He vaguely heard the cry of the flying summoning beast and immediately became alert. Summoning beast, San Shinobi's ninja hawk, oops, red. Without saying a word, Yuhi Shinku ran in the direction where Yuhi Hong had left, knife in hand. Advertisement. Nara Yuji also came out of the tent and he also analyzed the urgency of the situation. At the 8th line of Area A, Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. Generally, this kind of sign represented a bad premonition in the common routines. He had no one to ask, so he asked the system father, "System, what's going on? Why is my right eyelid twitching?" The system answered truthfully, "Host hasn't slept for a long time, so it's natural for his eyelids to twitch." "You're still kidding me. Answer me now, host. Focus all your chakra into your Byakugan to expand your detection range." Liu Yun did as he was told immediately and formed seals with his hands. White eyes, open. The endless chakra in the body gathers at the eyes. The angle of view of the white eyes began to slowly increase. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. Liu Yun still didn't notice any movement, so he immediately opened the 8 inner gates of the 3rd gate. His skin turned red and green energy emanated from his body. He overloaded his body's energy to extract chakra and poured it into his Byakugan. 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Liu Yun's Byakugan detection range was directly expanded to 10 kilometers. He tried hard to investigate and suddenly found 2 huge chakras in the sky. The largest one is very complex and belongs to the summoning beast's chakra. The other one is higher than the special Jonan and belongs to the Jonan's chakra. There is also a very faint chakra, and that chakra flow is very familiar. Red. Liu Yun immediately slashed his sword, resurrected, opened the 3rd gate, and instantly ran towards the direction where Shihihong was captured. The 3rd gate was opened, and the endless chakra was used by Liu Yun to perform the instant body technique. In the night sky, he was like a green light, crossing the quiet forest. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Liu Yun kept accelerating, forming seals, and releasing the instant body technique. The 3 chakra valves in the body continuously output chakra. Liu Yun kept growling, steam coming out of his body. All the nutrients in his body were burning, and his life was slowly slipping away. He was like a gust of wind blowing through the forest, getting closer and closer to Yuchuan. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Liu Yun began to feel pains throughout his body. The negative effects of the 8 inner gates were affecting his speed. Liu Yun immediately detonated the detonating talisman on his chest. Chapter 33 Chasing the Red Clouds After Resurrection. Liu Yun continued to open the 3rd gate, an extremely fast teleportation. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Liu Yun looked up and saw a giant eagle under the moon sky. Unlike the wind eagle of Dupingmen, this goshawk is black, larger than Dupingmen's summoning beast, and has twice as much chakra. Boom. Liu Yun immediately detonated the explosive talisman, and after being killed, he recovered and started the green light instant speed mode. The explosion of the detonating talisman attracted the attention of Black Hawk. Black Hawk let out an eagle cry and circled in the sky. Yuchuan noticed something strange about his partner, and his pupils looked downward. A green line came at a very fast speed, and the speed gradually increased in just a moment. What is that? A green flash. 200 meters below the Black Hawk, Liu Yun stepped down suddenly, instantly creating a hole about 10 meters in size. He leapt forward and flew toward the Black Hawk like a launched missile. The night was very cold, and the wind from the sky blew on the girl with scars on her body. Shi Raihong didn't dare to open her eyes, for fear that the cold wind would hurt her pupils. She felt somewhat desperate. She was captured by the Sand Shinobi and brought back to the Sand Shinobi camp. She didn't know what kind of abuse and humiliation she would endure. Wasn't it the same for Liu Yun? He was captured by the Sand Shinobi and no one came to save him. He must have been just as desperate. Shourahong was thinking about the other person in her heart. Liu Yun had changed so much, which proved that he had endured more pain and torture. Red. A loud shout came from below. Shihihong looked down in confusion, only to see a figure emitting green energy flying into the sky. Liu Yun. The girl cried out in surprise, and then suddenly shouted anxiously, "Go back quickly, go back quickly, he is Jonan, you are no match for him." Yuchuan finally saw the green figure clearly. A young boy actually has this kind of ninjutsu. Yuchuan immediately formed a seal and spat out dozens of wind blades from his mouth. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. Liu Yun put his 4 fingers together, one in front and one behind. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, white smoke exploded around him, and about 100 shadow clones were suspended in the sky. As soon as they came out, they started cursing the sky, blaming the original body for being so deceiving that it released them in the sky. Several shadow clones became Liu Yun's shield, helping him block Yuchuan's wind blade. But a wind blade still brushed past Liu Yun's shoulder and directly cut off Liu Yun's left hand. Shihihong shouted worriedly, "Liu Yun." Liu Yun did not stop. He stepped on the head of a shadow clone and rushed forward, finally touching the Black Hawk. Advertisement. Tisk. The Black Hawk flapped its wings and climbed into the sky. Liu Yun's shadow clone built a human bridge in the sky, grabbed Liu Yun's feet, and swung him violently. This force gave Liu Yun a great acceleration. Superior. Liu Yun rushed upwards and hit the Black Eagle's claws. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. He formed a seal with one hand and spit out a huge fireball which shot onto the Black Eagle's feathers. Kai. The Black Hawk felt pain and unconsciously loosened its claws, and Red Sunset fell down. Red. Liu Yun immediately grabbed it with one hand. Shi Hong opened her eyes slightly and looked at the boy whose skin turned red and released green energy. Liu Yun. Liu Yun descended holding Shorahong, and the huge gravitational potential energy was superimposed on the two of them, and then transformed into kinetic potential energy. The force of this downward impact could instantly smash anyone into pieces. In such a desperate situation, Shi Rihong's heart became even calmer. The pain in Yuhi Kurenai's heart caused by her father's toughness slowly disappeared, and her aversion to the village's power Uzumaki gradually dissipated. Liu Yun, you are so nice. The two of them fell rapidly, and Liu Yun's only remaining right hand let go of Shirahong and quickly formed a seal. Single-handed multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, more than 50 shadow clones were stacked in a string below. Liu Yun caught Shirihong with one hand again, and used shadow clone to cushion the force falling from the sky. My master. My body, FK. The shadow clone exploded one by one, and did not forget to greet Liu Yun's family while exploding. Land on the ground, bend down, all in one go. Liu Yun closed the 8 inner gates, and the resulting fatigue invaded his whole body. Liu Yun Shinobi gently let go of the girl while feeling the pain in his body. He comforted her, Hong, everything is fine. Shiri Hong shed tears and looked at Liu Yun's broken arm. You fool, why did you come to save me? Liu Yun glanced at his broken arm and said, don't be afraid, it's just a minor injury. Idiot, big idiot, super big idiot. Liu Yun was stunned. Liu Yun patted Shiri Hong's soft back with his right hand. Don't cry, I have a good recovery ability and I will be back tomorrow. You're lying to me. How can a ninja recover from a broken arm? Advertisement. Secret technique. 100 feathers breaking the air. Koshikawa above immediately used his combined ninjutsu with summoning on. I saw hundreds of feathers floating in the sky, each one was bright white and as big as a bamboo, beautiful yet with a hint of murderous intent. 100 feathers break through the sky, release. Hundreds of feathers flew towards Liu Yun and Shirihong, covering the sky and the earth. Instantaneous body. Liu Yun immediately formed hand seals and used Yuhi Kurenai to perform a teleportation move. But his chakra had already reached the bottom, and the teleportation move only reached the outer edge of the release of Koshikawa's wind-style ninjutsu. Dozens of wind-style feathers shot down from the sky. Liu Yun rolled to the ground with sunset red, dodging 3 or 4 of them. 5 more feathers came with murderous intent. Unable to dodge, Liu Yun took the opportunity to support Shirihong with one hand and use his body to defend her. Liu Yun. Shirihong shouted with his eyes wide open, his gaze fixed on the moment when Liu Yun provided him with shelter from the wind and rain. Swoosh, the attack came down swiftly, and the feathers passed through Liu Yun's body. One pierced through the stomach and shot onto the ground, and the other pierced through Liu Yun's chest and was caught by Liu Yun with one hand to prevent the wind-style feather from shooting at Yuhi Hong. Ahem. Blood flowed from Liu Yun's mouth, his vitality slowly dimmed, and the light in his eyes was gradually replaced by darkness. Shirihong trembled, and wiped the blood from Liu Yun's mouth with trembling hands. Liu Yun, don't die, don't die. Liu Yun lowered his head and knelt on the ground, the light in his eyes slowly faded away. You are the red glow of the setting sun. And I am the flowing cloud chasing you. The bright light in his eyes faded, and the heartbeat in his chest stopped. Liu Yun. She kept shedding crystal tears. Why? You stayed at the front line for 2 weeks and didn't die, but now you die to save me. Liu Yun, please come back to life. A huge shadow enveloped Shirihong. Shirihong did not look up. She had become isolated from the outside world. Koshikawa stood on top of Black Hawk and looked at the crying girl mercilessly. This is the world of ninjas. The cold and ruthless curse will be passed down from generation to generation until the day when mankind disappears. From Yuxuan's perspective, Liu Yun's body released white smoke that obscured the view below. Smoke. Undead bloodline. Yuxuan's eyes suddenly widened. He was an intelligence ninja and had access to Anbu's intelligence. Naturally, he knew the description of the immortal bloodline circulating among the top leaders. Smoke. Shihong looked at the white smoke in confusion, and gently touched one of her sleeping points with a finger. Shihi Kurenai fell into a deep sleep uncontrollably. The flowing cloud created a shadow clone, which held Shihong in its arms and retreated into the forest. The smoke cleared, and a young man in white clothes with his chest exposed was seen standing on the ground with his hands on his hips. His eyes were like 2 black gems under the moonlight. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Yun. Chapter 34. Jonan is too crazy in the forest. Yuhi Shinku and Nara Yuji hurried along and finally approached the area where Ryun and San Shinobi Koshikawa were fighting. At the foot of a big tree, the two found Liu Yun's shadow clone and Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Shinku instantly approached and helped up the unconscious Yuhi Hong. Seeing that the other party was fine, he suddenly felt relieved. He looked up at Liu Yun's shadow clone and said with a complicated tone, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what would have happened to Hong." Nara Yuji walked closer and shook his head. "Teacher, he is just a shadow clone, turn around and look." Yuhi Shinku turned her head and looked at the night sky about 300 meters away. A huge black goshawk was hovering in the air, and white shadow clones rushed into the sky from the ground like cannonballs. If you look closely, you can see that shadow clone is wearing the same white outfit as Liu Yun's Pinru version. Shadow clones flew into the sky one by one, spitting fire style, and continuously attacked the black goshawk. There is a wind-style ninja above the Black Hawk, who is also releasing wind-style to destroy Liu Yun's shadow clone. Black Hawk. Susanoo-clad Jonan Koshikawa. Yuhi Shinku quickly remembered the list of Susanoo-clad Jonan. Among the Jonan who possess the Black Hawk summoning beast is Koshikawa, who excels at infiltrating and gathering intelligence. Nara Yuji was stunned. Liu Yun is fighting a Jonan? What's wrong with this world? Is it necessary for a genin to be so crazy? Yuhi Shinku said to Nara Yuji. You stay here and I'll go take a look. On Liu Yun's side, Liu Yun had actually fought with Koshikawa and his summoning beast for about 10 minutes before Yuhi Shinku and Nara Yuji arrived. Liu Yun gained about 1,400 experience points from Jonan and high-level summoning beasts. Yuxuan was no longer useful to him, so Liu Yun started to attack. Fire-style How Long Huo technique. Roar, a huge fire dragon head on the ground flew towards the sky. Yuxuan controlled Black Hawk to make a turn and avoided the How Long fire technique. Immediately afterwards, several shurikens flew by, with long steel wires tied to the back, tying up Yuxuan. Liu Yun smiled coldly below and formed seals with his hands, fire-style dragon fire technique. Call out. The flame was like a meteor chasing the moon, rising quickly into the sky and about to attack Yuxuan in the blink of an eye. Koshikawa slashed the steel wire with his ninja sword, but the flames behind the wire still shot straight towards him. Tisk. Black Hawk climbed and avoided the fire attack. Advertisement Liu Yun let go of his hands and looked at the man and the eagle in the sky. He had to get rid of the summoning beast under Yuxuan's feet first. 8 inner gates, first open. The second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open. Liu Yun opened the third gate, and a faint green energy ignited on his body. He stomped the ground hard and rushed into the sky. Come on, kid. Yuxuan and Black Hawk were not pushovers either. Even though their chakra levels had dropped a lot, they did not flee. Mingfeng, dive. Yuxuan controlled the Black Hawk to dive downward, and the two used combined ninjutsu. Secret technique. 100 feathers breaking the air. Hundreds of feathers that changed into wind-style shapes rushed towards Liu Yun, and Liu Yun rushed forward forcefully, totally ignoring the possibility that those feathers would pierce his heart. When approaching the Black Hawk, Liu Yun opened his Byakuyan and released all the chakra in his body towards the 361 output channels. Fire style. Ash burning. The chakra extracted by Liu Yun's 3 gates burning his body energy reached the level of elite Jonan, and the black gunpowder smoke directly covered half of the sky. Ming Feng. Retreat quickly. Yuxuan smelled a strong smell of gunpowder and was about to control the Black Hawk to escape from the thick smoke of gunpowder. Sparks suddenly came out of Liu Yun's mouth. Boom boom. The gunpowder kept exploding, and balls of flames illuminated most of the sky. Yuhi Shinku just arrived and recognized the jutsu at a glance. Sarutobi family's Ash Seiki Yaki. Bang. The sound of gunpowder exploding was mixed with the sound of white smoke blasting. It turned out that Yuxuan's summoning beast Black Hawk was too seriously injured and returned to its own summoning world. A figure fell from the smoke, his clothes were charred. It was Yuxuan whose hair was blown into a mess. Fortunately, he did not suffer particularly serious injuries because Black Hawk protected Yuxuan during the explosion and bore most of the gunpowder explosion. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he fell directly from the sky. He opened the third gate and stepped on the ground, creating a big hole. Liu Yun slowly walked out of the pit. His white clothes hung down backwards, revealing his strong upper body without a single scratch on it. The surprise in Yuhi Shinku's eyes became even stronger. In the fight between Ryun and San Shinobi Jonan Koshikawa, it seemed that Koshikawa was at a disadvantage. Advertisement Liu Yun's eyes suddenly noticed Shihi Shinku, who was watching the battle 150 meters away. He restrained his recklessness and started to be serious. After making a sword dance, Liu Yun formed a seal with one hand and rushed forward in an instant. Ping! Yuxuan reacted quickly, and the two swords collided with each other, and Liu Yun's sword gradually overwhelmed the other. His Chunin template's power has reached its peak, and he is fully developed and comparable to the power-type Chunin in terms of strength. Yuxuan is not a power type, so he can only be suppressed by Liu Yun. In Shihi Shinku's sight, a very strange scene appeared. Liu Yun, who was half a head shorter than Yuxuan, suppressed Yuxuan in this way. Shihi Zhenhong took note of the fact that Liu Yun was very strong. Where do you get so much strength? Yuxuan looked at himself being suppressed in disbelief. He was an adult, but now he was being suppressed by a child. Without thinking too much, Yuxuan pulled out a kunai with his other hand and was about to shoot it at Liu Yun. If there was no one else watching the fight, Liu Yun would not have made any defense and would have just rushed forward. However, Shihi Zhenhong was watching from the side. Liu Yun jumped into the air and turned over to avoid Yuxuan's kunai. Leaping in the air, one hand suddenly put 2 fingers together, which was the one-handed tiger seal. Fire-style ghost lantern. Around Liu Yun, more than 20 will-o'-the-wisp heads with horns gathered together and rushed towards Yuxuan with a roar. Yuxuan put his hands together and released the chakra in his body. Wind style. Fierce wind palm. A violent gale was released from Yuxuan's body, blowing away more than 10 of Liu Yun's ghost lanterns. But the remaining ghost lanterns attacked Yuxuan from behind, and Yuxuan retreated suddenly, and the direction he retreated was exactly the direction of Liu Yun. Stick your head out. Liu Yun raised the knife and chopped upwards fiercely. There was fire style behind and flowing cloud in front. Yushuan jumped up and avoided the attack of cloud and fire. Liu Yun laughed suddenly. The weakness of ninjas moving in the air was very obvious. 8 inner gates, third gate Chi Kai. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and opened the third gate in an instant. His body's strength was overloaded, giving him unimaginable energy. Liu Yun suddenly kicked towards the sky at such a speed that to others it looked like a flash of green light, so green that it made people feel uneasy and gave people a chill. Chapter 35 Upgrades Special Jonan Template. Yushuan had no way to dodge and could only watch as Liu Yun kicked him in the chest. Crack, the sound of broken bones was heard, and all of Yushuan's internal organs were displaced by the kick. He was kicked 100 meters away and hit a big tree, breaking the tree before he stopped. Ahem, Yushuan struggled to get up, with blood flowing from his mouth. He looked helplessly at Liu Yun, who was walking towards him step by step with a ninja sword in hand. At the end of his life, Yushuan did not beg for mercy. Instead, he sneered, "Mu Liu Yun, you are the person the village leaders are looking for. My Mingfeng will report your information to the village." "So what?" Liu Yun approached him. "4th Kazekage, Chio, Scorch Style User Yagura, Sunagakure and many other masters, they will definitely find a way to capture you, study your undying smoke-release bloodline, and torture you non-stop." Liu Yun held the knife horizontally, and the blade sparkled silver under the moonlight. The ninja sword slashed with blood, and Liu Yun's white clothes were also stained a lot. "I am an immortal ninja. There's nothing in the world that can kill me." A figure appeared in an instant. Liu Yun turned around and it was Shi-Ri Zhenhong. Shi Shinku looked at Liu Yun with a complicated look. "Everyone underestimated you. Your strength has reached Jonan." Liu Yun wiped the blood off the ninja sword, with a faint aura of Nijuzi on his body. The eyes of mediocre people only stay around them. How can they see the beautiful scenery outside their horizons? Yui Shinku cut off Koshikawa's head and said, "He is the intelligence ninja of San Shinobi. The information in his head is very important. This credit is yours. I will apply for your military merit." Liu Yun danced with his sword, then sheathed the ninja sword into the hilt at his waist. A faint Urtsutsu aura permeated the air. "Then the merit will be left to you. I am an eagle soaring in the sky, and I disdain to compete for food with those mice in the mud." After Liu Yun finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked towards his little hill. Shi Shinku looked at the boy with his upper body and back exposed. "Why does this guy make me want to hit him?" On the San Shinobi front, a giant black eagle with burnt feathers landed at the command post. Advertisement. Umekita immediately walked out of the office and took out a scroll from the black eagle's beak. This was the information that Koshikawa had taken the opportunity to write down during the battle. Umekita's face was full of gloom. Jonan, who was best at infiltration and surprise attacks, died just like that. I wonder if the information obtained is worth the price. Umekita opened the scroll and read it carefully. Immortal ninja, smoke-blooded. There was a gleam in Umekita's eyes. As the commander on the front line, Umamoto learned that the top leaders had information about Liu Yun since the last failed attempt to capture Liu Yun. A body that will never die and can recover from all injuries instantly after being resurrected. Now this information has been updated and named the Immortal Smoke Release. Its value is even higher than that of the wood style. Yushuan's sacrifice was not in vain. At least he got the whereabouts of the bloodline of the Immortal Smoke Release. Without saying a word, Umekita boarded the Black Hawk and flew towards the San Shinobi camp. He wanted to report the matter to the 4th Kazekage Rasa. On the 8th line of Area A on the Konaha front, Liu Yun was sitting cross-legged on a stone, his spirit having already entered the system space. After getting 1400 experience points, it's time to break through Liu Yun's Chunin template. I spent 400 experience points to raise the 3 of the 8 ninja skills, Seal, Illusion, and Wisdom, to 10 points each. Liu Yun then used all the remaining experience points to improve chakra control, chakra nature transformation, and then the basics of the ninja profession. In the end, Liu Yun improved all the ninjutsu he had mastered to the point where he could form hand seals with one hand. The system's voice sounded as usual. Host Chunin's quality has reached the maximum level, and the template has been replaced. Ryun watched as he was replaced with a special Jonan template, which was promoted according to the ninja's rank. There are some new ninjutsu on the interface. After all, some people don't want to release water style here. Open black lens bracket special Jonan wood Ryugumo close black lens bracket. 8 items of ninja. Ninja 1, Tai 1, Illusion 1, Wisdom 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Precision 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items. Chakra amount. Special Jonan level. Chakra attributes. Fire attribute, Yin attribute. Chakra control. 80% proficiency. Advertisement chakra nature transformation. 80% proficiency. Bloodline limit. Byakugan, primary level, ninja career basics, theory 2, stealth 2, tracking 2, assassination 2, trap 2, poisoning 2. Forbidden technique. Multiple shadow clone technique, 100% proficiency, 8 inner gates. Opening gate, resting gate, and life gate, 50% proficiency. Ninjutsu. Fire style Heioryu fire technique. One-handed hand seal proficiency 50%, fire style gray smoke. One-handed hand seal proficiency 50%, fire style dragon fire technique. One-handed hand seal proficiency 50%, fire style phoenix fire technique. One-handed hand seal proficiency 50%, fire style phoenix flower claw red. One-handed hand seal proficiency 50%, Rasengan, no seal. Physical skills. Head-to-head shuriken, proficiency 100%. Leaf Gale, proficiency 40%. Leaf Hurricane, proficiency 50%. Leaf Great Whirlwind, proficiency 50%. Outer Lotus Flower, proficiency 40%. Inner Lotus Flower, proficiency 50%. Illusion, Smoke Illusion, 100% proficiency. Iris Illusion, 80% proficiency. Killing Illusion, 60% proficiency. Open black lens bracket evaluation. Close black lens bracket. Sad face. Sigma. Sigma. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan and felt his whole body. The amount of chakra circulating normally had doubled compared to before. The thicker the chakra points become, the faster the output will be. The most important thing is that Liu Yun felt that he had grown a little taller, but he was still a dwarf, less than 1.6 meters tall. He clenched his hands, and a powerful energy filled his body. He could dance and stand in the sky at any time. Liu Yun. A clear shout came from a distance. As the clouds drifted away, the girl in red and white clothes shuttled between the rocks, like a happy deer in the woods. Liu Yun stood up and smiled. Hong. Behind Yuhi Kurenai followed Yuhi Shinku. The other party was really scared yesterday and didn't dare to let Yuhi Kurenai leave his side even a step. Shirihong was stubborn and wanted to see Liu Yun again. This time, Shirihong followed her daughter and brought her to the area where Liu Yun was stationed. Shirihong quickly approached Liu Yun and asked, "Was last night a dream? I clearly dreamed that you were dead? Then why are you still alive and well?" Liu Yun lied. "You were under the illusion of that sand shinobi at that time, so you thought I was dead." "Oh, I was so scared at that time." Shirihong rubbed her chest, as if she was still in fear of what happened yesterday. Liu Yun criticized the girl. "Why did you get out of your defense last night? If I hadn't discovered it early, you would have been captured by the sand shinobi." Shirihong lowered her head. She didn't want to answer this question. Chapter 36. Naruto's negative mouth. Yuhi Shinku behind him unconsciously clenched his hands, and then interrupted. "Liu Yun, you should grow up quickly. The ninja talent in you has the characteristics of becoming a Kage. I believe that one day you will revolutionize Konaha village and even the land of fire." After saying this, Shishi Zhenhong left in an instant. A person who can kill Jonan at this age, even the first generation and Uchiha Madara when Konaha was first established, are no more than this. If Liu Yun can really grow to that level, I believe he can break free of the shackles that the ninja clan has placed on the common people. After Yuhi Shinku left, Yuhi Kurenai became even more open-minded. "Liu Yun, I don't want to care about Asuma anymore. He actually asked someone to threaten my father to make me forget about you. How petty." "Ryun, Dad said you were able to defeat the Jonan of Sunagakure all by yourself. You're amazing." Ryun seems to have completely assimilated into Nijira's personality traits. Sunagakure's reptile, even if he becomes a Jonan, is nothing more than a mediocre person. A single impulse from me would be enough to cost him his life. "You're bragging," Shihong retorted. "I'll never brag. Even if Uchiha Madara were still alive, I could dance in front of him." "You're just getting more boastful. Why don't you just dance in front of the Sage of Six Paths?" "That's fine." Time passed minute by minute, and the figure of Yuhi Shinku appeared at the boulder, ready to tell Yuhi Hong to leave. When Shirihong was about to leave, Liu Yun suddenly called her. "What is Liu Yun doing?" Liu Yun reached into his ninja tool bag, took out about 60 detonating tags, and handed them to Shirihong. "Hong, here you go." Shirihong refused. "Liu Yun, I don't want it. You are in front of my frontline and your situation is more dangerous than mine. You should keep it for yourself." Ryun forced the detonating talisman into Yuhi Kurenai's hand. "I can kill a Jonan solo. The detonating talisman is useless to me, and you're still a genin, so it will be very useful to you." Shirihong couldn't refuse and could only accept Liu Yun's gift. She simply thanked Liu Yun and followed Shiri Zhenhong away. Liu Yun watched them leave. When Shirihong disappeared into the forest, she waved to Liu Yun, and Liu Yun responded with a wave. Walking on the path in the forest, Shihong counted the detonating tags in her hand. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. There are 65. How could they give Liu Yun so many detonating talismans if they were so ostracizing him? Advertisement. Yuhi Shinku rubbed Yuhi Kurenai's head and said, "Maybe Liu Yun searched those sand shinobi's bodies. Liu Yun is really amazing. He is really talented. I believe that in a short time, Dad won't be able to match him." Yuhi Shinku smiled and said, "Geniuses cannot be compared with the records of ordinary people. People like Kakashi and Ryun are all geniuses who are born to be ninjas." Yuhi Kurenai was a little confused. Then why is Liu Yun's performance in the ninja school so bad that he can't even perform a normal transformation technique? Shi Shinku analyzed slightly. Because of the war, in this environment where life and death are uncertain, the talents of ninjas will be greatly exchanged, and Liu Yun is a ninja suitable for the battlefield. As long as there is a battle, he will become stronger. Oh. Yuhi Shinku was still pondering in her heart. No matter how much she grew up, it was impossible for her to kill a Jonan alone in her youth, unless the hidden talent in the other party's body was drawn out. Multiple shadow clones, forbidden technique, a massive amount of chakra, an advanced fire style comparable to the Uchiha's and Sarutobi's ash accumulation burning, and finally, that forbidden technique that radiates green energy. Shi Shinku recited it softly. If he was not mistaken, the last technique was the forbidden technique in the sealed book, 8 Inner Gates. It is impossible that so many skills of unknown origin appeared in a young man without any basis. Liu Yun, Liu Yun, trees, trees, trees. Wood style. Senju, the Senju clan's sealed book. Shii Kurenai looked at her father, who was in deep thought with confusion. Dad, what are you talking about, Senju again? Shii Shinku paused slightly. He seemed to have figured out why Liu Yun was so special. He had Senju blood in his body. The Senju clan is the best ninja clan to the common people, and they even integrate their 1,000-year-old history into the common people. Because of the Senju clan, civilians were able to obtain ninjutsu and were no longer slaughtered by the ninjutsu clan. It can be said that Senju is the hope of civilian ninjas. Yui Shinku shook her head. Her voice couldn't be any lower. Maybe. Liu Yun can really change Konaha village. Another day passed, and the month finally came to an end. On this day, Liu Yun used some experience points to exchange for a few incense sticks, lit them and stuck them in the ground. Sage of Six Paths, may I, Liu Yun, draw the Rinnegan today? Liu Yun rubbed his hands, quickly opened the system interface, and came to the big lottery place. Advertisement, turn it around for me. The pointer on the lottery interface spun quickly, and then slowly stopped after a few seconds. In Liu Yun's eyes, it stopped on an item with spiritual attributes. Naruto's negative comments. This spiritual attribute quickly combined with Liu Yun, and Liu Yun felt more energetic. At the same time, his throat became smoother and he had more words to curse in his mind. Is Naruto's mouth-to-mouth skills strong? Of course he is. Look at Nagato, the boss of Akatsuki, the man who wants to bring pain to the world. He came all the way to Konaha to carry rice and almost destroyed the village. In the end, Naruto persuaded Nagato with his words, and Nagato was immediately convinced by him. That mouth is really amazing. And Obito, a man who is as evil as he can still be whitewashed by that mouth. As for this negative talk, Liu Yun guessed that it must be a forced lowering of intelligence. He opened his white eyes and caught a mouse in the cracks between the stones. This mouse is a little strange. It has chakra on its body. It seems to be a beautiful mouse from nature. Liu Yun pinned the mouse to the stone, cleared his throat, and looked into its eyes seriously. You are just a stinky mouse. You can only chew mud honestly in this life. Naruto's negative mouth attack starts. Squeak. Squeak. The mouse's eyes turned red and it kept struggling, as if it wanted to bite Liu Yun with its teeth. Liu Yun was a little surprised. Such a strong mouth seemed to have an aura of sarcasm, and a dog's eye looked down on others. If a mouse listened to his words, it would kill him. So if he curses at people in the future, wouldn't that make people explode in a matter of minutes and want to kill him? It really fits the spiritual attributes of my personality. After testing out Naruto's negative mouth talk, Liu Yun continued to draw the lottery. This time the wheel turned to a physical technique. Konaha's physical technique, secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. This taijutsu has an excellent record in battles. The 7th generation Kage of Konaha village and the 5th generation Panda Shadow of Sunagakure were both defeated by this technique. It is a very powerful forbidden technique. Created by Konaha's 6th generation dog Shadow Hitaki Kakashi. Using this technique will hurt others and yourself. Bullshit. Liu Yun was speechless after drawing a useless item, which wasted a precious opportunity to draw a lottery. 2 Ed Chapter 37 Senju Clan Sage Body. There was only one last chance to draw a lottery, and Liu Yun looked at the green incense that was almost burned out. Immortal, help me. The big turntable spun and slowly stopped under Liu Yun's expectant gaze. Liu Yun's pupils widened to their maximum, and his heart was filled with excitement, because what he saw was open black lens bracket Senju Clan Sage Body close black lens bracket Keke Genkai, the Keke Genkai of the Senju Clan. Wood style is not their bloodline limit at all. It was developed by Senju Hashirama alone. Although the original work does not clearly state the bloodline limit of the Senju clan, the characteristics of this clan are that they have a very large amount of chakra and a strong affinity for chakra, which is similar to the Uzumaki clan in some respects. Like Senju Tobirama, a typical member of the Senju clan, he has a huge amount of chakra and a talent beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Konaha's forbidden technique was basically developed by him. The absolute root of all evil, Sununade has developed quite a few forbidden techniques, including 100 Healings Technique, 100 Healings Mark, Supernatural Power, and losing every time he gambles. Therefore, the system also defines this body that exceeds that of an ordinary ninja as a bloodline limit. A green energy flowed through Liu Yun's entire body, directly and forcibly distorting Liu Yun's DNA code, causing his body to undergo extremely powerful changes. The number of cells in the body is increasing, even twice that of ordinary ninjas, and Liu Yun's physical strength is also slowly increasing. He looked at his special Jonan template, and the external manifestations of his physical strength, and speed, gradually increased. These were attributes that could only be increased by 1 point with 100 experience points. Because of the Senju clan's sage body, strength, and speed, reached 5, which is the middle level of the special Jonan, directly saving 800 experience points from Liu Yun. Liu Yun clenched his fists, his muscles seemed to contain unimaginable power, and he punched the stone that the mouse was tied to. Bang. Mouse. Underscore with a loud bang, several pieces of stone that were taller than the flowing cloud were directly broken into pieces by the flowing cloud. Remember when Orochimaru attacked Konaha, Might Guy punched a sand shinobi in the stomach, creating a big hole in the wall behind the sand shinobi. And Might Guy didn't open the 8 inner gates at that time, he just relied on physical strength. Although Liu Yun's current strength is far inferior to Might Guy, I believe that he will have that kind of strength in the near future. The enhancement brought by the Senju clan's sage body is more than that. A gentle force slowly combines with Liu Yun's Byakugan. Under this positive force, Liu Yun's white eyes underwent unimaginable changes. Liu Yun turned on his Byakugan. This time, his detection range increased to 5 kilometers, and the level of his Byakugan also rose to intermediate. Liu Yun looked at his special Jonan template, open black lens bracket special Jonan wood Ryugumo close black lens bracket. 8 items of Ninja. Ninja 2, Tai 2, Illusion 2, Wisdom 2, Strength 5, Speed 5, Precision 1, Seal 1. Advertisement open black lens bracket 4 chakra items close black lens bracket. Chakra amount, Jonan level. Chakra attributes. Water, fire, earth, wind, yin, yang. Chakra control, 20% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation, fire, 30% proficiency. Yin, 20% proficiency, none others. Bloodline limit, Byakugan, intermediate, Senju clan's sage body, elementary. Slightly, first of all, Ryun's chakra amount was directly increased to Jonan level due to the Senju clan's sage body. He also inherited the 3 common attributes of the Senju clan, water, earth, and yang, and the other wind attribute was given as a gift when he recharged his phone bill. Having gained so much at once, Liu Yun couldn't help but want to sing and dance. He did what he said. Multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Yun immediately used multiple shadow clone techniques, and in an instant, there were more than 300 shadow clones all over the mountains. The shadow clones were also affected by Liu Yun's mood, and their faces became happy. Ha ha ha, every one of them smiled like Ertsutsi. Liu Yun used his remaining experience points to exchange for dozens of boxes of champagne. Everyone, don't go home until you're drunk tonight. Yoshi, Shadow Clone responded with enthusiasm, and everyone sang and danced together. During the process, Shadow Clone also performed ventriloquism and used chakra vibrations to simulate disco music. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang, snap snap, get high. In an instant, the entire hill was plunged into a sea of joy. It seems that Liu Yun is the only one in the world who dares to dance on the battlefield. But there is another one, and that is the Uchiha family's dance king Madara on the battlefield. In the pile of stones, the mouse kidnapped by Liu Yun was only half dead, but its eyes shone with a gleam of humanity. This is a surveillance rat with a ninjutsu, and the other end of the jutsu is the special Jonan Yuta 10 kilometers away. Yuta was ordered by Shimura to monitor Liu Yun, but he didn't dare to get too close, for fear that Liu Yun would discover him and chase him with a knife. So he put his magic into the body of a mouse and used it to monitor Liu Yun. What is Liu Yun doing? Did he discover me just now? Damn it, I did it so covertly, how could he find it? Advertisement Yuta cancelled his technique, and before doing so he took a look at the shadow clones who were dancing at night. So many shadow clones, and their movements, aren't they the same as the people dancing in adult clubs in big cities? How dare Liu Yun dance on the battlefield? How dare he? Crazy, crazy. The next day, Liu Yun was lying drunk on the rocks. There were scattered shadow clones around him, all with red faces and muttering obscene words. Hiccup, 2 figures flashed by. They were Yuhi Kurenai and Yuhi Shinku, who came to visit Liu Yun every day. Shi Ri Hong approached with some concern. She couldn't tell which one was the real one, so she could only shout loudly, Liu Yun, what's wrong with you? Hiccup, Liu Yun burped, his head felt dizzy. He vaguely heard Shi Hong's voice and stretched out his hand, indicating that he was the real body. Shi Ri Hong found Liu Yun and helped him up. Why is your face so red? Also, why do you smell like alcohol? You've been drinking. Shi Hong scolded. Liu Yun, you have violated one of the 3 ninja rules. Hiccup, what are you afraid of? Hiccup, the flowing cloud just moved away, and at the same time, a dozen shadow clones nearby were released. He drank dozens of bottles of high-concentration liquor last night, and Shadow Clone followed suit. Their drunkenness was also superimposed on Liu Yun's brain. Most people can be drunk to death. Hiccup, who am I? What am I doing? Hiccup, Liu Yun is now so drunk that he doesn't know who he is or what he is doing. Shi Ri Zhen Hong ignored where Liu Yun's wine came from, but approached Liu Yun and taught him. You are really careless. This is a battlefield. The place you are guarding is the most dangerous 8th line. What if someone sneaks over? After drinking, Liu Yun finally remembered something, but he was still groggy. He said fearlessly, What? What are you afraid of? I am an immortal ninja. Who can kill me? Hiccup, Shi Hong said. What do you mean by immortal ninja? Liu Yun, you are bragging again. Hiccup, brag. Brag? Liu Yun, never brag. I want to dance. I want to dance on the battlefield. I want to dance with Uchiha Madara, about heroes. Hiccup, Liu Yun was swaying back and forth, performing the drunken boxing moves he had seen as a child. Lu Dongbin. When he was drunk, he lifted the pot with great strength. Hiccup, Chapter 38, Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned by the drunken fist. Swish. Suddenly, a figure wearing a green ninja vest appeared. Yuhi Shinku looked at the person vigilantly and protected Yuhi Kurenai behind him. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, his eyes looking at the girl behind Yuhi Shinku. She looks good, she will definitely be a beauty in the future, qualified to become a woman of my Sarutobi family. There was anger on Yuhi Kurenai's face. Only a devil wants to become a member of your Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Shinosuke slowly approached, his inky black eyes looking directly at Yuhi Shinku with a sense of authority. Shinku Jonan, you can't control your own daughter, do you want to rebel against the Sarutobi family? Shihi Zhenhong didn't say anything and remained silent. Hiccup, Ryun burped, immediately drawing the attention of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at Liu Yun with contempt in his eyes. Drinking on the battlefield, you are not a qualified ninja. You have violated the prohibition against drinking among the 3 ninja prohibitions. But that's normal, after all, he's just a civilian. Liu Yun was swaying left and right, and when he heard what Sarutobi Shinosuke said, he looked at the other person with drunken eyes, and his vision was a little blurry. Hiccup. Who are you? The grown-up Asuma. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted. I'm Sarutobi Shinosuke, the Jonan of Konaha village and Asuma's big brother. Liu Yun shook his head drowsily. Hiccup. Turns out he's just a minor character. In the comics, he doesn't even have a single appearance. What did you say? Liu Yun walked with a drunken step and stumbled closer to Sarutobi Shinosuke. Shihong covered her mouth. Liu Yun, don't mess with him. Sarutobi Shinosuke saw Ryun's face clearly. He has a handsome face and is about the same age as Asuma, but the clothes he's wearing make him want to beat him up. You are Mu Liu Yun. You are so brave that you dare to step on the face of Sarutobi family. Hiccup, Liu Yun burped, his eyes covered with a layer of drunkenness. Hiccup, so what, who am I afraid of? Sarutobi Hiruzen. That hypocritical old politician. I don't care about him at all, so why would I be afraid of a little Asuma? Hiccup. Silence, complete silence. All 3 of them were frightened by Liu Yun's wild words. Shiri Hong. Upper right quadrant circular arc Do Yuhi Kurenai nervously pinched the flesh between Yuhi Shinku's legs. It's over, it's over. Liu Yun actually dared to insult the village Hokage? This is definitely over? Yuhi Shinku's eyes widened. He was still hoping that Ryun would grow up quickly, become Hokage in the future, and change the ninja clan's rule over the village. Advertisement now Liu Yun actually dared to scold the 3rd generation, which is suspected of defection. Mu Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of murderous intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was his father and the Hokage who ruled the entire village. He would not allow a commoner genin to insult his father. Liu Yun burped and walked drunkenly. Hiccup, what are you barking about? Could it be that it's not? Then, what contribution did the old guy make? Hiccup, did he leave the village during the Second Ninja World War? It was his 3 apprentices who ran around. That helped win the Second Ninja World War. What about now? Is he on that battlefield? Hiccup, the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village. Died fighting for the village. So, is that old guy waiting to die of old age? Naruto's negative mouth is activated. You're looking for death. There was a layer of red on Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes, and Liu Yun's words also carried the attribute of Naruto's negative mouth to mouth, which directly made Sarutobi Shinosuke's murderous intent reach its peak. He hooked the kunai at his knee and jumped towards Liu Yun in an instant. Liu Yun, be careful. Shirihong reminded Liu Yun. Just as Yuhi Shinku was about to move forward to block Sarutobi Shinosuke, she suddenly saw Ryun fall to the ground as if he was drunk, and easily avoided Sarutobi Shinosuke's kunai. Liu Yun walked lightly, swinging his arms back and forth, his palms looking like he was holding a wine glass. He staggered to the left and right twice, and said groggily, look at my drunken 8 immortals. You don't know how to live or die. Sarutobi Shinosuke instantly transformed again, and the sharp kunai in his hand was about to pierce Liu Yun's chest. Iron Crutch Lee roll over. Ryun fell backwards and rolled to avoid Sarutobi Shinosuke's attack. The system's voice sounded. The monitoring host is developing physical skills. The physical skills development template begins recording the development progress. Physical skills development progress 1%, 2%. What kind of fighting style is this? Sarutobi Shinosuke could not hide the surprise in his eyes. Liu Yun was completely drunk and had no consciousness at all, but he was able to block his fierce attack. He became serious, jumped forward suddenly, and at the same time took out 3 shurikens from his hands and threw them out instantly. Zhang Guolao bends down. Liu Yun bent backward, forming a large arc, and at the same time spun suddenly to avoid the shuriken attacks from 3 directions. Sarutobi Shinosuke approached and punched him, but Ryun suddenly fell down as if he was drunk and dodged his punch. Physical skills development progressed 20%. Liu Yun shook his head and pushed forward with both hands drunkenly. Sarutobi Shinosuke attacked with his fist and was about to hit Liu Yun. Lu Dongban. When drunk he lifted the pot with great strength. Advertisement Ryun fell down again, then suddenly jumped up, his head hitting Sarutobi Shinosuke's chest. Sarutobi Shinosuke took 2 steps back, and Liu Yun walked forward with a drunken step. Uncle Sao. The immortal toasts and locks the throat. Physical skills development progressed 40%. He was too short and couldn't reach Sarutobi Shinosuke at all, so he dunked Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand with both hands. Sarutobi Shinosuke pulled back suddenly and kicked towards Liu Yun with his leg. Liu Yun turned slowly, and Sarutobi Shinosuke raised his leg high and kicked it downwards. Liu Yun dodged quickly and pounced forward like a wolf. The progress of physical training is 70%. Zhang Guolao, drunk and threw the cup and kicked repeatedly. Ryun kicked, but Sarutobi Shinosuke dodged. Sarutobi Shinosuke retreated dozens of steps, looking at Liu Yun in disbelief. His opponent dodged his every move. His movements were real and fake, and it was impossible to figure out his routine at all. Just like goose feathers moving in the wind. What kind of taijutsu is this? Hiccup, Liu Yun burped and drunkenly replied, Ultra Instinct. Hiccup, Liu Yun bent backwards and drank from a bottle of wine in his hand. He staggered on the ground for 2 steps, and then assumed the stance of a drunken boxer, Iron Crutch Li. All elbow and knee Zui Wanjian. Physical skills development progress 100%. The physical skill has been developed successfully. Please name it, host. Hiccup, Uncle Sao. Washing his hair by the river. Host naming is successful. Sao Goju washes his hair by the river and collects the ninja clan's taijutsu files. Sarutobi Shinosuke became serious, freed up his 2 hands, formed seals with both hands, and gathered chakra in his throat. Liu Yun stepped forward with drunken steps, leapt in the air, and spun violently like a spinning top. Look at me, Lu Dongban is spinning a top. Don't blame me, Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted, and released fire style suddenly. Fire style Hao Yan technique. Yui Shinku's eyes widened. Shinosuke, do you really want to kill the ninja from the same village? Sarutobi Shinosuke did not answer. The red eyes of the sunset were filled with that flame, and that red flame engulfed the boy in white clothes. Liu Yun. Bite. You were burned to death by Jonan. Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire style. Experience points plus 200. Chapter 39. Exposing the first layer of flowing clouds. Bang. Sarutobi Shinosuke dispersed the flames, and a cloud of white smoke came out from the flames. He was a little confused. Could it be that the one who was burned to death was just a shadow clone? After Liu Yun was resurrected, he woke up from his drunken unconscious state and immediately realized his previous suicidal experience. He actually insulted the village's Hokage in front of Sarutobi Shinosuke, which was much more satisfying than the sin of stepping on the son of the Hokage. Liu Yun suddenly curled his lips. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, he could just smear the forehead protector with a kunai, wander around the world, and defect. He possesses the power of immortality, so there is no place in the vast ninja world that he cannot go to. He then realized the drunken fist he had just developed unconsciously, and woke up the system. Change the name just now to Drunken Fist. Okay, host's name change is successful. Uncle Sao's hair washing by the river is changed to Drunken Fist and included in the ninja clan's taijutsu scroll. White smoke blew by, and Liu Yun was dressed in white, with his chest exposed, a ninja sword on his waist, and his cold eyes looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. Hokage's eldest son, were you the one who just attacked me? Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, insulting the Hokage, are you planning to defect? So what? Liu Yun. Shiri Zhenhong's voice became louder. Liu Yun still had a little hope. He didn't want this genius to die. He hoped that he could grow to the point where he could change the situation in the village. Shiri Hong also hurriedly stopped Liu Yun. Liu Yun, stop talking, shut your mouth. The murderous aura of Sarutobi Shinosuke suddenly attacked Liu Yun, and said in an aggressive tone, I will get rid of you today, you damn brat. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun suddenly laughed like Sasuke, and then hooked his little finger at Sarutobi Shinosuke. Come on, I'll stand here and not fight back. Let me see what your Sarutobi family is capable of. Liu Yun, what do you want to do? Shiri Hong asked in confusion. Liu Yun looked at the girl who was concerned about him and said, Hong, actually you were not hit by the genjutsu that day. I was really attacked by the feathers of the Sand Shinobi, but I will not die because of my smoke release bloodline. Liu Yun already possesses the template of a special Jonan, plus his immortality and endless forbidden techniques. Ordinary Jonan are no match for him, and he can even kill elite Jonan. And when he activates the third gate's instant speed mode that burns his body energy to the limit, who can catch up with that speed? Unless Namikaze Minato himself is there, he can escape any blockade. In other words, he has basically grown into a successful person now and no longer needs to hide in fear. It's time to dance, the music starts, and Mu Liu Yun is about to appear on stage. Besides, Liu Yun doesn't have any smoke release bloodline at all, it's all because of illusion, but he exposed the first layer in front of others, actually he is in the atmosphere. Shii Kurenai was puzzled. Smoke release bloodline, is Liu Yun stupid? Sarutobi Shinosuke was puzzled. Mu Liu Yun did not fight back and let himself attack him, was there some conspiracy? Advertisement after all, the ninja world is so vast that there are some strange forbidden techniques, such as damage transfer and curse of immortality. Seeing that Sarutobi Shinosuke was still hesitating, Liu Yun immediately started to talk negatively about Naruto and shouted, Are you Sarutobi people so cowardly? You are still hesitating to deal with a genin like me. If you are cowardly, why don't you ask your old monkey to abdicate? Mu Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke recited every word, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. I'm going to kill you. His hands moved so fast that several shurikens flew towards Liu Yun in an instant. Liu Yun simply opened his arms without any defensive posture. I'll show you what an immortal ninja is. Under the horrified gazes of the three people, the shuriken pierced into Liu Yun's chest, but no blood splashed out. Instead, a few wisps of white smoke lingered up. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke using shuriken, experience points plus 100. This Sarutobi Shinosuke must be an elite Jonan, otherwise his random iron attacks would be comparable to the experience bonus of ordinary Jonan jutsu. Liu Yun put the shuriken in his body into the system space. He opened his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had an incredulous look on his face. How is it? I said I won't die, right? Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes widened. What kind of jutsu is this? There's no blood, and the wound turns into a puff of white smoke. Liu Yun continued to curse. Sarutobi's reptile, is this all you are capable of? Sarutobi Shinosuke was immediately dumbfounded, and the anger in his heart ignited again in an instant. He formed seals with both hands. Fire-style Hao Yan technique. Liu Yun simply lifted his shirt around his waist and embraced the flames released by Sarutobi Shinosuke. No matter how bright the flames of reptiles are, they can only illuminate the damp underground. Bite. You were burned to death by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire style, experience points plus 180. Sarutobi Shinosuke put away the flame, and white smoke swirled around. The silhouette of a child still stood there. The soil beneath his feet was burnt, but he still looked down upon Sarutobi Shinosuke. What? Is this what your Sarutobi family is capable of? You can't even burn my clothes. Was your Sarutobi family's fire style developed for cooking? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Sarutobi Shinosuke was furious and jumped forward like a madman, taking out a kunai and attacking Liu Yun. Yuhi Kurenai and Yuhi Shinku, who were standing by, were completely stunned. Yuhi Kurenai looked stunned and gently grabbed Yuhi Shinku's sleeve. Dad, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Yuhi Shinku suppressed the shock in her heart, regained her calmness as a Jonan, and analyzed. This is beyond the scope of ninjutsu. It is a ninjutsu that only bloodline limit ninjas can use. Advertisement. Shihi Kurenai covered her mouth and said in surprise, bloodline limit, Liu Yun actually has a bloodline limit? Shihi Shinku finally knew Liu Yun's secret. Yes, this is Liu Yun's secret. He is a bloodline limit ninja. He can turn into a cloud of smoke. Conventional physical attacks are useless to him. Shihi Hong's red eyes were full of admiration. So amazing. Liu Yun is so amazing. Yuhi Shinku nodded. Ryun's bloodline limit is similar to the water transformation secret technique of the Kirigakure clan. Physical attacks are useless against him, but the water transformation secret technique of the Kirigakure clan is not perfect. He is subject to the attack of lightning style. I wonder if Ryun's smoke can be blown away by wind style. Bite. You were stabbed to death by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke using a kunai, experience points plus 80. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke's kunai that slashed your throat, experience points plus 80. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke using wind style, experience points plus 150. Sarutobi Shinosuke continued to stab with a kunai, piercing directly through Ryun's chest. Liu Yun looked at him with disdain. You are exhausted, you rubbish from the Sarutobi family. You are still the son of the Hokage. Did you come to the battlefield to accumulate merits and become the fourth Hokage? Go home and follow Sarutobi Hiruzen and drink his milk. You're not strong enough to survive on the battlefield. Naruto's negative mouth attack starts. Mew Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned red with anger. He used his killing move to attack Liu Yun more than a dozen times, but Liu Yun did not die every time. Instead, he provoked him again and again. Influenced by Ryun's words, Sarutobi Shinosuke's rage grew higher and higher, and he now really wanted to smash Ryun to pieces. He even abandoned the basic qualities of a ninja. If he could calm down, he would definitely use the sealing technique passed down by his family, or the wind-style ninjutsu to test the weakness of the Ryukumo bloodline. But now Sarutobi Shinosuke has become a beast that only knows anger. Sarutobi Shinosuke once again formed seals with his hands, and chakra gathered in his throat, fire-style gray accumulation burning. He suddenly released gunpowder smoke, which directly enveloped the flowing clouds. Explode, blast, 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 blast for me, boom boom. The gunpowder continued to explode, and balls of fire flickered in the thick smoke. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Sarutobi Shinosuke using fire style, experience points plus 50. In just a short while, Liu Yun died at least 20 times and slowly gained 2,000 experience points from Sarutobi Shinosuke. Chapter 40. Sarutobi Shinosuke. The smoke from the gunpowder dissipated, and Sarutobi Shinosuke sat down uncontrollably, his whole body feeling extremely tired. Should he be dead? Sarutobi Shinosuke opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the black smoke, wanting very much to see Liu Yun's figure disappear. But unfortunately, Liu Yun, with his upper body exposed and a thick black belt around his waist, still had a sneer on his face. The fatigue made Sarutobi Shinosuke's IQ slowly rise. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, impossible, even if he has this kind of smoke-like bloodline, he still needs chakra to perform the spell. I attacked him for so long, but his chakra didn't show any signs of being exhausted. What's going on? Chakra is required to use any ninjutsu, including bloodline limit. There is no trace of fatigue on Liu Yun's face, as if the chakra in his body is as vast and boundless as the ocean. Could it be that he is the descendant of Senju? Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately deduced. Only the descendants of the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan possess such a huge amount of chakra. Moreover, a special bloodline limit will not appear in a commoner for no reason. Only the Senju clan possesses this upgraded bloodline trait. Liu Yun slowly approached Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Shinosuke climbed up, took a defensive stance, and was wary of Liu Yun's every move. Liu Yun made a seal with one hand and instantly moved away. One-handed instant movement. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of shock and he couldn't react at all. In an instant, he was kicked in the chin by Liu Yun. Several teeth were kicked off and he hit a rock uncontrollably. Blood spurted out of his mouth and the light in his eyes dimmed. Mew. Mew Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of hatred. Liu Yun teleported again and stepped on Sarutobi Shinosuke's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Sarutobi Shinosuke struggled hard, but he couldn't break free from the Ryugumo, who was comparable to a special Jonan in terms of strength. Sarutobi Shinosuke stopped struggling and looked up with hatred in his eyes. Mew Liu Yun, I am the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, the son of the third Hokage. How dare you attack me? You will die. You will definitely die. Liu Yun stepped directly on Sarutobi Shinosuke's face. You have already used a killing move on me, so why can't I do anything to you? Is it just because you are the son of the Hokage? Just because you are the son of the Sarutobi family, do I have to obey you? What kind of logic is this? You deserve to die. Advertisement Sarutobi Shinosuke had an ugly look on his face. He had now followed in the footsteps of his brother and was stepped on the face by a civilian genin. He could especially understand the anger and even distortion in Asuma's heart. Click. Liu Yun pulled out the ninja sword from his waist. The sword was so sharp that it was shining coldly. He touched Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with the back of the sword. What? What do you want to do? Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart was in suspense, and the fear in his eyes slowly rose. No one was not afraid of death, except for the immortal Ryun and Hidan. Are you scared? It seems that you are also a coward. I wonder if you will die if I cut you with this knife? Liu Yun said with a sneer that he was an immortal being, but these ninjas were all fragile and would die with one blow. Mew. Mew Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke's hands began to tremble. He can't die. I can't be killed by a civilian genin. He still has ambitions. He wants to become Hokage and bring the Sarutobi family to its peak. Liu Yun. Shi Ri Hong took 2 steps forward and was extremely worried. You can't kill him. If you kill him, you will really have no choice but to defect. The consequences of a defecting ninja are very bad. They have to live in fear all day long, wary of being hunted down by Anbu. Shi Zhenhong also took 2 steps forward and persuaded. Liu Yun, you can't kill him. I can't sit and watch you attack the ninjas of the village. Liu Yun was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Shinosuke on the ground laughed wantonly. You don't dare to do it. You are also afraid of the pressure from the Sarutobi family. Court death. Liu Yun made up his mind, grasped the knife handle with both hands and stabbed it towards Sarutobi Shinosuke's head. It's so quiet that even the wind from the forest dares not blow. Gurgle. Sarutobi Shinosuke swallowed his saliva, and the tip of Ryun's ninja sword pierced his forehead. Blood was already flowing out, but fortunately the wound was not deep. Shi Zhenhong grabbed Liu Yun's arms with one hand and blocked Liu Yun's knife. Shi Hong next to him also quickly stepped forward, pulling Liu Yun's sleeve with tears in her eyes. Advertisement, Liu Yun, don't be like this. Yuhi Kurenai shed tears, not wanting to see Liu Yun wandering around the world alone and enduring countless Anbu assassinations. Red, Liu Yun's heart softened and he slowly pulled the knife back. But he did not let Sarutobi Shinosuke go. While Yuhi Shinku was not able to react, he suddenly chopped at Sarutobi Shinosuke's right palm. The knife stabbed into the soil, and 2 of Sarutobi Shinosuke's fingers were chopped off, the middle finger and the index finger. These 2 fingers are very important for making seals. Ah! Sarutobi Shinosuke roared in pain, rolling and struggling on the ground. This is a lesson for you. Don't bark around me anymore. If you do it again, I will kill you. I don't care if you are the Hokage's son. After Liu Yun finished speaking, he picked up his knife and walked towards the top of the mountain. Yuhi Kurenai followed, and Yuhi Shinku helped Sarutobi Shinosuke up from the ground, and instantly rushed to the medical camp on the front line. Liu Yun sat on the highest stone, overlooking the forest below. Liu Yun thought carefully. He could escape after the knife strike just now, but Shirihong and his father could not. They would definitely be blamed by the Sarutobi family for watching the Hokage's eldest son being killed by Rukun. Seeing that Liu Yun had calmed down, Shirihong also sat down. You really are a worry to me. It's fine that you offended Asuma, but this time you even chopped off Sarutobi Shinosuke's fingers, thoroughly offending the Sarutobi family. Liu Yun smiled softly. So what? Shi Kurenai said. Your smoke bloodline is very powerful, but it is not invincible. When your chakra is exhausted and you are caught by them, you will be at their mercy. I won't let them catch me. Don't underestimate my speed. Shirihong then remembered Liu Yun's speed, which was like green light. She said, you will not die at all. You were lying to me at that time. Shirihong thought Liu Yun would not die, but in fact Liu Yun was already dead, but he was resurrected. It's just that he has become numbed by the pain of death, so he behaves as he pleases. Chapter 41. The Art of Shooting from the Mouth. Your ninja way is really weird, Yuhi Kurenai said softly, and in an instant she thought of the tension just now. The Sarutobi family is really annoying. What does Hong hate? Yuhi Kurenai pouted. Didn't you hear what that damn Sarutobi Shinosuke said before? He wants me to marry into the Sarutobi family in the future, and I don't want to marry that stingy Asuma. After playing around for a while, Liu Yun started to busy himself with his own things. He now had 20-50 experience points and had to plan well. Liu Yun was thinking about his fire style ninjutsu, dragon fire technique, great fireball technique, great dragon fire technique. These fire styles are all very powerful, and each one requires a huge expenditure of chakra. Most fire styles are like this, requiring a casting range in several directions in order to burn the enemy. Liu Yun thought to himself that he needed a practical fire style, so he referred to the great fireball technique and planned to develop a derivative ninjutsu. The great fireball has to be very small and as fast as the wind. Liu Yun immediately exchanged for an intermediate ninjutsu development card and said to the system, "Develop a fire style ninjutsu for me that will shrink the great fireball, reduce the amount of chakra consumed, and speed up the great fireball's attack speed." The system immediately replied, "To shrink the great fireball and maintain its power, you need extremely high chakra control and nature transformation abilities. Host, please improve your chakra control foundation first." Liu Yun nodded. In the past, he relied on mastering techniques to feedback chakra control. After he was promoted to Special Jonan, the techniques became more and more complicated. At this time, he needed to meet the conditions himself to control the techniques. Liu Yun quickly spent 300 experience points to upgrade the chakra base in his Special Jonan template to the middle level of Special Jonan. The chakra control ability he was talking about was not specifically referring to all the Special Jonan, but to Ryun's own individual template. For example, the chakra control familiarity on the Ryun Special Jonan template is 30%, which is actually not much different from the Jonan outside, not specifically referring to him as a Special Jonan. Soon, Liu Yun's chakra control ability reached the middle level of the template. Host has the basic conditions on the ninjutsu development card. Ninjutsu development begins. Progress 1%, progress 2%, progress 10%, progress 50%, progress 100%. The ninjutsu has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Liu Yun did not name it immediately. He wanted to test the characteristics of this technique in advance and then name it after getting the results. Advertisement. A bunch of memories suddenly flooded into Liu Yun's mind, including the hand seals on the ninjutsu development card, chakra circulation routes, nature transformation, and how to control. It not only controls the fire attribute chakra, but also the wind attribute chakra. If you want to shrink the great fireball to attack at high speed, you have to add the characteristics of wind. Wind has the property of speeding up the magic, and also has the property of amplifying the power of the magic. Fortunately, Liu Yun had previously merged with the sage body of the Senju clan, otherwise he wouldn't know where to find the wind attribute. Liu Yun stood up, and Shirihong was puzzled and stood up with Liu Yun. "I'll show you my new ninjutsu." Ninjutsu? Under Shirihong's gaze, Liu Yun put his hands together and formed a tiger seal. Liu Yun opened his mouth slightly, and the fire attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra mixed and gathered at his chest. Liu Yun's cheeks puffed up and he suddenly spit out a fiery red fireball, which was only the size of a ping-pong ball. But the flame was very bright, blood red. The speed was even faster, and Shihong's eyes could not catch it at all. In the blink of an eye, the fireball shot downwards like the wind. Suddenly it hit a big tree and the fireball was immersed in it, proving that the sharpness of the wind was also added. Bang! A muffled sound was heard from the trunk, and then the tree was broken in half with a crackling sound and fell backwards. Liu Yun looked at his little great fireball with satisfaction. It not only had the speed and sharpness of wind, but also the explosion of gunpowder. Its explosive properties were the same as ash burning. Although this jutsu is a B-level difficulty jutsu, it is in some ways like a Rasengan that can fire from a distance, so it is not an exaggeration to call it an A-level ninjutsu. The most important thing is that there is only one tiger seal, and it doesn't consume much chakra. Liu Yun can now fire with his mouth, but this time it is real firing, not the kind that kills 1,000 enemies but loses 800 of his own. Amazing. Little stars appeared in Shihong's eyes and she looked at Liu Yun with admiration. Just by lying down, Liu Yun developed a powerful technique. Is there more to it than that? Liu Yun stretched out his right hand and made a gun-like gesture. He put two fingers of his left hand together to form a seal. I saw a small fireball appearing on Liu Yun's fingers. Liu Yun suddenly fired, and the fire style was fired quickly like a bullet as before. Bang! Advertisement. The firebomb exploded quickly on a rock, creating a small cloud of smoke. Good. Liu Yun nodded when he saw the power. This is the magic of this ninjutsu. It can not only be released from the throat, but also from the fingers, proving that he can not only fire cannons, but also guns. It is very similar to the water cannon of the Kazuna clan, and can release ninjutsu from the fingers, but the disadvantage is that it requires one-handed seals on the left hand. Liu Yun, you are awesome. The girl jumped up, shocked by Liu Yun's talent and happy about his genius. The system's voice sounded, "Host, please name it." Liu Yun immediately replied, "Let's call him Fire Style Hulan Cannon." Host naming is successful. B-rank ninjutsu fire style. Fire scale cannon is included in the ninja clan's ninjutsu scroll. In the medical tent on the Konaha front line, medical ninjas were walking back and forth, clearing out all the injured patients inside, leaving only Sarutobi Shinosuke alone. Shimura was also alarmed. The eldest son of the Sarutobi family, an elite Jonan-level ninja, was beaten like this. Who is it? Mumita, the frontline commander of San Shinobi. Or 4th Kazekage Rasa? Asuma and Narayuji walked into the tent one after another. Asuma looked at his brother's miserable state and immediately asked anxiously, what happened? Who beat you so badly? Sarutobi Shinosuke's right hand was wrapped in a white bandage. When he heard Asuma's question, he uttered 3 words viciously. Liu Yun. What? That genin. Everyone in the tent was shocked, and Asuma looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke in disbelief. Impossible, how could he beat you, an elite Jonan? Sarutobi Shinosuke's strength is outstanding even among the Jonan, but now he was beaten so badly by Liu Yun that 2 fingers on his right hand were chopped off. It can even be said that if it weren't for Yuhi Shinku and Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Shinosuke would have died at the hands of Ryun by now. Chapter 42. The power of brain. Shimura touched his chin and suddenly turned his attention to Yuhi Shinku, who had previously handed over the head of San Shinobi Jonan Koshikawa to the intelligence department. Shiri Zhenhong did not take credit for Tan Lu Yun's achievements, but told the truth honestly. However, Shimura, who was in charge of awarding merits, suppressed the matter and did not award any merits to Liu Yun. Shimura concluded, good boy, he also killed the San Shinobi's Yushuan before, and there are even many fresh San Shinobi corpses buried on the hill where he was stationed. How did he do it? Sarutobi Shinosuke replied with an unpleasant expression. Everyone underestimates him. He is a bloodline limit ninja. His bloodline limit is very troublesome. Bloodline limit? Asuma's voice became louder, and he immediately asked, what is it? What is his bloodline limit? Sarutobi Shinosuke endured the pain and answered slowly, smoke transformation. He can transform into a ball of smoke. All physical attacks are useless to him. And he has a very strong talent for magic, and can use the flickering technique with just one hand. The most important thing is that the brat is too annoying. He insulted me again and again, which directly affected my judgment. If I could calm down, I could use the 3-way seal of our Sarutobi family to seal him, and I wouldn't be beaten so badly by him. Everyone listened quietly, and Narayuji's eyes flickered. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. Why did Liu Yun break the common sense of conventional ninjas time and time again? It turned out to be the bloodline limit that had awakened within the body. Shimura found a seat and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table next to Zan, his eyes gleaming with thought. A bloodline limit I've never heard of. The smoke-transforming bloodline is similar to the water-transforming secret technique of the Kazuna clan. It is ineffective against physical attacks, but this kind of bloodline can make one completely invincible. It is simply a master at charging into battle on the battlefield. Shimura felt a strong desire to recruit him, but then shook his head. His Shimura family dog Yuta had told him that Liu Yun had a very bold personality and even dared to scold Shimura Danzo, the head of the Shimura family, and there was nothing he would not dare to do. Shimura also crossed out Liu Yun in his heart. This man must die, and the Senju clan is involved behind him. The Shimura family does not want to see that family revive. Narayuji asked again with some doubt. That's impossible. Chakra is required to use any ninjutsu. Does he have such a huge amount of chakra to withstand your attack? Sarutobi Shinosuke showed doubt on his face. I am also confused. His chakra seems to be endless, and there is no sign of reduction. I suspect he is. Advertisement. Shimura stood up, interrupted Sarutobi Shinosuke, and said directly, no need to guess, he is the descendant of the Senju clan, so it is natural that he has a lot of chakra. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded and said, yes, I also guessed that he is a descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan? Narayuji thought quickly in his mind about the family that had disappeared from the village. A huge amount of chakra, unimaginable ninjutsu talent, and even a body comparable to a bloodline limit. Wood style is not a bloodline limit of the Senju clan, but was developed by just one person from the first generation based on the clan's affinity for and creativity in techniques. It is not particularly strange for a descendant to awaken a special bloodline limit. If Liu Yun is really a descendant of the Senju clan, then everything makes sense. Shimura looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke and said slowly, now, should we discuss how to deal with Liu Yun? Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes turned cold. How else can we deal with it? Of course we have to kill him. Shimura Aso gave a look, and Yuhi Shinku felt bitter in her heart, and immediately took Narayuji and Sarutobi Asuma out. The 3 of them left the tent, and Sarutobi Asuma had complicated thoughts. He originally thought that Liu Yun was just a commoner, but with a slightly higher talent. But now, the other party possesses a bloodline limit, and a bloodline limit of such high value. Narayuji shook his head. So what if I have a bloodline limit? So what if I can defeat Jonan? He has offended both the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family at the same time. Liu Yun is so crazy that no one can control him. Just wait, his end will be miserable. Yuhi Shinku clenched his fists. He was now on Liu Yun's side and could not bear to see the other party being plotted against by the Sarutobi and Shimura families. Thinking of this, Shiri Zhenhong immediately left. Since it has been determined that Liu Yun is a descendant of the Senju clan, there is only one person in the village who can protect him. That is Princess Sununade among the Sannin. believing that Sununade will protect Liu Yun for the sake of their tribe. Yuhi Shinku wants to pass this message to Sununade and ask her to come to the battlefield of River Country as soon as possible to save Liu Yun's life. After everyone left, only 2 silent people were left in the tent. Sarutobi Shinosuke said bluntly, "That guy must die. He destroyed 2 of my fingers, and the most important of all, my right hand. This is a huge blow to my ninja career." Advertisement: without 2 fingers, it will be difficult for Sarutobi Shinosuke to make hand seals in the future. Shimura smiled secretly, not minding gloating over Sarutobi Shinosuke's fate. The Sarutobi family and the Shimura family have fought many times over the position of Hokage. It's okay for him to die, but I want his body, the smoke bloodline. This special bloodline derived from the body of the Senju clan must be obtained by my Shimura family. Sarutobi Shinosuke waved his hand indifferently. Whatever you want, you Shimura family dare to study the corpse of the first generation, what else are you afraid of? Shimura sneered, didn't the Hokage of your Sarutobi family agree to this? Quote. Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't speak. After a long while, he asked, how do we kill him? Shimura took out a piece of paper from his arms. He looked at the map of defense lines on the paper and said, the investigation by the intelligence ninjas shows that in the next 2 days, high-level ninjas from San Shinobi will raid the 8th front, and there will be quite a few of them. When the time comes, we will station heavy troops around the 8th front. We can ambush the San Shinobi ninjas and use them to kill Liu Yun. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted, humph. Does it take so much trouble to kill a genin? Shimura sneered. You still think he is a genin? He almost chopped off your head, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Shimura ignored the other person's ugly expression, turned around and walked out of the tent alone. He had a very low opinion of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Even though Liu Yun has a bloodline that is ineffective against physical attacks, he is not without weaknesses. He can be trapped with earth style, sealed with a seal, tied up with a rope. There are too many methods, and Sarutobi Shinosuke, as a Jonan, not only failed to come up with them. Instead, he was so angry at the genin whose quality could barely graduate from the ninja school that his head exploded and he lost the calm judgment ability of a ninja. You piece of crap, you still want to fight for the 4th Hokage. Dream on. Shimura sneered and slowly walked towards his office. Chapter 43 Lingling General Liu Yun is here, who dares to fight? In the San Shinobi camp, 4th Kazekage Rasa stood in an open space with a dozen ninjas half kneeling in front of him. Granny Chio and Ebizo approached quietly. Ebizo pinched his beard and laughed softly. 4 Jonan, 8 special Jonan, one of them is who was good at sealing techniques, 2 puppeteers, 2 aerial combat ninjas with flying ninja beasts, and 1 illusion ninja. Such a small team can destroy even a small country. Luo Sha nodded. We Sunagakure must obtain the Kekkei Genkei in Liu Yun, not only for its value, but also for his threat. This child is growing too fast. In just 1 month, he can kill a Jonan alone. To be honest, I'm scared. Granny Chio sighed. Konaha is really a cradle of geniuses, but it's a pity that we at Sunagakure accepted this genius before he even grew up. That brat has killed so many of our ninjas. We must torture him when we catch him. Luo Sha said to the ninja who was half kneeling on the ground. You are the elite ninja selected from the village. The name of your team is the Special Sealing Team. The code name of this operation is Capture Liu Yun Lightning Operation. Let's go, I'm waiting for your guys on. Got it, Master Kazekage. We must complete the mission. Jonan Mai stood up, her eyes shining with confidence. The Special Forces team began to take action, and 2 special Jonan summoning came out with eagle-shaped summoning beasts commonly seen in the Wind Country. Tisk. The high-pitched eagle cry of summoning beast spread throughout the camp, and then the Special Forces team jumped onto summoning beast and flew towards the front line of Konaha. The giant eagle flew and the sky slowly sank. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity and serious expressions, as if they were not dealing with a genin. As more and more information about Liu Yun was revealed to San Shinobi gradually mastered Liu Yun's bloodline characteristics. The members of the Special Forces team have all done their homework, and each of them has the ability to restrain Liu Yun's bloodline. Among them is the water-style ninja, who can restrain Ryun's fire style. The sealed ninja can capture the flowing clouds. The puppeteer can use puppets to fight remotely and avoid being covered by Liu Yun's detonating talismans or gunpowder explosions. Konaha Village. 3 huge Hokage rocks look far ahead, as if 3 guardian gods bring psychological comfort to the villagers who lack a sense of security. A white dove flew across the sky and slowly flew towards a tavern. The izakaya is located in the northwest corner of Konaha. It is filled with the rich aroma of wine, making everyone who passes by can't help but take a deep breath of the wine wafting out. By the window of the izakaya, a woman wearing white cloth and with golden hair shining like the morning light was standing there. Chirp. A white pigeon's cry was heard, and a white pigeon as big as a palm leaf fan flew to Tsunade's table. Advertisement. Tsunade's fair face was a little red, and her eyes were watery, as if she wanted someone to bite her. The white dove pecked the drunk Tsunade gently, and Tsunade noticed the white dove and the small cylinder in its claws. Tsunade opened the small cylinder and took out a piece of paper. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and slowly the drunken look cleared away. She stood up suddenly. Liu Yun, a descendant of the Senju clan, has awakened a unique bloodline limit from his bloodline. But Tsunade frowned again. It said that this guy loved to cause trouble. Not only did he step on the younger son of the Sarutobi family, he also chopped off 2 fingers from the eldest son's arm. Tsunade's brows relaxed instantly, a smile appeared on her face, and in an instant, all the flowers blossomed. I like this personality. Liu Yun, I, Tsunade, will protect you. On the 8th front of Konaha Area A, Liu Yun sat quietly on a rock alone, the cold wind from the night blowing his white clothes. Liu Yun looked at the thin clothes. It looked handsome, but it couldn't keep him warm. Tisk. A loud eagle cry came from a distance. White eyes, open. Liu Yun immediately opened his Byakugan and saw 2 huge eagles flying in the sky 4 kilometers away from him, dragging 12 ninjas on them. There are 4 ninjas whose chakra amount is the same as his, proving to be Jonan, and the other 8 are special Jonan. Finally a Jonan is here. Liu Yun stood up immediately, without a trace of fear on his face, instead he was filled with the enthusiasm before the battle. Liu Yun's Byakugan not only saw the chakras of these sand shinobi, but also some people hidden about 500 meters around him. There are Jonan, special Jonan, Chunin, and Genin. These people are people gathered from other fronts of Konaha, are people and retainers of the Shimura family and the Sarutobi family. Among them, Liu Yun also discovered the chakras of Sunset Red and Sunset True Red. The giant eagles flew very fast, like fighter planes gliding at high speed in the sky. In about 20 seconds, Liu Yun had already seen their figures. Liu Yun stood on the highest rock on the hill. He pulled his white shirt around his waist, exposing his upper body and letting the cold night wind blow against him. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Advertisement. Liu Yun formed a seal with one hand and suddenly released a huge great fireball into the sky, just like lighting a bonfire at night, blatantly exposing his position. Not only that, he also caused the chakra in his body to vibrate, emitting a high-pitched sound that was transmitted directly over 2 kilometers away. Sand Shinobi's reptile, I, Liu Yun, I'm here, do you dare to fight me? Crazy. In a forest 500 meters away from Liu Yun, there were many ninjas standing on the trees. There are people and dogs from Sarutobi's family, as well as the Shimura family, and not only that, there are also people from other ninja clans in Konaha village. The Hyuga family, the Uchiha family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, the Akamaiki family. These ninjas are all ninjas who fought on the battlefield of River Country. Shimura cannot force them to do anything. These ninjas came here on their own initiative. The one who just spoke was the Shimura family's dog, Yuta. Ryun's loud shout passed right over here. The people present, whether they were admiring or disdainful, could easily see that the young man who unleashed the great fireball technique on the top of the mountain was not just arrogant. Shihi Junhong's team was also watching the battle. Shihi Junhong pinched her father's sleeve, her eyes full of questions. Why? No one is going to support Liu Yun. Shiri Junhong did not answer. Nara Yuji laughed. Because everyone here is watching the show. The secret of the Sarutobi family's eldest son being injured quickly spread throughout the entire front line, instantly arousing the interest of various ninja clans. With their kung fu, they naturally found traces of Liu Yun. They all wanted to see the smoke release keke that was upgraded from the bodies of the Senju clan. A special Jonan on the white ninja hawk sneered softly. It is just as the intelligence said, his personality is abnormally arrogant. That particular Jonan patted the ninja hawk at his feet and said, Bai Wan, give him an appetizer to try first. The huge white eagle's head is like a door, and its eagle eyes flash with a cold light, as if it can kill with a cold knife. Tisk. The white eagle let out a loud cry, and immediately released a huge wind blade from its beak. The wind blade was about 10 meters long and like a scimitar. Liu Yun opened his arms without any defense, and kept provoking the sand shinobi. Even if you can fly in the sky, what does it matter? You will eventually become the souls under my feet. A huge wind blade swept past, and under the gazes of everyone, the flowing cloud was directly cut in half. But strangely, there were no internal organs at the fracture site, but instead a cloud of smoke. Bite. You were killed by the high-level summoning beast Baiwen using wind style, experience points plus 200. This summoning beast is no less powerful than an elite Jonan. Chapter 44. Sand Shinobi Jonan presents a bell to Mu Genren. Under the gaze of the Sand Shinobi, or the major ninja clans in the dark, Liu Yun's smoke closed again, and he recovered in an instant. Liu Yun immediately started to talk negatively about Naruto, and continued to point at the sky and curse. Sand Shinobi, I have been guarding here for almost 2 weeks, and many Sand Shinobi have died in my hands. Do you feel the pain? One of the Jonan's eyes turned red, and his shuriken immediately shot downwards. Liu Yun didn't dodge at all, allowing the shuriken to shoot through his body. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Asuke using shuriken, experience points plus 60. Smoke appeared in Liu Yun's body again, and the wound pierced by the shuriken healed in an instant. The major ninja clans watching the battle below were silently recording Liu Yun's intelligence. A Jonan from the Nara family pinched his chin and said, physical attacks are ineffective. This is a very practical bloodline limit. The Yamanaka family's Jonan nodded. That's right, if there is no ninjutsu to lock him up, it will be a bit troublesome. The Jonan of the Nara family looked at the ninjas wandering around the flowing clouds. The Sand Shinobi seemed to be well prepared. Their target is Liu Yun. Shimura folded his hands and watched quietly. He also interrupted and said, Liu Yun was once captured by Sand Shinobi. The Sand Shinobi camp was attacked that night. It must have been him who did it. The other ninjas thought to themselves, if that's the case, then this Senju named Liu Yun is a rare genius ninja, and his achievements are comparable to those of an elite Jonan. The Akamaki family was very straightforward and said seriously, then his bloodline limit would be very useful to the village. We should rescue him and not let him fall into the hands of the Sand Shinobi. The Jonan of the Nara family stopped the Akamaki family with a look and said quietly and cautiously, stop talking, Masataka. Chu Daojungao closed his mouth and followed the gaze of Nara's Jonan to the gloomy-faced Sarutobi Shinosuke, whose eyes were full of murderous intent that could not be concealed. Anyone who offends the Sarutobi family will be abandoned no matter how valuable they are to the village. Moreover, the Ino-Shika Cho clans have always been led by the Sarutobi clan, and have always followed closely behind the Sarutobi clan. The Jonan of the Nara family was reminding Akamaki to sit straight and not sit crookedly. White eyes, open. The Hyuga family's Jonan opened his Byakugan and observed the flow of clouds carefully, and couldn't help but gasp. The Uchiha family next to them was puzzled. What's going on? What are you surprised about? That guy has even more chakra than I do. Advertisement. Everyone in the field was surprised, and the Uchiha nodded. It seems that he is indeed a descendant of the Senju family, and has awakened the physical talent belonging to the Senju. The Hyuga family's Jonan was still a little confused, and his Byakugan saw a layer of blue chakra at Ryun's eyes. It looks like the chakra of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's Jonan shook his head. It was impossible. How could an outsider have the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? It must be a coincidence. Also, there was indeed blood at Liu Yun's wound, but it was covered by a layer of chakra. The Hyuga family couldn't analyze it and didn't know that it was chakra that belonged to the smoke illusion. They could only think of it as a bloodline limit of smoke. Return to this side of the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi standing on the two ninja hawks jumped down from above, leaving only the two special Jonan who were skilled in wind style. Jonan Mai commanded 3 Jonan and 6 special Jonan to slowly surround the hill of Liu Yun. Liu Yun stood on the top of the mountain, looking down at Sand Shinobi below, and immediately started to fire. Sand Shinobi, can't you bear the pressure of looking down on me? This is right, how can a mediocre person live and dance on the head of a genius? It's really too arrogant. For no apparent reason, a Jonan suddenly felt angry. He swung out a kunai suddenly, and Liu Yun didn't dodge it. He successfully triggered the shuriken with his head and was pierced through the head by the kunai. Bite. You were shot and killed by Jonan Hadate with a kunai, experience points plus 60. Mai immediately yelled, Hinotofu, calm down. He has a huge amount of chakra and a strong recovery ability. It will be useless to him even if you consume it like this. Rifu slowly calmed down. This brat is really annoying. I can't stop the murderous intent in my heart when I hear his words. Liu Yun used chakra vibrations directly from above to make a sound. Desert reptiles, are you besieging me? You Sand Shinobi are really at the end of your rope, sending out 4 Jonan and 8 special Jonan to besiege 1 Genin. You are really bringing shame to the 5 ninja nations. Get out of the group now. I think Hanzo from the Rain country is more courageous than you. Naruto's negative mouth attack starts. Wind style practice blank shots. A heavy wind cannon was instantly fired towards Liu Yun, and in the blink of an eye it blew Liu Yun into a pile of smoke. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Mai using wind style, experience points plus 200. Advertisement. Hinotofu looked at Mai, whose hands were still in seals, and asked, Captain. Mai put down her hands, her teeth itching with hatred. Hinotofu, you are right, this brat is really annoying, I will torture him when I catch him later. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he continued to fire at the Sand Shinobi. You bunch of desert locusts, you can't even handle this little insult, what kind of ninjas are you? A ninja has to endure things that ordinary people cannot endure, just like you, the 4th Kazekage, who endured being cuckolded by me. Why don't you learn from him? Several shurikens flew through the air and shot the flowing clouds into a sieve. Bite. You were killed by several Sand Shinobi using shuriken, experience points plus 200. In the distance, the highly perceptive Jonan of the Yamanaka family rubbed the sweat on his forehead unconsciously. With such a personality, it's no wonder that he offended the people of the Sarutobi family. The Jonan of the Nara family looked at Liu Yun, who was always talking on the battlefield, and said speechlessly, I heard that he was tortured by the Sand Shinobi. Could it be that his personality changed drastically at that time, causing it to become twisted? The Yamanaka family's Jonan nodded. Maybe, if he had a better personality and temper, he wouldn't have offended the Sarutobi and Shimura families. A special Jonan quickly appeared in front of Liu Yun, and he formed seals with his hands. Illusion. Release. That special Jonan's illusion energy entered Liu Yun's head and immediately triggered the self-defense system of Liu Yun's brain. Warning. Warning. Konaha Gale. Liu Yun woke up instantly and gave the special Jonan a whirlwind kick, kicking him about 10 meters away. After that particular Jonan got up, he wiped a trace of bloodline from the corner of his mouth and shouted to his companions, illusions have no effect on him. His companions nodded, and 2 special Jonan quickly approached. Holding sharp ninja swords in their hands, they slashed towards Liu Yun with both swords, cutting off both of Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun, without arms, was unable to form seals, but immediately detonated the explosive talisman on his chest. Bang! With a bang, the gunpowder exploded and the 2 special Jonan quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the shock wave of the explosion. The white smoke condensed again, and Liu Yun, dressed in white, looked down at them with his hands on his waist. San Shinobi, I will not fight back, and let you attack me. As long as you can kill me, you will be considered cruel. Jonan Mai ignored Liu Yun's words and analyzed. According to the intelligence, he has the ability to summon detonating talismans. We have to control his actions in an instant. Let me do it. A ninja with puppeteer stripes painted on his face stepped forward, carrying a beast-shaped puppet on his back. Chapter 45. San Shinobi's Double Attack. Spider Charge. The puppeteer waved his 10 fingers and the puppet on his back quickly flew down. It is a spider puppet with 6 spider legs, and the mechanisms on it are extremely complex and sharp. Da-da. The spider puppet made a rattling sound and quickly rushed towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun still did not dodge and allowed the spider puppet to tie him up. One of the spider legs of the spider puppet inserted a needle into Liu Yun's body, releasing a neurotoxin. Liu Yun just felt his head numb, as if he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. Drugs. They want me to pass out. The drug is the precursor to gunfire and artillery fire. San Shinobi was really well prepared. Liu Yun would be fully resurrected after death, so they thought of using drugs to knock him out. Liu Yun felt dizzy and bit his tongue hard, breaking it off, using the pain to resist the paralysis of his brain nerves. His right hand slightly formed a half-tiger seal, and the vast chakra in his body was generated and released through 361 chakra points. The flowing clouds kept spinning like a spinning top, and the smoke released from them was like a black tornado. Revolving heaven fire style, ash burning. The smoke formed by the gunpowder spread over a large area, directly covering half of the hill. Combining the intelligence, Mai quickly realized that this was Liu Yun's smoke fire style, which could release continuous burning. He immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat, don't be enveloped by this gunpowder fog." The San Shinobi were smart and immediately withdrew from the black smoke released by Liu Yun. A spark spurted out of Liu Yun's mouth, and the gunpowder continued to explode, directly blowing up the spider puppet behind him. In the distance, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists. Isn't this the ashes of my Sarutobi family? Where did Liu Yun learn this from? Sarutobi Shinosuke also saw it, and he also looked confused. Shimura immediately added in his mind. When Konaha village was first established, each ninja clan handed over a portion of their ninjutsu to the Senju clan. Liu Yun must have inherited the Senju clan's legacy, so he has so many advanced ninjutsu. Oh, no wonder. Before Liu Yun could explain, someone had already imagined it for him. The thick smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing Liu Yun with his upper body naked, a white shirt tied around his waist. He stepped 1 foot on the stone in front of him, looking down at the San Shinobi below. It was just like when Uchiha Madara looked down at the 9-tailed beasts, but Ryun still lacked a bit of old Madara's charm. San Shinobi, I'm getting serious. He didn't fight back and waited for them to attack. The other party still had the leisure to chat and was hesitating. So Liu Yun forced them to use ninjutsu. Advertisement. Tisk. The 2 ninja eagles in the sky shouted loudly. Liu Yun looked carefully and saw that the 2 goshawks dared to stand on the throne of heaven that belonged to him. Wasn't this a contempt for the king? Liu Yun formed a seal with one hand, fire-style Huolin cannon. A ping-pong ball-sized fire bomb spit out of his mouth. The fire bomb was fired at an extremely fast speed, and the naked eye could only see a faint red line in the air. In the blink of an eye, it exploded onto the feathers of the white ninja eagle. Bang! The fire-scale bomb exploded like a bomb, and the white ninja eagle screamed in pain. Anger appeared in its eagle eyes, and its beak suddenly shot out a wind blade towards downwards. Liu Yun opened his arms to welcome Wind Style's attack. Bite. You were killed by the high-level summoning beast by when using Wind Style, experience points plus 180. Fire Style. Multiple fire cannons. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he once again formed a seal with one hand and quickly spit out fire bombs from his mouth, which were fired towards the 2 summoning beasts in the air. The release of this fire style is like a dense anti-aircraft artillery fire. By 1. Retreat. The special Jonan above controlled the white eagle under his feet to fly quickly, climbing upwards and avoiding the explosions of the fire scale cannon one by one. The San Shinobi below were not idle either. Seeing Liu Yun attacking their companions, Jonan Asuka immediately formed a seal, wind-style Kazekage technique. Dozens of wind-style wind blades quickly swept past, directly cutting the flowing clouds into pieces. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Asuka using wind style, experience points plus 100. Liu Yun rushed out from the white smoke, put his hands together, and quickly formed a seal, fire-style How Long Huo technique. Roar. A huge fire dragon spewed out from Liu Yun's mouth and roared towards San Shinobi Finiao. A beautiful voice rang out. Water-style water barrier. A huge water wall appeared on the flat ground, blocking Liu Yun's fire dragon. Water extinguishes fire, and there was a sizzling sound as water was poured out, slowly extinguishing the violent fire dragon. Liu Yun looked over and saw a female ninja, a water-style ninja, the kind that could spray water. The Kingdom of Wind is a vast desert, and there are very few water-style ninjas, but they do exist. It's a pity that this female ninja is not pretty, much worse than Rikako whom he killed. You know, the desert beauty Liu Yun sighed for a long time after killing her. Liu Yun instantly moved, leaving only a faint shadow on the ground, and flew towards the water-style ninja. Advertisement. The water-style ninja reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands, water-style water blade. Dozens of water knives were suspended around this water-style ninja. The water knives were sharp, and even had the properties of wind. With a few swish sounds, they cut towards the flowing clouds. Liu Yun didn't dodge or evade, and even said something ridiculous. Let me try to see if the water you spray can really drown people. Little brat. The female ninja looked angry. The water blades formed by water style quickly passed through Liu Yun's body, and his fragile skin was immediately cut off by all the muscles and meridians in his body. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Yukino using water style, experience points plus 100. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he formed a seal with one hand, and condensed the chakra in his throat, fire style Huolin cannon. Liu Yun's mouth was like a mobile turret, quickly releasing fire bombs forward. 1, 2, 3, 10. 10 fire bombs directly covered Yunoki from 4 directions: top, bottom, left, and right. Yunoki formed seals with both hands, and a large amount of water spurted out of his body, water-style water flash body. Yunoki used water to teleport extremely fast and dodged Liu Yun's 10 fire-scale cannons in an instant. Swoosh. Yunoki escaped from Liu Yun's fire bomb. After landing, several shurikens flew towards her, but Yunoki dodged them. The shuriken danced wildly in the air, and steel wires were connected to the back, which tied up Yunoki in an instant. The other end of the line was Liu Yun, biting the steel line with his teeth, sneered at Yunoki, and formed seals with his hands, fire-style dragon fire technique. A straight flame quickly burned towards Yunoki, so fast that it could not be caught by the eyes. Earth-style. Earth wall. A huge earth wall appeared out of nowhere in front of Yunoki. It was another Jonan Daisuke from Sununade, an earth-style ninja. The flames collided with the earth wall, burning with a sizzling sound. Liu Yun shouted loudly, fire-style dragon flame singing technique. This time Liu Yun jumped directly into the air, head down, with his hands forming seals in the air, and 4 fire dragons immediately came out of his mouth, roaring towards Yunoki and Daisuke. Daisuke's hand speed was very fast, and it seemed that he had put a lot of effort into this aspect. Earth-style barrier, Dorokudo no. I saw a small mound of earth rising from the ground, locking Daisuke and Yunoki inside. This move was originally a technique to trap the enemy's chakra absorption, but Daisuke made it harder and used it as a defensive ninjutsu that even a fire dragon couldn't burn it. The 2 special Jonan in the sky were not idle. Seeing Liu Yun jump into the sky, the 2 special Jonan cast spells together and released the training bullet. Come on. The roar of the wind. Liu Yun opened his arms and endured the attack from the Liankong bomb. Bite. You were killed by 2 special Jonan using wind style, experience points plus 120. Chapter 46 Seal. Liu Yun with the sound turned off. Liu Yun was emitting white smoke, and after being resurrected, he formed a seal with one hand. Fire style. Multiple fire cannons. Fire bombs spurted out from Liu Yun's mouth, whistling towards the 2 ninja eagles in the sky. Bang 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 bang. In the distance, everyone was watching in a daze, as Liu Yun completely blocked Sunugaku's special forces team by himself. Nara's Jonan summarized. Endless fire styles, one-handed seals, bottomless chakra, and super fast recovery speed. Akamaiki Gaojung touched his fat belly and said directly, I don't think he is from the Senju family, he should be from the Uchiha family. His words happened to be heard by the Uchiha family. The Uchiha's Jonan nodded, he has almost all of the Uchiha's fire styles, and he also has an extremely fast fire style that can explode. If it weren't for the huge amount of chakra and the speed of recovery, I would have thought that the other party was from my Uchiha family. Shimura continued to add. The Senju family and the Uchiha family fought for so many years during the Sengoku era, it is natural that they know each other. The Senju family must have collected a lot of Uchiha family's fire-style ninjutsu, and even modified them. Maybe. Above, Jonan Mai, the leader of the Special Operations team, finally took action. He immediately ordered his teammates. Go together, subdue him, and give me a chance to seal him. Good. 2 ninja eagles roared past in the sky, instantly releasing a large number of white wind blades. The wind blade was like a punishment from God, easily cutting off half of the hilltop of Liu Yun. Bite. You were killed by 2 high-level summoning beasts using wind style, experience points plus 140. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he jumped out from the white smoke, followed by an earth and stone dragon. Roar. The stone dragon roared, bit off Liu Yun in one bite, and rushed Liu Yun underground with him. Pieces of stone washed Liu Yun's whole body. Earth style. Yellow spring swamp. Daisuke used a yellow spring swamp on the ground and immediately trapped Liu Yun in the swamp. Yunoki clasped her hands together and gushed a large amount of water from her mouth, water-style water rainbow. Large amounts of water mixed with the clay, and the swamp became more absorbent. Liu Yun was submerged in the swamp. He immediately formed seals with his hands and all the chakra in his body turned into gunpowder. Full power fire style. Ash burning. Boom boom. There was a spark and then a sudden explosion. The power of this explosion was so great that the hill where Liu Yun had been stationed was completely flattened to the ground. Got you. When Liu Yun recovered, 2 special Jonan used steel wire to entangle Liu Yun on the left and right. Mai quickly stepped forward and took out the large scroll on his back. The scroll immediately opened and rolled towards Liu Yun. Advertisement. It was as if a giant white python was rolling towards him. Liu Yun realized that something was wrong. This Jonan had a sealing technique and he wanted to seal Liu Yun. Liu Yun detonated the detonating talisman on his chest, destroying part of the sealing scroll. But the scroll seemed to have life and moved towards Liu Yun's seal again. Bang! Liu Yun exploded again, blowing up part of the scroll. Taking advantage of the opportunity when he was released, Liu Yun raised his right hand and made a pistol gesture. Fire style. Fire cannon. The fire style was fired instantly, piercing through Mai's shoulder in one go, and then reacted violently. This casting speed. Mai's eyes were filled with horror. He had no way of avoiding this instantaneous ninjutsu. In the moment of danger, Mai dodged to the side. Bang! There was an explosion, and half of Mai's shoulder was blown off. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The two special Jonan who had subdued Liu Yun with steel wire saw that their captain was seriously injured, and immediately angrily slashed at Liu Yun with their knives. Liu Yun still looked down on them and let them chop off his heads. Bite. You were hacked to death by two special Jonan, experience points plus 80. A special Jonan with great speed, who seemed to be riding the wind, quickly approached Mai and carried him away from the battle line. The special Jonan took out the bandages and tended to Mai's injuries in an instant. Mai's heart was filled with gloom. This damn Konaha brat is too strong. Endless fire styles, dazzling hand seals, and even the ability to release explosive fire styles with just his fingers. And his ability to summon detonating tags. We Sand Shinobi underestimated him after all. The special Jonan asked. What should we do then? Mai looked at his other hand. He took out dozens of sealing talismans from his ninja tool bag and said, give them to Asuka and the others, and stick them on the little devil. If he can't use chakra like this, how can he continue to use bloodline secret techniques? Okay. The special Jonan who controlled the wind quickly distributed Mai's sealing talismans to everyone. Liu Yun leapt in the sky, with two fingers tucked into his mouth, fire-style impatience claw red. He spat out 20 or so impatience fruit fire-style from his mouth and attacked Yunokiri and Daisuke below. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Asuka used Great Breakthrough to blow away the fire of impatience, but there were shurikens hidden in the fire style. Swoosh. Shurikens whizzed past, and Yunoki and Daisuke quickly dodged. Advertisement. Tisk. The ninja eagle in the sky swooped down and grabbed the flowing cloud with its sharp claws. It rushed straight into the sky with the flowing clouds, and then dropped it after flying about 500 meters. The flowing cloud fell from the sky, getting faster and faster, and landed headfirst on the ground, being smashed into pieces in an instant, but to outsiders it looked like a cloud of white smoke. Bite. You fell from the sky and died, experience points plus 50. Liu Yun retracted the white smoke, revealing his naked upper body, still looking calm and composed, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. The faint aura of Erzu on his body continued to spread. Sand Shinobi, is this the best you can do? You can't even leave a scar on my body. How sad. I suggest you go back to your old lair in the desert, dig a hole, and hide in it for the rest of your life. His words not only incorporate Naruto's slightly pretentious style, but also Naruto's hateful attributes. Decida. All the Sand Shinobi were so angry that their teeth were itching. They were immediately dumbbened and all the ninjutsu they could use were used immediately. Wind style wind cutting technique. Earth style. Earth lung spear. Water style. Water blade. Swoosh. Shuriken and kunai attack through the air. Tisk. The ninja hawks in the sky release wind style, and the special Jonan standing above them also release wind style. With so many attacks, a huge hole 100 meters wide was instantly created where Liu Yun was standing. Bite. You were killed by 12 Sand Shinobi, experience points plus 500. As the number of times he was killed by multiple people increased, Liu Yun came to a conclusion that being killed by multiple people would add up some of the experience points. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he still had his upper body exposed and looked as calm and composed as ever. Ha ha ha. Sand Shinobi, I told you guys you're just a bunch of desert reptiles. Even if you master ninjutsu, you're just reptiles with chakra. A ninja who could control the wind appeared in front of Liu Yun. Liu Yun was too lazy to put up a defense, so the ninja simply stuck a piece of talisman paper on Liu Yun's back. Just a special Jonan, do you want to dance too? Huh, my chakra. Liu Yun suddenly found that the chakra in his body was dissipating uncontrollably. His chakra is sealed. Liu Yun looked back and saw a purple and yellow talisman paper stuck on his back, with densely packed seals on it. Sealing talisman. A sealing talisman that seals chakra. Chapter 47. Liu Yun Little Vixen form is online. Just as Liu Yun was about to cut his neck with a knife, two special Jonan wielding ninja swords quickly stepped forward and cut off Liu Yun's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Another special Jonan puppeteer used his puppet to immediately restrain Ryun. The ninja who controlled the wind breathed a sigh of relief. I finally subdued you. Seeing that Liu Yun was no longer a threat, the other Sand Shinobi all gathered together where Liu Yun was tied up. Mai walked over dragging a broken arm and tapped Liu Yun's face with a silver ninja sword. Little devil, we spent so much effort and finally caught you. Liu Yun was completely subdued. This time he had no chakra, and detonating the detonating talisman required the flow of chakra, so Liu Yun could not use the detonating talisman to revive. He immediately entered the system interface and looked for useful props. The Konaha shinobi who was watching the battle from a distance jumped down from the tree. Shimura released his arms and said, Sunagaker is indeed well prepared. Let's go. Surround him, snatch Liu Yun's body, and eliminate the Sand Shinobi. Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered, let him be captured by the Sand Shinobi and tortured for the rest of his life. I still need his bloodline limit. Stop torturing me so much, isn't wood style strong enough? Didn't you see that the weakness of that bloodline limit is the seal? Tears welled up in Shi Hong's eyes. Dad, go save Liu Yun. Yuhi Shinku clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward, but the dog from the Shimura family suddenly blocked his way. Masakura Jonan, I'm watching you, don't take any actions that overstep the mark. Yuhi Kurenai glared at everyone who was silent. You adults are all a bunch of bad guys. You saw your fellow villagers being captured by the other side, but you did nothing. Hong, stop talking. Yuhi Shinku covered Yuhi Hong's mouth. Akamaiki was about to make a move when someone from Nara's family grabbed his hand. Don't go, this is a matter between the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family, we shouldn't get involved in this mess. Akamaiki was just about to start, and his fat face was a little angry, so many people plotting against a little kid, is it fun? Suddenly, the Jonan of the Hyuga family shouted. What is that? Such an evil chakra. A layer of red appeared in the white eyes of Hyuga's Jonan, and the red became thicker and thicker, directly covering the surrounding blue chakra balls. Let me take a look. The Jonan of the Uchiha family opens the Sharingan, which is able to see the flow of chakra. The Uchiha family's Jonan clearly saw red chakra coming out of the smoke in the center of the ruins. Advertisement. Look carefully, the red chakra continues to radiate outwards, and finally forms a red fox head in the air. The Uchiha family's Jonan had seen the fiery red fox form in a book, and immediately read it out loud in a dull voice, 9 tails. It instantly caused a commotion. How is that possible? Isn't 9 tails still in the village? 10 seconds ago, Liu Yun's chakra points were sealed, preventing him from using his chakra. Liu Yun quickly flipped through the exchange directory in the system space and suddenly turned to the column for special chakra. He saw it immediately. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, the redemption point is exactly 2,500 points accumulated by Liu Yun. Host successfully converted to 9 tails chakra 1 tail form. The 9 tails chakra instantly merged into Liu Yun's body, and finally merged directly with Liu Yun's heart. Although Liu Yun cannot use his own chakra now, he has chakra in external form again. He immediately bursts out the 1 tail form of 9 tails chakra. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open. Red chakra continuously rushed out of Liu Yun's heart, like blood red chains flapping around. Sand Shinobi looked at the changes in Liu Yun curiously. Asuka, who is good at wind style, said solemnly, what kind of chakra is this? It gives people an extremely ominous feeling. Captain Mai felt something was wrong and hurriedly said, get out of the way. Too late, fire style, ash burning. A huge cloud of black smoke spurted out from Liu Yun's body, and a spark came out from the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. Boom boom. The gunpowder exploded, and balls of fire appeared one after another in the black fog. The scorching heat and continuous explosions made the 2 special Jonan who were enveloped scream in pain continuously. Those 2 special Jonan were ninjas who were good at swordsmanship. They had no defensive ninjutsu and had no time to escape. They were directly covered by the ash accumulation of the flowing cloud and died in the blink of an eye. When the smoke cleared, Liu Yun came back to life. Dressed in white, he stood calmly on the flat ground covered with smoke. I floated past and all that was left was noise. At the feet of Liu Yun, there were 2 piles of charcoal, so black that their original appearance could no longer be seen. Next to Liu Yun, there is a large mound of earth, which is the earth-style defense created by Daisuke, who is good at using earth-style. 20 meters away, the special Jonan who had just sealed Liu Yun with a sealing talisman was very fast. At the moment of the explosion, he directly escaped with Jonan Mai. Advertisement. Bang, bang. There was the sound of rocks falling to the ground, and the abrupt pile of earth on the flat ground fell down, from which 8 sand shinobi with pale faces emerged. Ahem. Mai coughed up blood and looked at Liu Yun fiercely. Damn it. What's going on? How could he have extra chakra to use? Is that red chakra the chakra of humans? Mai kept asking questions, but no one gave him an answer. The special Jonan beside him was also silent. When he saw Liu Yun's actions, he tightened the ninja sword in his hand. Liu Yun danced with his sword, and then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You want to seal me, but your Sand Shinobi's sealing skills are still immature. Ryun now possesses 9 tails chakra, and Sand Shinobi's attempt to seal his chakra so that he can't use ninjutsu is no longer effective. The special Jonan who controlled the wind beside Mai gritted his teeth and said, Captain, what should we do now? The team has lost 2 admirals, and their chakras are slowly being depleted. Mai made a quick judgment. The chakra just now was very unusual, and it was exactly the same as the aura of the Jinchuriki in the village. Could it be that his other identity is the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konaha village? If so, it can also explain why his chakra is endless. If it's 9 tails, that would be even better. He's just a young man and can't master the chakra belonging to the tailed beasts. Take the Hyoryoku Maru and we will attack together and capture Konaha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. Do this for him and you will be promoted directly to the management of the village. Mai couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Well said, Captain. Sand Shinobi quickly took out a ration pill from his ninja tool bag and swallowed it, then quickly formed a formation and moved towards Liu Yun to block it step by step. Liu Yun inserted the ninja sword into the hilt at his waist, loosened his bones, and twisted his waist. Let me show you my full strength. Liu Yun slightly bent his body, clenched his hands, and kept growling in his throat. 8 inner gates, first open. The second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open. In a flash, a layer of green energy burst out from Liu Yun's body. It was not over yet. Liu Yun was suddenly filled with a strong sense of brutal animal desire. Roar. He growled in his throat, and suddenly 6 paths lines appeared on his face, the same lines as Naruto's, and then his once black eyes turned red, and his pupils stood up, like a wild animal. The green energy on the body was gradually replaced by a layer of red chakra, turning into the tailed beast coat, releasing an ominous aura. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open. The chakra energy released by the third gate burning his body, coupled with the 9 tails chakra 1 tail form which is not inferior to Jonan. Liu Yun's chakra now seems to be endless, and even the entire Sand Shinobi team combined cannot match it. Men who attack me will pay a heavy price. Chapter 48. Sand Shinobi. I was fine when I came here, but I can't go back. Liu Yun suddenly moved instantly, and his speed directly drew a red line, and the place he attacked was Jonan Mai. So fast. Mai's eyes widened. Doran's body couldn't react to such a speed. Captain, get out of the way. Jonan pushed Mai away, and was immediately pierced through the heart by a sharp claw. Aki. Mai shouted loudly. He was full of confidence when he came. With their current configuration, he believed that they could easily catch Liu Yun and pack him up and return to the village. And now, 3 special Jonan have died. Most importantly, they don't know if they can go back. In the forest far away, everyone fell silent. Sunset's big red eyes narrowed, and the girl's mood changed suddenly, and in a blink of an eye it was as sunny as a sunny day again. Shihi Junhong breathed a sigh of relief. This kid really made her mood like a roller coaster. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression became ferocious. How could it be? How could it be? How could that boy possess 9 tails chakra? Isn't 9 tails sealed in Uzumaki Kushina's stomach? Shimura didn't care about anything and just made up his mind. It is said that the Cloud Shinobi village Gold Horn and Silver Horn were swallowed by 9 tails. They ate the 9 tails flesh and obtained 9 tails chakra. It can be seen that 9 tails chakra is highly contagious and hereditary. First generation's purpose Lady Uzumaki Mito is the first generation 9 tails Jinchuriki. Liu Yun must be a member of the orthodox Senju clan, and maybe a direct descendant of Uzumaki Mito. Anyway, Shimura Aso has locked up Ryun's Senju bloodline, and anyone who can't figure it out has to rely on that to do something. The Nara family's Jonan looked at the clouds in the distance that were so fast that only a red line remained, and was slightly shocked. The Senju clan's huge chakra, the smoke release bloodline that invalidates physical attacks, the endless high-level fire style, and the chakra of 9 tails. A normal person can easily become an elite Jonan if they possess one of these things. It's hard to imagine that all these things are concentrated in one young man. This young man already has the same level of ninja talent as the first-generation head, Uchiha Madara. The Yamanaka family's Jonan was surprised. You think so highly of him? Nara's Jonan shook his head. It's not a question of whether I think highly of him or not, it's his unique talent. He glanced at Sarutobi Shinosuke, who had a gloomy face, and whispered, if he doesn't die today, he will definitely grow up to be a big man who dominates the village and even the entire fire country in the future. Tisk. The ninja eagle in the sky roared and dived downward, releasing a huge wind blade the moment it approached the flowing cloud. Liu Yun pushed forward with both hands to block. The 9 tails chakra brought him unimaginable defense and recovery capabilities, and even strengthened his body to the same degree as the 4th gate. But, the flowing clouds shattered again. This defensive ability was still unable to stop the wind blade of the high-level summoning beast. Bite. You were killed by the high-level summoning beast Shiromaru using wind style, experience points plus 120. The flowing clouds turned into a ball of white smoke, and then slowly condensed into a human shape. The sound of rocks rattling was heard, and Daisuke, who was using the earth style, lifted a large rock with great effort, and then threw it at Liu Yun from a distance. Bang! With a loud bang, Liu Yun was pressed down into the mud, and the huge rock on his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Liu Yun gritted his teeth, instantly opened the 3rd gate, and mixed the chakra of 9 tails, suddenly struggled upwards, flipping the stone on his body over. Asuka, using wind style, quickly stepped forward and placed a sealing talisman on Liu Yun's forehead. Liu Yun kicked him, sending the bird flying several meters away. Liu Yun tore off the seal. Do you think I'm a zombie? I told you it's useless. I have 9 tails chakra. Even if you seal my chakra, I still have chakra to use. Advertisement. As Liu Yun spoke, a layer of tailed beast coat gathered on his body, and slowly a tail emerged from behind his butt. He leapt up like a ghost, and tore forward with one claw. Asuka stepped back and formed seals with both hands, wind-style Kazekage technique. His wind blade attacked Liu Yun, and Liu Yun simply opened his arms to withstand it. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Asuka using wind style, experience points plus 90. Looking at the cloud that turned into a puff of white smoke and gradually condensed into a human shape, Fei now uttered a few words viciously, troublesome little devil. He glanced at Mai who was analyzing the situation in the distance and shouted, Captain, I don't have much chakra left. What should I do now? The Hyoryang pills can keep a soldier energetic for 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, but they are not a panacea for ninjas performing ninjutsu. Mai gritted her teeth. Damn it, I underestimated the amount of chakra this brat had. I didn't expect him to be Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. We'll stop here for today and retreat. Okay, Captain. Mai finally realized that something was wrong. If they continued like this, their chakras would be exhausted and they would be killed one by Liu Yun. He made an instant judgment and decided to retreat tactically. At least this trip was not in vain. Sand Shinobi had already found out the whereabouts of Konoha 9 tails Jinchuriki. One after another, figures jumped towards the sky and slowly stood on the 2 ninja eagles. Liu Yun showed a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth below, opened the 3rd gate in an instant, and released the 9 tails chakra in his chest. You're just dreaming about leaving. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. White smoke continued to rise, and white figures emerged from it. How many shadow clones are there from the 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, and 9 tails, 1 tail chakra? There was no end in sight at first glance, and they were too numerous to count, filling the entire open space. There were probably thousands of them in total. The moonlight is as dark as ink, but here it is pure white. Mai's pupils widened to their maximum. With so many shadow clone, how could his chakra? How could he possibly master 9 tails chakra at such a young age? Liu Yun was like the powerful Li Yunlong, commanding his shadow clone army. Shadow clone army, listen up, Italian artillery, prepare. Ulla, ulla, ulla. In an instant, the whole forest was filled with the sound of ura, as if thousands of troops were gathering there. All of Liu Yun's shadow clones had red eyes. They also formed seals with their hands and looked up to the sky. Fire. Several shadow clones shouted with loudspeakers. Shadow clone array. Multiple fire scale bombs. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the flaming red fire bombs were fired instantly and boundlessly, directly covering the entire sky. In the eyes of the people watching from afar, it looked like endless festive fireworks. Run away. Team leader. Yunonoki. Advertisement. Boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions continued, and the entire sky was shrouded in a noise. The Sand Shinobi team had nowhere to hide from the endless fire-style explosions. After the explosion, several burnt shadows fell from the sky, and a huge ninja hawk was blown to pieces, killed instantly, without even the time to summoning back to the summoning world. Fortunately, a ninja hawk returned and passed the information here back to Sand Shinobi. White eyes, open. Liu Yun opened his eyes and quickly ran towards the figure falling from the sky. In the forest 500 meters ahead of him, there were only 2 shadows left beside Mai. One is Daisuke, who was good at earth style and has strong defense, and the other is Asuka. Mai took out the only 3 pills left in the ninja bag. Take them, maybe we should fight to the death. The 2 men nodded and swallowed the ration pills in frustration. Bingliong pills are rich in protein, easy to absorb, and can quickly replenish the body's lack of physical strength. It also has a spirit-boosting effect, which keeps a person mentally motivated for 3 days and 3 nights, but it also puts a heavy burden on the body. After taking Bingliong pills twice in a row, their bodies are now like taut strings. The 3 of them took the Bingliong pills, and a fiery red figure appeared in an instant. Liu Yun took 2 steps forward and looked at the quiet layout around him. The environment here is quite good, suitable for your cemetery. Mai didn't have the energy to argue with Liu Yun anymore. She stood up with determination in her eyes. Little boy, I admit that you have the highest qualifications among those I have ever seen, but don't think that we Sand Shinobi will surrender. Let me show you the desert will of the desert nation. Mai said as a thick aura of blue chakra erupted from her body. The other 2 ninjas were also full of determination and did not retreat at all. Liu Yun's face was filled with a fanatical smile. Let me bear the desert will of you sand ninjas. First door, open. The second rest gate, open. The third life gate is open. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open. In just a moment, Liu Yun burst out with red chakra flames, which directly covered the chakra concentration of Mai and the other 3, and rushed out about 10 meters above their heads. This gap is clearly visible to the naked eye. Mai glanced bitterly at Daisuke beside him and said, it seems like the 3 of us will have to die here today. Daisuke smiled somewhat heroically and wiped the bloodline from his mouth. Let's just leave it at that. After all, he died fighting for the village. I hope the village can find a way to subdue this brat in the future. The destiny of a ninja is the battlefield. I have been aware of this since the day I became a ninja. Fei Nao's eyes were determined, and he rushed towards Liu Yun in an instant. What is sand? It is the heart that has never changed even after thousands of years of wind blowing. 2 minutes later, Liu Yun slowly pulled out his sharp claws from Mai's chest. The palm had just pierced the opponent's chest and pinched a red heart. The light in Mai's eyes slowly faded, and she uttered 2 words with difficulty, Sana. Sunagaker, will not let you go. Bang! Liu Yun instantly crushed Mai's heart, letting the blood stain his face, and at the same time, a hint of unruly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what? That desert village can be destroyed at any time if I get the urge. Liu Yun turned around, and at the same time Mai slowly fell down, her cold body joining the earth. Chapter 49. A little red among the Sanin Princess Sununade appears. Liu Yun was in a bad condition at this time, with 2 ninja swords stuck in his back, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was covered with bloodline, both his and those of the 3 Jonan. Liu Yun put the ninja sword on his back into the system space and looked at his harvest. The final madness of the 3 Jonan provided Liu Yun with 1,200 experience points. Liu Yun decided to save it first and exchange it for corresponding items when needed. This recovery speed. Liu Yun looked at the wound on his chest, which was caused by Asuka, who was good at using wind style. Some were a foot long and some were an inch deep. Most people would have screamed in pain, but Liu Yun felt nothing. He was almost numb to the pain. Under the combined effects of the Nine Tails chakra and the Senju clan's sage body, the wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I believe that after some time, Liu Yun's wounds will all heal. But why do I need to restore my speed? Liu Yun asked himself in his heart. Wouldn't it be better if suicide triggered a perfect rebirth? Just as he was about to put the ninja sword around his neck to trigger his rebirth, he was suddenly affected by dozens of strong auras. The surrounding trees grew taller than a dozen figures jumped out from the eerie treetops, all wearing green ninja vests. Konaha Shinobi. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan and carefully looked at the amount of chakra in their bodies. Each of them was above the level of a special Jonan, and none of them was a Chunin. Moreover, Liu Yun recognized the family crests on the backs of several Jonan. They were from the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Others have no family crests and are vassals of both clans. More than a dozen ninjas surrounded Liu Yun, holding steel wires, ropes, and various strange-shaped restraint tools in their hands. With cold faces, they slowly approached the flowing clouds. Liu Yun raised his ninja sword, placed it across his chest, and said coldly to the ninjas surrounding him, "Do you want to die?" A powerful voice sounded. Liu Yun, do you want to attack the ninjas in the village? You are now suspected of being a traitor. Put down your weapon and stop struggling in vain. Some more people walked out from the dense forest ahead. The leader was a middle-aged man. Liu Yun recognized him. It was Shimura, the commander on the front line. Next to him stood Sarutobi Shinosuke with his hands wrapped in bandages. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression was full of sneers. Liu Yun, you are really amazing. Several Jonin of Sununade are helpless against you. It's a pity that your chakra is exhausted after such a hard battle. Hee. Liu Yun looked at it carefully, then put his ninja sword back into the hilt without making any defense. These people are really something, always pondering on the amount of his chakra. In fact, his chakra is infinite. As everyone gathered around him, Liu Yun let out a mocking smile. Isn't this the eldest son of the Hokage from that day? I wonder if you peed when my knife touched your forehead. Advertisement. Liu Yun, you. Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes were full of murderous intent. When had he ever suffered such an insult since he was a child? The scene of Liu Yun pressing the knife against his forehead is still deeply engraved in his mind and cannot be erased. Only by cutting Liu Yun into pieces can he relieve the pain of humiliation in his heart. Shimura watched with interest the verbal dispute between Ryun and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Suddenly, he saw the visible recovery speed on Liu Yun's chest, and his pupils shrank slightly. He said to Sarutobi Shinosuke beside him, "Do it, stop arguing with a dead man." HMPH. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted coldly. 200 meters behind them, 3 special Jonin blocked Yuhi Shinku's path. Yuhi Shinku pulled out the ninja sword behind her. What do you want to do? Are you going to attack a young man nakedly? Yuta sneered. Makoto Jonin, this is none of your business, don't get involved without permission, you can't resist the giant hands of the Sarutobi and Shimura families. Yuhi Kurenai looked angry and took out the kunai. She glanced at Asuma next to her and begged, Asuma, ask him to let us pass. We want to save Liu Yun. Asuma looked at the lovely girl and felt a pain in his heart. The girl he liked was in love with Liu Yun and no longer had eyes for him. Asuma. Yuhi Kurenai pleaded loudly again. Quote. Asuma fell silent and walked forward silently. Yuta didn't dare to stop the Hokage's young master, so he could only let Asuma cross the line of broken friendship. Nara Yuji followed behind. Just on Yuta's line, this former small team has now become polarized, and may never be able to return to the harmony of the past. Behind them were members of the various ninja clans. Akamaiki Masataka sighed, and the Jonin of the Nara clan patted his shoulder and said, let's go. Today's fun ends here. It's a pity that the good seedling of the Senju clan was lost. The Inoshika Cho trio slowly turned around, and suddenly a cry of surprise from the Aburame clan was heard among the ninja members. Hey! Where are my sunglasses? Who took my sunglasses away? A golden figure passed through the forest. When Shihi Shinku saw it, she put down her ninja sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Sunade, she is finally here. Yuhi Shinku looked coldly at Yuta who was blocking him and said, get out of here before I get angry. Makoto Jonin. A dozen Konaha shinobi slowly gathered Liu Yun. Liu Yun stuck the knife into the ground, and made hand seals with both hands. In just a moment, 3 doors of the 8 inner gates were opened. Then, the red-tailed beast cloak was draped over his body, and the brutal beast nature washed over the surrounding ninjas like waves. Some of the Jonin swallowed their saliva. The pressure that this kind of chakra brought to people was not to be underestimated. It felt like a coffin lid was covering the person's body. Advertisement. Liu Yun crouched down like a fox, on all fours, and said in a deep voice, let me make it clear, if you attack me, you will die. Liu Yun is a man who repays evil with evil. Sununade was once a desert eagle, but now grass has begun to grow on his grave. Shimura sneered, Who do you think you are? Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? I am your grandfather, Liu Yun shouted. You're looking for death, everyone, do it. At Shimura's command, more than a dozen ninjas surrounded him. A loud shout suddenly rang out around. Heavenly feet hurt. A white, tender and slender leg suddenly appeared on the field. Although the leg was sexy, the huge force it unleashed instantly shook the area within a radius of 50 meters. Boom, Shimura and Sarutobi's men were all knocked back more than 10 meters. They fell to the ground, staring at the slender figure that appeared in the field. She was wearing a white linen dress, with golden twin ponytails and skin as white as jade. There was a purple diamond mark on her forehead and black sunglasses on her eyes, but from the subtle details, one could tell that she was a rare beauty. Shimura coldly spat out 4 words, adding an exclamation mark, Princess Sununade. Snort. Sununade snorted, then turned her eyes to the flowing clouds behind her. Liu Yun looked at the woman standing in front of him in confusion. Her figure made people have dirty thoughts, but he didn't think he was handsome enough to make Sununade take action. Liu Yun stood up, closed the third gate, and took off his tailed beast coat. Sunade's eyes were staring straight at Liu Yun's chest. It wasn't because he was so strong that people would drool over him, but Liu Yun's body had not grown to that level. Rather, it was the opponent's visible recovery speed, which had now turned into a foot-long red scar. This characteristic was undoubtedly one of the manifestations of the Senju clan's resilience. She was looking at Ryun's hair, which was very black. He was not from the Uzumaki clan, but there were people with black hair from the Senju clan, such as his grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Shimura's voice was cold. Princess Sununade, what are you doing? Are you trying to stop us from carrying out our mission? Sununade snorted, I heard there's a Senju who has awakened his Senju bloodline on the battlefield, and you guys are planning to kill him. Is it true? Sununade turned around, and the aura of a cage-level ninja enveloped the scene, and in an instant everyone seemed to sink into the sea. This kind of momentum, Shimura couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Even though Sununade has hemophobia and hasn't taken action for many years, the power hidden in her is not something that people like them can resist. Chapter 50 This time, I, Liu Yun, would like to call you the strongest. Shimura also roared twice. Sununade, do you really want to protect him? You don't know how arrogant that kid is. He dares to scold the 3rd Hokage and our Shimura family's Hokage assistant Danzo-sama. There's nothing he dares not do. Sununade clasped his hands together, making a crackling sound, and then a hint of unruly smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. So what? Even if he steps on the head of your Shimura family one day, I will protect him. Sununade, you. Shimura's face was full of anger, but he was helpless against this beautiful and powerful woman. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was gloomy. He immediately untied the bandage on his right hand, revealing a palm with only 3 fingers left. Princess Sununade, you are my father's disciple. That brat cut off 2 of my fingers. I can't let him go. I want him dead today. Who do you want to die? A red figure suddenly appeared, and no one in the field could catch it. They only saw the red figure stepping on Sarutobi Shinosuke and putting the ninja sword on his neck. Liu Yun had a cold smile on his face. Sarutobi Shinosuke, this is the 2nd time. So fast, like a red flash. Sununade was shocked. Even she couldn't keep up with the speed that Liu Yun had just displayed, and the red chakra on the opponent's body, if she remembered correctly, was the chakra of the tailed beast. How could the other party? Being stepped on by Liu Yun in public, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt very anxious no matter how thick-skinned he was. At the same time, Liu Yun's cold blade touched his skin, and Sarutobi Shinosuke seemed to fall into the moment when Liu Yun was about to kill him that day. Fear overwhelmed me, and every pore was stretched to its maximum. Several retainers of the Sarutobi family did not dare to step forward. The defection of Liu Yun was a small matter, but the future of these people was great. No one is sure whether Liu Yun has the courage to chop it down with the sword. What? What do you want to do? Noticing that the force on the knife was getting stronger and stronger, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt something was wrong. The other party is a ruthless person who dares to do anything. Liu Yun glanced around and said, tell your dog to get out of here. Don't go too far. Liu Yun's sword became heavier, and blood flowed directly from Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Sarutobi Shinosuke glanced at the retainers of the Sarutobi family and said, listen to him, get out of here. The retainers of the Sarutobi family looked at each other and instantly moved backwards. They did not go too far away, but hid in the dark and watched Liu Yun's every move. Liu Yun tapped Sarutobi Shinosuke's face with his silver knife, and then a smile appeared on his face. Compared to those Sand Shinobi who died in the battle, you, the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, are actually afraid of death. Shimura warned, Liu Yun, don't act rashly. If you kill him, you will never escape. Anbu will hunt you down for the rest of your life. Liu Yun's gaze turned to Shimura's face. Are you threatening me? Advertisement. The chakra in Liu Yun's body pressed down on the other party like the weight of water. Shimura also had some difficulty breathing. This kid has become so strong. I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling you your current situation. A white and tender hand suddenly rested on Liu Yun's shoulder. All right. Liu Yun turned his head and saw Sununade, who was wearing sunglasses, whispered, just vent your anger as a child, don't take it too seriously. This woman really treats him like a child. Ryun raised the knife upward from Sarutobi Shinosuke's neck. Go to hell. Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately stood up and pulled out a kunai from his hand. Sunade punched him hard on the shoulder, and Sarutobi Shinosuke rolled back 3 or 5 times. After Sarutobi Shinosuke got up, he looked at Sunade with a ferocious look in his eyes. Princess Sunade, are you going against the Sarutobi family? Sunade sneered, do you think your Sarutobi family can control the Konaha village? Sarutobi Shinosuke fell silent. There were still 3 civilian ninjas in the village who could not be torn apart by the hands of the ninja clan. That's the Sannin, the heroes who started the Second Ninja World War. The status of the Sannin in the village can only be suppressed by the 3rd Hokage, and using the threat of the Sarutobi family, Sunade may have to add a 3rd Hokage. Get lost, Sunade said coldly. Sarutobi Shinosuke glanced coldly at Liu Yun and slowly disappeared into the dark forest. Snort. Shimura snorted coldly and left with his men. Before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh. Princess Sunade, I will remember today's grudge. Be careful next time. Sunade shook her chest and said disdainfully, you are just a blood-sucking worm that plots in the dark. Do you think I am afraid of you? After the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family left, Sunade turned to look at Liu Yun. The light through the sunglasses was a little dim, but she could see the confusion on Liu Yun's face. Sunade walked in front of Liu Yun. She was a head taller than Liu Yun. Sunade raised her hand and gently drew the blood from the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. Liu Yun's eyes were still observing Sunade's chest and he didn't notice her movements. Sunade held Liu Yun's blood in her mouth. She was a medical ninja and could separate the components in Liu Yun's blood just by taste. This kind of blood. Advertisement. Sunade suddenly opened her eyes, and then a look of joy appeared on her face, because Liu Yun's blood matched hers, proving that the other party was really a descendant of the Senju clan. Princess Sunade. Liu Yun was a little confused by Sunade's actions. Why did this woman taste his blood? What was so good about his blood? Sunade said softly, let's deal with the blood on you first. Liu Yun did as he was told and soon cleaned off the red liquid on his body. Sunade took off her sunglasses, and suddenly the night seemed to be filled with flowers blooming. The remaining fire in the forest was still burning, and the fiery red light shone on her fair face, making her look like a peony among a bunch of flowers, which immediately made Liu Yun's heart beat fast. He even felt that all the blessings in the world were on Sunade's face, and that the desert beauty named Rikako was no match for Sunade. If there is such a woman in the world, I believe any man will be crazy about her. Liu Yun couldn't help but whisper in his heart, Kato-dan, you died well. Mew, will take over your business from now on. Seeing Liu Yun's somewhat dazed look, Sunade smiled sweetly, and in an instant, everything became prosperous and the cold night gradually dissipated from the bloody killing. Sunade touched her face and sighed that although she had become decadent and drowsy over the years, her appearance had not diminished. Even a little kid was bewitched by her. Liu Yun shook his head, and then asked Sunade why she came. Princess Sunade, why do you want to protect me? Sunade pointed a white jade finger at Liu Yun's forehead, because you are the queen of Senju. Senju? Liu Yun was confused. He was just an ordinary commoner, and his father was also an ordinary Chunin. When did he become related to the Senju? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Liu Yun's mind. In the eyes of others, Liu Yun is a very special civilian genin. The amount of chakra exceeds that of an ordinary person, and the recovery ability is amazing. In addition, the forbidden techniques on his body, the multiple shadow clone techniques, the 8 inner gates techniques, and the endless advanced fire styles. Ordinary people simply don't believe that this was something Liu Yun worked so hard to achieve on his own. If it is attributed to the reasons after Senju, then everything can be explained. Rather than saying that they were certain that Liu Yun was Senju, it would be better to say that they did not dare to imagine Liu Yun's talent and could only imagine his hidden identity. You are a commoner but so awesome. Are you the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths or possessed by Uchiha Madara? Moreover, Sunade also confirmed Liu Yun's identity. She tasted Liu Yun's blood just now, and she must have been testing whether he had the genetic genes of the Senju clan. When Liu Yun upgraded his special Jonan template, he was fused with the sage body of the Senju clan, so of course he has the blood of the Senju clan flowing in his body. It's not just the blood of the Senju clan, the blood of the Hyuga clan is also flowing, but in a smaller proportion, and it's all concentrated in the optic nerves of the eyes. Don't underestimate these people's imaginations, even his 9 tails chakra. I believe everyone who has seen it has already imagined it. Uzumaki Mito's direct descendant, collateral descendant or something else, as long as his blood carries Uzumaki Mito's genetic genes. Chapter 51. I'm trying to die. In front of Sunade the sound of several footsteps was heard, and Sunade and Liu Yun turned around to look. It was the members of Yuhi Kurenai's team, and an Aburame tribe member with an innocent expression. Sarutobi Asuma saw Liu Yun without any scars. He gritted his teeth hard, then snorted coldly, turned around and left with Narayuji. Shi Hong ran over quickly and ran to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, are you okay? Liu Yun shook his head. The wounds on his body had not yet fully healed. He wanted to find an opportunity to wipe his head and be reborn, but he had to deal with Sunade first. Shi Hong saw the scar on Liu Yun's chest and said with some pain, such a long scar, it must be very painful. Liu Yun shook his head. Don't worry, it will all disappear tomorrow. Sunade and Yuhi Shinku walked aside and spent time with the 2 children. Yuhi Shinku delayed and said respectfully, Sunade-sama. Sunade waved his hand and continued, I have just checked, and the child does have the blood of my Senju clan, proving that the information you gave me is correct. Thank you this time. If I had come a few steps later, he would have been framed by the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family. Yui Shinku turned her gaze towards Liu Yun. He has the highest ninja talent of anyone I have ever seen. He was besieged by the San Shinobi's Special Forces team before you arrived. Sunade is surprised. San Shinobi's Special Forces team? Yes, out of the 12 ninjas, there are 4 Jonan and the rest are all special Jonan. Those people. Shiri Zhenhong was silent for a while, and finally said calmly, they were all killed by Liu Yun. How is this possible? Sunade looked at Liu Yun in disbelief. How did he kill Jonan's combined squad? Yui Shinku stated her analysis. There is no doubt that Ryun is a member of the Senju clan. His chakra is among the best even among the former Senju clan. I wonder if the first Hokage can compare to him at this age? Also, his unique bloodline limit allows him to turn into a cloud of smoke and dodge any physical attack. Another point is his talent in ninjutsu. He can even make hand seals with one hand and quickly release ninjutsu. Sunade became more and more surprised as she listened to what Yui Shinku said. As far as she could remember, the glory of Senju Hashirama had slowly come to an end. Sunade learned about the legend of Senju Hashirama through vague oral narration. The talent displayed by Liu Yun at this time has reached the level of Senju Hashirama. Even in real history, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were not as good as Liu Yun. At Liu Yun's age, they were still competing to see who could be farther. Sunade clenched his fists and slowly felt happy in his heart. Senju's revival is hopeful. Yuko Shinku thought of something, glanced at Sunade, and said with a headache, that child is not without shortcomings. Advertisement, oh, what is his weakness? Is he a troublemaker? Sunade thought of the letter that Yui Shinku delivered, which said that Ryun arrogantly stepped on the 2 sons of the Sarutobi family. Shii Shinku nodded. He is not just a troublemaker, his personality is also very troublesome, he is very courageous, there is nothing he can't do, and his words are also very annoying. Tell me carefully. Yui Shinku told Sunade some of the things he had seen or been involved in with Ryun. No one cared about the people of the Aburame clan standing by. How come no one noticed me? I'm standing here and no one noticed me. My Aburame clan is a bug controller, not a ninja with a hidden shrine. Hey. Sunade curled her lips after hearing this. What's that? Sarutobi Asuma provoked him first, and so did Shinosuke. They were all evil first. That kid did nothing wrong, and tit for tat is what he should do. Yui Shinku wanted to say something else, but the person he offended was not just an ordinary person. He even dared to scold the 3rd Hokage. Sunade snorted, it's not just the kid who wants to curse. I want to curse too. That old man is totally representative of those ninja clans. He allows their children to encroach on the village's resources that belong to the civilian ninjas. Shii Shinku fell silent. He didn't dare to get involved in such a conflict involving big shots. Sunade continued, you said he has a special bloodline limit that allows him to turn into smoke and dodge any physical attack. Yes. Then let me see it. Sunade walked forward slowly, and Liu Yun and Yuhikorin stopped talking and looked at her. Sunade placed a hand on Liu Yun's shoulder, a smile on her lips. Can you tell me your name? The Senju clan members who have integrated into Konaha village are very hidden, and some of them even have completely normal blood. Even Sunade cannot find a single member of the clan. It was hard to find a visible descendant of Senju, and Sunade was very kind to him. Because this was a ray of light that she caught in the confusion of hemophobia. Liu Yun looked at the beautiful blonde woman. The night was dark, but the stars in the sky were all focused on her. My name is Liu Yun. Liu Yun, Mu. It really fits Senju very well. Is Mu your last name? Liu Yun shook his head. I don't have a surname, only a given name. Liu Yun is my name. Sunade laughed softly. Liu Yun was stunned. Advertisement. Sunade said gently, can you let me see your smoky bloodline? Smoke turned bloodline. Liu Yun muttered softly, he had a crappy smoke bloodline. That was his smoke illusion. Even the Hyuga families by Kugan couldn't find any clues. Sunade wanted to see his smoke transformed bloodline, but in Liu Yun's opinion, that didn't mean he had to commit suicide in front of him. Liu Yun touched his head and suddenly glanced at Sunade's place. If I touch the other person, will I be beaten to death? Yes, definitely. Jiraiya had several ribs broken when he peeked at Sunade, and if he stretched out his evil hands, he would be beaten into a pulp immediately. But being beaten to death by a cage-level ninja, isn't this what Liu Yun has always been thinking about? The desire to commit suicide was burning in Liu Yun's heart. Liu Yun moistened his throat, feeling a little impatient. It's like this, Princess Sunade. Only if you hurt me can my smoke bloodline be triggered. Sunade whispered, is it still a passive bloodline limit? Maybe you haven't fully mastered it yet, let me try. She slowly walked in front of Liu Yun and looked down at him. She clenched her fists and reminded him, I'll try to use less force. Liu Yun curled his lips, and the wolf's tail seemed to swing behind him. The stronger you are, the better. Let me help you. What do you want to do? Sunade wondered. Sunset red, _ hash rage, boundless rage, little, ghost. You are looking for death. Sunade was instantly filled with anger, which wiped out her consciousness. She clenched her fists, which seemed to contain a tremendous amount of strength. Huff, huff, huff. There was a huge wind pressure on his fist as he punched forward fiercely. Oh no, Sunade is angry. Yuhi Shinku's face was horrified, and she quickly took Yuhi Kurenai away. The people from the nearby Aburame family also turned into insects immediately. Liu Yun was not afraid. Instead, he took a step forward and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Come on, a full force attack from a cage-level ninja. Chapter 52 Konohamaru's feeling. Boom, a punch was thrown into the sky, and the strong wind it created made the surroundings tear apart. With a gust of wind from his fist, all the century-old trees around were uprooted, and a 100-meter-wide pit of broken earth appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Sunade using his super strength, experience points plus 500. This wave is worth it. In the pit, Sunade slowly withdrew her hand, and at the same time, boundless regret surged into her heart. Even if a little gangster touched her, she should not be so impulsive, not to mention that the other party was her child who embodied her last hope of Senju. No one can withstand her full strength attack, not even Liu Yun thinks so. What did I do? Sunade knelt down on a piece of dirt. She had just found a glimmer of light from her decadence, but she destroyed it with her own hands. Tick. The crystal drops fell to the ground, and the beauty shed tears. Princess Sunade. A small hand was placed on his shoulder. Sunade raised his head in disbelief and instantly saw Liu Yun, whose body was intact, with no trace of scar on his exposed chest. A smile appeared on Liu Yun's young face. Now you have seen my smoke bloodline, right? Sunade suddenly hugged Liu Yun and held him in his arms. You damn little hooligan, you almost scared me to death. Yuhi Shinku appeared with Yuhi Kurenai nearby, and Sunade released Ryugumo. Liu Yun looked regretful. Shihong came over and grabbed Liu Yun's ears, scolding him nonstop. Liu Yun, you really make me worry. That's Princess Sunade. If you hadn't turned into smoke, she would have smashed you into pieces. Liu Yun's mind was still echoing with the experience points brought by Sunade's punch, which directly reached 500 points. It was much easier than fighting. You can both touch and gain experience. This is the way to unlock the undead system. Liu Yun instantly understood how the undead system works. Congratulations, host, you finally found another way to use the system. I didn't expect the system to cater to Liu Yun. It seems that the person who made this system is also an unserious person. But I like it. Advertisement. Yuhi Shinku was sweating as she explained for Liu Yun. The child was captured by San Shinobi 2 months ago and was brutally abused and tortured. In addition, San Shinobi may have discovered his special bloodline, so he will definitely increase his efforts to conduct human research on him. His soul has been severely wounded, and he behaves extremely strangely in some ways. I hope Princess Sunade can be more tolerant of him. Shiri Zhenhong pays more and more attention to Liu Yun, as if she is training him to be a qualified son-in-law. Sunade listened silently, then glanced at the black-haired Liu Yun. And his fate is extremely pitiful. His father died on the front line, and his teacher and friends were also killed in a sudden attack by the San Shinobi. These are enough to cause this child's personality to change drastically. Yuhi Shinku wanted to continue speaking, but was stopped by Sunade. Stop talking. I know that people who have been abused will show an extreme state of mind. I will try my best to be tolerant of him in the future and let him slowly come out of the darkness of the past. Sunade herself is a patient with mental problems, so she can especially understand Liu Yun's psychology. That's good. Shiri Zhenhong breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yun's behavior just now really scared him to death. How audacious it is to flirt with Princess Sunade. But, I have guts. He wouldn't even dare to think of such a thing when he was young. An Aburame tribesman wearing a high collar and a hood walked up to Sunade and said, Princess Sunade, can you give me my sunglasses back? Sunade suddenly jumped, startled. So there's another person here? Princess Sunade. Sorry, what, you can't live without your sunglasses? The Aburame clan members shook their heads. That's not the case. It's just that I feel weird without sunglasses. It's like I'm not wearing any clothes. What a terrible description. Back to you. It was late at night. Liu Yun found a pile of firewood and lit a bonfire on the ground. The three of them gathered around the fire to keep warm. Liu Yun walked to a dark place, exchanged for a tent, and set it up in an open space. After laying the ground, he went to the forest to hunt a wild boar. After preparing the boar's internal organs, he roasted it on the grill. Sunade silently watched Liu Yun's actions, and then exclaimed, You are quite caring. Princess Sunade, please forgive me. No, advertisement. Liu Yun didn't know why he wanted to commit suicide in front of Sunade, but he was also a little afraid of her temperament. After everyone had their fill, they chatted by the fire for a while. Shirihong yawned twice, and Liu Yun let her go to sleep in the tent. Sunade had something to say to Liu Yun, and immediately gave Yuhi Shinku a look. Yuhi Shinku understood it immediately and quickly disappeared. Only Sunade and Ryun were left at the bonfire. Liu Yun leaned against the tree trunk, one hand on his knee, looking directly at Sunade. Sunade was also staring at Liu Yun, and their eyes met in the air, and they stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Sunade's breath turned cold, and Liu Yun immediately retracted his gaze and shrank his head back. Sunade smiled softly, You are bolder than I thought. You know, many men dare not look me in the eyes. Liu Yun didn't say anything. He looked at the flame in front of him and was silent for dozens of seconds. Suddenly he said, Is it worth it? What did you say? Liu Yun raised his dark eyes and looked at Tsunade's brown pupils. I have offended the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family. The village can hardly accommodate me. You protect me. Aren't you afraid of them? Tsunade suddenly laughed, and then her beautiful eyes looked at Liu Yun. You underestimate my reputation as one of the Sannin. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stand behind me. With the three of us working together, which ninja in the village dares to take action? Liu Yun lowered his head and analyzed that Orochimaru was not as vicious as he was when he defected. He must be on Tsunade's side because of their friendship. Not to mention Jiraiya, who has been licking her all her life, it would be unreasonable not to stand on her side. But their family is powerful and influential. Even if their military strength is not as strong as your three, their schemes and tricks are hard to guard against. Tsunade fell silent. Although she was not afraid of a head-on battle, the sneak attacks and calculations behind the scenes were indeed annoying. Even someone as strong as Uchiha Madara is afraid of having someone behind him when he pees. Tsunade even realized that Juan's death was not that simple. Kato Dan is an elite Jonan who has carried out more than 20 S-rank missions and has reached the qualification to be a Kage. But how could the other party die in a simple mission? Tsunade wanted to investigate behind the scenes, but Kato Dan's body had already been packed into a coffin and buried. She also can't pry open her boyfriend's coffin. Who did it? The result is very straightforward. It was those ninja clans who did not want civilian ninjas to rise to power. Seeing Tsunade's silence, Liu Yun continued, Look, are you also afraid of their plots behind the scenes? Chapter 53 Second Hokage Tsunade chuckled, stretched out a hand, and gave Liu Yun a head pat. Who am I? A little red among the Sannin, Princess Sununade of Konaha village. I would be afraid of them, don't worry, I will be your guide and protect you as you grow up. Liu Yun pulled his head out of Tsunade's hands, confused. Why do you care about me so much? Didn't I just say that? You are a member of my Senju tribe. It is only natural for me to care about you. Senju? Are you still thinking about that disappeared family? Tsunade nodded. Senju will not disappear, he is among the villagers of Konaha village, slowly nurturing a flame, and one day he will bring change to this cursed world. Your bloodline limit and your aptitude let me see the power of change. Liu Yun curled his lips. He hated such vague statements the most. Just tell me what you want me to do specifically. Tsunade smiled and said, Do you think I'm using you? Seeing Liu Yun was silent, Tsunade said slowly, Why do you think the Senju clan disappeared? Including me, I have never had Senju as my last name since I was born. Liu Yun shook his head. Because of a policy of the second Hokage, my second grandfather, he saw the huge gap between the common people and the ninja clan from the beginning. As long as they are ninjas, they will stick together, constantly seek the glory of the family, and constantly devour the nutrients in the village to make profits for the family. This is their characteristic, and it is also the greed that cannot be changed in their blood. My second grandfather had an extraordinary vision. He knew that this extreme situation would eventually lead to a huge revolution. The number of ninjas was too small, and they would be wiped out by the bottom-up revolution of civilian ninjas. So after the war, he made the few remaining Senju hide among the civilians, or merge with the civilians in the entire village. Liu Yun became interested. What happens next? Tsunade's eyes suddenly darkened. The Senju did merge with the civilians, but then the Ninja Alliance replaced the Senju. They gradually took control of Konaha village and placed their own disciples in important power institutions. The civilian ninjas would work hard for most of their lives to perform ninjutsu rewards, but the ninja disciples could easily get them. During this process, the Senju, who represented the civilians, would of course resist, but they all disappeared one by one, and all traces of the Senju disappeared. Konaha village is no longer a Senju village, but a rotten tree controlled by the Shinobi Alliance. Advertisement Liu Yun quietly absorbed Tsunade's words, constantly analyzing in his mind that the gap between the ninja clan and civilian ninjas was not as harmonious as in the anime. The most normal thing is the civil war in Kirigakure, the simmering anger of the civilian ninjas that lasted from the founding of the village until the 4th Mizukage era. Obito just threw a flame, and even without Obito, the revolution would have broken out. The ninja clan controls 90% of the village's resources, and the remaining 10% is obtained by civilian ninjas with great efforts. Tsunade looked up at the moon. It was cold at night, and even the fire could not drive away the coldness on her body. Do you know how many factions Konaha village is divided into now? Faction? Liu Yun was stunned. Isn't it just the faction of the Will of Fire? Don't you believe in the faction of the Will of Fire? Tsunade saw that Liu Yun didn't know, so he said softly, there are roughly 3. One is the ninja faction represented by the esoteric families such as Sarutobi, Shimura, Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka, and Aburame. The third Hokage, who is also my teacher, is their representative. There is also a neutral faction that advocates a balance between ninjas and civilians. Jiraiya is considered a representative of this faction. The remaining faction is the Integration faction, which advocates that all ninjas should be integrated into the civilian population. They are civilian ninjas that inherit the will of the Senju. Liu Yun looked at the expert and said, You are from the Integration school. Tsunade shook her head. I am not from that faction, and I don't want to get involved in these complicated political struggles, but I tend to be with the Integration faction because that is the inheritance of the Senju's will. Liu Yun realized this. You want me to become an integrationist, and become the Hokage in the future to integrate all the ninja clans into the civilians. Tsunade nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Only a ninja like you can have this ability. Liu Yun spread his hands and said, "How do you know I will listen to you? I would defect if I just wiped my forehead. Why would I need to get involved in this mess?" "You dare?" Sunade pulled Liu Yun over and rubbed his hair hard. "Since you were a member of the Senju tribe, I am older than you, which means I am your sister. You don't have any guardians now, so I am your guardian. Why don't you call me sister?" Advertisement. Sunade recalled Nawaki's calls from behind her back, and couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. If Nawaki were still alive, he would be a handsome young man now. Liu Yun asked some questions in his mind. What about Hyuga and Uchiha? They have been passed down for thousands of years, aren't they at the center of power? Sunade replied softly. Uchiha was tricked by my second grandfather and has been tied to the big pit of the guard force. It seems that he has the right to patrol the village, but in fact he has always been far away from the center of power. The Hyuga family is relatively low-key and never participates in power struggles. This family is very honest, but the caged bird in the family is also disgusting. Liu Yun turned around and thought, although the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family are dignified bloodline ninja clans, they do live a miserable life. One was marginalized and kept away from the power center. The other focused on family affairs, obeyed the high-ranking officials of Konaha, but attacked hard from within. San Shinobi Camp. Luo Sha was so angry that he swept away all the office supplies on his desk. His murderous voice even reached outside. Liu Yun, you damned brat, I will cut you into pieces." Granny Chio and Ebizo slowly walked into his office. Ebizo twisted his beard lightly. The information sent by Mai and the others said that Liu Yun is Konaha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Is it reliable? Luo Sha shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Sha Ying checked his body from top to bottom and found no signs of a seal. His Nine Tails chakra should be a special case. Granny Chio rubbed her brows and said, "This brat is growing so fast. The 4 Jonan and 8 special Jonan couldn't catch him, and he was even killed by the enemy. What should we do now? If we let him continue to grow, he will become another Senju Hashirama." Luo Sha walked back and forth in distress. He really wanted to rush to the front line of Konaha and tear Liu Yun into pieces. But no, the cage's actions are monitored by many spies, and the Konaha side will definitely get the information as soon as he goes out. Chapter 54. Sunade's detection. Luo Sha's eyes lit up, and he thought of the female ninja who had always been at odds with him. Let Yi Kang come back. Yi Kang? Granny Chio wondered. She's at the sea battlefield. Will transferring her back like this affect the battle against Miss Shinobi? The Third Ninja World War was just a huge melee with no distinction between alliances at all. Senagakure is fighting with Konaha village, on the other side of the sea it is fighting with Kirigakure, and there are even constant frictions on the border with the land of Earth. The Cloud Shinobi village did the same thing back then, sending troops to invade the Kingdom of Wind, while another group was also provoking the Konaha village. The 5 ninja villages are like 5 little gangsters, constantly fighting to decide who is the leader. Luo Sha thought to himself, I am planning to suspend the war with Kirigakure and do my best to deal with Konaha. Bringing Yi Kang back is also a signal to them. Granny Chio nodded confidently. Alright, Yi Kang's scorch style is very powerful. I don't believe that brat can stop Yi Kang. Early morning. Liu Yun woke up. Suddenly, Sunade opened her eyes and saw Liu Yun with ill intentions. What do you want to do? Liu Yun stammered. I saw that you were wearing so little and was afraid that you would catch a cold from the wind, so I blocked the wind for you. Sunade punched upwards and sent Liu Yun flying about 10 meters away. She stood up and convinced herself in her heart. This guy has been abused and his personality has changed drastically. Be more tolerant, be more tolerant. Liu Yun rubbed his chest gently. Nothing happened. He was basically numb to the pain. This punch was enough to break a person's sternum, but Liu Yun only felt like being pricked by a needle. This woman is really something. Isn't she growing up to be seen by others? Sunade walked closer to Liu Yun and released a layer of light green chakra from her hand, which slowly covered Liu Yun's chest. In the blink of an eye, some ruptured muscle tissue was slowly repaired. The pain from the needle P***K just now disappeared all of a sudden. You little brat, you are such a jerk. In all these years, you are still the first one who can act so unbridled and still jump around in front of me. Jiraiya wanted to dance in front of Sunade, and ended up having several ribs in his chest broken. Advertisement. Liu Yun complained a little. As the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, every woman you see is a beauty, let alone a beauty like you. Sunade's mouth corners curled up, enjoying Liu Yun's praise of her beauty, but she directly lifted Liu Yun's neck and lifted him into the air. You little brat, you will definitely be another Jiraiya in the future. Let me educate you well and straighten out your character. Sunade threw Liu Yun away violently, and Liu Yun's figure spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Sunade snorted and waved her jade hand gently. Come on, let's fight. Good. Liu Yun let her white clothes hang down from the back and tied it around her waist, revealing her naked upper body. He put his right hand behind his back, formed a seal unconsciously, and instantly drew a white line in the air and attacked Sunade. Sunade's beautiful eyes exclaimed in admiration. You can form a seal with one hand, and you can also form a seal hidden behind it without anyone noticing. Your understanding of the technique is comparable to that of my second grandfather. Liu Yun rushed to Sunade and hit her with his hand. Sunade's eyes turned cold. Your personality is similar to that lecherous Jiraiya in some ways. Sunade shifted slightly and stepped down with his elbow. Liu Yun hit Sunade's powerful elbow and smashed it into the ground, creating a hole several meters wide. Ahem, Liu Yun coughed twice, slowly climbed out of the pit, shook his dizzy head, and warned. Princess Sunade, I'm going to use all my strength, you have to be careful. Sunade pouted. I told you to call me sister. Liu Yun smiled slightly. You are over 30 years old, and you are not ashamed to let me call you sister. Sunade's breath turned cold. What did you say, kid? Women's age is their biggest secret and can be easily exposed. Liu Yun rushed forward in an instant. That's it, if you fight me seriously, I won't die. Although Liu Yun's instant body movement is very fast, Sunade is a Sanin who fought his way out of a sea of corpses and blood. She stomped her feet and threw a straight right punch forward. Bang, with a bang. Liu Yun was punched about 20 meters away. Liu Yun felt a numbness in his heart and was about to spit out blood, but he swallowed it back. Advertisement Sunade is hemophobic, he can't scare the other person. Liu Yun continued to act recklessly. Sunade, you didn't kill me with one punch. Are you taking care of me? I told you I won't die. Do your best. Sunade was still a little soft-hearted, otherwise the punch just now would have turned Liu Yun into blood foam. Do you want to be abused so badly? Sunade thought that Liu Yun must have been perverted by the Sand Shinobi's torture, which made her want to kill him so much. Liu Yun rushed forward again, and Sunade punched him back again, but she still didn't use her full strength. Liu Yun felt ruthless and said, Don't blame me, Sunade. A ninja who acts like a gangster is the most terrifying ninja in the world. 8 inner gates, first open, the second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open. Blue chakra flames ignited around Liu Yun's body, and a thin layer of green energy gathered on his body. Sunade saw it and instantly recognized the forbidden technique sealed in the sealed book, 8 inner gates. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open. A layer of red flame ignited on Liu Yun's body again, carrying an ominous smell of chakra. 9 tails chakra, is it inherited from Mito's grandmother's genes? Sunade wondered. Uzumaki Mito's descendants should be direct descendants of the Senju clan, which proves that Liu Yun and she are very close, they're cousins, or aunt and nephew. Then why had she never seen anyone from his lineage? Or perhaps, it is the bloodline inherited from those who married out from the Senju clan. Sunade didn't think for long. She only caught a glimpse of a red line coming at a very fast speed from the front. The speed made her beautiful eyes widen. So fast, Sunade's visual nerves simply couldn't capture the range of Liu Yun's movements. But she only relied on her years of combat intuition to instantly determine where Liu Yun was about to attack. This little rascal. Sunade cursed inwardly, defending her chest with both hands. Chapter 55 Sunade's Crazy Pursuit, Wood, Flow, Cloud. Sunade became furious instantly. Even her ex-boyfriend Kato Dan had never been so outrageous. This guy actually dared to tease her, isn't she afraid of being beaten to death by her? Liu Yun is really not afraid of death. Sunade hits him back with an elbow, which contains all her strange strength. Liu Yun didn't even try to dodge, allowing the huge force to hit him on the head. Bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Sunade using his extraordinary strength, experience points plus 480. The flowing cloud was turned into a ball of smoke, but recovered in an instant. Sunade breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the unharmed Ryun. She was still not used to the ninja who was ineffective against physical attacks. Sunade, here I come again. A red line instantly passed through, and Sunade felt like her cheek was kissed. You little brat. Sunade was furious and punched out like the wind. Bite. You were killed by Sunade's super strength, experience points plus 460. The flowing cloud was beaten into a ball of smoke again, which condensed in an instant, and he activated the third gate in the 9 tails chakra to quickly teleport away. This time Sunade's nervous reaction mentioned ultimate, and she carefully watched her side, not letting this little punk take advantage of her again. Fire-style How Long Huo technique. A huge fire dragon head emerged from under Sunade, and Sunade stepped on his legs and jumped away immediately. When she dodged in the air, her defense was reduced to the lowest level, and Liu Yun instantly moved and hugged Sunade head-on. Little devil. Sunade's eyes were filled with anger, and she suddenly shook off Liu Yun, and she fell from the sky like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Heavenly kick. Boom boom boom. With one footstep, the ground sank 3 feet, and the forest was stirred up with rolling dust. Liu Yun had nothing to say. This time, both the man and his moral integrity were shattered to the ground and turned into a pile of smoke. Advertisement, bite. You were killed by cage-level ninja Sunade using his extraordinary strength, experience points plus 440. I'm going to kill you, you little devil, boom boom boom. The huge force was like a meteorite falling from the sky, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The beasts in the forest fled in all directions, fearing that they would be harmed by Sunade, the female Tyrannosaurus. What? What happened? Shirihong couldn't sleep because of the noise, so she crawled out of the tent. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and instantly saw the mess in the forest. 100-year-old trees were knocked down, and the air was filled with dust and smoke, as if they had been hit by a meteorite from the sky. What's going on? In the distance. Liu Yun, stop right there, I'm going to kill you. Sunade, don't you have any other ninjutsu? You keep using your super strength to kill me? Ah. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Sunade held her head with both hands. She had gone completely crazy. Her eyes were bloodshot and she looked like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shihong. Ryun. What did you do to Tsunade-sama? The entire forest of the 8th front was destroyed by Tsunade, and she did not stop yet, and kept chasing Liu Yun angrily. Yuhi Shinku appeared next to Yuhi Kurenai. He also looked at the mess in front of him with a confused look. This was done by Tsunade. Shihong nodded stupidly. The father and daughter looked off into the distance. Tsunade had been chasing after Liu Yun. The two had already hit the 8th line. Shihi Zhenhong secretly thought that it was not good. It's bad. If we go out of the battle line, we will attract the attention of Sand Shinobi. Hong, you stay here and don't move. I will go to get reinforcements. Okay, Dad. The huge movement on the 8th front attracted the attention of the big ninja clans, and the news immediately reached Shimura also. Advertisement, Tsunade is going after Liu Yun. Ha ha ha. Great, I knew that brat was a troublemaker. Even Tsunade can't help him. Damn you little brat, without Tsunade's protection, how are you going to survive now? Yuta, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, immediately added, Sir, they have already formed a battle line and are heading towards the front line of Sand Shinobi. Should we send troops? Shimura hit Yuta in the face. You are stupid, wouldn't it be better if they were killed by Sand Shinobi? Sir, Princess Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation and one of the Sannin. I don't care who she is. If she blocks the way of my Shimura family, she is the enemy of my Shimura family. As time went on, Tsunade's chakra slowly dropped, and his aura slowly descended. But Tsunade formed seals with her hands, and her powerful recovery ability allowed her chakra to be replenished instantly, and she rushed towards Liu Yun like a female Tyrannosaurus. There was no fear on Liu Yun's face at all. His body was still burning with Nine Tails chakra, and some of his skin was even severely eroded by the Nine Tails chakra, causing the skin membrane to fall off. Little devil, go to hell. Tsunade's palm drew a wind blade, which was a high-level ninjutsu mastered by medical ninjas, chakra scalpel. As soon as Liu Yun saw Tsunade using ninjutsu, he immediately moved closer to Tsunade like a wolf seeing a sheep. Tsunade's eyes were red, and the only thing in his mind was to kill Liu Yun. Die, die, die. She slashed down with a fierce knife, and the flowing cloud broke into pieces, but there was no blood. He was afraid that Tsunade would collapse due to hemophobia, so he kept using the smoke illusion. Bite. You were killed by Tsunade using ninjutsu, experience points plus 500. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he continued to provoke Tsunade's anger. Ah, Liu Yun, death, little demon, little hooligan. I'm going to kill you. A powerful layer of chakra energy burst out from Tsunade's body, and he condensed a chakra hand knife again, slashing Liu Yun's neck with one knife. Chapter 56. Fourth Gate. Bite. You were killed by Tsunade using ninjutsu, experience points plus 480. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he was about to go up and flirt with Tsunade, but was pushed away by a foot and flew hundreds of meters. In the air, all of Liu Yun's internal organs were crushed. He immediately turned into white smoke and was resurrected. After Liu Yun was resurrected, Tsunade rushed towards him like a female Tyrannosaurus. Liu Yun went straight for him, but Tsunade killed him with a chakra scalpel again. You were killed by Tsunade using ninjutsu, experience points plus 460. Gradually, Liu Yun has accumulated 4,000 experience points from Tsunade. This is his biggest gain ever and also the most enjoyable one since he entered the ninja world. Compared to fighting to the death and being killed, this kind of death is simply Liu Yun's favorite. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he suddenly noticed the endless Sand Shinobi surrounding Liu Yun and Tsunade. Oops, they've hit the Sand Shinobi line. Liu Yun was stunned, opened the 8 inner gates, and quickly dodged Tsunade's mindless attack while paying attention to his surroundings. Umekita walked out from the Sand Shinobi, and he laughed at the surrounded Ryun and Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. I caught 2 big fish right away, today is really my lucky day. Liu Yun brushed past Tsunade, and one of his arms was cut off by Tsunade. He kept calling Tsunade. 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 Wake up, we have crossed the line. Kill you. Tsunade's eyes were red and he had completely lost consciousness. His only goal now was to kill Liu Yun. Come on, Umekita didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and countless Sand Shinobi rushed upwards. It is as vast and powerful as a group of marching ants. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of shurikens also came after them. Liu Yun had no way to dodge and was shot into a sieve in the blink of an eye. Bite. You were killed by the Sand Shinobi ninjas using shuriken. Experience points plus 300. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he suddenly saw Tsunade behind him with a shuriken stuck in his arm, and red blood was flowing out. Tsunade knelt down, the red in her eyes faded, replaced by dull eyes. Blood, blood, blood. Advertisement. Umekita noticed Tsunade's abnormality. Tsunade is afraid of blood. Oh, no wonder she, the medical expert, is not on the battlefield of River Country. It turns out that she has hemophobia. Thousands of shurikens flew from the sky again, covering Tsunade and Liu Yun. Shadow clone technique. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands and immediately released dozens of shadow clones, forming a human wall to protect Tsunade. Bang 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 bang. The sound of white smoke exploding continued to ring out, and shurikens flew out like cold lion majesties, piercing into Liu Yun's shadow clones one by one, and in the blink of an eye, all of Liu Yun's shadow clones were destroyed. There were still hundreds of shadow clones that were not blocked. Liu Yun opened his body and directly protected Sununade under him. The shuriken pierced Liu Yun's body, instantly turning him into a hedgehog. Liu Yun fell on Sunade's body, and the blood in his mouth dripped onto Sunade's body. He had already exhausted his chakra by using forbidden technique to separate shadow clone, and now he could no longer use the smoke illusion. His slowly dimming eyes looked at Sununade, whose pupils were still dimming. The beauty with pale skin gives people a sense of wanting to protect her. Sununade, you are so beautiful. As the voice fell, Liu Yun's head also drooped. Sunade's distracted eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and then dimmed again. Bite. You were killed by the Sand Shinobi ninjas using shuriken, experience points plus 280. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he immediately opened the exchange interface. He was not qualified to escape from thousands of Sand Shinobi. He needs a fourth goalkeeper. The exchange points for the fourth injury gate are 2,500 points. Sununade provides Liu Yun with 4,000 points, plus the 1,700 points from last night, which makes a total of 580 points. Liu Yun now has enough experience points. 8 inner gates exchange for the fourth gate is successful. The fourth gate of the 8 inner gates can further increase attack and speed, but the body will begin to be damaged, and it is truly entering the danger zone of the 8 inner gates. This door burns body energy very quickly. If ordinary people cannot complete the battle in a very short time, it will cause unimaginable damage to the body. This is for ordinary ninjas, but for Liu Yun it is just a simple wiping of the head and rebirth. 8 inner gates, first open, the second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open, advertisement, fourth, injury gate, open. Liu Yun opened the fourth gate in an instant. The blue chakra flames on the outside were burning fiercely, and the green energy on the inside surged upward like waves. Haven't played yet? 9 tails chakra stacking? At this moment, the red chakra swung its tail around like a python, and even formed a physical attack, knocking down several Sand Shinobi. Liu Yun put his hands together, one in front of the other, multiple shadow clone technique. With the release of the fourth gate's chakra and the addition of the 9 tails chakra, Liu Yun's accumulated chakra has now reached the cage level. Bang 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 bang. All of Liu Yun's shadow clones emerged from the white smoke, stretching across the sky. There were thousands of them. A careful count revealed that there were about 1,500 of them, directly exceeding the total number of Sand Shinobi. Umekida's eyes were filled with disbelief. So many shadow clones, how is it possible? Brothers, you guys block them first, I'll retreat first. Liu Yun picked up Sununade and rushed forward, but all his chakra was divided equally between shadow clone. He was panting while walking, so his speed was definitely not very fast. Liu Yun could only hide among the shadow clone and fight their way out. Liu Yun's 1,500 shadow clones instantly formed a battle formation. One shadow clone looked like the leader and picked up a red command flag. He used chakra vibrations to make a loud sound. First Artillery Corps, prepare the Ekusha rocket launchers. There are about 200 shadow clone on the periphery, with their hands forming seals and their cheeks puffed up. The shadow clone leader waved the flag. Fire! Shadow clone array, multiple fire scale cannons. In an instant, 200 firebombs flew forward quickly, and the 200 shadow clones that had consumed their chakras were quickly released. 200 firebombs fell into Sand Shinobi at an extremely fast speed, and immediately exploded with bang bang bang. Wind style. Some of the Sand Shinobi's elite Jonan used wind style, blocking most of the firebombs. The shadow clone leader yelled again, Second Dragon Fire Army, prepare the Great Dragon Fire technique. Another 200 shadow clones came forward and continued to make seals with their hands. This time the seal was the Great Dragon Fire technique. The Great Dragon Fire technique required more chakra. They grouped together in groups of 10 shadow clones. The shadow clone leader waved the command flag, How long fire release? Shadow clone formation Great Dragon Fire technique. Instantly, flames ignited, and 20 huge fire dragon heads were quickly released, roaring and rushing towards the direction of Sand Shinobi. The fire dragon carried endless flames, and its scorching heat dyed the surroundings a fiery red. Chapter 57 Fire Style. Extinguishing the fire. Wind Style Suppression. Umekida formed seals with his hands and released the advanced wind style suppression, blowing away 3 or 5 How-long fires. Wind Style 1000 Faces of Wind. Wind Style Practice Blank Shots. Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Several more Jonan released ninjutsu, gradually resisting the How-long fire of the Liu Yun Shadow Clone Army. But about 10 fire dragons still rushed into the Sand Shinobi's line. Boom boom boom. The flames erupted and burned fiercely, immediately burning the protrusions on the ground into pieces of charcoal. Umekida's eyes were filled with gloom. Damn it, I haven't seen this kid for only a month. How could he have such a powerful fire style ninjutsu? Such an amazing growth rate. No, we can't let him leave today. We have to keep him here even if many people die. Umekida began to not care about the loss of Sand Shinobi and was determined to keep Liu Yun no matter what happened. The Shadow Clone leader continued to shout, Death Squad, move out. The remaining 500 Shadow Clones all rushed forward. Fire Style. Ash Burning Preparation. The Shadow Clone leader waved a red flag and rushed to the front with red eyes. Comrades, follow me. The Shadow Clones all rushed towards the crowd of Sand Shinobi enthusiastically, shouting, Ura! Ulla, Ulla, Ulla! Shadow Clone rushed into the Sand Shinobi's line, formed seals with his hands, and immediately released clouds of black smoke. Shadow Clone array fire style ash burning. The Shadow Clone leader waved his flag. Set fire. Fire style great fireball technique. Several Shadow Clones spit out flames, and in an instant the sound of explosions was endless, and the entire position was filled with the smell of flames and gunpowder. Thick smoke filled the sky, turning half of it dark black. Seeing Shadow Clone had cleared a path, Liu Yun picked up Sununade and ran away immediately. Want to run? Several Jonan saw Liu Yun running away and immediately chased after him. Liu Yun's teleportation was very strenuous, even though the Senju clan plus Nine Tails chakra's recovery ability was amazing. They were unable to recover his vast chakra in a short period of time. Wind-style thousand faces of wind. Hundreds of wind blades came like the wind, and Liu Yun had no way to retreat, so he opened his arms and hugged Sununade. Advertisement, bite. You were killed by Jonan Nakano using wind style, experience points plus 100. With the death of the original body, all Shadow Clone disappeared. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he immediately ran away with Sununade in his arms. This time he directly opened the 8 inner gates of the 4th gate, and added the Nine Tails chakra. The speed was so fast that it formed a red line. The Sand Shinobi looked at him in shock. With this speed, Konaha's golden flash is only as fast as this. Umekida's face turned cold, and he immediately summoned his huge scorpion. The scorpion drilled into the ground and quickly used Earth style to catch up with Liu Yun. Summoning technique. At the same time, some Jonan beside Umekida also formed the summoning seal, and in an instant 3 or 5 ninja hawks floated in the sky. Chase. We have to kill that brat even if we have to penetrate Konaha's defenses. His growth rate is too terrifying. We Sand Shinobi don't have time to let him continue to grow. Clear. Liu Yun was running fast in the forest, continuously releasing the instant body seal with his right hand. With a wound gate opened, his body burned and converted into chakra faster than before, but his skin also cracked faster. In short, it's faster to not risk your life. Liu Yun looked at the woman in his arms, who was trembling with her head down. The tragic deaths of her brother and boyfriend broke Tsunade's heart and she developed hemophobia. Although this woman appears to be strong on the surface, she is actually a fragile woman deep down. Liu Yun kissed her forehead gently. You said you would protect me, but now I am protecting you? Sununade didn't move, still looking dazed. Da. The soil under Liu Yun's feet suddenly bulged up, and a huge black scorpion emerged from it. Liu Yun recognized this scorpion. It was the black scorpion whose large claws he had blown off. Unexpectedly, a month later, its large claws had grown back. The black scorpion was not just a single summoning beast, it had countless followers with it. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with scorpions so numerous that one could not see the end of them. Squeak. The black scorpion let out an ugly and strange cry, and its evil eyes looked at Liu Yun with anger. Liu Yun had heard it before, and it seemed that it had not forgotten Liu Yun. Tisk. The cry of ninja hawks could be heard from the sky, and when I looked up, I saw 5 huge ninja hawks floating in the sky. Dozens of figures jumped down from them, all of them were Jonan. There were people everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and the flowing clouds were surrounded by them. Gradually, everyone gathered around Liu Yun's activity area. Mei Mushin was the leader, with a cold expression on his face. Liu Yun, your growth rate scares me. I even suspect that in a few months you will be able to defeat the entire Sand Shinobi line by yourself. I don't want to see that future, so you must die here today. Shadow Clone Technique. Advertisement. Liu Yun separated 2 Shadow Clones and asked them to hold Sununade. He stood up alone, with his white clothes hanging down and tied around his waist, his face full of fanatical fighting spirit. Come on, Liu Yun, I'm not afraid of anything, except for being surrounded by you desert reptiles. Umekida rushed forward in an instant. Everyone, come together. Liu Yun quickly exchanged a fire-style ninjutsu in the exchange space. B-rank ninjutsu fire-style, great fire extinguishment exchanged successfully. Liu Yun opened 4 chakra valves in an instant, added 9 tails chakra, formed seals with his hands, and his cheeks puffed up. Fire-style. Great fire extinguishment. Liu Yun's chakra this time was endless, and the flames released rushed forward like the sea, stretching to the horizon, as if it was a sea of fire. Great Fire Slayer is only a B-rank ninjutsu, but in the hands of Master Madara it can be used with the same power as the forbidden technique. The same was true in Liu Yun's hands. He poured all his chakra into the Great Fire Annihilation technique, and now he was performing a full power ninjutsu. Bear. The flames were endless and burned most of the forest in an instant. Umekida's eyes were filled with disbelief. This fire style? It seemed as if the entire sky was painted a fiery red, and there was only a sea of fire rushing towards them. Umamoto quickly gave the order, back off, don't charge forward. Most of the ninjas in Sand Shinobi are wind-style ninjas, who are very fast and can escape in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. The entire forest was ablaze, and the sound of roasting everything could be heard. The extremely high temperature burned anything with moisture into charcoal. Liu Yun felt the burning sensation all over his body, but he was a fire-style ninja with a high resistance to fire, so he was not in any discomfort. But Sununade, who was carried by his shadow clone, felt uncomfortable and sweat broke out on his forehead. When Liu Yun saw it, he immediately exchanged it for water-style ninjutsu. Water-style water chaos exchanged successfully. This was his first time using a ninjutsu other than fire-style. Because the water attribute chakra nature transformation has not been mastered yet, Liu Yun added experience points to the water attribute nature transformation and control. Water attribute chakra control proficiency plus 50%. Soon, Ryun released water style on Sununade to resist the burning of the high temperature of the flames. Liu Yun said with some distress, "You hit me so hard just now, but now you are so weak. You are really a strange woman. But don't worry, I will always protect you in the future." Sununade still had that dull look on her face, nothing had changed. Swish, 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 Liu Yun's ears caught a few sounds of wind, and he turned his head to see that there were a dozen Jonan attacking him. Liu Yun moved instantly with one hand and jumped into the air with a shunpo. Chapter 58 Mu Liu Yun, Surrender. There are only Sand Shinobi outside. The Jonan of Sand Shinobi were no pushovers, they quickly formed hand seals, and more than a dozen wind blades directly enveloped the flowing clouds. Bite. You were killed collectively by the Sand Shinobi Jonan, experience points plus 500. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he formed a seal with one hand and circled his other hand around his mouth. Fire-style Hulan cannon. Puff, 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 Liu Yun's cheeks kept puffing up, and his mouth fired, and firebombs flew out like fairy flowers. The Sand Shinobi ninjas moved lightly, dodging them all one by one. Umekita arrived here, and next to him were a few ninjas carrying large scrolls. When Liu Yun saw them, his pupils shrank. These were the sealed ninjas he feared the most. Liu Yun instantly opened the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates, and then superimposed the 9 tails chakra, directly reaching the full power form of his own chakra. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, thousands of shadow clone directly enveloped Liu Yun, and the Sand Shinobi ninjas couldn't tell which one was the real one. Mei Mushin gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Damn you little brat, you are so cunning." The shadow clone army formed a battle formation, and each one released fire-style, fire cannon. Shadow clone array. Multiple fire-scale cannons. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fire-scale cannons swept the ground like missiles, turning the forest into chaos in the blink of an eye. The speed of the fire-scale cannon was too fast, and Chu Jonan were unable to dodge and were blown into a pile of minced meat. Black Scorpion. Release poison. Umekita jumped onto a tree and a huge black scorpion emerged from under his feet. The black scorpion released poisonous gas, which spread. Shit, it's poisonous. The shadow clones all screamed in unison, and were soon killed by the poisonous smoke. Wind-style practice blank shots. A Sand Shinobi Jonan formed seals with his hands and spat out a ball of training bullets, which directly shot through the weak and pale Liu Yun. As soon as the practice bomb passed by, Liu Yun was immediately blown into a ball of white smoke. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Ishikura using wind style, experience points plus 100. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he immediately opened the 8 inner gates and 9 tails chakra and rushed towards the Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. But the Sand Shinobi were dozens of Jonan, and they kept releasing wind style, gradually killing Liu Yun dozens of times. Bite. You were collectively killed by the Sand Shinobi ninjas, experience points plus 450. Bite. You were poisoned by the high-level summoning beast Black Scorpion, experience points plus 80. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Umekita using wind style, experience points plus 100. Unconsciously, the experience points that Sand Shinobi gave to Liu Yun continued to increase, and Liu Yun's total experience points had accumulated to more than 9,000. After Liu Yun was killed this time, Umekita quickly asked 2 ninjas holding sealing scrolls to come forward, apparently preparing to pack Liu Yun and send it to the Kazegage's office by express delivery. But Liu Yun was very cunning, and used his red light speed mode to escape from the Sand Shinobi's encirclement in one go, and the sealed ninja couldn't catch up with him at all. Liu Yun opened the 4th gate and walked into the air, flying directly into the sky by stepping on the air. The 4th gate of the 18 gates can give the human body greater athletic ability, and can even allow the practitioner to step through the air and suspend in a small area. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands, this time it was a tiger seal. Fire-style multiple ghost lanterns. In an instant, all of Liu Yun's chakra was released into the air. The fire-attributed chakra quickly formed tens of thousands of fiery red fire ghost heads. Moreover, the flames in the forest below were also used by Liu Yun to condense ghost lanterns from them. This fire-style range. Umamoto looked up at the sky in disbelief. The sky was filled with fiery red ghost lanterns, and all around them were ghost-headed prajna statues. This kind of large-scale ninjutsu attack method that floats in the air, Umekita had seen the 4th Kazegage's magnet style before. The gold dust all over the sky could easily cover a small town in the desert. Multiple ghost lanterns release. Huff, huff, huff. Following Liu Yun's order, thousands of ghost lanterns roared towards Umamoto and the others. Mei Mushin's face turned anxious, and he quickly moved away and shouted loudly, "Everyone scatter and try your best to escape." Boom 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 boom. Thousands of ghost heads exploded, and the whole world turned into a world of fire. Scorching, explosions, and the heat of flames, everything in this world is slowly burned to ashes. The so-called myriad things are all reduced to ashes. Advertisement, The sound of Sand Shinobi's screams echoed in the world of fire. There were quite a lot of screams, which meant that Sand Shinobi had lost a lot of people. When the violent flames dissipated, flowing clouds fell from the sky, slowly closing the 8 inner gates, and dark eyes looked at the black wreckage and the smoke. Ahem. A soft cough made Liu Yun rush forward immediately. He had just released a large-scale fire style, but fortunately several shadow clones stacked together to protect Sununade. Swoosh. Dozens of shurikens shot towards Sununade. Liu Yun picked up Sununade and flashed about 20 meters away, looking at a group of dark-faced people in front of him. They are Sand Shinobi ninjas, and there are about 20 of them. Liu Yun was puzzled and looked at a huge piece of debris in the center of the fire. It was the Black Scorpion, the summoning beast of Umamoto. Umamoto and the others must have hidden under the Black Scorpion when they were attacked by fire to resist the fire attack. Umekida's face was gloomy. Damn kid, if it weren't for my Black Scorpion sacrificing his life, all of us would have been burned to death by his flames. Jonan, who was standing next to him, coughed twice and saw Sununade being hugged by Liu Yun. His eyes immediately lit up. That brat wants to protect Princess Sununade, let's attack her. Umekida also noticed it, and took out 2 military pills from his ninja tool bag and swallowed them directly. The nutrients in the military pills turned into body energy to replenish his chakra. Umekida formed seals with both hands, wind-style suppression. Huff, huff, huff. The huge wind artillery came like a tidal wave, blowing away the surrounding flames, and even the large trees that were left dry by the flames were blown into gray smoke. Liu Yun quickly moved, leaving a red line behind his body and ran backwards. Umamoto sneered. That kid is scared. We are chasing him and sending people to support the follow-up troops. I don't believe that so many of us can't deal with a little kid like him. Okay, Captain. The fire in the forest is still burning and spreading in all directions. If it is not dealt with, it may burn down the vast forest of River Country. Tisk. 3 or 5 white ninja eagles appeared in the sky. After all, they were air soldiers. Even if Liu Yun could teleport on the ground as fast as he couldn't outrun them. Dozens of huge wind blades came down from above and were about to cover Sununade and Liu Yun in the blink of an eye. Liu Yun suddenly threw Sununade out and endured the attack of the wind blade alone. Bite. You were killed by the 3 summoning beasts of Sand Shinobi. Experience plus 300. The flowing cloud turned into a pile of smoke and fell to the ground again, condensing into a human form and instantly flew up and hugged Sununade, who fell from the sky. Chapter 59. Sununade wakes up. The fragrance in his arms blew over his face, making Liu Yun feel itchy. He couldn't help but kiss Sununade on the cheek. I protect you so desperately, a kiss is not too much, right? Sununade still lay trembling in Liu Yun's arms, not daring to raise her head, still trapped in the darkness of the spiritual world. The Sand Shinobi above couldn't bear to see Liu Yun flirting with the most beautiful woman in Konaha village, so they all formed seals with their hands. Combined wind-style K's technique. Hundreds of sharp wind blades slashed down from above. Liu Yun instantly moved away, but was still cut on the back by 2 or 3 swords, which penetrated directly into it. Liu Yun's face turned pale and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto Sunade's face. Seeing this, Sunade's body trembled even more, and she couldn't help but mutter, blood, blood, blood. Liu Yun felt a pain in his heart, not physical pain, but spiritual pain for Sununade. He immediately exchanged a pair of Aburame clan sunglasses from the system space, helped Sununade put them on her eyes, and kept comforting her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of blood? From behind came Mei Mushin's shout, Mew Liu Yun, stop right there. Liu Yun turned his head back, a sneer on his face. Why should I listen to you? As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to activate the red light speed mode, but unexpectedly a large net fell from the sky. It was a net made of steel wire. The wire net enveloped Liu Yun and Sununade. Liu Yun quickly formed a seal with one hand and sprayed out dragon fire, directly burning a big hole in the wire net. He suddenly jumped out of the big hole and escaped again in an instant like a red light. However, when he teleported, there were Sand Shinobi everywhere around him. They were the Sand Shinobi's follow-up troops, and they caught up with him. Little devil, go to hell. Little devil, don't run. Little devil, give me your life. The Sand Shinobi ninjas all had cruel smiles on their faces, and they kept approaching Liu Yun one by one. Liu Yun held Sununade with one hand and prepared to make a seal with the other hand, but a fast kunai pierced his palm. It was Jonan of the Sand Shinobi, who didn't want Liu Yun to make a seal. Rise. Liu Yun threw Sununade upward with one hand, letting her fly into the sky. Advertisement. Liu Yun took the opportunity to free up his other hand to form a seal, detonating the detonating talisman on his chest, committing suicide and being reborn. Sununade soared into the sky, and when the Sand Shinobi ninjas saw her, shurikens and kunai flew out one after another, and it seemed that this beautiful woman was about to be shot into a bloody hole by these weapons. A red figure flashed by, hugged Sununade from the sky, quickly landed on a tree, and continued to run away. Liu Yun and Sununade were surrounded by Sand Shinobi ninjas. When he escaped about 100 meters, dozens of Sand Shinobi ninjas rushed over and all their attacks were directed at Sununade. Liu Yun turned around and used his body to block the shuriken thrown by Sand Shinobi. Cough, Liu Yun spat out several mouthfuls of blood that landed on Tsunade's face. Fortunately, Sununade was still wearing sunglasses, so the red color of the blood was just a light color in her eyes. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he directly opened the fourth gate. His powerful physique broke through the air and stepped towards the sky. Sand Shinobi's shurikens and wind style attacked the sky, and the flowing clouds dodged one by one. When Liu Yun landed, he felt a slight twist in his chest. He looked down and saw Tsunade slowly raising his head, the eyes behind the sunglasses slowly regaining their luster. Little devil. Liu Yun continued to carry her and ran. Don't talk yet, we are surrounded by Sand Shinobi, I will take you out first. Tsunade was held in Liu Yun's arms, feeling a little uncomfortable. She twisted her body twice and looked back through her sunglasses. Hundreds of Sand Shinobi were running towards her from all directions of the forest, with bloodthirsty looks on their faces.
There are so many Sand Shinobi. Where are we? Liu Yun replied. You just went crazy and beat me to the front line of Sand Shinobi. The commander of Sand Shinobi saw the two big fish and immediately gathered his army to surround us. Tsunade gently pinched Liu Yun's neck and said tenderly, you little rascal, it's because you flirted with me. Wind style wind blade. Two Sand Shinobi Jonan ran over from the front, with a ball of spinning wind in their hands, which spun at a high speed to form a wind sword. Wow. The wind sword made a tearing sound and was about to attack Tsunade and Liu Yun. Tsunade closed his eyes, and Liu Yun suddenly stepped into the air, breaking through the air and flying into the sky. He aimed his mouth at the two Jonan in the sky and made a seal with his other hand. Fire style. Multiple fire cannons. Advertisement. Instantly, Liu Yun spewed out more than 30 fire bombs, directly covering the two Jonan. Liu Yun didn't even look at him, and immediately ran away with Tsunade in his arms. Tsunade hugged Liu Yun's shoulders tightly, and stretched his head out from his shoulders, looking at the two Jonan behind him who were covered by fire bombs. The fire bombs exploded simultaneously, and the two Jonan managed to escape at the critical moment, but were still blown to dust. Tsunade commented, what a fast fire style, with wind properties and the ability to explode. Liu Yun turned his head and looked at her fair face. The wind in the forest blew on his golden hair, gently lifting it up, making him look extremely beautiful at this moment. Liu Yun even felt that being able to hold this woman in his arms forever was the happiest thing in his life. Wind style wind cutting technique. Countless wind styles were released from all around. Liu Yun immediately shook his head, protecting Tsunade as he quickly stepped into the air. Tisk. A ninja hawk appeared in the sky, with Yunkita sneering on it. Yunkita formed seals with his hands and immediately released a super wind style. Wind style suppression. The wind cannon was about to explode in front of Liu Yun and Tsunade. Liu Yunmeng threw Tsunade out. When Tsunade was thrown out, her body was still weak. She had not yet completely recovered from the aftereffects of hemophobia. She looked at the boy with black hair. Tsunade thought she could protect him, but she didn't expect that he was the one protecting her instead. Liu Yun. As soon as the heavy artillery of wind passed, the flowing clouds were immediately blown into a pile of smoke and fell from the sky. In a flash, a group of scrolls sealed the flowing clouds. Yunkita put a red sealing talisman on it, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. Great. Great. We finally caught this little devil. Next, he was packed up and sent to Feng Ying's office to be turned into a human pig. The scroll of Sand Shinobi that sealed Liu Yun was not a simple sealing technique. It was able to restrict the movements of Liu Yun's entire body, even the extra 9 tails chakra on Liu Yun's body. Tsunade was furious, and a strong aura was released from her body. She stepped down hard and grabbed the scroll that sealed Liu Yun in one fell swoop. I'm Tsunade from Sannin. Chapter 60. Pretending to escape. Yunkita looked at the master in disbelief, as well as the black sunglasses on his face. Princess Tsunade. Yes, Tsunade is stronger than Liu Yun. His focus has always been on Liu Yun. Tsunade, who has always been protected by Liu Yun, is subconsciously regarded by him as a weak woman. Tsunade's jade-like palm pulled violently, tearing the scroll that sealed Liu Yun into pieces. The flowing clouds turned into puffs of smoke and slowly revived from them. As soon as he revived, he fully activated the fourth gate and 9 tails chakra, picked up Tsunade and ran away. Tsunade grabbed Liu Yun's temple hard. Little devil, put me down quickly, my body has recovered. Liu Yun didn't listen to her and kept saying, there are so many Sand Shinobi, even if the Sannin come together they will have to kneel. How fast can you be? Just be quiet and let me take you away. You little devil. Tsunade softened, put her arms around Liu Yun's neck, and looked at his childish profile. If I were 10 years younger, I might really be attracted to you. Ryagumo Kaido. If I had been born 10 years earlier, I would have always protected you and you wouldn't have to endure the pain you've suffered before. Tsunade fell silent. Liu Yun was really trying his best to protect her, protecting her desperately from the bottom of his heart. There are not many people in this world who are kind to her. Jiraiya is one, her disciple Shizune is one, and now Liu Yun has to be added to the list. Tsunade asked vaguely, why do you want to protect me? Liu Yun said, of course it's because you are beautiful. If you were an ugly old woman, I would ignore you. You little brat. Tsunade grabbed Liu Yun's face with one hand and pulled it hard, creating a large arc. Look, I'm going to tear your face apart. Tsunade pulled Liu Yun's face, and Liu Yun's speed was affected, decreasing by 10%. He immediately said, stop, we are running for our lives, not having fun, right? Sunade used both hands to pull Liu Yun's face hard. Do you know Jiraiya? I broke several of his ribs just because he was peeping at me taking a bath. You little brat, you really don't know how to live or die. Liu Yun no longer cared about the pain on his face. He was almost immune to pain anyway. He continued to move forward, but still answered Sunade. To die under the peony flowers, to be a ghost is also romantic. I guess Jiraiya is the same as me, right? You little brat. Sunade pulled Liu Yun's face and suddenly realized that he was so thick-skinned. Sunade was a little tired of talking. Liu Yun had the bloodline of smoke. She had lost consciousness and gone into a rage before, and had killed the other party more than a dozen times without dying. She really had no way to deal with this little hooligan who was so rude and impolite to her. Sunade put down her hands and slowly leaned on Liu Yun's shoulder, quietly feeling Liu Yun's warmth. She, Sanin Sunade, had never been so embarrassed before, being protected in the arms of a genin like a weak woman. However, this is the first time I have felt protected by someone, and it feels quite warm. This little rascal, if she were his age she would definitely be fascinated by him. Liu Yun glanced down at Sunade. The other person was a head taller than him, and he was not used to holding him. Advertisement. Sunade suddenly noticed that there were two extremely fast kunai flying at her from behind like meteors and lightning. She urged Liu Yun as hard as she could. Quick, 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 there are kunai behind us. Liu Yun turned and dodged the kunai shot by Jonan from behind. Tisk. The ninja eagle above let out a high-pitched cry, and a series of wind blades were sent down. Liu Yun soared into the air, and formed a seal with one hand, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, about 500 shadow clones were released from his body. The shadow clone leader walked out from the shadow clone army. He waved the command flag and said, "Anti-aircraft artillery, launch. Shadow clone formation fire style multiple fire scale cannons." 500 shadow clones fired fire bombs at the same time, some towards the sky, and some towards the sand shinobi surrounding them in the forest. The speed was so fast that only a red line was left, colliding, reacting, and then exploding. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the whole forest was boiling, with rumbling sounds everywhere. When the noise died down, huge fires started in the forest again. Liu Yun put Sunade down. Now that you have regained your mobility, protect yourself. Seeing that he had escaped from the encirclement, Liu Yun began to fight back. Sunade tapped a finger on Liu Yun's forehead. I am Sanin Sunade, my ninja qualities are much higher than yours. A confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and in an instant, all the flowers bloomed, and the fiery red light was not as bright as the confidence on her face. Liu Yun suppressed his excitement and secretly sighed that this woman was so charming. After only one day of being together, she had already made him dizzy. Liu Yun shook his head, his chakra was decreasing rapidly and he had to recover as soon as possible. Liu Yun suddenly released a cloud of white smoke, blocking Sunade's sight, and instantly slashed his neck with his ninja sword in the white smoke. When the white smoke dissipated, Liu Yun was revealed to be wearing a white suit without a trace of dust on it, with his chest exposed. His waist was tied with a thick black belt, and there was a ninja sword on it. Liu Yun stood in front of Sunade with his hands on his hips, exuding a huge aura and the courage of a single man standing against a strong enemy. Sand Shinobi's reptiles, the sons of the hawk have grown up, it's time for you to crawl on the ground, beg for forgiveness, and call daddy. The Sand Shinobi members stopped in front of Liu Yun one by one, and raised their kunai and Fuma shuriken. Liu Yun clenched his hands, suddenly bent over and growled. 8 inner gates, open the first door. Open. The second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open. The fourth wounded gate, open. 9 tails chakra 1 tail form, open. Advertisement. In an instant, a 10-meter-long chakra gas mass ignited on Liu Yun's body, and the strong chakra flame released tremendous wind pressure. Sunade couldn't help but use her sleeves to block the wind pressure and looked at the boy in the red flames. Suddenly, she seemed to see a man in red armor, using wood style to pacify the entire chaotic Sengoku era. Grandpa, is Liu Yun the gift you left for Senju? Liu Yun made mudras with his hands, rolled his eyes, and suddenly released all the chakra in his body from 361 chakra points into the air. Fire-style multiple ghost lanterns. The sky turned a fiery red, and there were fiery red ghost heads everywhere, endless and boundless, just like the ghost head prajna in Indian mythology. Multiple ghost lanterns release. Wind-style wind wall. Earth-style earth flow wall. The Sand Shinobi ninjas all used their respective defensive ninjutsu to defend themselves. Huff, huff, huff. Thousands of ghost lanterns whizzed towards Sand Shinobi, as if thousands of meteors burst out in the night sky and streaked through the Earth's atmosphere. Ghost lanterns fell from above, igniting endless flames, and in an instant the entire forest was plunged into a world of fire. Liu Yun stood in front, clasping his hands. The scorching temperature singed a part of his white clothes, but he remained calm and composed, as if he was a monarch who controlled fire. In front of Sunade, the demeanor of a master cannot be destroyed. Urzuzi's pretense was so bad that he stood up straight. Sunade looked at Liu Yun who was shorter than her and wondered what he was going to do. His clothes were on fire, why didn't he put them out? Liu Yun looked at the world of fire with endless flames and the thick black smoke that filled the sky. There was a fire on the mountain and the chief fell in love with me. Fortunately, there was no police station in Kawanokuni. Even if there was, they would not dare to arrest Liu Yun. He looked at the fire in the forest. Part of the ghost lantern technique was released by his own flame, and the other part was condensed by the flames that rose out of thin air in the forest. In other words, this technique, like earth style and water style, can use the power of nature to reduce the consumption of chakra. Liu Yun thought of the lightning style that he had never seen before. There were very few lightning style ninjas in the Wind Country, and Konaha had never seen any lightning style ninjas either. Liu Yun's chakra attributes just happened to lack a thunder attribute. If he had the thunder attribute, he could use the lightning in the sky to release the Kirin and destroy the forest in an instant. Thunder, fire, wind, it seems like they all exist in nature. Fire. Liu Yun slapped his head suddenly. Isn't the fire burning in the trees in the forest a natural fire? If Urzuzi can condense a Kirin with the help of lightning in the sky, why can't Liu Yun use the fire burning in the forest to transform into a giant beast? Both of them can pretend to escape and the conditions are met. Chapter 61 Fire Style Forbidden Technique. Explosive Dragon King. Liu Yun immediately entered the system space and asked the undead system, "How is it?" "System, what do you think of my idea just now?" The system replied, "Yes, but the host's chakra control ability must be improved to a certain standard." "No problem." Liu Yun immediately spent 500 experience points to upgrade his chakra control ability and nature transformation ability to the maximum level. He also discovered that after reaching the maximum level, chakra's control ability could be further improved. The system explained, "This is the special feature of the Jonan template. It can break through the limitations of the template in a single part and reach the Jonan template." Liu Yun nodded. "What is a special Jonan?" "It means a Chunin who has reached the level of Jonan in a certain aspect, such as assassination, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu." Liu Yun's chakra control ability can be continuously increased, directly exceeding the template limit. Liu Yun spent another 500 points to max out his chakra control ability, reaching 200% of the attribute ability of the special Jonan template. Liu Yun then exchanged for an advanced ninjutsu development card. In the blink of an eye, the 9,000 experience points he had accumulated were reduced to only 6,000 points.
But Liu Yun did not regret it. The experience points he had accumulated should be used in places like this. Advanced ninjutsu development card exchange successfully. Liu Yun immediately stated his request. "Help me develop a ninjutsu that can control the flames of nature and change their forms. I need a fire dragon." Ninjutsu development has begun. Development progress is 1%. Development progress 2%. Development progress 3%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. The ninjutsu has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Liu Yun thought about it, and finally answered. "Let's call it Fire Style Exploding Flame Dragon King." Host named successfully. Fire Style Explosion Dragon King's level detected to have reached Forbidden Technique, collected into the Ninja Clan's Forbidden Technique scroll. Liu Yun was delighted. He actually used a high-level ninjutsu development card to get a Forbidden Technique for free. This was a rare good fortune. Fire Style Explosion Dragon King slowly poured into Liu Yun's mind, including the seal method, chakra flow, chakra form changes, and the amount of chakra released. Liu Yun mastered it in an instant. When he opened his eyes, it seemed as if flames were flowing in his eyes. Now he had truly become a monarch who could control fire. "Ah, it's so hot, so hot." Liu Yun slapped the flame behind him hard. The power of the escape technique is immense. Although it can shock 800 people, it often injures 1,000 of its own. Wind Style Suppression. Advertisement: a huge wind style was released from the thick smoke in front, which quickly blew away the smoke. Liu Yun flashed and avoided the wind style used by Umamoto. The thick smoke was blown away by the wind, and Umamoto and the others walked out of the smoke. Liu Yun looked at the remaining sand shinobi in the field. At least 30 people were burned to death by his super large-scale fire style, and now there are only about 100 people left. Sununade folded her arms across her chest and looked indifferently at the sand shinobi in front of her. Her aura was rising steadily, and she was about to join the battle. "Sununade. Let me do it." Liu Yun reached out to stop her, and stepped forward under Sunade's puzzled gaze. A white robe slowly fell backwards under the blowing of the fire waves, revealing Liu Yun's strong upper body. Umekita's eyes were filled with gloom. "Little devil, you're not going to run away anymore?" Liu Yun took the tiger seal with both hands and whispered, "Sand shinobi, do you know the distance between heaven and earth?" "Little devil. You guys are chewing in the sand, so of course you can't see the clouds." Liu Yun opened the fourth gate 8 inner gates in an instant, and superimposed the chakra of 9 tails, and an endless stream of chakra surged out from his body. Umekita looked at the huge chakra aura and clenched his teeth. How can there be such a person in the world? He was hunted by hundreds of us, but his chakra didn't decrease at all. Even Jinchuriki can't be so terrifying, right? Liu Yun's chakra was continuously released into the burning forest. The flames in the forest reacted, and all the flames gathered towards the sky like fire dragons. "What is that?" The sand shinobi ninjas watched from below, wondering how all the flames could come together. "I always feel like someone is going to cause trouble." Umekita felt something was wrong. The strange flame must have been caused by that damn kid, so he prepared to release a large-scale fire-style ninjutsu. Slowly, the flames in the forest condensed into a great fireball under the influence of chakra summoning. The great fireball was so huge that it seemed to cover the entire sky. the sky darkened and was surrounded by dark clouds. This is forbidden technique. Several knowledgeable Sand Shinobi Jonan murmured to themselves that this ninjutsu that could change the celestial phenomena was truly a forbidden technique. Liu Yun's explosive Flame Dragon King is indeed a forbidden technique, but it has many restrictions. Like Kirin, it needs to rely on geographical advantages, such as the flames in the forest. Therefore, the ninjutsu cards developed are advanced ninjutsu cards, not forbidden technique development cards. Liu Yun clapped his hands suddenly and shouted, "Fire-style explosive Dragon King." The great fireball in the air changes in an instant. Roar, a roar of a blue dragon was heard from it, and in their sight, a huge fire dragon head emerged from it, roaring at the whole world. Advertisement: the head is like a camel, the horns are like a deer, the eyes are like a rabbit, the ears are like a cow. This huge fire dragon had raging flames burning inside it. It was more agile than the dragon head of the Haolonghuo dragon, and its huge dragon eyes seemed to be filled with a furious light. Finally, the fire dragon's body condensed. It was 300 meters long and as huge as a meteorite in the sky. Thousands of meters away from this forest, Yuhi Shinku was rushing towards here with a group of civilian ninjas wearing green vests. They were all ninjas who had been saved by Sununade before, and when they heard that Sununade was in trouble, they rushed here. Suddenly, everyone stopped and looked at the huge fire dragon in front of them, roaring towards the sky, as if it was stirring up the noise in the world. A ninja said dully, "What kind of ninjutsu is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Yuhi Shinku's eyes were full of that fire dragon. This kind of flame, this kind of shape change, this kind of fire style, it can't even be called fire style. It's the forbidden technique that can change the celestial phenomena. Who released it? Shi Ri Zhenhong suddenly thought of Liu Yun. One of Liu Yun's hands was burning with flames and he swung it downwards violently. Explosive Flame Dragon King, release. After putting down the Explosion Dragon King, he wiped the head of the flowing cloud blade, restored his full body state, and pounced towards Sununade, holding her and instantly escaping from the range of the fire dragon. This is a suicidal trick. If the caster doesn't run fast enough, he will be affected by his own magic. Roar, the dragon roared up to the sky, and the fire dragon flew down with the wind, and the intense temperature scorched the entire forest. Umekida's eyes were filled with horror. Run, run, run as far as you can, don't stay here. Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, it was too late. The temperature generated by the fire dragon turned all the surrounding trees into ashes, and it continued to flutter down. The flames swept across, and in an instant, more than 10 Sand Shinobi were engulfed in flames and burned to ashes in an instant. Several Jonan used the flash technique to escape, but the fire dragon swooped down and they were engulfed in flames before they could run a few dozen meters. Liu Yun and Sununade escaped from the forest and stood on a giant tree several dozen meters high, looking at the forest ahead. Boom 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 boom. The fire dragon suddenly erupted on the ground, like a wave of seawater flowing down from the sky, splashing around and covering all objects in the blink of an eye. Burning, burning continuously, burning violently. Even though it was several thousand meters away, the steaming heat waves could still be heard from afar, gently blowing Liu Yun's black hair. From now on, fire-style technique is no longer a technique that can burn people to death. Liu Yun, will sit on the throne of fire in the sky, overlooking the ravine of mediocrity. Chapter 62. The sky is overcast, the rain is coming, and Liu Yun, feel that I am not doing well again. Sununade put his arms around Liu Yun's neck, and looked at the flames surging like waves behind his sunglasses, his heart filled with deep shock. She turned her head and looked at the boy holding him. Your talent in magic is really scary. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of my second grandfather. Clatter. A sudden sound of footsteps suddenly appeared in front of Liu Yun and Sununade. It was Yuhi Shinku. When Yuhi Shinku saw the intimate posture of Sununade and Ryun, she was stunned. Sununade panicked and immediately punched Liu Yun, sending him flying about 10 meters. The setting sun is crimson red. After Liu Yun got up, he put on the white clothes tied around his waist properly, fastened the black belt, and looked at the forest ahead with his black eyes. At this time, thick smoke rose into the sky, and no trees could be seen anymore. The entire forest was destroyed by the explosive Dragon King. How many years in jail will this take? White eyes, open. Liu Yun opened his white eyes, directly covering an area of 5 kilometers, and there was no sign of life. Outside the forest, there was a group of Sand Shinobi surrounding the perimeter. They didn't dare to move forward, and under the leadership of a Jonan, they all fled backwards. Liu Yun did not chase after him. He saw a faint chakra gas mass and instantly flew towards that place. In a pit filled with thick smoke, Umekida's entire body was burnt, leaving only a recognizable head. The sound of footsteps was heard, and Umamoto opened his eyes with difficulty. In the blink of an eye, he saw Liu Yun, who was dressed in white and had a graceful demeanor. There was no dust on his body, as if he had just walked around quietly in the chaos of the battle. Umekida's voice slowly faded away. Ahem. Every fight you will become stronger. The more killing moves the Sand Shinobi has, the stronger you will become. Maybe Sunagakure shouldn't have angered you. Ahem. Umekida coughed up red blood and looked at the white shadow with dull eyes. Liu Yun, I have never seen a ninja like you, so let me give you a name. Your flames are boundless. This is the true shadow in fire. I will call you Fire Cloud Evil God. Flowing Cloud. Degree? I hope. Advertisement. Liu Yun immediately raised his hand. Hey, wait a minute, pick another one, even if it's called Flame Tyrant or Will-O-the-Wisp. Liu Yun. Umekida's voice faded away. One day, San Shinobi will be able to extinguish this fire of yours. Umamoto lowered his head, and a powerful ninja died on the battlefield. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded the title of Fire Cloud Evil God by San Shinobi Commander Umamoto. Straight B***ch, doesn't this title curse me to be bald? Liu Yun looked at his own template and got a title, but it was of no use. At most he became famous in the underworld, but he was no longer a small-time gangster. Liu Yun retracted the knife in his hand. He wanted to chop off his head to show his own achievement, but he felt that it was an insult to a great ninja. The dark clouds in the sky slowly began to flash with lightning, as if the thick smoke just now had angered God, and he was going to send down rain to put out the fire. Tick, tick. The rain hit Liu Yun's face as he looked at the countless piles of charcoal on the ground. The world of ninja is like a curse. Countless killings and hatred will form whirlpools one by one, dragging everyone into them. The sky turned cloudy and it started to rain, and Liu Yun, suddenly felt like I was not doing well again. Tsunade's soft hand gently patted Liu Yun's shoulder, and she whispered, "Let's go. It is a fate for ninjas to die on the battlefield. Everyone has this awareness from the moment they put on the forehead protector." Liu Yun followed Tsunade and slowly returned to Konaha's front line. Liu Yun's voice seemed very firm. "I am not fighting for anyone, I am fighting for myself. Whatever you want." After Liu Yun and Tsunade left, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground and said in a low voice, Liu Yun, interesting flames, even Madara-sama can't compare to it." It was already afternoon when we returned to the camp of the 8th Front. Shi Rihong had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Liu Yun, she waved happily and ran over. "Liu Yun, are you okay?" Liu Yun shook his head, held the girl's hand, and soothed her worries. "It's okay, I beat away all those bad guys from Sunagakure." Shi Rihong touched her chest and said, "I was scared to death just now." She then looked at Liu Yun in confusion. "What did you do to make Master Tsunade so angry that he kept chasing you?" Liu Yun said nothing, glancing at Tsunade secretly. Snort. Advertisement. Tsunade next to her snorted coldly. Her anger had basically subsided now, but it was also because Liu Yun tried his best to protect her, otherwise she would have beaten the brat into a meat pie. Behind Yuhi Shinku, the ninjas standing on Tsunade's side looked at Liu Yun carefully. "Is that the Senju Queen?" Recently, rumors of the awakening of the Senju power have been circulating on the front line. These ninjas saw a huge fire dragon before, and the one who cast the spell was not Tsunade, who was good at fire style, so it was only Liu Yun. That massive fire style could destroy a forest with one strike. As for why Senju are not good at water style and earth style, but are good at their mortal enemy fire style, they subconsciously ignored it. The power of the Senju is returning to the village, and they seem to see hope in fighting against the ninja clan. Tsunade said a few words to these people, roughly thanking them for coming to save him. These civilian ninjas shook their heads and said that it was what they should do. "Goodbye, Princess Tsunade. Goodbye." After they left, Liu Yun went hunting in the forest and came back after hunting 2 wild boars. This time, Shi Kurenai did not follow. She was still a member of the True Red Team and had to patrol her own defense line. Only Ryun and Tsunade were left there. Liu Yun first cleaned the wild boar's internal organs with water style, and then slowly roasted the fresh meat over the fire. The two ate roast pork together and talked about what happened today. Tsunade pinched Liu Yun's cheeks hard with her oily hands. "Don't be rude again in the future, I'm afraid of me when I go crazy." Then, Tsunade commented, "Your chakra is so huge, and your recovery ability is amazing. You also have the chakra of 9 tails, plus the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates. Now chakra is no longer your weakness. And your special bloodline limit, which is ineffective against physical attacks. Especially your fire style like forbidden technique. I admit that you are very strong, even I can't beat you. But don't be proud. Your weakness is the sealing technique. Sunagakure's sealing technique is very weak, but the sealing techniques of other ninja villages are not weak. You should be more careful in the future and don't be sealed by others." Liu Yun nodded. "Got it." Tsunade unconsciously touched Liu Yun's head. "Don't worry, Sister Tsunade will protect you from now on." Liu Yun stood up immediately and looked at her hands with some disgust. "Your hands are full of oil, and you put it on my hair." Tsunade smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Chapter 63 San Shinobi Ikura. Tsunade washed her hands while watching Liu Yun's water style and smiled softly. "You are also very talented in fire style. By the way, you killed so many San Shinobi today, your merits must be high. When the time comes, I will report it for you and the village will reward you with ninjutsu." Liu Yun retracted water style and pouted. "No, my own ninjutsu is enough." Tsunade placed her clean white jade palm on Liu Yun's face and gently pulled. "You still have to report your merits. I want to train you as the Hokage. How can you become the Hokage without merits?" "I don't want to be a Hokage," Tsunade said directly and firmly. "I am your sister. If I want you to become Hokage, you must become Hokage. You are not allowed to disobey your sister." Okay. Tsunade asked her own doubts. "Where did you get those jutsu from?" "Multiple shadow clone technique, 8 inner gates technique, Uchiha family's regular fire style ninjutsu." These couldn't all be developed by Liu Yun alone, right? Liu Yun didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he was cheating. Sunade shook her head. I won't ask, this is your own secret. Sunade guessed that Liu Yun might be her second uncle's backup in the village, and that he possessed the secret techniques of the Senju clan. As the night deepened, the two sat by the campfire, Liu Yun shamelessly lying on Sunade's thighs. Sunade had no choice but to let him lean on her thighs. Liu Yun was ready to turn over and lean on her thighs in the unique way of his hometown. Little rascal, I have to keep an eye on you from now on and don't let you take advantage of me again. Sunade laughed softly and slowly rubbed Liu Yun's temple, thinking back to the storm that had arisen today. In the morning, he was flirted with by a little gangster and beaten to the front line of Shinobi like a madman. She fell into hemophobia after seeing the red blood, and finally escaped with the help of Liu Yun's desperate protection. Looking back, it was really exciting. I still want to be a ninja. Sunade muttered softly. Compared to her day of drinking in the village, the life of a ninja was still suitable for her. Ah, Liu Yun yawned and slowly fell asleep on Sunade's thighs. Sunade looked at Liu Yun, who was sleeping soundly on her thighs, gently pinched his cheeks, and then laughed. Little rascal, you are my hope that I will not be decadent anymore. I will protect you well and protect you to become the Hokage of the village and fulfill Senju's last wish. Clatter, the sound of footsteps on leaves was heard, and several figures appeared in the shadows. Advertisement Sunade saw this and her expression immediately turned cold. What are you doing here? Shimura looked at Liu Yun lying on Sunade's thighs, feeling strange. This intimate posture was not like the life and death struggle during the day. He didn't think much about it, and said to Sunade with a smile, Princess Sunade, don't you hate that brat? Leave him to me, I will help you deal with him. Get out. Sunade only uttered a cold voice. Princess Sunade. Shimura raised her hand in disbelief. I told you to get out. Sunade said word by word, her brown eyes filled with murderous intent that could not be concealed. Shimura felt a chill in his heart, his body frightened by the murderous intent, and he immediately fled in disgrace with several retainers of the Shimura family. After running about 500 meters, Shimura punched a tree hard, leaving a groove in it. He said viciously, Damn woman, she insulted me again and again, I must make her die. He glanced at the Shimura family retainers next to him and said, Go contact the Shinobi people, I want to cooperate with them. Adult, go quickly. Okay. After the group of annoying people left, Sunade gently ruffled Liu Yun's hair, and her heart slowly improved as she looked at the boy's peaceful smile. You inherited Senju's looks, and you will definitely charm a lot of people in the future. Liu Yun has integrated the high-level blood of the Hyuga clan and the Senju clan. His appearance and temperament are incomparable to ordinary people. In the staff room of the Shinobi camp, the air was silent except for the sound of everyone's rapid yet steady breathing. Luo Sha was leaning on the chair in a daze, while Granny Chio and Ebizo beside him also had frowns on their faces, with worry written all over their faces. Liu Yun, like the huge fire dragon yesterday, has grown. The Shinobi who witnessed his growth paid a heavy price for it. Nearly 200 ninjas were killed in yesterday's pursuit battle, including many Jonan. More importantly, the commander on the front line, Umamoto, was also killed. If Jonan had not led the army that was pursuing Liu Yun to escape in disgrace, they would have certainly been wiped out. This kind of loss is so heartbreaking that it takes your breath away. Fire Cloud Evil God. A senior executive murmured, and Umekita's words before his death came out through the technique. That kid is indeed an evil god who controls fire. He killed more than 100 ninjas with just one fire-style forbidden technique. Which village can withstand it? Advertisement. After a long silence, Luo Sha said coldly. Next time there is news about him, I will be the one to attack. I can't care about so much. We Senagakure must kill him as soon as possible. Don't think about studying his bloodline or sealing him. Oh, Granny Chio sneered, if I could kill him, I would have done it long ago. That kid's bloodline limit is extremely troublesome. Ebizo sighed, who knew he would grow so fast? That forbidden technique can destroy a forest with one strike. If he unleashes it in the village, who can stop him? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. The top leaders here were all extremely troubled. They even felt that defeating Konaha was easier than dealing with the little brat Liu Yun. But you can't do anything to him, just a little genin brat. A sharp voice suddenly came into the room. Then a slender figure pushed open the door, and the person who came in was a woman. She was wearing very little and had dark green and yellow hair, which was very strange. But that sexy figure and beautiful face made many people swallow their saliva and then sigh. Not everyone dares to pick this desert rose. Luo Sha looked at the newcomer coldly. Yi Kang, what do you mean by this? Are you indirectly calling us trash? Snort. Yi Kang snorted coldly and said nothing. She crossed her arms over her chest and glanced at the senior executives who were meeting around the table. Can a meeting help us figure out a solution to that brat? Luo Sha choked. If you have the ability, go ahead. Okay, let me go. I'll bring back the brat's head and let you, useless Fengyin, take a look at it. Yi Kang, you. Yi Kang turned and left, ignoring Luo Sha's unhappy expression. Everyone shook their heads. The discord between Yi Kang and Luo Sha had been going on for a long time. The reason why Luo Sha has not been able to deal with her is because of her extremely destructive scorch style. Granny Chio sighed and turned around. Go and persuade Yi Kang. She is no match for Liu Yun. Don't let the village lose another admiral. After Granny Chio and Ebizo left, other senior executives also left one after another, leaving only a man with light yellow hair and rasa. Yashimaru whispered, "Brother-in-law, should we go and persuade Yikang?" Luo Sha curled his lips into a sneer and said, "Persuade her. I wish she would die now. I have decided to send her to death. I will arrange for a few Jonan who don't obey my discipline to follow her. All of them will go to Konaha to die. Brother-in-law, stop talking nonsense and do it." Chapter 64 returned to the novice village to dance Konaha's 8th front. Sununade woke up early in the morning to teach Liu Yun her supernatural powers. Since Liu Yun is already considered the descendant of Senju, Sununade cannot give him nothing, so he teaches Liu Yun the ninjutsu that he is good at. Super strength training progress 30%. Liu Yun's ninjutsu training template is a constant reminder. Mastering superpowers requires extremely high chakra control skills. It just so happens that Liu Yun's chakra control skills have reached a high level, and even Sununade can't compare to him. Therefore, Sunade's strange power flow quickly got on track. Liu Yun stretched out his right hand, and chakra quickly condensed in his hand. It seemed to carry a tremendous force, and one punch could split mountains and overturn seas. Super strength training progress 50%. Close black lens bracket the areas of the body to which the chakra is attached can have many different effects. When attached to the feet and stepping on a tree, it can create attraction, repulsion on the water surface, and sometimes even a huge thrust. A powerful impact force gathered in Liu Yun's hand, and he punched down fiercely. Boom! The force was so powerful that over 100,000 pounds broke the geological layer in an instant. Everything within a radius of 10 meters was shattered by the flowing clouds, forming a large pit, with dirt flying all around. Super strength training progress 100%. Sununade came up with a smile on her face and ruffled Liu Yun's hair vigorously. "My strange strength, you have successfully cultivated it so quickly. I underestimated your talent. Since you can develop the forbidden technique that causes celestial phenomena to change, this chakra control technique must be no problem." Liu Yun pointed at his face and motioned to Sununade, "Do you have any reward for my successful training?" It was as if he wanted the other person to kiss him. "Little rascal." Advertisement. Sununade pinched Liu Yun's cheeks and kept pulling them into various shapes. "The ninjutsu I taught you is a reward for you. What other reward do you want?" Liu Yun looked at her lower body. "Go to hell." Sununade immediately became angry and punched Liu Yun on the head. Liu Yun was hit right on the head and flew backwards dozens of meters and hit a big tree. "I'm really courting death." Liu Yun stood up and rubbed his dizzy head. Sunade's punch wasn't very powerful, and with the Senju clan and Nine Tails chakra's recovery power, it would take him 2 minutes to recover. After Liu Yun and Sununade had a fight, Yuhi Shinku came here with Yuhi Kurenai. Liu Yun noticed that Shiyi Zhenhong's face looked a little ugly, and Shiyi Hong also had anger on her face. He ran over quickly and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuhi Kurenai said angrily, "A list of names came from above and they deprived my father of his position as the instructor Jonan." Yuhi Shinku patted Yuhi Kurenai on the shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. The Sarutobi family has already seen clearly where I stand, so it is impossible for them to let me guide their son." Liu Yun asked, "Where will you be assigned to next?" Shiyi Zhenhong said, "The village is going to send me to the battlefield of Rain Country. I came here to hand Hong over to you. You are very strong, and I hope you can protect her well." Liu Yun nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Zhenhong. Uncle, I will protect Hong." Yuhi Shinkoren smiled, and then said one more thing. During this period, the 3 battlefields have entered a stalemate. In order to give confidence to the citizens of the Fire Nation, the village will hold a large-scale Chunin examination. At that time, you and Kurenai will be on the same team. You will take the exam together and become Chunin. San Shinobi had so many ninjas killed by Liu Yun that it will take some time to recover, so it is now slowly lying dormant. Chunin exam? Liu Yun was stunned. The Chunin exam, he remembered that in the anime Obito and his friends did take part in a Chunin exam, and Kakashi inexplicably followed suit. Sununade rubbed Liu Yun's head with her soft hands and said softly, "You haven't been back to the village for almost a year since you were on the battlefield. This time, you should go back to Konaha village with me." Advertisement. Liu Yun shook his head. "Why should I go back to the village? Only war can make me grow faster and faster, and peaceful days will only make me mediocre." His template is a special Jonan, and the elite Jonan are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. Is it polite to go back to the novice village and bully the noobs? Sunade's hand slowly slid from Liu Yun's hair to his face. She pulled it and then said, "People who stay on the battlefield for a long time will have psychological perverts. You are like this now, which causes you to do some strange behaviors. Listen to me, come back with me and relieve your battlefield syndrome." Shiyi Kurenai was also beside him, gently pulling Liu Yun's sleeve. "Liu Yun, let's go back. Don't you want to see Obito and Guy? You 3 have a very good relationship." Liu Yun's beloved ones, both big and small, said so he could only nod. After all, when he came to the ninja world, he couldn't fight and kill every day. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy have to get to know each other again. And that village, although there are endless conspiracies and intrigues hidden in it, the peace and tranquility there cannot be compared to the battlefield. The most important thing is that if you pretend to be cool and don't return home, you will feel uncomfortable. Yuhi Kurenai laughed, and Sununade couldn't help but wipe the corner of her mouth, and Yuhi Kurenai also laughed. Liu Yun was stunned. Everyone was laughing. If he didn't laugh, wouldn't he seem to be out of place? Ha ha ha. Liu Yun instantly smiled Urzuzi's signature smile. Sunade punched Liu Yun on the head and cursed softly, "Why does your smile make me want to hit you?" After Yuhi Shinku left, the ninja who was delivering information on the battlefield came and handed Sunade a list. Sunade looked at the information above and randomly said to Liu Yun, "The village leaders are interested in you. They want to see your bloodline limit. This is just in time. Let's go back to the village." Liu Yun nodded and glanced at the place he had guarded for nearly a month, where his template was promoted from Chunin to special Jonan. Too many people died at his hands, and he also saw all kinds of ninjas. Some are bloodthirsty, some are timid, some are a little calm, and some are reckless. This is part of his growth. Chapter 65 Kikyo Castle. Let's go back to Konaha village. After Tsunade left with Ryun and Yuhi Kurenai, the ninja hiding in the dark quickly went to report to Shimura. Shimura said to Yuta, "You have good tracking skills, follow them." Yuta nodded. After Yuta left, Shimura was writing something on the table. Then put a note in the bamboo tube of the messenger ninja eagle. The little ninja eagle flew outward, and its position happened to be in the direction of the San Shinobi front line. Tsunade, Liu Yun, I want you to die. Liu Yun and his companions took 2 hours to reach the Konaha camp. Tsunade also wants to bring Kato Dan's niece Shizune back to the village to take the Chunin exam. The Konaha camp seemed extremely quiet. Just as Yuhi Shinku said, they had entered a strategic stalemate and there would be a long period of peace. Shizune was washing the patient's clothes in the camp. She was wearing a black fishnet dress and her small hands gently rubbed the blue and white hospital gowns. Randomly dazed for a while. Liu Yun has been gone for almost 3 weeks. I wonder how he is doing now. He is still just a genin. What should he do if he encounters a Jonan of San Shinobi? I should have listened to her at the beginning and let her stab the kunai and lie down for a month or 2, wouldn't it be nice? She was so dazed that she didn't notice Liu Yun standing in front of her. Shizune. Ah. The sudden voice startled Shizune and she immediately stood up and saw who it was. He wore a white long-sleeved shirt and a piece of black cloth around his waist, tied with a thick belt. He was wearing ninja shorts, and most importantly, that face was Liu Yun, whom he hadn't seen for 3 weeks. Shizune woke up in shock. Liu Yun, you're not dead yet? Liu Yun pinched her little face, which was a bit chubby. Are you so anxious for me to die? Shizune shook his head like a wave drum. No, no. Shizune suddenly saw 2 people behind Liu Yun and was surprised. Tsunade-sensei, Hong. Tsunade smiled softly and slowly approached Shizune, rubbing her head. Little Shizune, you haven't had a hard time here, have you? Shizune shook his head firmly. No, this is just a logistics place. The hardest job is to take care of patients late at night. It's nothing compared to Liu Yun fighting on the front line. Shizune asked again. Teacher Tsunade, why are you here at the front line? Aren't you? Advertisement. Her teacher Tsunade has been staying in the village because he suffers from hemophobia. Tsunade glanced at Liu Yun and said softly, I'll tell you later. We are going back to the village. I am here to take you with me. I want you to form a team of 3 and take the Chunin exam together this time. Chunin exam? Shizune read, then shook his head. I can't do that. How can I be a qualified Chunin when I haven't even killed a single person? Liu Yun consoled him. What are you afraid of? I'll be on your team and I'll make sure you 2 pass the Chunin exam. Shizune looked at Liu Yun's confident expression, and his heart also became more confident. He nodded and said, if I'm with Liu Yun, I believe there will be no problem. A strong voice sounded, Immortal Flowing Cloud. There is only one person who can say that Liu Yun boasted about this name, and that is Fan Sanlang, who boasted to Liu Yun. I saw Fan Sanlang dragging his one arm and looking at Liu Yun in surprise, as if he was shocked that the other party was still alive. You should know that he packed up the clothes that Liu Yun had worn, dug a grave and buried him, and even burned incense twice. Now the other party is still alive. Didn't the Sarutobi family contribute? Fan Saburo's eyes sharpened, and he immediately saw the attractive Tsunade, and couldn't help but say aloud, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade is the dream girl of many old men in Konaha village. Fan Sanlang was one of them. He immediately looked away, for he was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would get so engrossed in it that he would be beaten to death by the female Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, he thought to himself that Princess Tsunade was standing behind Liu Yun, proving that the other party knew him. If Princess Tsunade protected Liu Yun, he believed that the Sarutobi family would not act rashly. Liu Yun said hello to Fan Saburo and followed Tsunade and the others. Fan Sanlang stared at Liu Yun's departure in a daze. He always felt that Liu Yun's temperament had undergone a drastic change compared to a month ago. Shigezaburo had only felt that kind of temperament in powerful ninjas. At the San Shinobi camp, Luo Sha silently looked at the information sent by the little ninja hawk. Yashimaru next to him was a little worried. Is Konaha cheating? Luo Sha shook his head. This Shimura family line can't be false. They have cooperated with me several times. Go and give the information to Yi Kang and the others. If they want to die, I can't stop them. Brother-in-law, I still think you can't treat Yi Kang like this. Roll. At Luo Sha's loud roar, Yashimaru happily walked out of the house and handed the information in his hand to Yi Kang. Yi Kang looked at the route in his hand and sneered. Is this the route the kid takes to return to the village? Yashimaru nodded, and then said with some concern. Yes, one of the Sanin, Tsunade, is among them. Yekura, you should not go. Moreover, Liu Yun is very strong. Dozens of Jonan were helpless against him and were even killed by him. Yi Kang snorted. Didn't the intelligence ninja that day discover that Sununade suffers from hemophobia? That proves she's useless. And Liu Yun, I don't believe he's that strong. Advertisement, it must be a rumor. My Scorch style wants to see what he is good at. As they rushed through the jungle, Liu Yun suddenly asked Sununade, how long will the Chunin exam last? Sununade replied without even turning her head, another month. It takes 3 days for the ninja to travel from Konaha village to Senju. It would take them at least 2 days to travel non-stop from river country back to Konaha. The Chunin exams will not start for another month, so Liu Yun is not in a hurry. He stopped and said, slow down, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't had a good look at the fire country yet. Can we go to the big city to play? According to Liu Yun's understanding of Hokage in his previous life, some places in the ninja world are even comparable to Earth. There are computers, wireless headphones, and surveillance, but no holy sword, cell phone. Sununade stopped, and Kurenai Yuhi and Shizune also looked expectant. They were both children who grew up in the village and had never had the chance to play in the big city of the fire country. After all, they are 3 children, and they are very fond of new things outside, Sununade thought to herself. She nodded. Okay, I'll take you to Kikyo City for some fun? Liu Yun suffers from battlefield syndrome and is psychologically perverted. Sununade hopes that new and interesting toys can help him regain his innocence. After entering the land of fire, run about 10 kilometers to reach Kikyo Castle. Next to Kikyo City is Kikyo Mountain, which is the most dangerous point on the western front of the Fire Nation. Once the enemy breaks through Mount Kikyo, the thousands of miles of fertile land ahead will be undefended, so they can march quickly to Konaha village. I believe Senju will also implement such a strategy in a few months. Liu Yun has even thought of a title. Shocked, a little sand shinobi actually launched a blitzkrieg against Konaha. Liu Yun and his group went to Kikyo City. The city was very big and there were all kinds of dazzling things everywhere. Liu Yun even saw many technological products, including a movie theater, an opera house, and a foot massage parlor. The technology in the ninja world is not completely poor. The Land of Lightning has the highest level of technology. After all, it specializes in the study of electricity. Later on, a chakra cannon was built to blow up the moon. Many things here cannot be seen in Konaha village. After all, the ninja village is a hidden village, hidden in the mountains and forests, and cannot compare with developed big cities. Kikyo City seemed very lively. The ninjas outside were fighting each other to the death, but it did not cause any waves in the world of ordinary people. Ninja world, refers to the world of ninjas. The number of ninjas in the Hokage world is very small, and the most important ones are 5 villages. The total number of ninjas in the village, young and old, is only a few 100,000. Liu Yun extended his hand to Sununade, who was stunned. What do you want? Of course it's money. Where can we go to have fun without money? Sununade pouted. Money? I'm already in debt, how can I give you money? Chapter 66. Ninja World version 72 Transformations. Liu Yun suddenly realized Sunade's title of Fat Sheep. She almost always lost when she gambled. I believe that she had been gambling a lot during the time she was muddled in the village, and she was burdened with a lot of debt. Liu Yun realized his situation again. Sununade dragged him into the Senju family, which was a complete trap. He got nothing and would have to deal with the debt collectors together with her in the future. Liu Yun then smiled. In the system's exchange space, currency is the least valuable thing. A little experience value can be exchanged for tens of thousands of taels, which is equivalent to several thousand yuan. As for whether it would cause inflation, it had nothing to do with Liu Yun. Devaluation was just devaluation of the money in Kakuzu's hands. Liu Yun immediately exchanged the currency commonly used in the ninja world and took out a large stack of it from his ninja tool bag. It was worth a full 100,000 taels, which was equivalent to 6,000 yuan in RMB in his previous life. Sunade's eyes suddenly widened, staring at Liu Yun's money. Where did you get the money? Of course I received it on the battlefield. On the battlefield? Ninjas have to carry money when fighting on the battlefield? Don't worry about so many details. Liu Yun gave 1,000 yuan to Sununade and showed some of the courage of Boss Ma. Come to me if you run out of money in the future. I, Liu Yun, have plenty of money. Bragging. Sununade snatched all of Liu Yun's money with one hand. I am your sister now, and I am in charge of all your money. She took out about 20 of them and gave them to Liu Yun. Take them and play with them. Liu Yun was speechless. Woman, you even robbed my child's money. I wonder what else you will not dare to do in the future? Stop talking nonsense. You've taken advantage of me so much, and this is my compensation. Liu Yun curled his lips and said in a rather flowery tone, didn't you say that you owed a lot of debt? Yeah. What's wrong? Sununade nodded. Liu Yun's words made sense. Then I will help you pay off your debts. Will you listen to me from now on? Death. Little demon. Sununade suddenly punched at him, but Ryun dodged and immediately took Shizune and Kurenai Yuhi to go shopping. Sununade, this woman, must have used his money for gambling. Shi Yihong complained about Liu Yun's rudeness in front of Sununade and lifted his ear. Liu Yun, you can't be so rude to Lady Sununade in the future. She has to protect you in the future. If she gets angry, no one will be able to protect you. Advertisement, okay. Liu Yun agreed to the girl. Shi Rihong's eyes suddenly pointed at a man selling candied haws next to her. Liu Yun. Liu Yun, I want that one. She took Liu Yun's hand and ran quickly. Liu Yun quickly ran forward and handed the candied haws to Shizune. Here you go, Shizune. Shizune looked at the elegant girl with black hair, Liu Yun, and reached out to take the candied haws. Liu Yun held her other hand and said, don't just stand there. I'll buy you whatever you want. Shizune tasted the candied haws lightly, and instantly a sweet taste entered his heart. Shi Rihong looked curiously at the large group of people gathered in front of her. What are they doing? Liu Yun pulled the two girls forward quickly, then let go of their hands and watched the excitement together. Bang! The sound of white smoke exploding was heard softly, and there was a wandering ninja who kept changing in the center of the street. Sometimes it changes into a monkey, sometimes into a rooster, and it changes into thousands of forms, making people around it applaud continuously. Pa, Yuhi Kurenai shook her head. What did I think it was? It's just a simple transformation technique. Transformation technique is the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja school. It can be said to be an illusion, but it is a real illusion that can be seen by everyone. In fact, it is a ninjutsu that uses the bent light line to twist, creating an illusion similar to a mirage. It's a very low-level technique, and an experienced ninja can tell its authenticity. Not as good as Shadow Clone, but the changes of Shadow Clone are real. Not only can he transform into a real chakra person, but he can also transform into the clothes, ninja swords, and weapons that come with the body, and they even retain their original lethality. Liu Yun looked at the wandering ninja who was using the transformation technique, and suddenly a great inspiration came to his mind. Since he can use Shadow Clone to transform into real objects, why should he limit himself to his human form? Transform into Sununade, into a grown-up Kurenai Yuhi, Shizune. I am a time traveler. I must not let my thoughts be assimilated by the natives. I must be more relaxed. Bang! However, Liu Yun slapped himself suddenly. He always felt weird about messing with his chakra. Even though he has traveled through time and space, he is still so cowardly, which brings shame to the industry of time travelers. Advertisement Liu Yun tried his best not to let his thoughts drift towards the blocked areas. He can use Shadow Clone's ability to become real to transform into many things, such as food, clothing, toys, and rides. He could even turn himself into a bird, soaring in the sky, or a giant dragon, spewing endless flames. Isn't this an alternative to the 72 transformations? I, Liu Yun, am going to turn Hokage into Journey to the West, go to Wagwo Mountain to become the king of the mountain one day, and snatch the name of Sun Wukong from Four Tails. He is a monkey king and a devil in the ninja world. You can also be Tang Monk yourself and Tsunade, and the others can be the White Dragon Horse. Wait, parody is not nonsense, adaptation is not random writing. The more Liu Yun thought about it, the more inspired he became. He gradually fell into his own world of contemplation and was stupidly dragged by the two girls to go somewhere else to play. Liu Yun immediately entered the system space and explained his inspiration. The system replied, Host's inspiration is not impossible, but maintaining a perfect form consumes a huge amount of chakra, and the control of chakra needs to be taken to a higher level. Even the form you want to transform into must be recorded and the structure must be familiar before you can transform perfectly. To transform into a non-human form requires constant maintenance of chakra, and ninjas don't have much chakra, so who would be stupid enough to release their chakra continuously? It is also very dangerous. Once chakra is overused or exhausted, the person will die. But it is useless against Liu Yun. His chakra is almost endless. Even if it is used up and he dies, he can be resurrected again. System, can you tell me whether my technique can be developed? Yes, according to the host's request, the developed technique belongs to Forbidden Technique, and needs to be exchanged for Forbidden Technique development card, and the host must increase his chakra control to 500%. At the same time, he must be familiar with Yang attribute nature transformation. No problem. Liu Yun did so immediately, spending 1000 points to increase his chakra control to 500%, and also raising his Yang attribute chakra nature transformation. Chakra control has been improved to this level. Liu Yun seems to have reached a different realm. Even some cage-level ninjas cannot match his chakra control. He even felt that he could release chakra lines and control others easily. Like a different kind of tentacle monster. Based on Liu Yun's development template, many techniques have been transformed from one-handed hand seals to no-handed ninjutsu. This proves that Liu Yun will stop playing ninjutsu and start playing magic. The template is Dumbledore, but with his immortality, Voldemort is a little more. Moreover, Liu Yun doesn't even need a magic wand. He can just snap his fingers and whatever he shouts will come true. His template is just a low-profile version of Thanos. Chapter 67. Flowing Clouds and Eagles. More importantly, it is the nature transformation of Yang attributes. Yin and Yang attributes are very mysterious attributes, and the nature transformation of both are secret techniques, like the Nara clan's Shadow Secret Technique and the Akamichi clan's Expansion Jutsu. There is also the Yamanaka clan's Mind-Turning Technique, and even higher-level Yin-Yang Escape, the Six Paths Black Rod, and the Amasawa Spear. Among them, what Liu Yun values most is the Expansion Jutsu of the Akamichi clan. Why? Those who understand will understand. The Yang attribute, with the Yang power that comes from the body's energy that controls life, gives life to the form. Simply put, the Yang attribute can improve the changing technique of Liu Yun by more than one level. Liu Yun didn't think much about it and quickly spent 5,000 points to exchange for the Forbidden Technique development card, this time using up all his experience points. Yesterday's fire style. Exploding Dragon King should also be a forbidden technique, but it is only a forbidden technique in terms of power. In fact, the development of the principle has not reached the level of a forbidden technique. This time 72 transformations are truly a forbidden technique level technique. Liu Yun immediately let the system use the forbidden technique development card. System, help me develop a forbidden technique that can allow me to transform into any real thing. The host has been tested to have the basic conditions on the ninjutsu development card. The forbidden technique development card has been used successfully. Ninjutsu development has begun. Development progress 1%. Development progress 10%. Development progress 50%. Development progress 100%. Since the host's forbidden technique is a growth type ninjutsu, the host is required to complete the collection of transformed objects. Simply put, Liu Yun needs to copy the object to be deformed. After all, things that rely solely on imagination are too one-sided, with too many censored areas and insufficient frame rates. Forbidden technique has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Liu Yun thought about it carefully and wanted to call it 72 transformations, but he felt that it was too low and not impressive enough, so he named it Secret Art, Cloudflow 100 Transformations. I originally wanted to call it Liu Yun Babyan, but I changed it to Yunlu. Host naming is successful. Forbidden Technique Cloudstream includes Forbidden Technique files. The Yunlu variety technique slowly circulated in Liu Yun's mind. The seal method, the operation of chakra, the circulation path of chakra, and the more complicated ones, such as the transformation formula, gravity formula, dynamics formula, structural formula, periodic table. Liu Yun rubbed his head in pain. This technique involved everything in the world, and even extended to the truth of structural transformation and element changes between material molecules. Seeing this, Shi Ri Hong gently rubbed Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun, what's wrong with you? Does your head hurt? Fine. Liu Yun shook his head. A large amount of information poured into his head in an instant. His brain almost erupted in a revolution, wanting to overthrow this brutal host. After taking a few breaths, the paleness on Liu Yun's face slowly faded away. He slowly opened his eyes, and the light of truth in the world lingered in his eyes. Now, it seems that his wisdom has been sublimated, and he unconsciously applies physical formulas to the things around him. Advertisement. Liu Yun secretly opened his Byakugan and scanned the structure of Shihong. At the same time, a voice in the system sounded. Ninja Shihong 3-dimensional structure scan started, 1%. 2%, 20%, 50%, 100%, the Ninja Sunset Red Body Transformation Collection Forbidden Technique Cloudflow 100 Transformation Volume. If you want to become more realistic, you need to include a body model so that chakra can simulate the other person's physical characteristics. Liu Yun immediately formed a transformation technique seal, and with a bang, white smoke sounded. A person who looked exactly like Shi Hong walked out from the white smoke. Shi Hong looked at Liu Yun, who was the same as her, in confusion. Liu Yun, why are you using the transformation technique? And you turned into my appearance. Liu Yun looked at herself in the mirror. She had long, soft black hair, big red eyes and a round face, which made her look extremely cute. He couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile, and the sunset red in the mirror was extremely strange. This change technique is different from the transformation technique. The transformation technique lasts for a very short time and will change back if it is slightly attacked. Liu Yun's Yunlu Babyan technique is real, and all the changes are caused by chakra. Even in the body, chakra also mimics the structural characteristics of Yuhi Kurenai. Only when Liu Yun's chakra is exhausted, or the flow of chakra is severely disturbed, will he return to his original state. Grow bigger. Liu Yun performed the technique, with Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune looking at him in amazement. Liu Yun's transformed Shi Ri Hong slowly grew bigger, and her height suddenly jumped to more than 1.6 meters. Her black hair was silky, her right arm was closed and she was wearing a red and white silk dress. Her red eyes seemed to be able to captivate the soul and were as sexy as fire. The whole person is like a caring queen. Shi Ri Hong circled around Liu Yun several times. Liu Yun, is this what I will look like when I grow up? Liu Yun didn't say anything. If he said anything to this beautiful woman, she would collapse in an instant. So beautiful. Shizune was a little envious. Youth Red was derived from the Boy Red model and was particularly beautiful. Liu Yun looked at himself in the mirror and sighed that the grown-up Yuhiku was so beautiful and charming. It was a pity for her to follow Asuma, so he was not polite. Solution. Liu Yun made a hand seal and changed back to normal. Liu Yun didn't want to transform into a human now. He wanted to find an animal to try and look around. Woof. The barking of a dog caught Liu Yun's attention. He looked over and saw a noble lady walking by with a small yellow dog. Liu Yun quickly looked away. He had been a dog for more than 20 years in his previous life, and he could never be a dog again in this life. Tisk. A white-headed goshawk flew across the sky. Liu Yun's eyes lit up. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it, and the goshawk fell from the sky. Liu Yun suddenly moved forward and grabbed the goshawk with one hand. Advertisement. The white eyes opened and kept scanning its structure. 3-dimensional structural scanning of the small raptor goshawk has begun. Progress 1%. Progress 10%. Progress 50%. Progress 100%. The transformation of the small raptor goshawk has been successfully recorded. Liu Yun touched the goshawk's head, and the chakra belonging to the Senju clan slowly softened the place where it had just been attacked. The hawk felt the gentleness of Liu Yun chakra and slowly calmed down. After the eagle recovered, it nudged Liu Yun's hand affectionately and was then thrown up by Liu Yun. Tisk. The goshawk soars in the sky and patrols the heavens, how free it is. Liu Yun immediately put on a confident smile on his face, formed seals with his hands, and his huge chakra bulged with a layer of blue flame. Cloud flow changes, goshawk change. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated and the flowing cloud turned into a huge goshawk. A pair of wings spread out is 5 meters wide, and the height from the claws to the eagle's head is about 3 meters. Didn't Liu Yun always say that he was the son of the goshawk? After all, jokes were not nonsense, and today he would truly fulfill his promise. Become a real eagle, soaring in the sky, overlooking the world. Look over there, someone has turned into a giant eagle. All the people on the street who had just been watching the wandering ninja transform turned around and looked at Liu Yun, the huge goshawk. It really looks like an eagle, so imposing. What's it like? It's murderous. The wandering ninja's face turned pale. It seemed that he had met a tough guy who was trying to steal his job. Kurenai, Yuhi and Shizune ran over in confusion and looked up at the majestic goshawk. White head, black feathers, and expressive eagle eyes. Shi Ri Hong asked first. Liu Yun, what are you doing? You just turned into me. Now you turn into an eagle again, change back quickly. Liu Yun lowered his head. Forbidden Techniques changes were more than just that simple, even the eagle's eyes were copied. The visual nerves of an eagle are 6 or 7 times that of humans, so it can see things very clearly. This kind of vision can even be superimposed with the whites of the eyes to obtain a field of view more than 10 kilometers away. Shizune gently stroked Liu Yun's fur. It's so real, it doesn't seem like a simple transformation technique. Shizune gently pulled out a feather, and without the subsequent supply of chakra, the feather slowly dissipated into the air. Call, Liu Yun spread his wings, and he stood up suddenly, flapping his wings. Liu Yun had always longed for the secret art of flying. He even thought about exchanging it for the super light and heavy rock technique and the peacock technique of the Hidden Star Village, but now he doesn't need it because he can simulate animal flight. Chapter 68 Untitled. Look, he's going to fly. The people around were staring at Liu Yun with curious eyes. The cloud swooped toward the sky, its wings flapping the air, and its streamlined body gained an upward force in the air. He quickly flew into the sky, 10 meters, 20 meters. 30 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. Liu Yun looked down, the whole city was in his eagle eyes. This was the feeling of flying. I dominate the sky, and the earth crawls at my feet. This kind of pleasure not only makes the clouds and waves roar a few times, but also makes him roar whenever he wants. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The loud cry of the goshawk spread throughout the city. In a shadowy place, Yi Kang was seen wearing a large hood, followed by several Jonan. They looked at the sky in confusion, and Yi Kang asked, such a large goshawk can only be found in the Eagle Valley of the Wind Country, right? The companion next to him shook his head. I don't know. Let's go. Let's continue our mission and deal with Princess Sununade first. The goshawk cried, and the flowing clouds suddenly turned around and started to perform various tricks in the sky, flying sideways, flying upwards, turning, climbing up, and diving down. The flowing clouds flapped their wings happily in the air, like dancing birds. From then on, he stood in heaven. This time when he returned to the village, he was still afraid of the conspiracies and intrigues in the village. If anyone wanted to harm him or steal him, he would immediately turn into a goshawk and run away. Below, Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune's eyes were full of surprise. They looked at each other and said, Liu Yun can fly. Liu Yun can actually fly. Liu Yun. Liu Yun. The two men were waving at each other below, and Liu Yun's eagle eyes easily saw them. He swooped down towards the next one, creating a gust of wind that blew the crowd away. Advertisement Ryun's claws gently grabbed Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune's backs. Then he picked them up and put them both on his back. The two girls grabbed the fur of Liu Yun and were too scared to open their eyes. Liu Yun flew slowly and parallelly, and the airflow was not so violent. The two girls opened their eyes, and the freedom of the sky instantly opened its arms to them. Shi Yihong's eyes were full of little stars, and she laughed happily. Liu Yun, we are flying. Shizune's eyes curved as well. Flying is a dream that is passed down in the blood of mankind. The heart of everyone who flies freely in the sky will become very clear. Shi Yihong grabbed the white feather on Liu Yun's neck and pointed to a place. Go there, go there. Liu Yun glided and flew towards the place that Shi Yihong mentioned. There was an open-air circus below. The clouds were floating in the sky, flapping their wings quietly. Two girls were watching the clown's performance below. Liu Yun's eagle eyes suddenly noticed a thick smoke in the city. In a casino in Kikyo City, Sununade was defeated and left with a lot of debts. The casino owner looked at the sexy and beautiful Sununade with lust in his eyes. My little beauty, since I lost so much money, I will use you to pay off my debts. Court death. Sunade's eyes were filled with anger, and she punched down with a heavy fist, and in an instant the entire casino was collapsed by her. This is what happens to normal people when they drive towards Sununade. Sununade slowly walked out of the ruins and dusted off her hands. How dare you say such things to me? You really don't know how to live or die. Suddenly, several figures surrounded Sununade, and they flipped up their hoods, revealing Sunagecure's forehead protector. Ye Kang was the leader, smiling coldly at Sununade. Princess Sununade, please come back to Sunagecure with us. Sununade curled her lips and said disdainfully, just you guys? Ye Kang smiled indifferently, then bit his finger and blood dripped out. When Sununade saw the red blood, her eyes suddenly darkened and she slowly knelt down. Princess Sununade, your information has been leaked. Ye Kang sneered, and then continued to order the people beside him. Take her back, Princess Sununade of Konaha, this is a big fish. A sand shinobi with short hair sneered, Konaha has also fallen, revealing the whereabouts of Sununade, one of the Sanin, to us sand shinobi. Advertisement is sand shinobi with a hint of gloom in his eyes smiled softly and said, the political struggle in that village is the most intense among the 5 major countries. The gloomy sand shinobi stepped forward, one hand under his chin, and studied Sununade carefully. She had a beautiful face and was wearing an off-white cloth dress that outlined her hot body. The lusty spot on her chest made people unable to resist the desire rising in their hearts. Sand shinobi's throat rolled suddenly. Apart from Ye Kang and Jalo Luo, where else in the dry wind desert had he seen such a beauty? The most beautiful female ninja in Konaha, so beautiful. The gloomy sand shinobi's hand reached forward with lust, about to touch Sunade's breast. Nausea. Ye Kang walked forward indifferently and slapped sand shinobi in the face, leaving a 5-finger red mark on his face. The lightness in sand shinobi's pupils faded a little, but was replaced by anger. Yakura, what are you doing? Ye Kang's proud brown eyes were filled with coldness. You are a piece of trash who only thinks with your lower body. Don't show such a disgusting expression in front of me. Ye Kang you, the gloomy sand shinobi looked at Ye Kang angrily. Ye Kang's arrogance in the village is not something that can be explained in one word. When this woman becomes arrogant, even Feng Ying won't give her face. Ye Kang ignored the gloomy sand shinobi and shouted, hurry up and act, this is in the territory of the fire country. Tick, a huge goshawk flew across the sky and swooped down in an instant. A special Jonan of the sand shinobi had sharp eyes and immediately shouted, watch out. Fire style. Multiple fire cannons. Liu Yun flew down from the sky with the wind, and Eaglebeak kept firing fire-scale cannons. The fire-scale cannons he fired were very careful, and each one was released around Sununade, without hurting Sununade at all. Bang 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 bang. The Hulan cannon kept exploding, blowing the dirt and rocks on the ground into the sky, raising thick black smoke. White eyes, open. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan and found Sunade's chakra in the thick smoke. It was very weak, as if it was startled. Liu Yun flapped its wings and flew through a passage of thick smoke. Claws reached out, grasping Sunade's shoulders, and with a flip he placed her on his eagle's back. Tsunade-sensei. Sununade is an adult? Shizune and Kurenai Yuhi held Sununade tightly to prevent Sununade, who was suffering from hemophobia, from falling off Ryun's back. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Liu Yun's wings released wind attribute chakra, using the force to cut through the dark fog, followed by the white sky. Chapter 69 Raise your hands, Wind Style Great Breakthrough. One of the Jonan in the Sand Shinobi used wind style, and a big whirlwind blew away all the smoke. Ye Kang clenched his fists and looked up at the goshawk flying in the sky with his brown eyes. It was as fast as the wind but as aggressive as fire. Summoning Beast? Isn't Princess Sunade's summoning beast Katsuyu? A Sand Shinobi Jonan beside her shook his head and continued to analyze. I've never heard of anyone in Konaha whose summoning beast is an eagle, and an eagle that can release fire style. This fire style that can be released quickly and explode. It looks very much like Liu Yun's flame. Could this summoning beast belong to that little devil? Hearing what Sand Shinobi Jonan said, the other Sand Shinobi were on high alert. They said that Liu Yun was a little genin, but if they really met him, they couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. The tombstones of the Sand Shinobi martyrs are clear proof that nearly 300 Sand Shinobi died at his hands. Even the coffin of the frontline commander Umamoto was ready, and they were just waiting for someone to carry it. Snort. Ye Kang snorted. She was a bloodline limit ninja. Kazekage had truly experienced the power of the scorch style. Don't believe rumors and don't spread rumors. What fire cloud evil god, what immortal ninja, she, Ye Kang, will evaporate him into flowing cloud today. Summon the summoning beast and chase it. Summoning technique. The Sand Shinobi immediately bit his fingers and formed a seal, and white smoke emerged and a huge gray hawk hung in the air. Ye Kang led the Sand Shinobi ninjas to jump onto the back of the gray eagle and ran in the direction where the flowing cloud was flying. Tisk. The sound of the eagle's cry was like an explosion in the sky, and Liu Yun heard it clearly. Several thousand meters behind him, Bayan saw the traces of Ye Kang and the others. At the same time, Liu Yun was also measuring the amount of chakra on them, 4 Jonan and 3 special Jonan. The chakra of one of the Jonans was very special. It was thicker than the other Jonans and had a burning smell. It's an elite Jonan, and a very special elite Jonan. Liu Yun had just seen her in the sky when she rescued Sununade. She had hair in 2 different colors, a bun tied at the back, and a sexy outfit that exposed her back. This should be the scorch-style user of Sand Shinobi, Ye Kang. Ye Kang's appearance is easy to recognize. The green bun with a hairpin on it is particularly eye-catching. Liu Yun shook his head and tried to be serious. Advertisement. I felt a little strange. Wasn't San Shinobi afraid of being killed by him? How dare he send someone to die? Or did Yi Kang offend the top management of Sunagakure? They sent her here to get killed. Considering the fact that this woman was later betrayed by the top management of San Shinobi, she was sold out by San Shinobi to a large extent and was packaged up and sent to Liu Yun. It seems that no matter which village it is, there will always be some sinister village cadres. Since Sunagakure kindly sent their people to Liu Yun to die, Liu Yun cannot be indifferent to them. As soon as he thought of it, a cloud of smoke exploded from the side, and it was also a white-headed black eagle, the shadow clone of Liu Yun. The secret technique, cloud flow changes, is also superimposed on shadow clone. Liu Yun rolled over, and Shirihong and the others screamed in fear. When they opened their eyes, they had already landed on another goshawk. Liu Yun flipped into the sky and flew towards where the San Shinobi was chasing. At the same time, he ordered Shadow Clone, find a hidden place to put them down. Got it, boss. Shadow Clone nodded and immediately flew to the corner of the city. Liu Yun flapped his wings hard backwards, creating a violent gust of wind that was like black lightning streaking across the clouds. When it comes to air combat, who are lightning and flowing clouds afraid of? When Yi Kang saw Liu Yun approaching, he formed seals with his hands, and a fiery red fireball immediately gathered on his hands, like a small sun. Scorch-style oversteaming kills. Liu Yun saw it with his eagle eyes and immediately realized that this was Yi Kang's Scorch style. The bloodline limit is formed by the nature transformation of wind and fire chakras. The temperature of the flame is extremely high, and once it touches the enemy, it can even evaporate the water in the opponent's body. Yi Kang shouted angrily, "You beast, die!" Yi Kang's Scorch style was released in an instant. At this attack speed, Liu Yun could dodge it by climbing upwards. But he didn't. Liu Yun's experience points were all used up and it was time to replenish them. The Scorch-style fireball flew over, and under Yi Kang's incredulous gaze, Liu Yun opened his eagle beak and bit off Yi Kang's Scorch style in one bite. He was suspended in the air, speaking human language, and making a V sign with his wings. Crunchy, chicken wing flavor, so satisfying. Scorch style quickly exploded in Liu Yun's stomach, and the huge heat directly drained all the water from his body. Liu Yun couldn't control his Yunlu Babyan technique, and with a bang, he returned to his original state. At this point, San Shinobi finally saw his true form, and someone immediately shouted, "It's Mu Liu Yun, everyone be careful." Fire Cloud Evil God. Liu Yun was furious. Advertisement. Fire Cloud Evil God. He would have to get rid of this name one day and not let it tangle his hair. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Yugura using Scorch style, experience points plus 400. Yugura is an elite Jonan, and with his bloodline limit, his strength is even comparable to that of a Kage. Liu Yun developed a great interest in this woman, both as a person and in her skills. After Liu Yun was resurrected, a pair of black eagle wings emerged from his back. Since my whole body can be transformed into an eagle, there's nothing wrong with having a pair of wings, right? Yi Kang looked solemnly at the young man floating in the sky, with his chest bare, a black belt around his waist, and black wings on his back. Just from this image, you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. Yi Kang cursed inwardly, damn it, this guy is a flying ninja, and the intelligence didn't mention that. Aerial combat ninjas are the most difficult ninjas. They can fight and escape, and the priority of battle is completely in their hands. Although Yeking and his companions also have a flying ninja beast, the Grey Eagle is just a means of transportation and is not as convenient as the Liu Yun. Yi Kang doesn't trust the San Shinobi executives that much and feels that they have betrayed him. In fact, Liu Yun had just mastered flying. A special Jonan of the San Shinobi saw the flowing cloud and without saying anything, he immediately took off a large roller scroll that he was carrying on his back. Liu Yun saw it and frowned. The San Shinobi learned their lesson, and the team began to be equipped with sealing ninjas. Will we be able to have fun again? The straw yellow paper came at him like a snake. Liu Yun flapped his wings and flipped in the sky, avoiding the scroll. Then a finger aimed at the San Shinobi's sealed ninja. Don't move. Put your hands up. When the sealing ninja saw the fire in Liu Yun's palm, his pupils shrank slightly. According to intelligence, this is Mu Liu Yun's fastest fire style, which has wind-like casting characteristics and can also explode. The sealed ninja turned around immediately and didn't listen to Liu Yun's nonsense at all. Fire style. Fire cannon. The fire scale cannon was fired in an instant, and the sealed ninja was too close to Liu Yun and could not dodge at all. Get out of the way. The short-haired San Shinobi Jonan pushed the sealing ninja away. Chapter 70 Rasengan, 1000 Years of Death. The fire scale cannon came like the wind, and the short-haired San Shinobi had one of his arms blown off in an instant. Are you okay, Junpei? San Shinobi Junpei's eyes were full of bitterness. This brat is too difficult to deal with, worthy of being the Fire Cloud Evil God who fought out of thousands of San Shinobi troops. The sealed ninja cursed quietly, Rosa just wants us to die. Shen Yan, we still have Yi Kang. She has Scorch style. Damn kid. Yi Kang cursed inwardly and condensed a Scorch style fireball in his hand again. Scorch style oversteaming kills. Liu Yun saw Yi Kang's fireball and instantly crashed into the fireball. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Yugura using Scorch style, experience points plus 380. Yi Kang was confused for a moment. Her fireball seemed to have only been launched halfway. How did Mu Liu Yun hit it? This person seems to like being killed. After Liu Yun was resurrected, more than a dozen shurikens flew towards him instantly. He did not dodge or evade, allowing those shurikens to pierce his body. By the way, he used the straw bow to borrow the sword and put the shurikens into the system space. Yi Kang immediately commanded, "No," just as the intelligence said, "Physical attacks are ineffective against him, use the seal." 3 Jonan guarded the sealing ninja on both sides, alert to Liu Yun's actions, while the sealing ninja opened the scroll, ready to seal Liu Yun as soon as possible. Yi Kang patted the gray giant eagle under his feet, and the gray eagle opened its mouth and released a wind blade from its huge mouth. Swoosh, the wind blade pierced through the flowing clouds, and he gained about 100 experience points. Now, Yi Kang shouted loudly to the sealed ninja. The sealing ninja nodded, and quickly released the scroll in his hand, like a giant white python strangling its prey. "You want to seal me with your inferior sealing technique?" The flowing cloud in the white smoke smiled lightly, flapped its wings, spun twice, and escaped the capture of the scroll. Conventional sealing techniques are useless for a speed-type ninja like him. Even if there is a Shiki seal, Liu Yun will fly away. It can be said that as long as he doesn't act recklessly, sealing techniques will not be his weakness. But it seems that waves are Liu Yun's biggest shortcoming. Damn, he recovers too quickly. Yi Kang clenched his fists. The sound of the rushing wind rang in everyone's heart, and a black shadow flew across the sky. Shichinosuke, be careful. Liu Yun's target was the Sand Shinobi with gloomy eyes, but unfortunately it was too late for Sand Shinobi's companion to remind him, as Liu Yun's flight plus the 9 tails chakra superimposed. That speed cannot be captured by the naked eye. Advertisement. Liu Yun's eyes were filled with indifference. Just now, you attacked Sununade. Rasengan. A Rasengan hit the gloomy Sand Shinobi's head, twisting him into a knot. Before the gloomy Sand Shinobi died, he said, "MMP," in his heart, and he moved his hand with the hammer. Ryun retracted his hand that released the Rasengan and looked at the gloomy Sand Shinobi whose head was a paste. Rasengan should be used for the head. Chidori is best suited for 1,000 years of death. Ninja fights aren't fierce enough. Damn kid. Yi Kang instantly moved and kicked Liu Yun on the back. After being hit in midair, Liu Yun lost his balance and fell towards the bamboo forest outside the city. Yi Kang quickly added a few scorch-style fireballs, and the fiery red fireballs quickly chased Liu Yun. Seeing this, Yi Kang immediately commanded, "Go to the ground, that kid can fly, he has a greater advantage than us." The gray eagle swooped down and flew towards the bamboo forest where the flowing cloud fell. The cloud fell from the sky, its back scorched into a black paste by the scorch style, with black burnt smoke. Crack, the flowing cloud smashed several lush and green bamboos, slid down the lush and fragrant bamboo leaves, and slammed into the pile of bamboo leaves. Falling from hundreds of meters in the air, coupled with the attack from behind by scorch style. Liu Yun was still alive after being hit so hard, it would be difficult for him to die if he didn't do something suicidal with his current body. Liu Yun stayed in the pit and slowly stood up. The leg bones were broken and the skin tissue on the back was burned, but the body's powerful recovery ability was recovering visibly. Liu Yun took out the ninja sword from the system space and put it on his neck. Suddenly, he saw 2 little lives in the bamboo forest among the pile of bamboo leaves above his head. It is about the size of a baby, with black and white fur and a cute body. If this isn't what people in Sichuan call Han, then who is this? The 2 little pandas looked at the flowing clouds in the cave curiously and put their heads in. Red panda. Underscore? One of the larger ones stretched out its bare claws and grabbed Liu Yun's hair. It seemed to be wondering where this monkey came from and why it had so little hair. Liu Yun smiled, then suddenly slashed his neck with a knife, triggering his rebirth. The heat in the sky radiated toward the earth. The surrounding bamboos turned brown under the extremely high temperature and slowly started to burn. Scorch-style great fireball. Liu Yun turned into a cloud of white smoke, holding 2 red pandas in his hands, and escaped from Yi Kang's scorch-style attack in a flash. Yi Kang jumped down with the Sand Shinobi ninja. They surrounded a bamboo pole that had been stepped on, with flowing clouds above them. Advertisement. Liu Yun threw the 2 little pandas into the sky. They fell downwards and were about to become 2 large bear skins. Clatter. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and a cloud of white smoke rose out of nowhere. A white-headed goshawk flew by, dragging 2 red pandas towards the sky. Yi Kang sneered at Liu Yun and said, "Mew Liu Yun, if you know what's good for you, just give up resistance and come with us, Sand Shinobi." Liu Yun sat down on the bamboo pole, which was pressed into a large arc. Liu Yun supported his head with one hand, as if he didn't take Sand Shinobi seriously. "What is an elephant? I've never seen one. Court death." Yi Kang formed seals with both hands and released scorch-style fireballs one by one with both hands. Liu Yun let her attack him without moving at all. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Yugura using scorch style, experience points plus 350. The sealing ninja in Sand Shinobi took out the scroll with quick hands and cast the spell immediately. As the white banner scrolled through the smoke, a small goshawk rushed out of the smoke and avoided the seal of the sealed ninja. Liu Yun changed back to his original form, with a black wing growing out of his back. He immediately released his ninjutsu. Sand Shinobi, I have become a hawk, and the sky has become my battlefield. As for you, just look up at my feet for the rest of your lives. Damn kid. Yi Kang gritted his teeth in anger, and the proud breasts on his chest kept rising and falling. Tisk. The Sand Shinobi's summoning beast, the Grey Eagle, swept through the wind, and a huge wind blade passed from behind the flowing cloud. The flowing clouds broke into two pieces, the vitality slowly disappeared, and even at the moment of death, one still did not forget to admire. As expected of Urzuzi's spiritual attributes, as long as I get excited, someone will come and chop me down. He should be the spokesperson for Tanwen Blue Moon, replacing Zaza Wei. This game is super fun. If you are a brother, come and kill me. The sealed ninja continued to open the scroll, and Liu Yun saw it. A hint of murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Rasengan. Ryun opened his 5 fingers, and 5 Rasengan gathered on his fingers. This is the characteristic of chakra controllability at 500%. Ryun can even use his fingers to release Rasengan. And that's not all. The Rasengan on Ryun's 5 fingers floated up. If you look closely, you can see a thin chakra line between the Rasengan and Ryun's fingers. Why can the Rasengan only be used up close? Because it also requires the subsequent maintenance of the caster's chakra. Without subsequent chakra replenishment, the flow of chakra in the Rasengan will stop. Of course, there are also special ones, such as Boruto's Invisible Rasengan, which incorporates the properties of Thunder Chakra. It can not only shoot long-range shots, but also become invisible. It's simply a necessary ninjutsu for killing and robbing. But the disadvantage is that it can't be ignited. Chapter 71, Sands of Silence. And Ryun uses chakra lines to continue the flow of chakra, gaining the long-range properties of the Rasengan. Liu Yun's murderous intent was like an eagle in the sky catching a hare, released towards the sealed ninja. See the flying Rasengan. Ryun violently released the Rasengan as if he was manipulating a puppet. The sealing ninja saw this and stepped back, while the 2 Jonan beside him protected him tightly. Escape? Where can someone who was murdered by Master Mu escape to? Liu Yun's fingers moved, and the Rasengan kept changing positions in the sky, closely following the sealed ninja. Yi Kang was not idle either. He formed seals with his hands and released an extremely hot fireball that flew towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun flapped his wings and dodged Yi Kang's scorch-style attack. His fingers were like the nimble hands of a pianist, bending and rotating, continuing to capture the position of the sealed ninja. The special Jonan standing on the Grey Eagle saw the 5 chakra lines on Liu Yun's fingers and was filled with horror. Is this the Fire Cloud evil god? Even the puppet ninjas in the village cannot match this chakra controllability. The 2 Jonan protected the sealed ninja tightly, and Liu Yun's 5 fingers suddenly closed together, and 5 Rasengan were about to fall on the back of the sealed ninja. One of the Jonan quickly cast the spell, Wind-style Grey Breakthrough. The high-speed rotating whirlwind rolled the Rasengan in. Liu Yun flicked his finger and a Rasengan flew out, and a ball hit the shoulder of the sealed ninja. The huge rotating and twisting force directly tore the sealed ninja's shoulder, twisting it into a knot. The sealed ninja was spun around by the Rasengan and crashed into several bamboos. His face was full of pain and his pupils were bloodshot. Seeing the embarrassment of the sealed ninja, Yi Kang clenched his fists and looked at Liu Yun with hatred. Little brat, come down if you have the guts. Liu Yun curled his lips. Why should I listen to you? Damn brat. Yi Kang gnashed with hatred, clasped his hands together, and released a huge scorch-style fireball. Go to hell. The scorch-style fireball came like the wind, but Liu Yun did not dodge or evade at all, and even used his hands to wipe his hair back, as if this extremely hot fireball was just a toy. The fireball exploded, hot steam rose up, the bamboo forest was engulfed in flames, and all kinds of creatures in the forest fled for their lives. At the same time, I complained in my heart, these monkeys are fighting, why do they have to come to their nest to fight? It's really a fight between gods, and the beasts suffer. Bite. You were killed by Yi Kang using Scorch Style, experience points plus 300. After Liu Yun is resurrected, he dives towards the next one. The ninjas of Sand Shinobi drew out their shurikens and threw them at Liu Yun, but Liu Yun flapped his wings and dodged the shuriken attacks. Advertisement: Liu Yun no longer cares about low-level shuriken attacks. He dived towards Yi Kang. Sand Shinobi, whose arm was broken by Liu Yun before, warned, Yi Kang, be careful. Yi Kang curled his lips, his brows full of pride. Come on, Liu Yun. Flowing clouds swooped down from the sky, and Yi Kang gathered another great fireball. Scorch-style Great Fireball. He controlled the Great Fireball to hit it upwards, and the flowing clouds passed through the Great Fireball. The whole person was evaporated into dried meat, and then he was resurrected, and with a turn of his wings, he approached Yi Kang. Yi Kang took out a kunai and stabbed at Liu Yun with swift movements. Liu Yun's movements were ghostly and he was lucky enough to have his throat cut by Yi Kang. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Yekura, experience points plus 100. A cloud of white smoke came out, Yi Kang stepped back suddenly, and the flowing clouds attacked again. At the same time, all the Sand Shinobi ninjas who were still able to move attacked Liu Yun. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Junpei using Wind Style, experience points plus 100. Bite. You were killed by Special Jonan Yuan Teng using Wind Style, experience points plus 90. Bite. You were killed by an intermediate summoning beast using Wind Style, experience plus 50. Liu Yun was like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly pulling the wool off Sand Shinobi's head. After a while, he had accumulated 4,000 experience points. Yi Kang's kunai stabbed fiercely, and according to the fighting tactics, Liu Yun was going to stab her. But Liu Yun raised one hand and grabbed Yi Kang's slender wrist. Yi Kang's chest was panting heavily, and his whole body was covered with sweat. Seeing Liu Yun's resistance, he frowned and asked, "Why are you resisting?" This woman, having killed him so many times, actually thought he was a masochist. Liu Yun sneered, "I'm done. It's time to send you off." 8 inner gates and 4th gate are all open. Thick green energy emanated from Liu Yun's body, and his 4 chakra gates were opened in an instant. Then, a red fox coat was folded over Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun activated his full power attack mode. The huge chakra aura immediately covered the sand shinobi in the field. They all broke out in sweat and looked at Liu Yun in disbelief. Advertisement Junpei, whose arm was knocked off by Liu Yun, laughed at himself. This kind of chakra has not been consumed from the beginning to now. Luosha is really eliminating dissidents and sending us to die? A companion beside him struggled to get up and shoot a ration pill. Let's run, that guy was able to fight his way out of 1,000 sand shinobi troops, how can we be his opponent? Clatter. Liu Yun snapped his fingers. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was filled with shadow clones dressed in white cloth. 1,500 shadow clone officially debuts. Everyone, where are you going to run to? The sand shinobi ninja looked up to the sky. There are about 500 winged shadow clones floating in the sky. They're the Air Force. Liu Yun swung his right hand violently, and Yi Kang rolled back several figures. How is this possible? Yi Kang struggled to get up and looked at the clouds slowly floating in the sky. The shadow clones everywhere directly surrounded them. We are actually fighting this kind of monster? A sand shinobi who was about to escape suddenly knelt down, his pupils filled with helplessness and deep despair. Ninjas are also human beings. Being human will make you feel insignificant. Being human will make you look up at the sky. Liu Yun folded his hands and whispered softly, looking down with a playful look. Yi Kang's face was pale, and his light brown eyes were full of unyielding stubbornness. Everyone, get up, don't be afraid of him. Liu Yun's calm voice spread. I think you all know you've been betrayed now. I'll give you a chance. Just give me a cut on my forehead, and I'll let you go. Among all the sand shinobi that Liu Yun had met, there had never been one who was afraid of death, except for Omorikawa who was afraid of ghosts. He really wanted to see the will of the desert that these sand shinobi talked about. There was silence below, and no one responded to Liu Yun, which meant, these people were determined to die. Liu Yun looked at them for more than 10 seconds and continued, even if you were betrayed by the village, do you still miss that ball of sand in your heart? Still silence. I understand. Liu Yun raised his hand like a general commanding an army. Send them on their way. With a wave of his hand, Shadow Clone rushed forward, slowly submerging sand shinobi in white. The flowing clouds were suspended in the sky, quietly watching the last struggling sand shinobi. Junpei, who only had a broken arm, broke 2 shadow clones, and then a wave of shadow clones overwhelmed him. Dozens of shuriken transformed by chakra were stabbed into his body. Chapter 72 Police. Liu Yun, please come with us. Despite being in a desperate situation, Sand Shinobi Junpei still looked up at the sky. Liu Yun, you are a child of destiny, and you may even become the god of ninjas one day, but my people of the desert will never submit to you. Remember, I am the Sand Shinobi, Junpei. As the sound fell, the hard sand of the Wind Kingdom was blown up by the wind and submerged in white. A sand shinobi whose body was burnt to charcoal by fire style shouted for the last time in his life. Liu Yun, I, Sand Shinobi Endo. I will wait for you in hell. The summoning Grey Eagle Ninja sent his summoning beast back to the summoning world, and was then surrounded by dozens of shadow clones, and its breath gradually weakened. Sand Shinobi, Kurenosuke, Sand Shinobi, Kyohei. Sand Shinobi midweek. The last sealed ninja raised his severed hand and pointed towards the sky. The Sand Shinobi came with high morale, but the only one left was Yi Kang, and even she was tied up. The hustle and bustle of the world was drowned out, leaving only a faint sound of burning in the bamboo forest. Liu Yun waved his hand and ordered Shadow Clone, give them a proper burial. Shadow Clone takes action. Boss, come quickly, the Yi Kang dinner is ready. Liu Yun heard the sound below and slowly flew downwards. Among a group of Shadow Clone, there was one with a pale face and big dark circles under his eyes, looking just like Moonlight Gale. And there is a color written on the forehead protector. When Liu Yun saw this Shadow Clone, he knew that the other party had inherited his lustful characteristics. Liu Yun looked behind him. Liu Yun looked at Shadow Clone with dark circles under his eyes and asked, how did you get out? Although his mental characteristics are strange and varied, he is mostly very honest. When did such an outlier appear? Dark Circle Shadow Clone replied, after you develop Yunlu Babian, because of Yunlu Babian, we can better adapt to our own personality traits. The cloud flow technique can make chakra change more infinitely. In simple terms, it can give full play to the personality characteristics of Shadow Clone. That's right. A Shadow Clone wearing Akatsuki's fire cloud robe emerged from the crowd. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at the other person. There was a line of small words written on the forehead protector. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? This is the spiritual attribute of Tendo Pain that he once drew. Pain. Shadow Clone pointed at Yi Kang and said, now, make her feel the pain. What a mediocre person's talk. A mere woman will only slow down the speed at which we draw our swords. When Liu Yun heard the voice, he knew it was Urtsutsu's shadow clone even without looking. Liu Yun looked back and saw shadow clone with his hair styled up into a pillar, with words like, "Look at me if you want to show off," written on his forehead protector. And the Zon Naruto shadow clone with 6 paths fox patterns on his face, and a line of small words written on his forehead protector. Become AR**********D. They didn't have the conditions to create cool styles before, but after Liu Yun developed Yunlu Babyan, they all let themselves go. Suddenly, a shadow clone pointed and shouted, "Why is your style different from ours? And, I didn't see you during the battle just now?" A shadow clone who saw the 3 of them curled his lips and said, "The 3 of them used up all their chakra to create that look. They were just pretending to be cool during the battle just now." Urtsutsu shadow clone snorted, his brows full of disdain. "Shadow clone has different levels. I am a high-level shadow clone. Of course, my style and taste are different from yours. You're such a jerk." Flop. Liang Shibi. Shadow clone made a lot of noise and pointed at Urtsutsu shadow clone and cursed. "We are all chakras. Why are you 3 special?" "Because I'm a fool, whenever I feel like it, I will." All the shadow clones were dissatisfied. A shadow clone made a seal. "No, I want to change too. I like explosions. I want Didara's appearance." White smoke sounded, and wearing the explosion forehead protector, the flowing cloud version of Didara posed and shouted to the people around her, "Art is explosion. I want one too. I'm an honest man, so I'll just be Kisame. I like Gundam. One day I want to make a Gundam. I will become Scorpion of the Red Sand. But I like Conan. Who should I become?" A shadow clone suggested, "Become Nagato. After all, that body must love Conan very much." "That makes sense. I want to become a kidney-deficient Nagato." Advertisement in the blink of an eye, most of the Akatsuki organization was gathered. Liu Yun looked at the self-indulgent shadow clones in silence. If all the ideas of these guys were poured into his head, he would become a psychopath with multiple personalities. Didara shadow clone ran to Liu Yun and rubbed his hands. "Main body, exchange for an explosion style. I want to start my artistic journey." Later, Liu Yun had just worked so hard to collect 4,000 experience points, and half of them would be gone immediately if he exchanged them for an explosion style. But Liu Yun suggested, "If you keep the fire scale cannon in your mouth and don't spit it out, won't it explode?" "That makes sense." Didara shadow clone's eyes lit up. After Didara shadow clone, several Akatsuki-style shadow clones also surrounded Ryun. "Main body, exchange some water-style ninjutsu. I'm going to repair the dam." "Main body, transform yourself into a human puppet. How about we transform into a Gundam?" "Main body, can you convert all the experience points into money and let me take care of it? I think we should start a religion. Those who believe in me will live forever." The main body. There was a huge crowd of people, and the noise made Liu Yun's ears numb. He immediately snapped his fingers and eliminated the noise of these shadow clones in the blink of an eye. Strange thoughts flooded his mind, some of which wanted him to go home to his mother, some wanted to carry out bombings and terrorist attacks, and some wanted to engage in religious pyramid schemes. Yi Kang's eyes were filled with fire and he struggled hard, but his hands and feet were held down by shadow clone. "Mu Liu Yun, you set the mountain on fire, please come with us." A majestic voice sounded, and then handcuffs were put on Liu Yun's hands. "Stop it." Liu Yun weakly raised his head. It was the policeman shadow clone in a blue uniform with, "I'll watch you being punished," written on his forehead protector. There are thousands of human personality traits, some positive, some negative, some evil, some wicked. He can't have all of them shadow clones with dangerous ideas, there should always be decent shadow clones. Policeman shadow clone pointed at Liu Yun and said, "Mu Liu Yun, be honest. You have committed murder, intimidation, indecent assault on women, arson. Stop reading it, stop reading it. You have committed so many crimes. Go to court now. Mr. Bao and Mr. Luo are waiting. Once Mr. Bao has tried you, you will be shot immediately." 3 Ed Chapter 73 Big Cloud. A shadow clone in a suit walked up to Liu Yun, with small words written on his forehead protector. "Zhang San and I will never reconcile." He shouted, "Zhang San, you are breaking the law, do you know that?" Liu Yun responded speechlessly, "You are all going to rebel, right? Stop talking nonsense, I will judge you today." Liu Yun knew that these shadow clones were just playing a prank, so he was ready to play along with them. "What about my litigation lawyer?" A shadow clone in a black suit stepped forward. The forehead protector on his forehead was Ah Wei. He patted Liu Yun on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, boss, I will try my best to reduce your sentence. From 20 years, I can reduce it to 30 years. From life imprisonment, I can reduce it to the death penalty." "You're not Ah Wei, you're Zhang Wei, brother." Liu Yun was speechless. With a light snap of his fingers, the shadow clone that wanted to rebel was immediately dissipated. A shadow clone with environmental protection written on his forehead protector stepped forward and whispered in a gentle voice, "Boss, can I take some people with me to put out the fire?" Liu Yun turned his head and looked at the bamboo forest. Flames were rising. If the fire was not put out, it would spread throughout the forest. "Go ahead." After receiving the order, environmental protection shadow clone found about 100 shadow clones. Firefighters assemble. The shadow clones all change, wearing orange-red clothing and firefighter hats. After the team was lined up, they rushed towards the sea of fire with high morale. Water-style water waves. Slowly, the fire in the bamboo forest subsided. Advertisement and animal-loving shadow clone stepped forward and begged Liu Yun to exchange for a healing spell. Liu Yun did as he was told and spent 1,000 experience points to redeem a healing jutsu. A medical team was formed in an instant and slowly worked to save the animals that were burned by the flames. Liu Yun looked at the shadow clone busy in the flames. His shadow clone was getting better and better at playing. From now on, he alone would be an organization, even an army or a country. Yi Kang was about to speak when Liu Yun tore the cloth covering Yi Kang's mouth. Yi Kang immediately burst into curses. Damn scoundrel, I will burn you to death with my scorch style, burn you to death. Liu Yun pinched her cheek and pulled it gently. You still want to burn me to death? You are my prisoner now, what do you say? What will happen to a female ninja who falls into the hands of the enemy? After Liu Yun's cold words fell, Yi Kang's face immediately turned pale. She shrank her legs, and at this moment Yi Kang looked more like a weak woman. Liu Yun pinched her face and his expression softened. Don't worry, you protected Sununade just now, I won't do anything to you. Yi Kang twisted his neck and bit Liu Yun's wrist fiercely. Liu Yun pulled it apart, and her bitten wrist drew blood. Roll. Yi Kang shouted coldly at Shadow Clone, and then she looked up at Liu Yun, with a stubborn look belonging to the desert on her face. Mew Liu Yun, kill me, if you have the guts, kill me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Yi Kang looked at Liu Yun with hatred in his eyes. You are so powerful, why do you still tease us? Liu Yun stepped forward and laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Have you ever seen an adult get serious with a child?
Advertisement. Yi Kang was silent for a long time before he said, kill or not, then what do you want me to do?
The shadow clone of color replied. Need I say more? She then glanced at Liu Yun's abdomen, and suddenly a sneer appeared on her face. Can you do it? Seeing Yi Kang's blatant mockery, Liu Yun's heart was filled with anger. You little b*ch, you won't cry until you see the coffin, don't you know how terrifying I, Mew Liu Yun, am? Liu Yun formed seals with his hands, and his entire body was covered with Yunlu's ever-changing chakra. The cells slowly increased, and his body continued to grow taller. The white clothes of Sasuke Liu Yun were directly squeezed to pieces, and his solid muscles were exposed in the air. 1.80 meters. 1.9 meters. Liu Yun grew to 1.9 meters tall, and was as tall as Jiraiya. A shadow clone turned into a mirror for Liu Yun to look at. He has short black hair, dark and bright eyes, and a face shape very much like Urtsutsu, just as handsome, but also just as annoying. A flatterer named Shadow Clone nearby complimented him. Boss, you are so handsome. Liu Yun smiled. After a long time, realizing that there was no prelude to violence, Yi Kang opened his eyes and looked at Liu Yun who had changed into new clothes. Liu Yun took off his white clothes and changed into a two-pillar gray short-sleeved shirt, zipped up his clothes and tied his belt. Chapter 74. With Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in my hands, the world of ninja is within my reach. Bah! Yi Kang spat. The shadow clones all laughed at Liu Yun. You talk so loudly, but you are so timid when it comes to practice. Rebellion. Rebellion. Liu Yun shouted, glanced around, and immediately untied Shadow Clone's technique. Bang 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 bang. After Shadow Clone dissipated, Liu Yun looked at Yi Kang and snapped his fingers. The ropes that tied Yi Kang spontaneously combusted, and Yi Kang was untied in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. After Yi Kang was freed, he suddenly jumped towards Liu Yun and raised his fist, about to hit Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun grabbed her wrist easily. Yi Kang had very little chakra now, and such violent action would overdraw his physical strength. Mew. Mew Liu Yun. Even if you let me go, I won't be grateful to you. Damn it. The fire in the bamboo forest gradually died down. The firefighting shadow clone and the medical shadow clone were all released. Waves of fatigue surged into Liu Yun's heart. Liu Yun immediately slashed with the blade, triggering Rebirth, and stood on the ground intact. He waved to Yi Kang. Goodbye. Damn brat. Yi Kang shouted angrily at Liu Yun. I will not forget today. I will swallow today's shame. I will become strong, strong enough to kill you, strong enough to return all the humiliation you have inflicted on me. Liu Yun waved his hand and turned into an eagle, soaring in the sky. Yi Kang could become stronger and kill him, isn't this exactly what he expected? Even in the days to come, Liu Yun will become stronger rapidly, and no one will be able to keep up with him, and there will not even be anyone who can kill him. Wouldn't he be very lonely? The flowing cloud was flying in the sky, going against the wind, and an eagle like him followed closely. There are two black and white fat kids on the back of Shadow Clone Goshawk. Liu Yun took a quick look with his eagle eyes and saw that they were the two little idiots from before. Liu Yun asked, why did you bring them along? Shadow Clone responded. Raising a panda. How could there be such an awesome person in the past life? Isn't this the temperament that we should have? Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded. How can raising a cat be compared to raising a panda or a cow? Shadow Clone transformed back with a bang, his chakra exhausted. Liu Yun glided and caught the two little bears. The little bear shouted, stretched out his head to look down, and then quickly shrank back in fear. Liu Yun flapped his wings and formed a seal. A figure appeared on the eagle's back. It was Liu Yun. He completed the switch between his original form and Shadow Clone in an instant. Liu Yun held the two little bears and rubbed them hard. These two guys are among the few elements of our hometown. It's not that there are no pandas in the ninja world. Pain 6 Paths even has a summoning beast panda. When I establish my own country, I will collect all the bears in the world, gather them in Shenyang, and put them in the palace. I will kill them all by myself. Goshawk Shadow Clone suggested, let's give them 2 names? As the naming expert, Liu Yun thought for a moment and immediately said, let's call them Wolong and Fengshu. Liu Yun picked up the larger bear cub and took a closer look. He found that it was a female bear cub. Your name is Fengshu. Yeah, then he pointed at another little bear and said, your name is Wolong. Yeah, the 2 red pandas are siblings. Fengshu is in front and Wolong is behind. Goshawk Shadow Clone was somewhat speechless. I remember. The words Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child seemed to be positive words before. Yes, the world is in decline, and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Liu Yun sighed and suddenly thought of the previous Goshawk Shadow Clone. He seemed to have died several times. Logically, the Shadow Clone should have been released when the original body died. The Hawk Shadow Clone sitting at his feet was in tune with Liu Yun and naturally sensed Liu Yun's thoughts. Boss, Shadow Clone has been improved by Yunlu's technique, and many of its drawbacks have been eliminated. Is that so? Liu Yun nodded. His multiple Shadow Clone techniques also grew with him and were no longer the simple forbidden technique. Liu Yun experimented carefully and came to a conclusion after a long time. In addition to the previous point, the drawback of Shadow Clone techniques, even distribution of chakra, has also been solved, and Liu Yun can distribute Shadow Clone's chakra arbitrarily. Advertisement. In addition, Shadow Clone can give back fatigue and pain, and Liu Yun can choose whether to accept it or not at will. He receives useful messages, but he can block out useless and tiring memories. The current multiple Shadow Clone technique can be completely regarded as version 2.0. That being said, what if the Shadow Clone technique eliminated the drawback that the Shadow Clone would dissipate upon the death of the original body? So, Liu Yun's mount, the Hawk Shadow Clone, immediately laughed like a crow. Ha 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 ha. We're invincible, invincible. Liu Yun laughed so hard that he became an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Who in this world can be my opponent? Liu Yun. Say I stand above the sky, and I will stand above the sky. Why do you say Liu Yun is invincible? Because of a bug in the death rebirth. Liu Yun will be reborn quickly after death, and the negative status will be eliminated. The abundant chakra can continue to synthesize Shadow Clone. In other words, as long as Liu Yun feels inspired, he can gather an army of 1 million and sweep across the entire ninja world. The dragon and phoenix chicks held by Liu Yun looked at Liu Yun strangely, and secretly sighed. Is this monkey crazy? He has been laughing non-stop from the beginning until now. Ahem. A breath of cold air blew into Liu Yun's laughing mouth, and Liu Yun immediately started coughing non-stop, slowly calming down the excitement in his heart. What else does he have to fear from now on? If the enemy wants to seal him, he will just fly away and attack directly in the sky with his Shadow Clone army. Liu Yun looked at the crouching dragon and the phoenix in his arms and said, as expected, they're the crouching dragon and the phoenix. If you get one, you can rule the world. Now I have 2. Of the 10 points of glory in the ninja world, I, Mew, have taken 7 in the blink of an eye. Flying over a hidden forest, the Goshawk Shadow Clone warned, Boss, we found a hidden chakra. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan, and sure enough, a special Jonan's chakra was buried in the dirt. And that chakra Liu Yun was familiar, it was Yuta from the Shimura family. It seems that this round was won by the Shimura family, Liu Yun said softly. Goshawk Shadow Clone was filled with anger. As expected, those who share the same trousers with Danzo are not good people. They colluded with Sand Shinobi and harmed fellow villagers. This alone is enough to seriously damage his vitality. Boss, do you want to catch him? Use him to force old dog Danzo? Liu Yun shook his head. No need, old Danzo has many tricks up his sleeve, and I don't feel any sense of belonging to that village. I can leave whenever I feel like it. Chapter 75 Ula. What about him? The Goshawk Shadow Clone was hovering above where Yuta was hiding. Liu Yun snapped his fingers. A Shadow Clone appeared next to him. It was Didera Shadow Clone. Main body, what do you want from me? Liu Yun pointed downwards and said, I'll leave that mouse to you. Didera Shadow Clone licked his lips, his eyes full of exploding enthusiasm. Okay, let him taste my art. Didera Shadow Clone leapt downward, like Kirin jumping into the sea to catch fish. He formed seals with his hands, self-destructing fire-scale cannon. Didera Shadow Clone's cheeks puffed up, and his entire body continued to expand. Didera Shadow Clone carries a Jonan-level chakra of Ryun, and all of the chakra has undergone fire attribute changes, with some of it also carrying the nature of ash accumulation and burning, turning into gunpowder. When it was about to hit the ground, Didera Shadow Clone suddenly shouted, Art is, Patrick. His entire body turned into a fiery red light, and then expanded violently, forming a firebomb with a diameter of about 10 meters. Boom boom. The firebomb exploded, and a huge noise surged into the sky in an instant. The heat flow was surging, and the Goshawk Shadow Clone was somewhat out of control. Kumataka. Yuta burrowed into the soil, and once the huge heat passed, he was immediately vaporized. After the sound of the explosion, Liu Yun looked closely and saw a huge pit 150 meters in diameter appeared out of nowhere below. Although it can't compare to Deidara's C0 self-destruction, but it's just a shadow clone, right? If all of Liu Yun's chakras exploded at the same time, then, wouldn't the power be comparable to CO? Goshawk Shadow Clone exclaimed. As expected of an explosive terrorist, you are really talented in this area. Liu Yun nodded. The things on him were too mixed. If he gave some of them to Shadow Clone for development individually, then they would become more powerful. Let's go. Go find Sununade and the others. In a refugee area in Kikyo City, Liu Yun found Shihong and the others. The environment was a bit bad, and there was a dirty and smelly smell in the air. The surrounding refugees surrounded Shihong and the others. They all held a porcelain bowl and seemed to be begging, but no one dared to force their way forward. Even though Shizune and Kurenai Yuhi are just kids, they're ninjas. Advertisement Liu Yun fell from the sky holding Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, and the surrounding refugees scattered in fear. Shihong came forward, looked at the tall Liu Yun, turned around twice, and was full of confusion. Liu Yun, it's been a while since we last met, how come you've grown so tall? And you've even changed your clothes. Shihi Kurenai then exclaimed. Is this what you'll look like when you grow up? So handsome. Liu Yun smiled and handed Crouching Dragon and Phoenix to Shihong. Yeah, with two cute creatures in her arms, Shihong's eyes sparkled like peach blossoms. What a cute lil panda. Liu Yun approached Tsunade and Shizune and killed Shizune with a slap on the head. Shizune's eyes narrowed, enjoying Ryun's closeness to her. Liu Yun looked at the woman who had fallen into silence on the mat. Tsunade's brown eyes were like a gem that could only be admired without being expressed. Shizune tugged at Liu Yun's sleeve. Liu Yun, stop it now, you can't treat teacher Tsunade like this. When Shizune saw this, he panicked and immediately grabbed Liu Yun's hand and pulled it back hard. But her strength was no match for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun said shamelessly, I'm trying to save your teacher Tsunade. Shizune's face was puffed up. You lied, Hong, come and help me, Liu Yun is going to act like a hooligan. Why would I lie to you? Haven't you heard a story? If Sleeping Beauty doesn't wake up, she needs a kiss from the prince. What story? What book wrote it? You just want to take advantage of Tsunade-sensei. Make out paradise. Liu Yun was about to succeed. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar young man Liu Yun. Where did this gangster come from? Tsunade raised his breath to his chest, then punched Liu Yun in the chest with a heavy fist. Liu Yun held back the blood he wanted to spit out, flew backwards, and crashed directly into a refugee shelter. Shizune looked at Tsunade, who had regained consciousness, and breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately explained. Teacher Tsunade, that's Liu Yun. Tsunade was confused. How did the little brat grow so big? Liu Yun climbed out of the refugee shelter and said to the owner of the house, sorry. No one spoke, which caught Liu Yun's attention. In the dim environment, he saw two skinny little hands. They were not sick, but hungry. Liu Yun saw clearly that they were two children, one big and one small, one girl and one boy, with dark faces, as if they had not taken a bath for many years. Advertisement Liu Yun sighed. The apparent glamour of Kikyo City was all shattered by this dark place. There is something wrong with this world. The daimyo is the king of the secular world, and he is surrounded by a large group of nobles who greedily suck the blood of ordinary people. Host was inspired and created a revolutionary shadow clone. Liu Yun was stunned. His emotional changes could actually generate a shadow clone with special properties. Revolution Shadow Clone, isn't it going to start a world revolution? Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and a shadow clone condensed, with a forehead protector of a sickle and a hammer. Revolution Shadow Clone picked up the two skinny children and gently asked, are you hungry? The two children didn't speak, and they didn't have the energy to speak after eating. The adult in his family trembled as he approached Liu Yun and Shadow Clone and knelt down directly. Auntie. Don't. We will leave immediately and will not pollute this city. Liu Yun listened to what the refugees said and easily analyzed their situation. In order to achieve political achievements, the officials of Kikyo City will drive this group of people out of the city. Revolution Shadow Clone handed the child to Liu Yun, who hugged him. Looking at this Shadow Clone, which was influenced by dozens of patriotic war films. Revolution Shadow Clone helped the refugee up. Don't kneel, kneeling won't solve the problem. Maybe the sun has never risen, but the abyss has given us the flame of revenge, and we will use this power to overturn the entire old world. The refugee stood up. She was a pale-skinned woman. She looked at the revolutionary Shadow Clone, and the other person's back seemed to be bathed in a red flag. Your Excellency. Don't call me sir, that's the name from the old world. We want to build a world without oppression and drive all the nobles into the garbage dump. Only then can we have food to eat and clothes to wear. Liu Yun patted Revolution Shadow Clone's shoulder lightly. You're full of jingles, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Revolution Shadow Clone turned around, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Original body, build a world without oppression. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the sky, Ulla. Liu Yun disbanded Shadow Clone with a snap of his fingers. His original application was copied from the internet. He was definitely a degenerate. How can you be so thoughtful about others? The idea of the revolutionary Shadow Clone immediately entered Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun thought quietly, if he did these, the 5 major ninja villages would all surround him and the whole world would be against him. Liu Yun put on a rebellious smile, but I like it. He immediately squatted down, looked at the skinny children, instantly separated Shadow Clone, and asked them to go to the city to buy food. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Don't worry, there is light in this world." Chapter 76. Sunade beats Liu Yun down. Liu Yun turned around and slowly walked out of the refugee tent, lifting the dirty curtain and letting the light of day shine in. The family of three looked at Liu Yun's tall back, as if they were bathing in the thundering sound of the Buddha. Liu Yun walked out of the refugee tent and met Sunade with her hands on her hips. She looked up at Liu Yun. Sunade was only about 1.6 meters tall, and even with high heels she was barely 1.7 meters tall. Liu Yun is now 1.9 meters tall and can easily see Sunade's majesty. Snort. Sunade snorted. "You little brat, are you planning to take advantage of me while my consciousness is fading? What are you talking about? My brother is completely loyal to me, how could he take advantage of you?" "Shit." Sunade curled her lips and looked up at Liu Yun, who had become a young man. "Is this the transformation technique?" Liu Yun shook his head, a smile forming on his lips. "This is not an ordinary transformation technique." Liu Yun then revealed to Sunade a little bit about the characteristics of the cloud-style technique. After listening to this, Sunade unconsciously put her hand on Liu Yun's shoulder, and chakra penetrated Liu Yun's body, carefully examining the structure inside Liu Yun. After a long moment, his face was filled with lingering shock. "Another forbidden technique. God really loves you and has given you all the talents of Senju." The cells growing inside Liu Yun's body are composed entirely of chakras. Even the bones and muscles are replaced by chakras. Sunade was already at a loss for words to praise him. In her opinion, Liu Yun's talent was no more than the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Her ninja art. Meiotic regeneration can even be traced back to this technique. Not only that, the Akamichi clan's expansion jutsu can also be found. Liu Yun smiled and thought to himself, "This is the horror of cheaters. Others practice hard for more than 10 years, but cheaters can surpass them as long as they're in a momentary mood." "But," Sunade said, and then pressed her palm hard on Liu Yun's shoulder. "I won't allow you to grow taller than me." Sunade swung his fist down and also flowed chakra into Liu Yun's body. The precise chakra control disturbed Liu Yun's cloud flow technique. She slowly beat Liu Yun down until he was shorter. 1.8 meters. 1.7 meters. Liu Yun stopped him and said, Okay, stop hitting me. I want this height." Advertisement. "No, you can't be taller than me." Boom. Sunade punched down again, and Liu Yun shrank to 1.6 meters. "Now, I can no longer see that scenery from a high place." Sunade clapped her hands in satisfaction, and then pinched Liu Yun's cheek. "I'm doing this for your own good. Such a large body must consume a lot of chakra. This is much better. You simply don't want to look up to me," Liu Yun thought to himself. After a while, Shadow Clone, the errand boy sent by Liu Yun, came back, carrying countless food and distributing it to the refugees with chapped lips. The two siblings from the refugee shelter came out tremblingly, and Liu Yun gave them a big pancake. "Come, if you are full, there is hope." The two siblings raised their heads, their dark eyes slowly glowing with light. Sunade, Shizune and the others clasped their hands and watched quietly. They have always lived in the world of ninjas, and most of their contacts with ordinary people are clients, and those clients are either rich or noble, and refugees are rarely seen. Sometimes, ninjas even acted as executioners who suppressed civilians and removed obstacles for noble masters. Sunade quietly walked to Liu Yun's shoulder and watched silently as Liu Yun took care of the two children while they wolfed down their food. Slow down. There's more." Liu Yun glanced at Sunade's shadow and asked, "Are there many refugee camps like this on the mainland?" Sunade replied softly, "A lot, definitely a lot. This is the Fire Nation, the center of the continent. The refugees aren't that obvious yet. The other 4 countries and those smaller countries have even more. I've seen this before when I was on a mission. Eating tree bark and gnawing on tree roots is a very common thing. Why did the 4 great nations want to besiege the Fire Nation? One reason is that the Fire Nation is rich, and the other is to divert domestic conflicts." Liu Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about such complicated things. He followed Sunade and slowly walked out of the refugee camp. The full little girl called out to Liu Yun loudly, "Big brother, what's your name?" Liu Yun turned around and gave him a thumbs up. "My name is Liu Yun." Night is approaching, and the afterglow of dusk is slanting across the sky. After playing for a long time, Liu Yun, Sunade and the others all felt a little tired. Advertisement. Liu Yun suggested, "Why don't we find a restaurant to have a meal and find accommodation at the same time?" Sunade was holding the phoenix chick in front of her, rubbing its fur vigorously. After hearing Liu Yun's words, she nodded and said, "Okay, we are tired from playing today, let's find a place to rest and eat." Liu Yun found a restaurant and seeing how hard the waiters were working, he couldn't help but want to help them. It was very cold at night, and the waiter's trousers were down to his thighs. He was wearing so little but still had such a hard time. Liu Yun couldn't help but feel sad. All living beings suffer, and I will become a Buddha to save them. If I don't go to hell, who will? Bang! Sunade slapped Liu Yun fiercely, turning the young Liu Yun back into a child Liu Yun. Sunade pointed at the sign on the door of the shop, Paradise, and cursed, "You little b***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Jiraiya likes to go to. Liu Yun explained palely. The dining atmosphere here is very good, and there are beautiful waiters playing music. Sununade handed Fengchu to Shizune, who had been eyeing him with envy, and then grabbed Liu Yun's neck with one hand, as if holding up the back of a cat's destiny. Sununade lectured, "You can't go in here." Liu Yun seemed like a novice driver, with an innocent expression. "Why? Look at that guy, why was he able to get in too?" Sununade looked towards where Rukumo was pointing and saw a young man in a shirt stopped in front of the bar. The young man hugged a PR*street dude and walked in laughing. Sununade swung Liu Yun like a scallion and said, "Those are all indecent people. Don't learn from them. You have such good conditions and you are so handsome when you grow up. There will definitely be many girls who like you. If you keep yourself clean now, you will definitely find true love in the future." Liu Yun curled his lips and said that one can only find his true love after breaking through the walls countless times. Sununade put the flowing cloud down. Liu Yun snapped his fingers and turned back into the young Liu Yun. He has improved his style now, but a height of 1.5 meters does not make him look like a big shot. Anyone who sees him will look down on him. Sununade pointed to an izakaya not far away. "Let's go there, I could use some drinks." After she said that, she took Liu Yun and the others to the pub. After some negotiation, the group sat at a table near the window of the izakaya. Chapter 77, Ninja Technique. Liu Yun played with Wolong's head with one hand, rubbing its fur into curls. But his attention was on the gate of paradise, and his ears pricked up. Sununade pinched Liu Yun's face with her delicate fingers and said loudly, "I don't know what you are talking about, but it is definitely not serious." Sununade gradually summed up the characteristics of Liu Yun's words. Anyway, if she couldn't understand it, it meant that the other party was driving and she needed to teach him a lesson. Liu Yun pulled Sunade's fingers away and looked at the white wine bottle in front of Sununade. "Drink? Give me a glass too." Sununade sipped the wine in her glass gently, smacking her lips at what Liu Yun said, "Whatever you drink, don't forget the 3 commandments of a ninja." Hearing the other party's refusal, Liu Yun curled his lips. What were the 3 ninja commandments? He had done everything in his previous life: smoking, drinking, and perming his hair. Still playing Lua, Liu Yun held a meatball in his mouth and gently put it into Wolong's mouth. "Yeah." Wolong Shang narrowed his eyes and snorted with enjoyment. The wine in the izakaya is very fragrant. Liu Yun was also a drunkard in his previous life, so he couldn't help but feel itchy and wanted to taste the wine here. But Sununade didn't allow him to drink and kept a close eye on him. Liu Yun was lost in thought, and suddenly he was stunned. He could use chakra to turn it into wine. Even Yunlu's 100 transformations technique could turn it into wine, but without the subsequent supply of chakra, it would dissipate. By the way, doesn't he have a water attribute chakra? Jiraiya can transform his water attribute chakra into oil, becoming an oily man, which can be combined with fire style to enhance the power of the flame. Liu Yun can also do the same, turning his water attribute chakra into ethanol, which can not only be drunk but also combined with fire to obtain a more powerful flame. Liu Yun has already thought of a name, it's called Erguoto technique. Liu Yun immediately entered the system space, and the voice of the undead system sounded. Host's idea is reasonable. Water can be transformed into wine. Liu Yun smiled and used the remaining 2,000 experience points to exchange for an intermediate ninjutsu development card. The ninjutsu development card has been used successfully. Ninjutsu development has begun. 1%, advertisement, 50%, 70%, 100%. The ninjutsu has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Let's call it Erguoto technique. The ninjutsu was named successfully, and the Erguoto technique was recorded into the ninja clan's ninjutsu scroll. It may seem weird on the surface, but in Liu Yun's heart he calls this technique the alcohol escape technique. In an instant, the chakra transformation method of the sake release technique, nature transformation, and chakra circulation all entered Liu Yun's mind. What is the nature of water? It is the supreme goodness like water that embraces everything. Water has many properties, such as Jiraiya's oil, summoning beast Katsuyu's acid, Hanzo of the salamander's poison. From today on, the nature of water must be added with the wine of flowing clouds. The production of wine is very complicated and requires material selection, koji making, fermentation, distillation, a whole host of complex processes. Simply put, it is the process of using the sugar in grains to ferment into wine. A more intuitive way is this. C6H1206, glucose, catalyst, heating, to 2CH3CH2OH, ethanol, plus 2CO2 up pointing arrow. Well, Liu Yun had memorized it in high school in his previous life. Liu Yun opened his eyes, and a hint of moisture flashed across his dark eyes. He asked the waiter for a wine glass, and slowly pointed his finger at the glass under the gazes of the 3 men and 2 bears. Sununade was a little drunk, her face red as she looked at Liu Yun's strange behavior. "Kid, what are you doing?" Liu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Let me show you what alcohol escape is." Alcohol escape? The 3 people were puzzled. Liu Yun formed a half-tiger seal with his left hand. At the same time, the chakra in his body was extracted, transformed into water attribute chakra through the heart, and then formed alcohol through a complex fermentation reaction. Advertisement just like that. A mellow fragrance slowly wafted from Liu Yun's fingers, and crystal-clear water droplets fell from her fingers into the porcelain cup. Ding ding ding, then, a stream of wine slowly poured in, filling the glass in the blink of an eye. Yui Kurenai's cute red eyes, she leaned forward and sniffed with her little nose. Alcohol? This is not water style. Sunade picked up the wine glass, and her brown eyes carefully observed the jade spring in the glass, and analyzed it carefully. This is a nature transformation of the water attribute. Once formed, the water style will not disappear. It has the characteristics of the wood style, which is also the special feature of the Senju clan's chakra. Liu Yun nodded. Generally speaking, the two ninja techniques of water and earth materialization would disappear without subsequent replenishment of chakra. But wood style is special, it will not disappear, just like Yamato's wood style for building houses. According to Sunade, this should be the characteristic of the Senju clan's chakra. Sunade brought the glass close to her nose and sniffed it. The aroma of wine hit her nose, with a hint of fire, a characteristic of the Rukumo chakra. Sunade took a sip, and a light of surprise slowly lit up in her eyes. She drank it in one gulp, and then gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. It tastes good, the color, taste, and alcohol content are just right. Sunade was surprised and pinched Liu Yun's face with one hand. Little brat, you are smiling so evilly, what bad idea have you come up with? Liu Yun opened Sunade's hand, took back the wine glass, and poured himself a glass. The wine flows down the throat, bringing with it a slight spicy taste. In a word, it's delicious. Sunade's exposed right hand strangled Liu Yun's neck and lectured him. I told you not to drink, but you still drank. Liu Yun explained. I diluted the concentration, so it won't harm my body. His erguodo technique can freely adjust the degree. A high degree can form industrial alcohol, which has the lethality combined with fire style. Sunade rubbed Liu Yun's head vigorously. I don't care about you. Alcohol can't hurt your body anyway. She then said to Liu Yun, from now on you are my wine bag, and all my wine is under your control. Liu Yun nodded vigorously, with a sincere look on his face. Drink if you want. Sunade smiled brightly, of course. As the night deepened, Sunade became drunk. She placed the wine glass in front of Liu Yun and said, one more drink, kid. Chapter 78. Men protect women. Sunade took another sip of wine and started talking drunkenly. Kid, do you think I'm useless? I said I wanted to protect you, but I couldn't stand the sight of blood. Liu Yun stroked Sunade's hair with his fingers and replied softly, I will protect you from now on. Sunade placed a soft hand on Liu Yun's shoulder and said drunkenly, I am ashamed to be protected by a genin like you. Liu Yun responded to Sunade. Why are you embarrassed? Shouldn't men protect women? Sunade blushed and smiled, you're just a brat at best. And you? You little brat, you always say things that are not serious, even more Jiraiya than Jiraiya. I think you are the most suitable disciple for him. Sunade slowly began to snore and in the blink of an eye he fell asleep. Liu Yun picked up Sunade, carried her on his back, called Shizune and Yui Kurenai, and went to find a hotel. Yeah, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick had already rebelled, and they stretched out their bare paws to grab Liu Yun's legs. Shizune's eyes were full of smiles. Teacher Sunade said that we should watch you and not let you mess around. Yui Kurenai also covered her mouth and laughed. Liu Yun, you can't make Master Sunade angry again. Master Sunade will beat you to death when he wakes up. The two girls didn't believe it, so Liu Yun could only make a bed on the ground and pick up Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick to use as pillows. Advertisement, yeah, you two little bears, I just raised you, and you two betrayed me, just be my pillow. The night grew darker, Liu Yun rested his head on the struggling Wolong's belly and slowly fell asleep. When Liu Yun fell asleep, his body was still that of the young Liu Yun, and his Yunlu Babyan technique was still activated, so the chakra was also flowing. And in the flow of chakra, some chakras carrying spiritual will circulate themselves and slowly develop new techniques. It has been detected that the host's shadow clone is developing ninjutsu. Template recording begins. Ninjutsu development 10%, 50%, 100%. The ninjutsu has been successfully developed. Please name it, host. Huff, huff, huff. Shadow clone has successfully named itself, and the parallel consciousness of illusion has been included in the ninja illusion scroll. Liu Yun's shadow clones were unwilling to be lonely, and their mental fluctuations were in Liu Yun's mind. Now we can all chat together. Advertisement. What are you talking about so late at night? Let's go to sleep. I need to save energy for my art tomorrow. Don't sleep, the boss seems to be dreaming now, we have to help him realize his previous regrets. Boring. I'm not interested in love. I want to learn how to pretend so that I can get a good beating. You shadow clones, don't you think about the boss? If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Boss, please agree to my action, I will help you fulfill your wish. The flowing clouds are dreaming of the spring and autumn period. Suddenly I heard a question and immediately waved my hand nonchalantly. Get lost, don't bother me. Shadow clone received the order, and his irregular chakra circulated in Liu Yun's body, slowly released into the air, condensing into Liu Yun with dark circles. Shadow clone looked down at Liu Yun who was smiling, and instantly realized what Liu Yun was thinking. Boss, I am your most loyal shadow clone. I am not like those guys who only care about their own business. What are you talking about? Do you believe I can turn you into AR ******* right now? What's the difference between the villain's activities and those of the eunuchs in the palace? Shadow clone teleported out of the room, and after a few more teleports, he arrived at the bar. Chapter 79. Escape from Kikyo City by carrying a train at night. The next day, the sun shone obliquely through the window onto the ground. Ah, Liu Yun stretched lazily, slowly got up, rubbed his eyes, and in an instant, the memory of last night's canon shadow clone was digested in his mind. Sunade rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly woke up, immediately becoming angry. You little b****************, d, when did you climb up here? Sunade punched Liu Yun hard, knocking him off the bed. Ahem, Liu Yun coughed twice, slowly stood up, poured a cup of tea to moisten his throat, and gradually recalled the absurdity of last night. Liu Yun entered the consciousness group and called out Depao. Depao, why did you go out without my permission last night? Boss, you have already given me your permission, and I am your idea, so I will naturally follow through with your actions. Liu Yun stroked his chin, carefully recalling every detail of last night, with endless emotions stirring in his heart. He immediately gave Da Pao a thumbs up and said, well done, you will be the chief steward of Shadow Clone from now on. Da Pao laughed loudly. Boss, I will make sure that all the Shadow Clones are well managed. Liu Yun's consciousness flashed and he withdrew from the consciousness group. After he left, a group of Shadow Clone consciousnesses surrounded the cannon. The money created by chakra can only last for a certain period of time and is essentially counterfeit. Da Pao curled his lips. I am your butler now, you all have to be careful with your words, otherwise I will ask the boss to turn all your chakras into shit. Cannon. Who are you talking to? Do you believe that my Samahata will chop you to death? Cannon, you are very crazy. Be careful or I will make you feel unnecessary pain. I'm crazy. This is not a question of whether I'm crazy or not, I've already started to look at people with the side of my eyes. Advertisement, how can you repair it? This boy is not a human being. That's what I mean, he's almost as good as Ertsutsi. Liu Yun's ears moved and he heard a noise outside the door. He concentrated his chakra on his ears and could clearly hear the sounds outside the hotel. Damn it, he came to our paradise for free, how dare he? We have the city lord behind us. If we catch him, we must put him in a pig cage. Everyone, search carefully. His appearance was drawn last night. Search one place at a time. I don't believe we can't find this guy. You dare to eat for free in our paradise? You are really courting death? Liu Yun was confused and stood up immediately. He was afraid of the thugs from paradise. How could those people beat the ninjas? He was afraid of Sunade and the others' reactions if they knew that Liu Yun had gone to paradise last night and bought everything. Then his majestic image will be completely destroyed. In short, he will be socially dead. No, we can't stay in Platycodon City any longer. We have to flee by train overnight. Shi Ri Hong saw Liu Yun standing up and asked, Liu Yun, what's wrong with you? Liu Yun approached Shi Hong and the others and said, we have had enough fun here, we should leave. Sunade was a little confused about Liu Yun's actions. Didn't you say you would play here for a week? Why don't you play after only one day? Liu Yun shook his head. There is nothing fun here, and our whereabouts have been exposed to San Shinobi. This is not a place to stay for long. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, crack down on prostitution. There was a knock on the door. The person outside was very rude and knocked very loudly, which was extremely rude to the guests inside. Sunade clenched her hands, squeezing until bones crackled. Who is it? So rude. Advertisement. She was ready to open the door and teach the rude person outside a lesson. Liu Yun's face turned panicky, and a huge amount of chakra in his body gushed out in an instant. Cloud flow changes, goshawk change. In an instant, a 20-meter tall goshawk broke through the small room of the hotel, flapped its wings violently, wrapped around Sunade and the others, and soared into the sky. Tisk. The ordinary people outside the house knelt on the ground in fear, begging the king to spare their lives. It was obvious that they regarded Liu Yun as some kind of monster. Flying in the sky, just like Shizune and the others did the first time. Sunade also looked down at the huge city with curiosity on her face, and her whole body glowed with girlish heart. Is this what it feels like to soar in the sky? It's amazing. My heart has become much more cheerful, and I feel that my hemophobia has also eased a little. Liu Yun flew out of the city and dropped them off at Sunade. Sunade pinched Liu Yun's face and said, Little brat, I figured it out. You were running away. What did you do in the city? Tell me the truth. Liu Yun answered sincerely, I just went to eat a whole lamb banquet, and the boss came to my house angrily because I didn't tip the waiters. If you ask me, that boss is too stingy. Sunade let go of her hand and curled her lips. I don't believe it, you must have done something against your conscience. Liu Yun waved his hand. Stop talking, let's go back to the village. All right. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and a red sedan that could hold 5 people appeared out of nowhere. There are 9 shadow clones wearing white jackets around the sedan chair. They are the bearers of the sedan chair. Liu Yun pulled open the door curtain, put one hand on his chest and politely invited, come up. Sunade held Fengshu in her arms and slowly entered the sedan chair, praising him. You are getting better and better at playing. Chapter 80 Autobots, Assemble. Shizune followed closely behind, and Yuhi Kurenai followed in holding Wolong. When Shi Rihong entered the sedan, she looked at Liu Yun in confusion. Liu Yun used Shadow Clone to transform into a white horse, put on a red wedding dress, and put a big red flower on his chest. Liu Yun, aren't you coming in? Liu Yun shook his head, straddled the horse, and patted its butt. I'll help you explore the way outside. Okay. Shi Rihong lowered the door curtain, quack. Seeing that no one was around, Liu Yun's laughter instantly turned into the cry of a crow. People in the ninja world don't know anything about the customs of the Celestial Empire, so he will trick them into becoming his bride today. Liu Yun shouted loudly. Lift the sedan. The sedan bearers, the shadow clone, screamed. It's time to carry the bridal sedan. Liu Yun patted the white horse shadow clone lightly and said, let's go. The white horse shadow clone turned his head, showing his big teeth and a funny horse expression. Boss, aren't you riding yourself? Liu Yun slapped him hard. When the time comes, I will block your senses and I will be riding the horse. You actually treated me like a horse? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The white horse didn't dare to say anything more and just stomped its steps forward. After riding for a while, Liu Yun felt a little bored, so he slowly lay down on the white horse and fell asleep. Boom 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 boom. As the music started and the cloth was spread, all the villagers, young and old, waited for the food to be served. Liu Yun was awakened by a demonic sound. When he looked carefully, he found himself locked in a big black box. White eyes, open. Through his white eyes, Liu Yun saw 7 shadow clones in black suits carrying him and dancing outside. When a black man smiles, life and death are uncertain. When a coffin is lifted, life is in vain. Liu Yun immediately realized his situation. Black people are carrying the coffin? And I am the one carrying it? Bai Ma actually dared to do trouble while he was sleeping. His happy event turned into a sad one, advertisement. Rebellion. Rebellion. Liu Yun immediately jumped out of the coffin. The white horse and the sedan bearer shadow clones scattered into a ball and entered Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun blocked out the feeling of being ridden before and couldn't make himself feel sick. He called out his chief steward, Cannon, remember the chakra fluctuation just now and make him a white horse for life. Got it, boss. No, the white horse came out again. Da Pao laughed and said, you can be my mount for life. This is your greatest honor. No, I don't want to be ridden, I want to ride others. The white horse was full of shrill cries. The cannon pointed at the surrounding shadow clone consciousness and said, see, this is the result of offending the boss. You should be honest in the future and get along well with me. Promotion is just around the corner. A shadow clone who has been poisoned by ancient costume political dramas is like an old minister, full of ambitions but frustrated. The world is full of treacherous ministers. If this continues, the country will no longer be a country. Sununade, Shizune and the others sat on a large rock, quietly fixing their makeup. They just woke up today and haven't dressed up properly yet. Liu Yun quietly looked at Sununade and the others dressing. When Sununade saw Liu Yun, she waved and asked him to come over. Liu Yun walked over, and Sununade said, change a mirror for me to see. Clatter. Liu Yun snapped his fingers and a white mirror fell into his hand, which he handed to Sununade. Sununade looked at herself in the mirror, fixed her hair, and wiped off some unnatural marks. A smile appeared on her lips. Give me a handkerchief, I want to wash my face. Liu Yun did as he was told, conjuring up a handkerchief, soaking it in his water, and handing it to Sununade. Sununade wiped her face. The moist color lubricated her skin, highlighting her smooth skin, and adding to her natural beauty. Liu Yun couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster, staring at Sununade blankly. Sununade saw Liu Yun in a daze and couldn't help but smile. Then she pulled Liu Yun's face and said, you are really a treasure chest. You have everything. After finishing their makeup, Liu Yun and the others were ready to set off. This time Sununade refused to ride in the sedan chair, firstly because it was too slow, and secondly because she felt that Liu Yun's expression was a little evil. Liu Yun had no choice but to transform into a hawk and carry them back to Konaha. Liu Yun looked at the smooth road. The Fire Country has thousands of miles of fertile land, and this kind of road is most suitable for driving. Why not turn into a car? Advertisement. Liu Yun immediately did as he was told and snapped his fingers. Following the memory in his mind, he turned into a bumblebee. Sununade and the others saw it and were confused. What is this thing? It's so technological? Liu Yun used the Byakugan's perspective to see himself transformed into Bumblebee. On the surface, it was a sleek sports car, but the structure inside the motorcycle was a mess. Liu Yun is not a machinist, so it is amazing that he can change into a different shape. The scorpion clone popped up in his mind. You still have to rely on me at times like this. I'm a professional in mechanical automation. Oh, you can make a Bumblebee? Cannot. Then why did you jump out? The scorpion clone replied. I will guide you to make a running car. Don't forget that the red sand scorpion did not move on a unicycle in the Scarlet Flow Amber. I combined chakra and mechanical automation to create the structure of the Bumblebee. Simply put, it is impossible to create a perfect Bumblebee, so we can only use chakra to imitate the general structure, which is easier. Okay, come on, instruct me on how to transform, and let's get Bumblebee out. The scorpion clone was released by Liu Yun. He surrounded Liu Yun's transformed car shell and gave instructions. The base here needs to be higher. Good, and here, the engine is not like this. The structures of the stator and rotor must be well coordinated, do as I say. Good. Liu Yun majored in mechanical automation in his previous life. Although he cheated in every subject, he still understood some basic knowledge. We don't burn oil, so the engine needs to be more sealed. Good, of course, when Liu Yun turns into a car, it cannot burn oil. If it wants to burn something, it can only burn ethanol, and it is chakra IZED ethanol, which is a more advanced energy. It just so happens that the Erguoto technique he developed came in handy. Next, we need to complete the transformation of the robot and calculate the dynamic equations first. Wait for me, I'll calculate it first. It wasn't long before Liu Yun and Scorpion's clone completed Bumblebee's transformation. The system's voice sounded, Autobot Bumblebee has been successfully modeled and the file has been successfully collected. At this time, Liu Yun had become a robot with a yellow body, mechanical structures at the joints, and blue light flashing in its eyes. He has become Bumblebee, the Autobot Spark robot from the planet Cybertron. Scorpion's face was filled with joy. My first mini Gundam creation is born, it's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations from the Shadow clones were also heard in the consciousness group, and they were all happy that the Scorpion clone had achieved its first goal. Chapter 81 Kirin arrives. Liu Yun removes the Scorpion clone. Sununade and Kurenai Yuhi came over. Sununade looked at the robot that was over 3 meters tall and asked in confusion, puppet? Liu Yun shook his head, and then his body changed. There was the sound of mechanical structures twisting in his limbs, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a Chevrolet Camaro sports car. Liu Yun opened the car door. This is a car, a tool that can move. Then Liu Yun asked Sununade and the others to get in the car, and he wanted to take them to experience the power of Bumblebee. Sununade and the others all got in. Liu Yun closed the door, and the light on Bumblebee's display screen lit up, and a burst of music came from it. Liu Yun stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the Bumblebee engine started. With a boom, it rushed out like a yellow flash in the forest. After a long while, Sununade became interested. Teach me how to drive. Liu Yun nodded and began to teach Sununade how to drive, asking her to press the clutch and move the gear lever. Sununade was confused. Where's the gear lever? Liu Yun replied, on the right. And then? Push forward, move slowly. The car is not fun, I won't play it anymore. Liu Yun immediately transformed, and the Bumblebee was replaced by a huge goshawk. Liu Yun carried Sununade and the others on his back and said, let's fly. Driving is not as fast as flying. Sununade nodded, the wind from the sky blowing across her face. The ease in her heart instantly made her forget her previous suspicions. Among the Liu Yun's consciousness group, Da Pao was full of admiration, and he taught the men behind him. See, why can the boss be the real body, while we can only be the clones? This is the difference? Yeah, boss. Awesome. Teacher Luo, what crime should I be convicted of? Yes. Indecent assault. Imprisonment for up to 5 years. Advertisement. I'll torture him some other day. Da Pao's eyes turned cold. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist. He immediately instructed their lawyers, Zhang Yida, Snake, quickly find a way to refute them. Okay, Brother Pao. Let me check the criminal law to see how I can reduce the boss's sentence to life imprisonment or death penalty. UTNND, are you an undercover agent sent from there? Most of the neutrals between good and evil are uninterested people. Urtsutsu Shadow Clone was holding a book and looking carefully at the pretentious quotes on it. That's a good sentence. Naruto Shadow Clone is practicing his tone, trying to figure out how to curse more comfortably. The Scorpion Clone had a look of disdain on his face and ran to the corner of the consciousness group to develop new Autobots. With Bumblebee, I want more, Optimus Prime, Megatron, Corvus, and Nemesis. Under Tsunade's control, the Air Force Ryuku slowly headed towards Konaha. After about 2 hours, a vast forest came into view, and under a hill in the forest, 3 huge Hokage rocks looked ahead, their eyes filled with calmness. Under the Hokage rock is a huge oval-shaped village, which can be called a big town. Shizune, Kurenai Yuhi and Tsunade all stood up. They looked at the familiar village and their moods slowly calmed down. This is Konaha in the Fire Country, the largest ninja village in the ninja world in their hometown. Liu Yun looked into the distance with his eagle eyes and took in the scenery of Konaha village at a glance. The training ground, the Hokage building, the ninja school, and even an Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Seeing this, Liu Yun had complicated thoughts in his mind. All the stories started here and ended here. His childhood was the same. This place contains the most loving warmth in the world, but also contains the unbearable darkness. Advertisement. There are so many people he wants to meet, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Obito, Guy. Tsunade grabbed the feather on Liu Yun's neck and warned, stop below. Konaha has a sensing barrier. If you break in out of nowhere, you will be regarded as an enemy. Liu Yun seemed not to hear her words and flew straight towards the sky above Konaha. Little devil, what are you doing? The eagle is always proud. How can mortals understand his magnanimity? The flowing cloud was like a flash of black lightning, easily penetrating the perception barrier below Konaha. Quick! There is an enemy invasion. Chakra is huge. Report to the 3rd generation and notify Anbu to take action. The Konaha barrier squad immediately took action, passing on intelligence, assembling Anbu, and the gears of Konaha's huge war machine began to turn and it began to show its fangs. The clouds were flying in the sky of Konaha, and an infinite sense of heroism rose in my heart out of nowhere. 8 inner gates, first open, the 2nd rest gate, open. The 3rd life gate, open, the 4th wounded gate, open. The green body energy was dense throughout Liu Yun's body, and then the red 9 tails chakra emerged. Such a huge amount of chakra flows in Liu Yun's body, and he uses the cloud flow technique. Tisk. In a flash, A giant goshawk 100 meters in length appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and its pair of wings seemed to be able to cover the sky and block out the sun. The eagle cried out and slowly flew over the buildings below. Its lofty posture attracted the attention of everyone in the village. Konaha, Liu Yun is here. Volume 1, End, Chapter 82. Confrontation with Konaha's high leaders. Mount Myoboku, the huge old toad looked at the crystal ball below and whispered, "Child beyond destiny, I finally see you." Konaha. A large goshawk flew across the sky, startling the villagers below who screamed. The ninjas in green vests gathered together, and most of them were distributed on 3 battlefields. Konaha village was now at its weakest. In a basement, Orochimaru heard the loud cry of the goshawk and left his laboratory in an instant. Orochimaru frowned as he looked at the huge shadow in the sky. Orochimaru doesn't like eagles because eagles are the natural enemies of snakes. He felt the powerful chakra in it. Is this the summoning beast? Even 10,000 snakes can't match this chakra. At Namikaze Minato's house, Kushina's stomach moved slightly and she clenched her teeth in discomfort. Minato saw it and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Kushina shook her head. Ninetales was a little excited just now. I wonder why? Just at this moment, tisk, the eagle soared into the sky, and all the Jonan in the village were on high alert. This huge amount of chakra was almost catching up with the Jinchuriki. Liu Yun swooped down and flew above the Hokage rock, then released the Yunlu 100 changes technique. They stood on the Hokage rock, the destination of the first generation. Liu Yun stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the village below. At the same time, his Byakugan sensed dozens of chakras attacking here. Being at a high place, Shadow Clone, the second pillar in the Liu Yun consciousness group, immediately merged into his mind, and Liu Yun's suit escape was activated. This small village, I can overlook it at a glance. A slender jade hand reached out, pinched Liu Yun's ear, and pulled hard. You little b******************* d. I told you to stop outside the village but you didn't listen. Now you've alarmed the whole village. Liu Yun was deeply affected by her tsutsi and immediately frowned. Woman, who are you talking to? I am the proud eagle, and flying through the sky is my way to be king. Sununade immediately got angry. How dare you talk to me like that, little brother? She stretched out her other hand and pulled Liu Yun's face hard with both hands, tearing it into a wood along like pancake. Liu Yun immediately realized that he had gone too far and begged for mercy loudly. Sister Sununade, I was wrong. I will never disobey you again. That's good. Sununade smiled with satisfaction and then put her hand down. She became serious and looked at the sword-like aura coming towards them. Swish. A group of ninjas wearing purple and white vests and animal masks surrounded the place. Exuding a cold breath, at the same time, a shocking murderous aura also attacked Liu Yun. Sununade looked at the Anbu ninja and said, I'm Sununade, it was just an accident. Princess Sununade, we know that the one who broke into the village was the Konaha shinobi behind you. One of Anbu's dog-masked ninjas is the leader. He looked at Liu Yun indifferently and took out a photo from his pocket. The photo showed Liu Yun taking his graduation exam. The Anbu ninja looked up at Liu Yun again. Liu Yun was already 14 or 15 years old, but the Anbu ninja could tell that this person was Liu Yun. He said coldly, Liu Yun, your superiors asked you to return to the village within 2 days. Why did you arrive 3 days later? Also, you didn't go through the main gate and broke through the perception barrier. Are you planning to rebel? You're talking to me? Liu Yun's black pupils turned to the dog-masked ninja, and the huge chakra in his body created a great sense of oppression. At the same time, the astonishing murderous aura formed a killing illusion, instantly pulling the dog-masked ninja into the pain that Liu Yun had once endured. The cold knife pierced the chest, the explosion shattered the heart, and the flames burned the body. Endless pain pierced into the dog-masked ninja's mind. The dog-masked ninja immediately screamed in pain, crawled on the ground in agony, and rolled over and over. Team leader. The other Anbu ninjas worried. But the dog-masked ninja continued to roll around, and his cries of pain were unbearable for everyone present. Anbu ninjas are extremely determined and often undergo torture training. As the captain of the Jonan, he is now rolling on the ground in pain. How much pain did he endure? 7 or 8 Anbu ninjas drew their ninja swords and looked at Liu Yun coldly. How dare you do that? Liu Yun drew out his ninja sword and said coldly, do you think I am a persimmon to be pinched? The atmosphere in the field suddenly froze to the extreme. A carefree voice came. Sununade, why are you going to the battlefield of river country instead of staying in the village? Sununade turned her head and saw a tall man with long white hair and 2 red lines on his face appeared on the 3rd Hokage's Hokage rock. Next to him was Orochimaru, who had a cold expression on his face, long hair down to his back, and his eyes were fixed on the flowing clouds. Sununade pointed at Liu Yun and said, he is one of my people. I went to the battlefield to confirm his bloodline. There is no mistake. He is indeed a descendant of Senju. Jiraiya turned to look at Liu Yun, who had short black hair, a gray short coat, and a thick black belt around his waist. Orochimaru's voice was magnetic, as if it could arouse the dependence in the child's heart. Did you transform the giant eagle just now? Liu Yun turned his head, and his black eyes met the dark golden pupils. Behind the 2 men, there seemed to be an eagle and a snake confronting each other. Liu Yun didn't say anything. He didn't just rush into Konaha recklessly. He wanted to know how much combat power Konaha had now and plan a retreat. More than a dozen figures appeared on the cliff. The leader was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a red and white Hokage robe. Beside him were 4 shadow guards, not just Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konaha's high-ranking officials, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu, and the chiefs of the major ninja clans were all there. Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Hazashi. There is also a pair of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Now, all of Konaha's high-level combat forces in the village are gathered. Liu Yun secretly refined chakra, preparing to escape at the first opportunity. However, Sununade stood in front of Liu Yun and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "It was just an accident. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, then turned his eyes to Liu Yun behind Sununade. There was a large stack of information about Liu Yun on his desk. The other party's network of relationships from birth to now, his record on the battlefield, his awakened smoke-release bloodline, his personality traits, ninjutsu characteristics, political thoughts. There is no doubt that this is a talent, but also a rebellious one, which is a double-edged sword. Let an old friend try him first. Danzo, with his right eye bandaged, looked at Liu Yun coldly. Liu Yun, you are so arrogant. You don't even take me, the Hokage assistant, seriously, and you even called me an old dog. Do you know what the consequences will be? Everyone present was shocked and focused their eyes on Liu Yun. Insulting the leader of the root, assisted by the Hokage. This guy is very fierce. On the other side, Kushina heard what Danzo said and whispered to Minato, "How dare you? I only scold you at night when no one is around." Everyone present had amazing hearing and caught Kushina's whispers clearly, and all turned their eyes to her. Kushina blushed and immediately hid behind Minato. Minato was speechless and smiled awkwardly at the people who were focusing their attention here. Sorry, Kushina was just joking." Snort. Danzo snorted. He knew his situation in the village. Not many ninjas recognized him and many cursed him in secret. Advertisement, but he didn't care. After all, becoming Hokage this time would clear all the bad things that happened in the past. Danzo then turned his gaze to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, you have done a lot of bad things on the battlefield of River Country, insulting the commander, killing compatriots, and being disrespectful to the higher-ups. Do you want to defect? Danzo's cold words were like thunder in my ears. But Liu Yun seemed not to be looking at him. He turned around, exuding a faint Urtsutsu aura, leaving Danzo with only an unfathomable back. Such an arrogant attitude made many people in the field frown. Uchiha Fugaku touched his chin gently. He felt that Liu Yun did not look like a member of the Senju clan. On the contrary, they looked like the Uchiha clan, whether in appearance, clothing, or that aloof temperament. Orochimaru chuckled quietly. He disliked Danzo as well, but he had never ignored the root master so much. He licked his tongue and said, "Interesting." Danzo looked at the other party's disregard and this annoying temperament, and the anger inexplicably rose in his heart, and he directly commanded the root ninja behind him. "Go ahead, arrest him on suspicion of being a traitor." Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and said hypocritically, "No, don't kill me." 3 root ninjas rushed forward instantly. They were all Jonan level. Their ninja swords were drawn, and their blades were as sharp as snow, which could easily tear through flesh and skin. Sununade snorted, but did nothing, as she knew Liu Yun's strength. Liu Yun gently rubbed his chin with one hand, as if he didn't see them. As the 3 Jonan swords flashed, the flowing clouds shattered on the ground in the dark and turned into a puff of white smoke in the open. Bite. You were killed by 3 Jonan, experience points plus 120. Everyone looked at the puff of smoke that appeared out of nowhere with their eyes slightly widened. Kushina grabbed Minato's shoulders and squeezed them tightly out of curiosity. No blood came out, it turned into a puff of smoke. What an amazing ninjutsu. Orochimaru's eyes widened to their maximum. This kind of bloodline is ineffective against physical attacks. Liu Yun turned into a cloud of smoke and flew from above the Hokage rock to the flat ground on the mountain, looking down at Danzo, who was in surprise. The other party seemed to be also shocked by this magical bloodline limit. Although that's what the intelligence said, it's still shocking to see it for the first time. Liu Yun released the words in a calm and composed manner. A rat that crawls on the ground, whose horizons are only below the dung, dreams of becoming a Hokage and does shameful things. The description of flowing clouds is very straightforward. Danzo pointed at Liu Yun angrily. Liu Yun, are you scolding me? Ha ha ha. Liu Yun laughed wantonly, making Danzo angrier and angrier. The second Hokage was right in judging you. Even if you stayed to stop the enemy, he wouldn't let you become the Hokage, because you're too stupid. Liu Yun. Danzo spat out 3 words coldly, his gloomy eyes releasing endless murderous intent. Come on. The 3 Jonan at the root attacked quickly, and Liu Yun kept provoking them. Even if the old dog's men are Jonan, they're still moles after all. Do I not recognize them just because they wear a mask or a vest? Naruto's negative comments were added to Liu Yun's words. Both the pretend escape and the mouth escape broke out at the same time, almost catching up with the bloodline elimination. Even the ruthless machine ninja like Root was filled with anger, and he chopped at Liu Yun with heavy sword shadows. Bite. You were killed by 3 Jonan, experience points plus 100. You worms buried in the ground, you are gnawing at the roots of Konaha, and you still brazenly say that you are doing it to protect the big tree. I feel ashamed just hearing that. Damn it. Liu Yun insulted the root's beliefs, and the swords held by the root ninjas began to tremble. Danzo behind him had gloomy eyes and lingering murderous intent. He created the root in order to protect Konaha more extremely, but was instead belittled as worthless by Liu Yun. The root ninja angrily released ninjutsu, continuously killing Liu Yun. Bite. You were killed by Jonan Bing using a ninjutsu, experience points plus 100. Incompetent, ignorant, brainless, this is the root. You can't even deal with a genin like me. How can you call yourselves cold-blooded machines? Go home and raise your children. Little devil, go to hell. Lightning style pseudo dark. You were killed by Jonan Kamita using lightning style, experience points plus 100. Jiraiya had a cold sweat on his head and said to Orochimaru beside him, Tsunade's people are a bit fierce in their mouths. Orochimaru frowned. After listening to Liu Yun's curse, he felt that his brain was not working clearly. Your Lord Danzo hasn't gotten married yet, has he? You said it was for Konaha, but it can't be. It can't be possible? Don't insult Lord Danzo. Die. Bite. I didn't insult him, I was speaking the truth. Please don't slander me, little Jonan. Liu Yun condensed from the smoke and taunted Jonan, who was P******** D off by him. On the other side, Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. Liu Yun slandered him wantonly and simply did not take him, the root master, seriously. All the plots and schemes that he had been pondering in his mind were washed away, and now his head was filled with murderous intent towards Liu Yun. Hey, Kushina covered her mouth and laughed softly. Danzo was the person she hated the most. She had suggested to the top management that she be sent to the root to be locked up, so naturally she didn't have a good face towards Danzo. After hearing Liu Yun's wanton insults to Danzo, Kushina couldn't help but become interested in Liu Yun. This guy called Liu Yun is really good at swearing. Little devil, go to hell. A Jonan wearing a blue bird mask slashed at him with a knife. A cold light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. There would be no gain if he continued to fight. It was time to get serious. He flung open the 4th gate before the 8 inner gates and immediately put on the 9 tails coat. 9 tails. 8 inner gates. Everyone who saw it exclaimed in surprise, apparently stunned by Liu Yun's strange chakra. Kushina squeezed Minato's shoulder hard, and Minato's eyebrows moved. Kushina is a violent blood-red pepper, and she has great strength. Minato, how can he have 9 tails chakra? Does he have a 9 tails in his belly? His 9 tails is male, and mine is female. Kushina's sealed space. 9 tails sad face degree D degree. 9 tails was also confused. How could the boy outside have his chakra? Is it the same as Jinzhao and Yinzhao? He has eaten my flesh. Liu Yun's huge chakra flame rushed out to a height of 10 meters like the flame at the tail of a rocket. Liu Yun put 2 fingers together and snapped them. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, white smoke exploded continuously. Advertisement. Bang 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 bang. The mountains and fields are filled with gray shadows. Forbidden technique from the sealed book? Unmatched ninjutsu? Everyone focuses on different things. Some people pay attention to the huge chakra of Liu Yun, some people pay attention to the seal style of Liu Yun, and some people pay attention to the shadow clones all over the mountains. Kushina pinched the flesh on Minato's shoulders hard and looked at the shadow clones all over the mountains, all wearing gray short clothes. She couldn't help but murmur, there are so many people. Kushina, it hurts, let go, sorry. Since he was only dealing with 3 Jonan, Liu Yun only condensed 500 shadow clones. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and he slowly flew up into the sky, his eyes coldly looking at the 3 incredulous root Jonan underground. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the wings of the rogue cloud and recorded his information in his mind. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, teach them a lesson. The cannon rushed out with a dozen shadow clones, shouting, let them see how powerful we are. Italian guns, ready. Fire style, fire cannon. Fire. A dozen artillery shells were fired, and the 3 Jonan at the root formed hand seals and instantly moved. Revolutionary shadow clone brought about 50 ninjas with him. He transformed an AK into his hand and stepped forward with a red flag. Charge. Ulla. The shadow clone carrying the AK actually released the fire scale cannon with his hands, and in a blink of an eye, dense cannons covered the 3 root Jonan. The 3 Jonan swallowed the ration pills to replenish the chakra in their bodies, and kept teleporting to avoid the instantly fired fire scale cannon. The scorpion clone transformed into Bumblebee, raised the muzzle, and continuously released the fire scale cannon. See, this is the art of Gundam. Deidara shadow clone refused to accept this. He formed seals with his hands, put the fire scale cannon in his mouth, and rushed into the crowd of shadow clone. Art is explosion. Boom boom. There was a huge explosion and thick smoke filled the sky. FK. Nyang Shipi, a hole, he even hurt his friendly forces. Fire brigade, get ready, put out the fire, water style water waves. When all the noise stopped, 3 Jonan were found in the ruins with broken limbs and burns all over their bodies, seemingly useless. Da Pao ordered several shadow clones to capture them, tie them up and bring them to Danzo, then throw them to the ground in front of him. Cannon cursed at Danzo, the root ninjas are a bunch of trash. They're no match for us before we even get serious, don't you think, old man? Danzo cursed inwardly and blasted a vacuum sphere from his mouth, instantly destroying the cannon. Before the cannon dissipated, he left a harsh message. You're done. You're really done. Danzo also realized how difficult Liu Yun was, and looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, Sarutobi, you can see how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't even take me, the Hokage's assistant, seriously, and he even crippled 3 of my men. He is killing fellow villagers. He must be arrested and treated as a traitor. Kushina quietly poked his head out from behind Minato and sneered, how shameless. You have 3 Jonan against 1 Genin, and you still remember your killing moves. After being defeated by the other party, you go to the Hokage to cry. Danzo glared at him coldly. 9 tails. Kushina stuck out her tongue and made a face before diving back behind Minato. Minato smiled awkwardly at Danzo. I'm sorry, Elder Danzo, Kushina didn't mean it. Liu Yun removed all shadow clones and slowly flew down from the sky. Orochimaru saw the wings behind Liu Yun and licked his snake-like tongue, becoming extremely greedy for this person. Smoke escape that negates physical attacks, immense chakra, forbidden technique level transformation technique. Still so handsome. Hiss, isn't this the reincarnation created for my conscience, Orochimaru? Mew Liu Yun, I'm attracted to your body. Liu Yun didn't know that Ant Snake was coveting his body. His eyes were looking down at the people below, and by the way, he was also looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man was just watching from the sidelines, analyzing the situation and testing his strength. Now that the fight is over, it's time to win over people's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step forward and said to Liu Yun kindly, your name is Mew Liu Yun, right? The clouds were silent. Liu Yun, come down. Sununade called Liu Yun down. After Liu Yun flew down, Sununade supported Liu Yun's shoulder with one hand and brought him in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Sarutobi, he is the last of my Senju. Sununade even bit the Senju hard. In her heart, she didn't trust Sarutobi Hiruzen that much. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said amiably, I know that the Senju are the family that founded Konaha, and they suffered heavy losses in the First Ninja World War to protect the Land of Fire. I am very happy to have such a unique child as the apprentice of the 2nd generation. Danzo jumped out angrily, pointing at Liu Yun. Sarutobi, what are you doing? Are you going to let him go? Don't forget that your 2 sons hate him so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and took a deep breath. Under the gaze of everyone, he bowed to Liu Yun and said, I'm sorry that my 2 useless sons have caused you trouble. When they come back, I will ask them to come and apologize. Now let me, an old man, say sorry to you. In Liu Yun's consciousness group, Shadow Clone sneered, look at this is the difference between him and old dog Danzo. Danzo's political schemes are only at the 1st level, while he is already at the 3rd level. His original body chopped off his son's fingers, but he didn't even frown. It shows that he is extremely cunning. Liu Yun remained silent, as if he hadn't seen Sarutobi Hiruzen's apology. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed, and the atmosphere was a little weird. Fortunately, Sununade broke the awkward deadlock. She stood up and said, this child was abused by San Shinobi. He has serious psychological problems and is particularly xenophobic. I accept Sarutobi's apology on his behalf. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, smiled kindly, and suddenly put his hand on Liu Yun's shoulder. Liu Yun became extremely alert in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, you are a great hero of Konaha. Your achievements are clearly recorded. The raid on the San Shinobi camp, the tenacious defense of the 8th front, the destruction of the San Shinobi special forces, the slaughter of thousands of San Shinobi troops, and more. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the wider the eyes of the people around him became. They didn't expect that a genin could have so many achievements. None of them could be accomplished by an elite jonin. They were all S-level tasks. Orochimaru's tongue was shaking at a high frequency, and he was extremely excited. This kind of talent, this kind of growth rate, if I get him, I can become the 2nd sage of 6 paths. Kushina looked at Liu Yun carefully. He was almost the same height as her, yet he had accomplished so many great things. She tugged at Minato's sleeve. I didn't expect him to be so capable and to have accomplished so many things. This is an achievement that only a Kage can achieve. Minato nodded and looked at Liu Yun with short black hair with great interest. Apart from Kakashi, this was the first time he had seen a young man with such great talent, even far surpassing Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Ryun's shoulder and said affectionately, you will become a great hero of Konaha. Maybe you can become the 5th Hokage. Liu Yun sneered in his heart. In Konaha village, heroes are on tombstones, and ninjas are on the seat of Hokage. The old guy was impressed by his abilities and was trying to win him over or use him. Chapter 83 I'm not a thief, don't talk nonsense. Sununade responded on behalf of Liu Yun. What about his achievements? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head in annoyance, then smiled and said, if Liu Yun needs any ninjutsu, you can tell me and I will exchange it for you. Liu Yun finally spoke in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen for the first time. He looked into the other's complex eyes with his dark eyes and embarrassed the other as soon as he opened his mouth. Can my merits be exchanged for the Flying Thunder God technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Of course Liu Yun's merits can be exchanged, but it is difficult for him to master the high-level skills after he learned Flying Thunder God. The 2 advisory elders beside him began to move. Udadane Kaharu looked at Liu Yun and said bluntly, Flying Thunder God technique is a time-space ninjutsu, which is extremely important to the village. Therefore, only ninjas who are particularly loyal to the village can get the opportunity to learn it. We don't trust you so much. After all, you were once captured by Sand Shinobi. I don't know, Sunade snorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that Liu Yun is a spy trained by the Sand Shinobi? Then the fact that he killed so many Sand Shinobi was also a setup by Sunagakure? Mitokado Homura said softly. His achievements were all made by a single person, and the subsequent investigations by the intelligence ninja were all handled by the Sand Shinobi. We cannot confirm whether Liu Yun's achievements were true. You, Sunade, wanted to continue speaking, but Liu Yun held her hand. Ryun looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two advisory elders beside him, and finally Danzo, who was smiling grimly at him from behind. No matter what conflicts they have, these four people grew up together. Even if Liu Yun's military exploits were true, they would not give the credit to someone who the higher-ups could not control, especially a strategic ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. Seeing the silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and finally said, the Flying Thunder God technique won't work. I'll have Anbu copy the jutsu from the Book of Seals later. Take a look and tell me if there's any jutsu you need. Sunade snorted, grabbed Liu Yun's clothes and left without looking back, not forgetting to leave a message. The Book of Seals belongs to my Senju family. Advertisement, hey. Sunade, wait for me. Jiraiya caught up with Sunade. Minato, let's follow. Kushina grabbed Minato's hand and followed him down the Hokage rock. The major families and Anbu also slowly dispersed. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly watched Liu Yun and his group walking down the rock stairs, with endless calculations flowing in his eyes. Danzo came up, his tone full of suppressed anger. Sarutobi, what do you want to do? Why don't you hand that brat over to the root and study his bloodline thoroughly, so that you can improve Konaha's combat power? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, then looked at Orochimaru to catch up with Tsunade and the others. No, his bloodline will be very helpful in winning this ninja war. Konaha needs him. The most important thing is that there is no certainty. Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot see how strong Ryun is, not to mention that Tsunade has to protect Ryun. Danzo snorted and turned away, not even bothering with his three men, cursing under his breath, hypocritical old fellow. Walk up the rock stairs next to Hokage Rock. Jiraiya caught up with Tsunade, and he smiled attentively. Tsunade, how about going for a drink tonight? Tsunade shook her head and pointed at Liu Yun. I still have to clean up his room, so I won't go drinking tonight. Okay then. Jiraiya was a little disappointed as he was rejected again. Liu Yun patted Jiraiya on the back and comforted him. You should give up. Sister Tsunade doesn't like greasy men. Jiraiya glanced back at Liu Yun and curled his lips. What greasy man? He pointed to the oil writing on his forehead protector. This is the symbol of Mount Myoboku, and also represents my toad sage. Jiraiya stopped talking and looked at Liu Yun seriously. Kid, are you really as strong as Sarutobi-sensei said? Liu Yun held the back of his head with both hands and said leisurely. Who knows? Maybe I can overthrow the entire ninja world on a whim. Advertisement, bragging. A crisp voice sounded, not Jiraiya's rough voice. Liu Yun turned his head and saw a head of soft red hair, as gentle as April. She has a knot on her right temple, a pair of big, bright black eyes, and fair skin. She is a beauty that can rival Tsunade. The most important thing is her temperament, which is that of a young girl and a young woman, with a unique fragrance in her scent. Host was inspired in self-generated Cao Zhe's shadow clone. System, please don't slander me. I didn't think about anything, Liu Yun explained frantically in his heart. In his consciousness group, a shadow clone with Cao Thief written on its forehead protector appeared out of thin air. Kushina looked at Liu Yun with her black pupils and asked curiously, where did your nine tails chakra come from? Is there another nine tails in your belly? Is it male or female? Minato smiled helplessly, stepped forward, and said to Liu Yun, please forgive me, Kushina. She was joking. Liu Yun formally looked at Minato with blonde hair, and recalled Minato's battle record in his heart. Namikaze Minato, courtesy name Nagadame and nicknamed Egg-FK Tomato, is the second successor of the Flying Thunder God technique, a cage-level ninja known as the Yellow Flash, and the future fourth Hokage. Well, the biggest characteristic of this person is yellow. Minato held out his hand. Hello, I'm Namikaze Minato, the Jonan of Konaha village. Liu Yun shook his hand and responded, I am Liu Yun, the Jonan of Konaha village. Kushina covered her mouth and snickered, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You are a hero of the Sand Shinobi battlefield, why are you still a Jonan? Liu Yun answered bluntly, because I haven't passed the Chunin exam yet. I came back this time to pass the Chunin exam. Chapter 84 Orochimaru, Super Delicious Tsunade explained, that's the advanced transformation technique he developed, which allows him to control his body size at will. Orochimaru seemed to be following Jiraiya and Tsunade, but in fact, his eyes were always fixed on Liu Yun, with deep greed hidden in his eyes. After hearing what Tsunade said, he was surprised and felt the technique on Liu Yun carefully, but he couldn't find any trace of transformation technique for a long time. He was even more surprised at Liu Yun's talent in technique. I thought to myself, as expected of a Senju descendant, she has inherited the second generation's extraordinary talent in martial arts. Liu Yun felt the snake's gaze, turned his head to look at Orochimaru, and responded with a hearty smile. Liu Yun's perception ability is amazing, how could he not sense Orochimaru's greedy gaze? But Liu Yun knew this snake very well. It was particularly greedy for unknown powers, especially Liu Yun's ability to resurrect. He must have been thinking about it in his mind, and was even considering the right time to take action. After wandering around for a while, they finally arrived at the tribe's territory where the Senju tribe once lived. In the northwest area of Konaha, near the ninja school and next to Senju Park. The Senju clan's territory has shrunk several times. On the one hand, the Senju people disappeared and the village reclaimed their homes. On the other hand, Sununade sold his house to pay off his debts. It is about 1,000 square meters, with a small courtyard and the Senju clan emblem on the door. Crack. Sununade pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Liu Yun and the other two. In the small courtyard, which was half the size of a basketball court, there were 3 or 2 tall trees planted. Below them were several Japanese-style houses, with Japanese-style wooden boards and Japanese-style wooden doors. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not enter. Jiraiya said from outside the door, "Sununade, let's come to your house for a drinking party tonight." Sununade nodded, her eyes suddenly shining. "I've been waiting for you to come, just in time to let you see my wine jar." As she spoke, she winked at Liu Yun. "Wine jar?" Jiraiya asked in confusion. Where did Sununade get the savings to store wine? The Senju family's fortune was squandered by this spendthrift woman. Jiraiya shook his head and decided to go to the izakaya and buy a jar in the evening. Orochimaru glanced at Liu Yun meaningfully, then he looked at Sununade next to Liu Yun. The living corpse reincarnation technique has not been perfected yet, and Sununade is next to him. Now is not the time to take action. Advertisement. Liu Yun saw Orochimaru's greedy eyes, and said to Jiraiya, who had turned away, "Drinking always requires snacks. Bring 2 snakes, and I will make a snake soup tonight." There was silence. Everyone in the field looked at Liu Yun, who had his hands on his hips and looked harmless. Orochimaru lowered his head and laughed, as if he didn't take it to heart. Jiraiya turned around awkwardly and explained to Liu Yun, "Orochimaru's summoning beast is a snake, so we don't eat snakes." "Oh." Liu Yun pretended to suddenly realize and looked at Orochimaru with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-senpai, I didn't know you didn't eat snakes. What a pity, snakes are delicious. I have summarized many ways to eat them. Snake stewed with green peppers, clear snake soup, roasted snake chicken, black snake soup with ginkgo nuts, Orochimaru-ko." Every time Liu Yun announced the name of a dish, Orochimaru's face became gloomier, as if this brat was shitting on his face. Liu Yun wanted to continue reporting, but Sununade pinched his ear with her jade fingers and pulled him into the yard. She also apologized to Orochimaru. "He has some problems with his brain, Orochimaru, please don't be so polite." He. Orochimaru rolled his tongue, his eyes hiding a cold gloom. "How dare you eat snakes and even name the dish after me? You really don't know how to live or die." After finalizing the agreement to drink together in the evening, Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru and turned to walk away. From time to time, he could hear his doubts. "Orochimaru, are there really so many ways to cook snake meat? Liu Yun's description makes me hungry." Orochimaru sneered, "Haha. Toads have many medicinal uses. Besides, snakes eat toads." "Haha. Just a joke. Just a joke." Kushina and Minato walked into the Senju house. Kushina lived in the Senju house when she was a child and was taken care of by Uzumaki Mito. She has a good relationship with Sununade and is very familiar with this place. Sununade pulled Liu Yun's face hard. It seemed that she was already familiar with it. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't pull it every day. "Don't you know how powerful Orochimaru is? How dare you talk to him like that?" Liu Yun's face was pulled, and his words were a little leaky. "I'm an eagle, what's wrong with eating snakes?" "HMPH. Sununade snorted, turned around, and left a complaint. "I still want to train you to be the 5th Hokage. Now it seems that you can offend fewer people. I will be thankful." Liu Yun watched Sununade enter the house to clean the room, and Shizune followed him. The key was that if he didn't provoke Orochimaru, Orochimaru would provoke him sooner or later, so he might as well discuss this snake now. A hand rubbed Ryun's back and he turned to look at Kushina and Minato. Advertisement. Why is this tomato scrambled eggs still here? Does the tomato want him to pick out the eggs and add the kelp? Kushina smiled at Liu Yun and said, "Since you are from the Senju family, you are a distant relative of our Uzumaki family. Your generation." Liu Yun smiled and replied, "Sununade asked me to call her sister, so Sununade and I are of the same generation. Minato Jonan's master is Jiraiya, which means Kushina you are a generation younger than me. You can call me Uncle Yun." "Bah." Kushina pouted, put her hands on her hips and said to Liu Yun, "Your thing is probably not even as big as mine." Liu Yun spread his hands. "There's nothing I can do, one level higher than you is a deadly person." Kushina shook her head, "Don't try to take advantage of Minato and me. I call Sununade my sister too." Minato ran a hand through his hair and smiled awkwardly. He is a gentle and serious person, and he can't quite get along with Liu Yun and Kushina's teasing. Shi Ri Hong came over with Wolong and Feng Chu in her arms, and said to Liu Yun, "Liu Yun, when we return to the village this time, ask Obito, Guy and the others to come get together. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Minato looked at Rukumo and Yuhakuren in confusion and said, "You are in the same class as Kakashi, Obito, and Lin." "Yes. The sunset is red." Minato suddenly realized, no wonder when Obito's brain wasn't working well, he kept thinking of someone called Liu Yun and wanted him to give him advice. "So it was you? Now that you're back in the village, why don't you have a good reunion with your classmates? Yuhi Kurenai nodded. Kushina also said, Kakashi was transferred to Minato's class because of a bad relationship with several teams. Minato asked him to retake the Chunin exam and take care of Obito and Lin. Kakashi will also be participating in the Chunin exam this time. Then I want to see who among you is Konoha's #1 genius. Liu Yun became interested, not because of the competition for the title of #1 genius, but because of his longing for his classmates. He, Guy and Obito are known as the three giants of the ninja school. The three of them dragged down the entire class by themselves, making their class rank last in the entire grade all year round. When the three giants gather together this time, the entire ninja world will shake. Shi Rihong handed Wo Long and Feng Chu to Liu Yun, and she trotted out the door. Liu Yun, I'll go and ask them to come here for dinner. The two little balls, Wo Long and Feng Chu, moved in Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun felt their hands and rubbed their soft bellies hard. When Kushina saw the two little black and white balls, her eyes sparkled with love. She snatched Wo Long from Liu Yun's hands and rubbed him hard in her arms. What a cute little panda. Liu Yun was speechless, as he finally saw Kushina's character, a bit like Sununade, extremely domineering in some aspects. Chapter 85. The world is set, you and I are both cattle and horses. Sununade arrived and threw a broom to Liu Yun. Don't just stand there, come in and clean the house. Liu Yun took the broom and slowly walked towards the corridor. As he walked, a right hand snapped its fingers. A shadow clone appeared in front of him, and Liu Yun handed him a broom. Go clean the room. He is Master Mew now, and as a master, these chores should be done by shadow clone. My original body, I'm a little weak, please let the other clones do it. Liu Yun took a closer look. This shadow clone is sitting in a wheelchair, his upper body is exposed, his muscles are skinny, and his ribs on his chest are exposed. He looks like someone who has been smoking opium for several years. It's his Nagato shadow clone. When Kushina saw Liu Yun's shadow clone, he hugged Wo Long, covered his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha, you didn't run out of chakra, did you? You created such a weak shadow clone. Liu Yun looked at Nagato's shadow clone and could not help but say, why do you make yourself so weak? Nagato shadow clone said clearly, Nagato is like this. Advertisement. Liu Yun slapped Nagato's shadow clone and immediately blew him up. Although shadow clone's personality has become more three-dimensional, it has both positive and negative aspects. For example, the scorpion clone undoubtedly carried forward Liu Yun's mechanical skills, but Nagato's shadow clone just looked exhausted. Clatter. Liu Yun snapped his fingers again, separating a proper shadow clone and asking him to clean the room. Liu Yun put Feng Chu on the floor and ran to the Senju family's training ground alone to find a place to develop ninjutsu. What he didn't notice was that the word, Saoze, was on the shadow clone forehead protector he had separated. Saoze was sweeping the floor obediently with a broom, his eyes secretly glancing in the direction of Kushina. Minato picked up the panda and followed Kushina to join the group of people petting the panda. I need a wingman. Saoze immediately formed seals with his hands, splitting the chakra in half and creating a shadow clone. Zhang Depao, Snake, help me hold back Namikaze Minato. Ah, I'm just a lawyer. Advertisement, stop talking so much, be careful when I pass by your house. Snake was afraid that the thief would be eyeing his home, so he straightened his suit and came to Minato. Minato looked at the strangely dressed shadow clone. This outfit was quite handsome and especially suitable for office use. He would definitely get one when he became Hokage. Snake smiled in a formulaic way. Excuse me, Mr. Minato, do you need legal assistance? I'm a professional? Law? Minato wondered. What the hell is this? Konoha village only believes in the will of fire. If you believe in it, you are a compatriot. If you don't believe in it, you are a traitor. Where is the law? Snake saw Minato's confusion and smiled innocently. It seems that Mr. Minato doesn't know how the law works. I will explain it to Mr. Minato. He pulled Minato and slowly left Kushina's side. Law is a necessity for a country, and it is also a line that determines whether a society collapses or not. Liu Yun stood on the training ground of the Senju family, refining water attribute chakra in his hands and converting it into industrial alcohol in his body. In an instant, the strong smell of alcohol floated in the air. Liu Yun stretched out his hand, releasing balls of water into the air. Alcohol surrounded him, and he was like Shuden Doji in Japanese mythology. Liu Yun's palm controlled the water attribute chakra to move far away, changing its form from time to time, sometimes turning into a water dragon, sometimes into several water snakes. Chapter 86. Are you free this week? Liu Yun smiled. This chakra control ability has already evolved into a ninjutsu. What if fire is added to industrial alcohol? Water and fire combine, yin and yang complement each other. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and the water suspended in front of him immediately burned like a fire dragon. Liu Yun controlled the fire dragon to move constantly, going up into the sky, spinning, nodding, bending, and acting funny. Fire burns very quickly in the air and can be controlled for a short time, but it is different if alcohol and oil are added, and it can burn for a long time. Liu Yun waved his hand and a fire dragon lingered around him, obeying the control of his chakra. From now on, Liu Yun's fire style will be more flexible. When facing some rookies, he can even change his suicidal tactics. He just stood there and could take the enemy's life without taking a single step, showing his strong demeanor without a doubt. Liu Yun lowered his head and stroked his chin, thinking of Gaara. Gaara can control the sand at will. He holds his hands and has a cold face, which is totally the style of a big boss. His style is extremely high. Liu Yun became greedy and immediately imitated Gaara. Liu Yun clasped his hands, and at the same time, the fire dragon under his mental control kept changing, shuttling back and forth, turning and twisting. After a few seconds, the fire dragon slowly burned out. Liu Yun put down his arms. Since he wanted to imitate Gaara's fighting style, he had to get a gourd to pretend. Liu Yun entered the system space and turned to the ninja tool exchange column. After flipping through the books carefully, I suddenly saw a wine gourd, which had a large storage space and spatial properties. It's neither too big nor too small, just right to be tied around the waist. Liu Yun spent 1,000 points to exchange for the yellow gourd. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at the small gourd in his hand, which was engraved with complex runes and showed signs of sealing techniques. Liu Yun opened the gourd lid, made some wine and put it in. After about 10 seconds, Liu Yun exclaimed, "It's so deep, it's worthy of being a ninja tool exchanged for 1,000 experience points. The space inside is at least 5 cubic meters." Liu Yun continued to refine chakra and filled the gourd. For a moment, the rich aroma of wine filled the air. Rumor was stunned. The first Hokage's wood-style ninjutsu, Flower Tree World Advent, is to use the fragrance of flowers to stun the enemy. Liu Yun's ears moved and he heard Minato's admiring voice slightly. He instantly climbed up the tree and looked at Minato, who was more than 10 meters away. There was a man in a black suit next to him. Why did Zhang Dapao come out? Minato looked at Snake with burning eyes and added, "The law is the embodiment of the will of the ruling class, and we ninjas are not the rulers of this country. The village uses ninja experience to regulate the actions of ninjas, but in some aspects it is still not as fair as the law." Snake nodded. Brother Minato said it well, the more people there are, the more rules there must be to restrain them, otherwise the order will collapse. Liu Yun was full of doubts. What is Zhang Dapao doing? Why is he blowing it off with Minato? Also, how did he get out? Liu Yun teleported again, lying on the wooden tiles of Senju's house, looking down. Flowing clouds. Liu Yun realized everything immediately. Minato saw that it was getting late, so he wanted to go home with Kushina. Snake wanted to pull him back, but it was a bit abrupt. The real master is coming soon. Bang! Liu Yun snapped his fingers and Cao Zhe disappeared immediately. The memory of his body slowly merged into Liu Yun's mind. Everything that had just happened with Kushina seemed to be his personal experience. Liu Yun jumped down from the roof. Advertisement. When Kushina saw the white smoke dissipate, he looked at Liu Yun in confusion and said, "Your shadow clone. Call him out quickly, he speaks very nicely." Liu Yun looked at this silly woman. Although she was already a married woman, she had basically no experience in love. This is normal. Kushina and Minato have been childhood sweethearts, and the most romantic moment is when Minato flirts with girls under the moonlight, and Kushina falls in love with him. In addition, the thinking circuits of women in the second dimension are different from those in the third dimension. As a Nine-Tails, Kushina doesn't have many playmates. Today, she met someone she could talk to, and she immediately became interested. She really thought that Cao Zhe was trying to make her laugh. "Kushina, it's getting late, let's go home." Minato came out from the side path, followed by Snake with a professional smile on his face. Liu Yun snapped his fingers again and Snake disappeared. Kushina nodded, then looked at Liu Yun. "Your shadow clone speaks very interestingly. I believe you speak interestingly too. Find a day to visit Minato and I at our house." Kushina couldn't move around freely even in the village, and couldn't go outside the village or do Uchiha, so he didn't have many friends. Now I have met someone who speaks very nicely, and I hope to use him to relieve my boredom. Liu Yun nodded and asked sincerely, "Are you free this week?" Kushina shook her head. "Minato and I have to go on a mission, so we won't be available." "Oh." Liu Yun nodded. "I'll find time to visit you two some other day." "It's settled." Minato smiled and didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a greeting from an older sister and younger brother. Liu Yun walked in front of Minato and put his hand on Minato's shoulder. "Brother Minato, see you another day." Good. After Kushina and Minato left. Chapter 87. Obito's Strategy. As the sky darkened, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an Anbu deliver a scroll to the Senju's house. Liu Yun opened it, looked at the list of ninjutsu recorded above, and then smashed it down with all his strength. "You are just a 1,000-year-old fox, what are you playing with me? What kind of ninjutsu is on it?" This made Liu Yun so disdainful. Among them, there is a forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique, which Ryun can do. There is also Uchiha's regular fire style, which Ryun can do, and the only things he can't do are the 10 or so wood-style ninjutsu. Isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen bullying an honest person? Kanon shouted in his mind. "Boss, he must have expected that you would not be able to awaken wood style, so he gave you the wood style ninjutsu in its entirety. Write it down, and redeem it for wood style when you have enough experience points someday." Liu Yun nodded, then sneered. "He has a cheat so he can learn any escape technique, it's just that he lacks experience points." With Liu Yun's chakra control ability, he can even combine wood style, lava style, ice escape, dog escape. It just takes time. Liu Yun rubbed his chin. He needs to train a few shadow clones to serve as his military advisors and researchers. He immediately wrote down all the wood-style jutsu and handed them to Anbu, who was waiting outside the door. Then he turned around and went back to the yard, sitting on the wooden board alone. "Liu Yun." Shihong's head popped out from the edge of the door. She looked at Liu Yun and said, Liu Yun, Obito and the others are here. Liu Yun stood up and took a closer look, and saw that there were 5 people following Shihong. They are easy to recognize by their appearance. They are Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. Obito wears goggles and dark blue clothes. He stared blankly at Liu Yun, who was a head taller than him, ran over and punched Liu Yun in the chest. Are you Liu Yun? Don't lie to me. I haven't seen you for a year and you're already a head taller than me. What on earth have you been eating? He didn't expect that there would be someone who would always use the transformation technique. His chakra was simply extravagant to the extreme, even more excessive than Kakashi's dog head sculpture on the earth flow wall. Liu Yun looked at Obito and recalled the big boss behind the scenes. Uchiha Obito, whose courtesy name is Amida and whose pseudonym is Kirin Jushi. He single-handedly started the 4th Ninja World War, madly challenged Uchiha Madara, and spent his entire life just to create a world for Kirin. If this man was a little more ruthless, he could have completely rewritten the 4th Ninja World War. Advertisement. Are you speaking human language? Liu Yun patted Obito's shoulder with one hand, and his past memories merged with it. He easily accepted Obito's kindness. Guy in green tights also jumped up and circled around Liu Yun twice. Very strong. It seems that your strength has increased a lot, Liu Yun. Liu Yun chuckled. Of course, if someone who survived the battlefield didn't have 2 or 3 moves of martial arts, his coffin would be ready by now. Nohara Rin, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu also came up to exchange pleasantries. Liu Yun was puzzled. Where is Kakashi? Where is the master of Earth-style dog head carving? Is he still carving dog heads at home? To be honest, among the classmates, Kakashi graduated after only 1 year of enrollment, and they never even spoke to each other. Obito had a smile on his face. Minato-sensei asked Kakashi to retake the Chunin exam, and he got a little mad, so he stayed home alone. Shizune also came out of the house and greeted Obito and the others with a smile. Obito pulled Liu Yun and said, Come on, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen for a dinner party. I, Uchiha Obito, will treat you. Shiranui Genma sneered, A few bowls of ramen for you, your tone is almost reaching the sky. Obito pushed Shiranui Genma and said, If you have the guts, don't come. I won't. Why wouldn't I come if there's an advantage? Especially since you're a rooster that doesn't want to be plucked? Ichiraku Ramen is not far from Senju's house, just around the corner and on the right-hand side of the center street. Guy got in a good mood halfway through and let Liu Yun and the others go first. He stood upside down on the ground, shouting, Youth. Liu Yun sighed secretly. You are worthy of being brother Youth. Youth comes when it comes. It was near evening and there weren't many people, whereas in the past there would always be queues here. But now is wartime, the village is particularly sensitive, and not many people walk on the streets at night. The boss squinted his eyes, wore a white chef's uniform, and acted like a big boss. When he saw Liu Yun and his group, he immediately greeted them with a smile and easily said Liu Yun's name. Liu Yun, you have grown so tall, what kind of grass did you eat? Liu Yun and Obito are also frequent guests here, so they can be easily recognized by hand typing. Obito echoed the words to the hand next to him. I told you, Liu Yun must have eaten high-quality grass, that's why he grew so fast. Liu Yun smiled awkwardly. Uncle Hand Beater, long time no see. Advertisement Shota smiled, picked up the plate and started to eat noodles, and asked, What do you want to eat? Liu Yun replied, Just a bowl of barbecued pork. Give me a bowl of barbecued pork, too. I want a bowl of noodle soup. Obito and the others all told us what ramen they wanted to eat. Ayame came out, greeted everyone, and then joined in the work of fighting with the hands. While they were busy, Liu Yun and the others started chatting. Obito hooked his arm around Liu Yun's neck, leaned on his shoulder, glanced at Shihong, and whispered, Teach me how to seduce Lin. Liu Yun glanced meaningfully at Nohara Rin who was happily chatting with Shizune, Yuhi Kurenai and the others. Liu Yun has to teach him a lesson, but he teased Obito first. Aren't you guys in the same team? Aren't you Uchiha Obito known as a love saint? We have the right time, the right place, and the right people, so why don't you have any ideas at this time? Obito scratched his forehead and said rather shyly, You know I'm shy, and I haven't dared to tell Lin, and Lin seems to care more about Kakashi. Liu Yun put his hand on his shoulder and said softly, I have a way. What method? Obito widened his eyes and said anxiously. Liu Yun was like his dog-headed military advisor, wearing a feather fan and a scarf, and he came up with a weird idea while chatting and laughing. No one has seen Kakashi's true face. We can only tell from his face that he is handsome. I guess Lin thinks so too. If you change into Kakashi's appearance and then take off the mask in front of Lin, Lin will form an impression that Kakashi is ugly. And it will be extremely difficult for her to see Kakashi's true face, so she will be psychologically uncomfortable, and you can take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Hee hee. Obito also laughed and gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. Good idea, you are worthy of being the military advisor among our 3 giants. He was stunned and held Liu Yun with his arms. What do you mean I turned into Kakashi? Lin feels disgusting when I take off the mask. Am I ugly? It's just a metaphor. A metaphor. If you have any other tricks, teach them all to me. I will defeat Lin with one attack. What are you two talking about? What do you mean by capture Lin? Capture Lin? Guy's voice rang out. Obito was startled and immediately stood up and signaled Guy to shut up. Liu Yun turned and looked at Guy. The opponent was standing upside down on the ground, still practicing physical skills. Kurenai Yuhi and the others also turned their gazes over, and Obito smiled awkwardly. It's okay, it's okay. Chapter 88. The three masters of ninja school meet, and a turning point appears in the Third War. Guy stood up, and Liu Yun and Obito made a seat for him. At that time, the three giants of the ninja school will gather again to hold the Yalta Conference to prepare to finalize the end of the Third Ninja World War. Guy, what do you want to eat? It's my treat, Obito said generously in front of Lin. Really? Then I'll eat 20 bowls of barbecued pork noodles. Obito swallowed, realizing that Guy needed a lot of food to supplement his nutrition because he was fully focused on practicing taijutsu. Lin looked at Obito and said, Obito, don't you have any money? How about, we all split the bill? Obito felt his dignity was challenged, and he was filled with the spirit of starting the Fourth Ninja World War. He waved his hand and said, Boss, bring 20 more bowls of barbecued pork. Everyone, help yourself. Uchiha Obito, will take care of everything today. Good. After a while, the noodles for Liu Yun were ready. Liu Yun was looking at the large plates and bowls in front of him. Streams of hot air rose upwards, the aroma was so fragrant that it aroused the appetite in my stomach. He took a deep breath of the aroma, picked up the chopsticks and put it into his mouth in big mouthfuls. Soon Liu Yun finished eating and shouted, Boss, another bowl please. Obito gently tugged at the flowing cloud. What? Liu Yun looked into Obito's eyes. Obito blinked a few times, as if signaling Liu Yun to eat less and not cheat him. Liu Yun suddenly realized and said to the boss, Boss, give me 10 more bowls. Since the local young master is paying for tonight, Liu Yun will not be polite. Obito wanted to call Liu Yun loudly, but the words got stuck in his throat. Liu Yun patted him on the shoulder and passed on his experience. Remember, you must always show your manliness. It's not scary to be poor, but it's scary to be shameless. Obito thought about it carefully and nodded vigorously. That's right. But he hesitated again, and stammered in a low voice. But you are spending my money and sucking my blood. Liu Yun picked up some noodles with his chopsticks, waved his hand and said nonchalantly, What are you afraid of? At most you can just wash the dishes here for 2 days. Didn't you often wash dishes here before? Obito pulled Liu Yun's sleeve and whispered in his ear, I'm telling you straight away, I don't have the money to feed Guy, this big foodie. I'll go to the kitchen and tell the hand beater that after Lin leaves, the two of us will wash the dishes to pay off the debt. Liu Yun pulled his hand away and sneered, You are such a lousy person. You want to be the Hokage in the future? It's even a question whether you can pass the Chunin exam this time. When Liu Yun mentioned the Chunin exam, Guy's ears perked up. Advertisement. He put down his chopsticks and followed suit. I heard that this time the Chunin exam will be held in a grand manner. The daimyo and princess of the Fire Nation will be here, and the top leaders of the allied countries will also come to watch the competition, just to boost morale. The village requires us to take it seriously. Liu Yun didn't care at all. He could fight his way in and out of an army of thousands of Sand Shinobi, so dealing with a few genin shouldn't be a piece of cake for him. At that time, he will directly use Gaara's fighting method to improve his level. Obito clenched his fists. We have Kakashi on our team. Minato-sensei commented that he has the strength of a special Jonan, so he's a guaranteed winner. Bullshit. The Chunin exam evaluates the overall quality of a ninja. With your quality, even your teacher Yellow Flash can't lead you. You're still the same. Even the first Hokage can't pull your legs. Guy interjected. Liu Yun, why don't you see your companions? Liu Yun chewed a piece of barbecued pork, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, Looks like he's dead. As if, Obito wondered. Liu Yun immediately pretended to be concerned about his companions, his body filled with the will of fire. We were ambushed by the Sand Shinobi, and my instructor Jonan and 2 companions were killed. His impression of his companions was not as deep as the first bowl of soup. Obito patted Liu Yun on the back and said, Don't be sad, the past is in the past, look forward, there will be a rainbow after the storm. Liu Yun looked at Obito blankly. Brother Tuzi, are you trying to comfort me? If Lin died, it would be like if your whole family died. You turned evil and took revenge on society. It turns out you can also give chicken soup to others. Why are you looking at me? Eat quickly. Once you're full we too can wash the dishes, Obito whispered. Liu Yun gulped down nearly 10 bowls, but his stomach was still not full. The body of his Senju clan is a big eater, and its digestive ability is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Hand beat uncle, 10 more bowls please. Hey, this will take a week. A while later. Hand beat uncle, 10 more bowls please. Ryun dad, please, we can't eat anymore, we still need time to prepare for the Chunin exam. Until night fell, the sky became dark. Liu Yun then patted his bloated stomach. After eating 50 bowls of ramen, he was now full of strength. He glanced to the side and saw Obito's face was pale, just like Uchiha Shanglin Sao, asking himself blankly who he was. Liu Yun patted Obito on the shoulder, took out a stack of money from his ninja bag and secretly gave it to him. Advertisement. Obito was shocked and quickly took the money from Liu Yun and asked, Where did you get so much money? It was stolen. You're doing really badly, from now on, just follow your brother Daeun. Liu Yun patted his shoulder, with a strong brother Hounan temperament. Guy gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. Liu Yun can actually eat so much ramen, I now believe that you are very strong. Liu Yun burped, stood up and said, "Of course, I was the one who killed all the frontline commanders of San Shinobi." The leader's face regained its color, and he also followed Liu Yun in boasting. "Do you know what my nickname is in the Rain Country?" "What?" Liu Yun held it up. "The Black Flash, Bloody Uchiha, and Rock Shinobi's army were decimated by me. If it weren't for my teacher Yellow Flash taking pity on them, I would have wiped out Iwagakure in a matter of minutes." Guy gave them a thumbs up and said, "You two are amazing. I'm doing logistics at the sea battlefield and I don't even have a chance to go to the front line." Ebisu walked over and joined the others in boasting, "We are all talents from Konaha village, so try to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." Shiranui Genma also nodded. "We are all heroes, so if you are a hero, don't be too ostentatious." Hearing the bragging of several people, Lin laughed quietly. She touched Yuhi Kurenai with her arm and asked, "Where is Asuma? Aren't you in the same team with him?" Shirihong fell silent. At the dividing line of Liu Yun, her former team had been divided into two camps. Seeing that Shirihong didn't say anything, Lin was very understanding. Knowing the other party's embarrassment, she didn't ask any more questions. Shizune, who was standing next to her, pulled Lin aside and said, "Tsunade-sensei asked me, Hong, and Rukun to form a team and take the Chunin exam together." Liu Yun. Lin turned her head and glanced at Liu Yun, who was boasting loudly. "I transformed into the big eagle this morning. There's no reason. I just wanted to pretend." Obito followed the speed of the braggart and released his specialty. The third Raikage was surrounded by 10,000 rock shinobi, and I followed them. The two of us killed for a whole day and night, and our hands were numb from cutting. Lin shook her head. Liu Yun and Obito are still the same as before, always boasting. Yuhi Kurenai shook her head seriously. "No, Obito must be bragging, but Liu Yun is different now, what he said is true." Lin deliberately glanced at Shirihong and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you, Hong, have a sense of humor. Have you been with Liu Yun for too long?" "I'm not lying to you. Liu Yun is really strong now. He was the one who killed the commander of the San Shinobi front. He also killed hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas. They were forced to retreat and not even come out." Lin covered her mouth and chuckled. "I thought Obito's jokes were already funny, but I didn't expect yours to be funnier than his." Yuhi Kurenai was helpless. Even the Konaha high-level officials who had obtained the information were a little bit unconvinced. How could a classmate who knew Liu Yun inside and out believe this fantasy? "We'll talk about it later." Lin approached Shirihong, glanced at Liu Yun, and whispered, "Hong, didn't you always ignore Liu Yun? Why are you on the same team with him now?"
Shirihong seemed to have thought of something, and a reminiscent smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Liu Yun saved me and was very good to me. I can't live without his protection."
She will never forget the boy who blocked the ninjutsu for her under the moonlight. Chapter 89 Enko's Challenge. "I won't say much. If the third generation leader hadn't been there at the time, the Hokage would have helped me cut him down with 2 strikes.
Lin looked carefully at the growing clouds. He has a delicate and handsome appearance, but he loves to brag. How can he compare to Asuma, the son of the Hokage? After the meal, Obito generously threw a stack of money on the table and waved his hand. "Uncle, no need to change." Then he turned around and shook his windbreaker, all in one go, full of the style of a rich young man. Obito secretly glanced at Lin and found that she was talking and laughing with Yuhi Kurenai, and didn't notice how carefree he was just now. Liu Yun sighed, silently passed by Obito, and left a voice. "Your image of being short, ugly and poor is already deeply rooted. Trying to change will only lead to imitating others." Damn it. Obito clenched his fists. "Can't I, Uchiha Obito, learn Kakashi's temperament? Do I have to use Liu Yun's trick to vilify Kakashi? Kakashi, don't blame me. This is all for Lin." After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, the group went their separate ways, with Liu Yun taking Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune towards Senju's house. Passing by a meatball shop, Liu Yun saw a girl with light purple hair eating 3-color meatballs happily. When she saw Liu Yun and the other two, her eyes lit up and she immediately greeted Shirihong. "Hong, long time no see, you're back from the battlefield." "Enko," Yuhi Kurenai responded. Enko is 1 grade lower than Liu Yun and the others, and is a good friend of Yuhi Kurenai. Enko spotted Liu Yun at a glance, looked at him carefully, and suddenly said, Liu Yun, do you think I won't recognize you just because you changed into a gray vest?" As Hong's good friend, she of course knew about Liu Yun's previous poor treatment and naturally didn't look happy with him. Liu Yun put his hands on his hips and looked at the girl with a society look on her face. "Little Enko, you better be polite when you speak. If I get excited, I will turn your teacher into a snakeskin bag." Enko was accepted as an apprentice by Orochimaru when she was very young, which caused a sensation in the ninja school. Many people were extremely envious of Enko. When Enko heard Liu Yun insulting her most respected teacher, her face immediately fell. She pointed the skewers of 3-colored meatballs at Liu Yun and said, Liu Yun, you are the last one, be careful with your words, or I will feed you to the snakes." Liu Yun snatched her 3-color meatball and said to her, "Don't eat these overly sweet things in the future." "What did you say? The 3-color meatball is my life. If you tell me not to eat it, I will feed you to the snake." Advertisement. Enko's face puffed up as she pulled out a kunai from her calf. Liu Yun moved his little finger at her, full of provocation. Come on, as long as you can let me move a step, I will take your surname." Shihong punched Liu Yun beside her. "Liu Yun, don't hurt Enko." Enko laughed a few times after hearing what Shihong said. Hurt me. Hong, you overestimate him. Liu Yun is the worst in the school. I graduated from the ninja academy with the top ranking. You are just the last one. Now I will let you taste my snake. You'd better be careful. Anko took a stance, ready to attack Liu Yun. Liu Yun looked at people sideways. Humph, just you. Anko was so angry at his stupid look. She said bitterly. Liu Yun, you have learned all kinds of skills since you came from the battlefield, but you have matured the skill of making people angry. I believe that the ninjas of San Shinobi are chasing you with red eyes all day long. Oh, you are really right. Liu Yun crossed his arms over his chest, and Anko's eyes were filled with anger. A ninja battle is about to break out. Kurenai shook her head and took a few steps back with Shizune. At the entrance of the three-colored meatball shop, a little kid with black hair and nasolabial folds at the corners of his eyes was eating a meatball and watching the confrontation between Liu Yun and Anko with interest. He looked at Liu Yun seriously and murmured, "Why is this person so kind? He looks a bit like someone from my Uchiha family." Anko stomped his feet and ran forward, drawing 3 shurikens in his hands. Liu Yun closed his eyes, as if he didn't see the shuriken coming through the wind, and as if he didn't take Anko seriously. Seeing that the shuriken was about to hit Liu Yun's chest, Anko immediately shouted, "Idiot, get out of the way." She still overestimated Liu Yun. He couldn't even dodge her shuriken. She wondered how this guy survived on the battlefield. Did he survive the war in a hospital bed? Advertisement. Under Anko's surprised gaze, a gourd on Liu Yun's right waist spurted out a ball of water. The water flowed and Anko's shuriken was caught in it. Uchiha Itachi, who was hiding nearby, widened his eyes, shocked by Liu Yun's strange ninjutsu. At the same time, a scent of wine filled the air. Anko sniffed twice and looked at him in surprise. Wine. Liu Yun, what kind of water-style ninjutsu is this? There is no hand seal, and it is controlled so perfectly. Liu Yun folded his hands, with a faint aura of Nijiru in the air. A mediocre person's shuriken is not as good as a master's stone. The first graduate of the ninja school, keep trying to see if you can let me move a step. Anko gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his fists. This is despicable, this person is so despicable. Uchiha Itachi looked at Liu Yun and took a bite of the meatball. He felt that this person was becoming more and more friendly, and he wanted to flick the other person's forehead. Anko slammed his left foot downward and stepped forward quickly, stabbing the kunai in his hand like a lion majesty. Liu Yun looked at the person sideways and continued to ignore the other person. Anko's kunai was about to pierce his shoulder when another ball of wine spurted out of the gourd and rolled up Anko. Liu Yun flicked his finger lightly, and Anko, wrapped in wine, flew into the sky. Anko then looked at Liu Yun angrily. Liu Yun, put me down quickly. Liu Yun retracted his fingers, and the wine and Anko slowly moved in front of him. He smiled softly. Look, don't be Orochimaru's apprentice anymore. Liu Yun loosened Juquan's control, and Anko got some action. She immediately cursed, freed her 2 hands, and slowly formed a seal. You damn fellow, look at my shadow snake hand. Anko quickly stretched out a hand towards Liu Yun, and in an instant 3 or 5 snakes flashed out from her sleeves like lightning, with sharp fangs, and were about to bite Liu Yun. Liu Yun raised a finger again, and the wine in the gourd spurted out, wrapping around the snake summoned by Anko. Clean the dirt carefully. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, the wine spring burned, and the snakes wrapped in the wine were slowly steamed and roasted. Liu Yun put one arm around Anko's neck to control her movements. Chapter 90. Oh my god. Orochimaru ate a snake. Liu Yun, let go, let go. Anko struggled hard and bit Liu Yun's arm with his little fangs. Blood came out of his bite, but Liu Yun didn't make a sound. Liu Yun looked at the snake being roasted in wine and a roasted aroma wafted from it. Anko's eyes widened. How dare you roast my snake and eat it? Liu Yun rested his chin on the girl's dark purple hair, and after he had calmed down from the alcohol, he pulled out 3 or 5 golden roasted snakes. Liu Yun wiped Anko's mouth and said, the wine and fire snake is ready. Come and try it. Snake meat is delicious. Anko's head shook like a rattle. No, no, no. I can't eat snakes. Snakes are my friends. But she couldn't resist Liu Yun. Liu Yun gave her sips of wine and made her drunk. Shihihong came forward, supported Anko, and complained to Liu Yun, you are so stupid. You are so strong but still fighting with Anko. Can't you just let her go? Liu Yun said. I didn't put ordinary water in it. I added high concentration alcohol. There is nothing I can do if she can't beat me. Kurenai Yuhi shook her head and called Shizune over, and the 2 of them helped Anko walk towards her home. Liu Yun took a quick glance and immediately saw the 3-year-old Uchiha Itachi. The other person was staring blankly at a 3-color meatball. When he saw Liu Yun's gaze, he was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and was about to leave. Liu Yun moved instantly and pointed 2 fingers at Uchiha Itachi's forehead. Uchiha 1 vs 7, nice to meet you, my name is Liu Yun. After Liu Yun finished speaking, he gave Uchiha Itachi a roasted snake and left instantly. Uchiha Itachi looked at Liu Yun's disappearing figure, holding the roasted snake in his hand, feeling extremely strange. Why did this weirdo want to touch his forehead? He seemed so friendly, and I always wanted to touch his forehead. Liu Yun strolled to Senju's house humming a little tune and nibbling on roasted snake meat. By the way, the roasted snake meat in Raichi Cave that has been soaked in the fairy chakra is really good and tastes great. I wonder how it tastes for the white snake fairy. This is the only one that can be eaten among the three great immortals. A huge white snake in Raichi Cave shuddered, feeling like someone was out to mess with it. Liu Yun walked through the gate of the Senju family, and as soon as he entered the house, he saw Tsunade playing finger-guessing games with Jiraiya and the others. Advertisement. The three of them noticed the golden roasted snake meat in Liu Yun's hand at a glance. Quote. The atmosphere became quiet. During the day, Liu Yun was told not to eat snake meat, but at night he roasted it over a fire. Orochimaru narrowed his dark golden eyes and looked carefully at the roasted snake in Liu Yun's hand. The color and the burnt patterns on it. Orochimaru immediately recognized this as the snake from Raichi Cave, and he said calmly, Enko fought you. Liu Yun smiled and said, yeah, she challenged me beyond her ability, so I got her drunk and sent her home. Orochimaru stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly froze again. Jiraiya laughed to ease the atmosphere. It's already grilled, Orochimaru, don't worry about it. There are a lot of people who eat snakes every year anyway, Orochimaru, you can't control them all. Orochimaru snorted coldly and said nothing. There are a lot of people who eat snakes every day, but no one dares to eat snakes in front of him. Tsunade waved and called Liu Yun over, saying to him, kid, we've run out of wine, get some more. Liu Yun nodded, opened the lid of his wine gourd, and a rich aroma of wine wafted out. Then, a clear spring-like mercury gushed out and slowly flowed into the wine jar on the table. Then 3 streams of wine flew out and filled Sonin's glass. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes were filled with praise and deep greed. Such a high level of chakra control, to be honest, I can't compare to it. Tsunade pinched Liu Yun's face and said with some pride, of course, he is the last of my Senju. Liu Yun pulled Tsunade's hand away, found a seat and sat down, then put the roasted snake meat in his hand on a plate and placed it on the table. Quote. Liu Yun smiled faintly and said, of course we have to share good things with everyone. He then looked at Orochimaru's expression. The other party still had the same indifferent expression as before, as if he didn't care about the grilled snake meat. Orochimaru picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of grilled snake meat under the surprised gaze of the 3 people. Big. Jiraiya reached out to stop him, but the other man already had the snake in his mouth. Orochimaru chewed it gently and found it was still very crisp and had an unusually good texture. As for asking him to give his opinion, it is simply impossible. Orochimaru eats snake meat as if he were eating his own kind. Advertisement. But as a lion majesty, this little bit of poison is nothing. Jiraiya laughed dryly and took a piece of snake meat. Liu Yun is right. Good things should be shared with everyone. He chewed the snake meat and was immediately conquered by the crisp feeling. Delicious, cooked to perfection, and with a hint of roasted wine. Jiraiya picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine. The spicy taste of the wine rolled in his throat for a few times. Jiraiya gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. It's so enjoyable. Liu Yun smiled, picked up a wine glass, and was about to pick up the wine jar to fill it up. Tsunade picked up the jar of wine and flicked Liu Yun on the forehead. You little brat, you are not allowed to drink. Liu Yun sat back in his seat and tapped his fingers lightly. A stream of wine slowly flowed from his fingers into the wine glass. Tsunade's warning that people who make alcohol are not allowed to drink is a joke. Tsunade looked at it and shook her head. You little brat, you don't even listen to me. Liu Yun gently touched the wine glass to his lips, the wine went down his throat, and a refreshing feeling came from his stomach. Jiraiya just saw Liu Yun making wine and was stunned for a moment. The wine we drink is made from the body of this little devil. This. Orochimaru took a sip and said in a deep voice, the nature transformation of water chakra is the same as Jiraiya's toad oil. Tsunade took a swig, shook her chest, and said proudly, the kid's wine is of high quality even if it is sold outside. Jiraiya saw that his 2 companions had drunk the wine, so he didn't care where the wine came from. I took another bite and it was still so spicy and satisfying. Jiraiya gave Liu Yun a thumbs up. It seems that you are also a little drunkard, and you know how to make wine more delicious. Liu Yun smiled with a red face. In his previous life, he had drunk all kinds of wine and was invincible when drunk. Of course, he knew a lot about wine. The 3 continued chatting, and Liu Yun listened to their topics, which were probably about the battlefield and the complicated situation in the village. Jiraiya blushed and asked Tsunade, Tsunade, have you cured your hemophobia? If not, don't go to the battlefield again. Tsunade shook her head, not yet, but I'm brave enough to face the pain of the past. I believe I can resolve it after some time. The reason why Tsunade suffered from hemophobia was simply because she was afraid to face the tragic deaths of Naoki and Kato Dan. In addition, the Senju clan had lost its members, so she lost hope in her heart and became depressed. Ever since Tsunade met Ryun, she has gradually started to develop the idea of cultivating him. She has the motivation to live, and since she is a medical ninja, she will naturally adapt quickly. Jiraiya took a sip of his wine. Congratulations. Chapter 91. Let me interject. Tsunade's face was red with drunkenness, and she glanced at Jiraiya. What about you, are you still fulfilling that prophecy? Jiraiya shook his head. The great toad sage said that the future is obscured by a force. It wants me to find that person and correct the original history. If the future is changed, Liu Yun will no longer be anyone. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment and took a sip of wine to ease the strangeness on his face. Who is the most mysterious person in the ninja world? It is not the sage of six paths who watches the ninja world from the Pure Land, but the great toad sage who can foresee everything. It has never been used, but its traces are everywhere. 1,000 years ago, he guided Otsutsuki Hagoromo in practicing immortal arts, gave him the immortal talisman, allowed Hagoromo and Hamura to work together to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, and also predicted the story 1,000 years later. In other words, this toad is like having the eyes of God, knowing the past and future of the ninja world. Although it is not in the ninja world, its every word and action affects the ninja world at all times. Just like if the great toad sage didn't let Jiraiya go to find the child of prophecy, then the trajectory of Nagato and the others would have changed drastically. Its mystery cannot be expressed in just one sentence. Liu Yun even felt that the great toad sage had noticed him. Question. If a person can see very far and suddenly a leaf blocks his view, what will he do? Of course, I should tear off the leaf and not let it block my view. Therefore, Mount Myoboku's camp could be an enemy or neutral to Liu Yun, but it could not be a friend. Advertisement. Ryun looked up at Jiraiya. As the representative of Mount Myoboku in the ninja world, Jiraiya might even become his enemy one day. He quite likes this wandering dragon, but their camps have different positions. Once the war starts, Liu Yun will not show mercy. At most, he will cripple the opponent and keep him away from the chaos of the ninja world. But that's all for the future. Now just think about how to take advantage of Sununade when he's drunk. Liu Yun released the wine release technique several times, Sunade's face turned red, and he slowly became drunk. In the middle of the night, Yuhi Kurenai and Shizune came back and did not disturb Sannin from drinking. They went back to their respective rooms to sleep. The Sannin talked about the succession of the Hokage again. Tsunade turned his attention to Orochimaru. At present, it seemed that Orochimaru was the most likely person to become the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled. Minato is also competing for the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru, don't underestimate him. He has fought against the AB brothers of Cloud Shinobi Village many times, and his contributions are no less than yours. Snort. Orochimaru snorted. He had been obsessed with developing the curse seal recently. Even when he was in charge of the Mist Shinobi battlefield, he was just doing it perfunctorily and didn't make any great achievements. He was not interested in becoming Hokage, but in achieving immortality, learning all the ninjutsu, and now adding another one, Liu Yun's body. Of course, it would be nice to become a Hokage, then many things would become easier to do. Tsunade glanced at Liu Yun who was drinking alone and her face turned red. The war is not over yet, and Liu Yun still has merits to offer, so he can be a contender for the position of Hokage, but his age is a disadvantage, as Hokage will never allow someone without a background to be the Hokage. Tsunade said, I think Sarutobi-sensei will definitely support someone he can control easily. After all, those greedy ninjas are not assured, and Orochimaru's chances are slim. Jiraiya's voice got louder. Tsunade, don't think Sarutobi-sensei is such a hypocrite. Advertisement. Tsunade snorted, isn't it? After he became Hokage, the number of people in my Senju family became smaller and smaller, and they simply disappeared. On the contrary, his Sarutobi family became stronger and stronger. Tsunade turned to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, if you become the Hokage, you must break the ninja clan's share of the village's ninjutsu resources so that civilian ninjas can get more ninjutsu. Orochimaru said nothing. Liu Yun interrupted, it seems that there is no retired Hokage in the ninja world yet. The cage of the 5 villages is inherited after the previous generation died in battle. Why doesn't the third generation go to the battlefield to die? Then the village will choose the Hokage. Tsunade nodded his drunken head. That's right, the old man should die on the battlefield, and then have his heroic name engraved on his tombstone, so that a new Hokage can be chosen and the transfer of power can be completed. Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun and Tsunade speechlessly. Is this what a human would say? Sending the previous Hokage to death and then selecting the new Hokage, is this what we as the younger generation should do? The will of fire. It has to be a little bit special. Orochimaru took a sip of his wine, carefully considering Liu Yun's words. What he said makes sense. If Orochimaru becomes Hokage, the political power of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be reduced in the slightest. Every move he makes will affect Orochimaru's administration, and then it will be too troublesome to do anything. It would be better for the other party to die on the battlefield. Not only can he be named a hero, but he can also eliminate hidden dangers for the transfer of power in the village. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen going to die of old age alone? That's a big joke. I've never heard of a great ninja dying of old age. Dying on the battlefield is the most glorious moment for a ninja to fulfill his ninja way, while lying dead in bed is simply an insult to the Hokage. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Orochimaru planted the seeds for Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Jiraiya and Tsunade drank glass after glass of wine in distress. They were both worried about the competition for the next generation of Hokage and the situation in the village. Ryun, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all drunk, and only Orochimaru was sipping his drink carefully, looking at the 2 drunken men. Liu Yun and Jiraiya were arm in arm, chatting dirty talk, and laughing like crows from time to time. Chapter 92 Eagle Snake Fight. Jiraiya fell back, passed out drunk, and Tsunade fell asleep on the table. Orochimaru stood up slowly, he didn't drink much. Besides, as a scientific researcher, Orochimaru would not let himself get drunk. He did not want to experience the discomfort of having his brain out of the control of his body. A long snake stretched out from Orochimaru's sleeve. The snake spit out its tongue and coiled around Liu Yun's body, tying him up. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, his eyes filled with deep greed. Although living corpse reincarnation has not been perfected yet, the seal that sets the prerequisites has been researched. It is just right to plant the heavenly seal on him to provide the prerequisites for reincarnation. In the group of Liu Yun's consciousness, Dapao kept shouting, oh no, Orochimaru is going to covet the original body. A shadow clone consoled him, don't be afraid. It's only the 49th year of Konaha now. It will take another 3 or 4 years for his living corpse reincarnation to be perfected. Even if he can perfect the reincarnation technique, don't forget that we still have System Daddy. It can block all mental attacks. Kanon breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, the boss is drunk now, who will take over the body? Anger Orochimaru. Urzuzi shadow clone came out and said, to P***s him off, it's still me, Urzuzi. Urzuzi's spiritual chakra flowed into Liu Yun's mind, and Liu Yun's body was instantly taken over by this personality. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked Liu Yun's neck lightly. Liu Yun opened his eyes, his pupils were full of coldness and deep pretense. Earth-crawling snake, even if you dream of flying, it is just a fantasy after all. If you don't want to destroy yourself, just crawl back to your cave honestly. What did you say? Orochimaru's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the anger in his heart was inexplicably aroused by the other party. The most important thing is that Liu Yun's eyes are like a pair of eagle eyes, looking down on his prey. Liu Yun blinked his lips, gathered strange power in his hands, and tore the python summoned by Orochimaru into pieces with one hand. Then, like a swift cheetah, it left a shadow in the air and grabbed Orochimaru's neck in the blink of an eye. He looked at Orochimaru with cold eyes, a snake is a snake. Hunting a goshawk is heaven-defying. Sooner or later, this snake skin of yours will be destroyed. Vomit. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth and a human head covered in slime came out. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Orochimaru's most perfect body replacement technique. This technique can even avoid Amaterasu. The most commendable thing about it is that it does not require hand seals. Disgusting snake. Liu Yun stepped back. Orochimaru's limp body lay on the ground like a snake, his evil eyes staring at Liu Yun. Little brat, you succeeded in irritating me. Liu Yun snorted, his face full of aloofness and arrogance. The way you lie on the ground is exactly like your fate, always looking up to someone stronger than you. Advertisement. Damn brat. Orochimaru gnashed his teeth in anger, and held out a hand, the hidden shadow snake hand. In an instant, countless snakes jumped out from his sleeves. In Liu Yun's sight, thousands of snakes attacked him like black streams of light. Liu Yun crossed his hands over his chest, with one of his middle fingers bent. The lid of the gourd opened and the wine gushed out. The fire started with a blazing sound, like a stream of flames enveloping the attacking snakes, and the air was filled with the smell of roasting snakes. Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun's fire-style technique and analyzed it in his mind. Using high concentration of alcohol to enhance the flame can not only increase the power of the flame but also increase the duration of the flame. This kid's skills really surprise people time and time again. The noise of the two fighting caught Jiraiya's attention, and his back squirmed slightly. Jiraiya woke up groggily and stretched. What are you arguing about? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Orochimaru stopped attacking, slowly got up, and looked at Liu Yun with the murderous intent in his eyes hidden. Liu Yun snorted and didn't proceed any further. Jiraiya was a little sober now. He looked at the messy yard, which was filled with many blackened charred snake corpses. What's the matter? Orochimaru did not answer. Liu Yun was aloof and arrogant, and was too disdainful to explain. The cannon took over the body. How Liu Yun said to Jiraiya with a playful smile, we are roasting snakes. Grilled snake. Jiraiya took a special look at Orochimaru. His temperament was very awe-inspiring. He was roasting snakes in the middle of the night. Could it be that he was addicted to snake meat? Jiraiya shook his drunken head. He was not a fool and could see the traces of a battle at a glance. Although I don't know what the conflict is between Liu Yun and Orochimaru, their temperaments are like an eagle and a snake, so there will naturally be a fight when they are put together. He groggily stood up and slowly put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, laughing, Orochimaru, let's grill the snake tomorrow. It's getting late, let's go home. Snort. Advertisement. Orochimaru snorted coldly, slowly turned around and followed Jiraiya out of the courtyard. Liu Yun tried to keep him from behind, but Jiraiya said something polite and left. The Uchiha clan's home and clan leader's residence. The Uchiha Fugaku family knelt at the dining table and ate in silence. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Itachi who was looking down. The child's face couldn't hide his thoughts. He asked, Itachi, what's wrong? The virtuous Uchiha Makoto also turned her eyes in the direction of Uchiha Itachi, looking at her sensible son. Little weasel, just say whatever you want to say. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and a childish voice sounded. I met a man in the Sanseki meatball shop. He was wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt. He looked like someone from the Uchiha family. His ninjutsu was also amazing. The water style he released was actually alcohol. By the way, he even said my name right away. He said his name is Liu Yun. Uchiha Fugaku put down his chopsticks, looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, I didn't expect you to meet him. Uchiha Makoto looked at her husband and asked curiously, do you know him? I just found out today that the giant eagle that rushed into Konaha during the day was transformed by him. Uchiha Itachi was surprised. That big eagle, what kind of ninjutsu is that? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's a modified advanced transformation technique. He then looked at Uchiha Itachi seriously. Itachi, listen, that one called Liu Yun is very strong, and he also has a bloodline limit that negates physical attacks. He crippled all three of the roots Jonan. I hope you can target him now and defeat him in the future. Uchiha Makoto smiled and said, why are you so strict with Itachi? He hasn't even started the ninja journey yet. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, put his hands on his knees, and looked at Uchiha Itachi seriously. He is different, because he is the last Senju. Uchiha Makoto was stunned for a moment, and Uchiha Itachi also raised his head. The Senju clan, didn't they all disappear? Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, it's impossible for him to disappear. He has been the mortal enemy of our Uchiha clan for thousands of years. Itachi, are you confident that you can catch up with him? Uchiha Itachi looked up and clenched his fists. Yes, since he is the last Senju, my Uchiha family will never lose to him. Uchiha Fugaku smiled with satisfaction. By the way, father, I always find him very kind. Oh, now that you mention it I realize that child looks a lot like someone from my Uchiha family. Chapter 93. Early morning, Shadow Clone offers advice. A year's plan starts with spring. A day's plan starts with the morning. Liu Yun patted his stomach and sent a Shadow Clone to buy breakfast. I sat on the wooden board, thinking about how to get by during the break in the Chunin exam. There was no war on the 3 battlefields, and he didn't know where he should go to die, or should he meet Danzo in the village and provoke the root's capacity. Soon Sununade changed her clothes. She was wearing an off-white cloth dress with a black belt around her waist, revealing her white and sexy thighs. After a while, Shizune and Kirin arrived and Sununade stood up. I'm going to process the combination application for your newly formed team. You can practice on your own in the morning. The 3 of them nodded. After Sununade left, Liu Yun asked the 2, what ninjutsu are you going to practice next? I want to practice illusion. I want to practice medical ninjutsu. Liu Yun nodded, and then separated 2 shadow clones, pointed at the 2 shadow clones and said to them, let them guide you too. Liu Yun also has several illusions and his talent in illusions is top-notch. This is especially true for medical ninjutsu, as he had learned healing jutsu not long ago. Kurenai Yuhi and Shizune nodded and followed the 2 shadow clones to practice their own ninjutsu. Seeing that there was no one around him, Liu Yun lay on the ground, thinking about his next move. Wolong and Fengchu ran out from the inner room and hugged Liu Yun on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Yeah, the cries were very clear, proving that they wanted to eat bamboo and drink basins of milk. Liu Yun created another shadow clone and asked him to go and see if there were any bamboo leaves in the village. The 2 military advisors of the Mu family army cannot be left hungry. Advertisement. After Shadow Clone left, Liu Yun thought for a while but had no idea. He walked into his room holding Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick and snapped his fingers. In an instant, more than 40 Shadow Clones appeared, some sitting, some standing, some hanging from the ceiling, and some sitting in wheelchairs. Liu Yun closed the door. A righteous voice came from it. Now, the meeting is held. In Liu Yun's room, there were 2 Shadow Clones wearing suits and sunglasses near the door, with cold looks on their faces. Liu Yun sat cross-legged on his bed, while Wolong and Fengchu rolled around on the pillow. The room was like a throne room, filled with a solemn atmosphere. Dapao stood beside Liu Yun, pinching his fingers like an orchid, and said in a shrill voice, if you have something to say, please report it. If not, please dismiss the court. Liu Yun waved his hand towards the 2 fat bears, Wolong and Fengchu, and asked, 2 military advisors, what strategies do you have? Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, _. Yeah. Liu Yun nodded. To respond to all movements with stillness, to respond to all changes with constancy, do you want us to counter each move? You 2 are 2 great military advisors. The shadow clones echoed. With the 2 gentlemen, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, we will surely be able to sweep the world and establish a foundation that will last forever. You 2 great gentlemen, please accept our greetings. A shadow clone bowed to Wolong and Fengchu. The second pillar shadow clone watched all this in silence and yelled, it's time to get down to business. The shadow clones around him pointed at him and yelled, why are you pretending? Aren't we discussing national affairs? Silence, cried the cannon. Liu Yun waved his hand, and the noise in the room slowly faded away. Advertisement. Liu Yun rubbed Wolong and said in a clear and righteous voice, we are trapped in this remote mountain village. We are confused about the way forward. Do you have any good suggestions, my dear ministers? Cao Zi stood up, bowed to Liu Yun, and then said slowly, Cao has something to say. Liu Yun made a gesture of invitation with one hand. Amon, please speak. Cao Zi paced slowly in the open space inside the house. This village has only about 100,000 people. It is not as high as the county and not as high as the village. This will ultimately limit our development. I suggest that the king should step into the government of the fire country and start from the direction of the daimyo. He can use the emperor to control the Hokage, gradually control the economy of the fire country, and undermine the daimyo. Then use the power of the country to deal with Konaha village, and even support the Hokage. With everyone working together, we can sweep across the ninja world within 5 years and establish a great cause. Liu Yun listened silently, and then commented, "This is the way of a tyrant. I have the immortal system and am a man of destiny. I should be where the ninja world is most heavily bombarded, so I should follow the way of Shira." Cao retreated, but he did not forget to flatter the king. "Your Majesty is wise." A Liu Yun with a pineapple head stood up. He was a shadow clone of the Nara clan with the mental characteristics, and there were 2 words written on his forehead, Academic Master. "The top student is the real military advisor," he said slowly. "We will talk about the future later. Now let's think about what we are most afraid of. What we are most worried about is the sealing technique. Once we are sealed by the sealing technique, it will be really over." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have solved the problem of shadow clone dissipating when the main body dies. When the time comes, I will separate 1,000 shadow clones and hide in them. How will they know which one is me?" Even Otsutsuki Ashiki's eyes couldn't see shadow clone, let alone the eyes of a group of mortals. The top student nodded. "But we must think of a way out." The shadow clones in the room offered suggestions in groups. Some said that they might as well defect, so that they could take the initiative and not be afraid of the schemes of the Konaha high-ups. A shadow clone curled his lips and said, "Ask the system dad. The system dad is so good to us, why would he let us be sealed?" At that moment, the room became quiet. Even if you have cheats, you still have to use your brain. Liu Yun nodded and gave him a thumbs up. "This is a good idea." Liu Yun entered the system space and asked the system, System, if I am sealed, is there any way to save me?" The system's voice sounded. "Host can spend experience points to analyze the seal and break the seal." Liu Yun slapped his thigh and said, "TNND, it turns out that all we need is experience points. What are we afraid of now?" All the shadow clones laughed cheerfully. "We have no weaknesses either. From now on, we will be invincible in the ninja world." Good. Chapter 94. Who among the serious people practices cultivation? Do you practice cultivation? The scorpion clone stood up and said, "Let me out for a little while. I want to make Optimus Prime and the others." Liu Yun nodded. "Great kindness." Dapao tugged at Liu Yun's sleeve and said, "Boss, let me out." Liu Yun waved his hand. "Greater kindness." Cannon laughed evilly and felt his body filled with energy. Revolution Shadow Clone said, "Give me a few weapons engineers, I want to make guns, cannons, tanks, and even atomic bombs." Liu Yun's body trembled. This was about completing industrialization and elevating war to the art of artillery fire. Didara's clone turned around and said, "Similarly, I want to do these arts." Liu Yun nodded and said to them, "Okay, you can use the Huolin cannon as the basis and use Yunliu Babian to create the general structure, but the atomic bomb requires the explosion style, so we will do it later." The 2 nodded. Shueba said to Liu Yun, "In fact, there are many ninjutsu that we can learn by ourselves. There is no need to waste experience points. For example, healing jutsu, we can ask Sununade to teach us. Also, I think the main body should synthesize a shadow clone with research attributes, such as Orochimaru's, to reserve ninjutsu for us." What Liang Qing said is very true. Liu Yun nodded and looked at some very honest shadow clones. A shadow clone stood up and said, "Let me do it. I will imitate Orochimaru's attributes." His appearance changed, and the forehead protector on his forehead changed from a leaf to science. "Just call me Dr. Snake from now on." Liu Yun looked at the shadow clone with a somewhat feminine look on his face. Even if he simply transformed, he couldn't be like Orochimaru. He entered the system space and exchanged 100 experience points for Orochimaru's knowledge reserves. Instantly, Orochimaru's knowledge flooded into Ryun's mind. Wood-style experiments, cell fusion, biological structure fusion, and many more high-level knowledge were slowly digested by Liu Yun. Liu Yun controlled a ball of chakra to flow into Dr. Snake's body. Dr. Snake's temperament slowly changed, becoming more and more like Orochimaru, with a gleam of wisdom and deep scientific knowledge lingering in his eyes. Everyone in the world believes in ninjutsu, but I, Orochimaru, master science. When the academic master saw this, his eyes lit up. Main body, also inject Orochimaru's knowledge into me. Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded and injected chakra carrying information flow into Shueba. The top student absorbed it slowly, and the aura of a top student became stronger. The nerd opened his eyes, looked at Liu Yun and said, "The template of the main body has reached its peak. If you work hard for another week, you can improve the template. This is the most important thing to do at this stage." Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, then looked at his special Jonan template. Just as the top student said, "I have indeed reached the peak. Now I have no experience points and can only practice diligently." The problem is that in this era, time travelers collectively use cheats, and even those who are suffering would be embarrassed to say that they have bought cheats. Who is practicing diligently? Do you practice? After the meeting, Liu Yun gave a summary. In the next period of time, I will upgrade the template to the Jonan template, and at the same time let my shadow clones study various techniques. 2 shadow clones came up to Liu Yun, and one of them said, "Boss, I like mighty and majestic supernatural creatures. I want to build their models." Liu Yun nodded. "Go ahead and build it. It'd be better if it's something cool, like Charmander, Ninetales, and some legendary Pokemon, like Kyogre and Groudon." Another shadow clone interrupted. Boss, I have always believed in light. I want to become Tiga or Zero. It's up to you. You can even get one of Belia's suits. No problem. The shadow clones all went to the backyard of the Senju house to pursue their own interests. Liu Yun stood up, stretched his muscles, and was about to start practicing. If the cheater practices, even if the might guy works 10 times harder, he still can't catch up. When Sununade came back from the Hokage building, she heard a lot of noise coming from the backyard. She walked towards the backyard curiously, and instantly saw about 100 shadow clones making a lot of noise in it. Revolution Shadow Clone and Madara Shadow Clone are together, and the two are studying about rationalizing AK. Revolution Shadow Clone said, "The fire scale cannon won't work, we need to make it smaller, like a bullet." Madara Shadow Clone nodded and beckoned for Professor Snake to come over, preparing to have him develop a ninjutsu that could shrink the fire scale cannon. Advertisement. Drive Snake, look at this. Dr. Snake stuck out his tongue and nodded. No problem, Chakra's higher level of transformation will be developed in minutes. On the other side, Scorpion made a Shadow Clone transform into Optimus Prime, and he kept guiding Shadow Clone to transform. Liu Yun was shirtless, doing push-ups in the open space. Next to him was a top student holding a schedule. There were also a few Shadow Clones holding small red flags, waving them non-stop to cheer them on. 3002, 3003, 3004. Boss, come on, we're almost there. Liu Yun slowly loosened his grip and held on, complaining, "You've been saying this since I did my first push-up." The top student said, "I have developed a reasonable training plan, including 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 10,000 frog jumps. Don't worry, I train myself to death." Liu Yun complained again. "Thank you so much. You're welcome." Liu Yun looked up and saw Sununade standing at the back door of the house, looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. Liu Yun raised his hand and waved, "Sister Sununade, come on. Let's go together." Little rascal. Sununade curled her lips and turned around. She had a smile on her face when she entered the house. She was very pleased that Liu Yun was actively improving his strength. "Little rascal, I will be your teacher from now on." Sununade read softly, then looked at the stamp on the application form. Her name was on the instruction Jonan. This time Sununade applied to become the guiding Jonan of the Rukumo squad. Sununade was scared. This time she wanted to protect Liu Yun personally and not let her follow the path of Kato Dan and Nawaki. "I have to deal with my hemophobia." Sununade clenched her fists. Being protected by Liu Yun twice was very embarrassing for her as a Sannin. She must recover and live up to her status as one of the Sannin during the Second Ninja World War. Seeing Sununade turn around and ignore him, Liu Yun looked regretful. He really hoped that Sununade could sit with him when doing sit-ups so they could exercise together. The academic master said, "Original body, stop being in a daze and start doing sit-ups. I'll have a shadow clone transform into Sununade to accompany you." Chapter 95. The birth of the AK-47, the end of the ninja era. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Yun performed the last 10,000 frog jumps. He lay on the ground, exhausted both physically and mentally. The cells of the Senju clan in his body and the chakra of 9 tails were repairing his physical fatigue. When the top student saw this, he waved his hand and said, "Swordsman, get ready." A shadow clone holding a big axe stepped forward, and without saying a word, chopped off Liu Yun's head with one axe. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he looked at the top student speechlessly. The top student explained, "This will make it faster. After all, your sense of pain has been numb. Get up, let's practice speed this time." Liu Yun nodded. This academic master shadow clone was a bit cold, which was his absolute rationality. Multiple shadow clone technique. After Liu Yun stood up, he clasped his hands together and created 50 shadow clones. They tidied up the ground and built a 50-meter long runway. After the runway was ready, the shadow clones also practiced speed with Liu Yun. Liu Yun needs their experience to be fed back to the main body to obtain more reasonable speed burst techniques. A shadow clone held a gun up to the sky, ready. About 50 shadow clones are ready on a 50-meter line. Liu Yun's muscles expand and his eyes slowly shrink. The nerd held a stopwatch and said to Liu Yun, "Use your full strength speed. I need to know the limit of my body so that I can better plan the next practice." Liu Yun nodded, lowered his body, and growled slightly. Roar. The 4 chakra valves were opened in an instant. Green energy lingered outside the body, and then a layer of tailed beast cloak was draped over the body. Liu Yun activated the full power chakra form. Shadow clone, holding a gun, made a funny move and pointed a gun at the contestants. With a bang, a gunshot rang out. "Nyong Exapi, why are you hitting me?" The flowing clouds only left a shadow in the air, like a red meteor, and also raised a cloud of dust. His shadow clones were stunned and breathed in a lot of car exhaust. The nerd kicked 2 of the shadow clones, and then they ran forward in an orderly manner. After Liu Yun stopped, Shueba walked in front of him and said to the stopwatch on his hand, 0.2 seconds. This is the full power form of the main body. Next, don't use chakra, just use pure body energy to try it. Liu Yun nodded, then rolled his eyes. If we talk about the taijutsu masters in the village, they are definitely Might Dai and his son Guy. I will send a shadow clone to practice with them. To summarize their experience. The nerd listened to Liu Yun's words and nodded. They are both masters of physical exercises and have top-notch experience in physical exercise. Ha ha ha, my youth is finally here. A shadow clone jumped out and formed seals with both hands. Advertisement. With a bang, the gray short-sleeved shirt was immediately replaced by green tights. The bowl-cut hair, thick eyebrows, and the forehead protector on the forehead also changed to youth. His voice was full of youth. My youth will never fade. There is also a layer of chakra vibration in the body that emits music. You exist, deep in my mind. With a spark of excitement, the blood in my heart was ignited. I'm on fire. I'm on fire too. I feel like I can send Boruto into flames. The surrounding shadow clones instantly became excited, filled with the passion of youth. Xingchun used his ultimate skill and defeated the Six Paths class in one round. Liu Yun kicked Liu Yun on the butt, pointed at him and said, "Change back quickly, you are destroying my image." Liu Yun gave a thumbs up, and his teeth seemed to flash white light, but this is the taste of youth. Liu Yun didn't care about him. If he had a bowl-cut haircut, thick eyebrows, and wore green tights, he would immediately lose the right to mate with Sununade and the others. You can change if you want, but at least cover your head. Liu Yun formed a seal with both hands and immediately controlled Liu Yun to transform. Liu Yun's body changed instantly, with a red and blue tights, a spider web-like network, a black spider on his chest, and a red hood on his head. If this isn't Spider-Man, then what is it? Liu Yun smiled and said, "Isn't this very handsome? Covering up the bowl cut and thick eyebrows, you can even play the cameo role of Peter Parker. Now you are Peter Liu Yun." Peter Liu Yun's voice was full of excitement. Okay, they are all wearing leather tights, and they are all young and lively teenagers, all the same. From today on, I am Spider-Man. He immediately shouted to Dr. Snake, "Doctor, remember to develop a spider ninjutsu for me like Kidomaru, one of the 4 sound ninjas. The little spider of the ninja world is about to appear." Dr. Snake spit out his tongue and said, "Got it." Peter Liu Yun flashed and immediately went to ask Guy and Might for advice on taijutsu. Liu Yun looked at Peter Liu Yun who was walking away. Spider-Man has already appeared, so how far are Iron Man, Thor and the others? Soon the Avengers of the ninja world will assemble, but could he be the leader? When the top student saw Peter Liu Yun leaving, he walked up to Liu Yun with the schedule and said, "There are still many training items to go. You have to speed up." Liu Yun nodded and continued his overloaded practice. Bite. Your shadow clone Dr. Snake has successfully developed a ninjutsu and named it the Fire Scale Bullet. Bite. Advertisement. Firearms AK-47 automatic rifle successfully included. Liu Yun was stunned and immediately turned his attention to the direction of Revolution and Didera shadow clone. The revolutionary shadow clone was seen holding a black and orange automatic rifle, constantly pulling the trigger, with beams of fiery red light spurting out from the muzzle. Ha ha ha, this is the people's weapon. The ammunition of AK-47 is a miniaturized version of the fire scale cannon, which has been transformed into a fire scale bullet. It abandons the explosion and adds more wind attribute nature transformation to obtain stronger penetration. Didera shadow clone also picked up a gun and fired it into the sky, saying enthusiastically, "This is art." Liu Yun shouted to the two of them, "Bring it here so I can test its power." 2 shadow clones came over immediately, and the revolutionary shadow clone pointed the muzzle of the gun at Liu Yun's forehead. Now we can even save ourselves from human experiments. A wheelchair appeared out of nowhere behind Liu Yun's butt. He sat down, exuding the aura of an evil god. The surrounding shadow clones were instantly shocked. Fire Cloud Evil God. I almost forgot this title. Boss, are you going to catch the bullet with your hands? It's so terrifying. Liu Yun crossed his legs, his face full of nonchalance. Shoot. Revolution shadow clone pointed his gun at Liu Yun. A shadow clone used chakra to simulate the background music of this famous scene. In an instant, all shadow clones knelt down. Welcome Patriarch Huiyan to come out of retreat. With a bang, sparks flew and the fire scale bullet penetrated out. Liu Yun raised 2 fingers upwards and said with a smile, "There is nothing in the martial arts world that is indestructible except speed." The fire bullet passed through Liu Yun's head and he fell down instantly. Bite. You were killed by shadow clone using a firearm, experience points plus 30. The surrounding shadow clones all dispersed, and the shadow clone that had just played the BGM switched to the Great Compassion mantra. Several shadow clones transformed into Suona, bass drum, and cymbals, playing the BGM for the banquet. La. Liu Yun was stunned after resurrecting. This suicide experience value of being killed by AK is quite high. He immediately became addicted. A few more shots, I'll get the full 100 points. Okay. Liu Yun was shot and killed several times by the revolutionary shadow clone, and his experience points were fully restored to 100, making up for the 100 experience points lost before. Chapter 96. People live for Sakura Island Mai. Liu Yun held the AK-47 and smiled with satisfaction. With this magical weapon, he would be almost invincible in team battles. From now on, the era of ninjas is over, the era of tattoos is over, now is the era of gunfights. He patted Dr. Snake on the shoulder and praised, "Good job." Dr. Snake shook his head and said nonchalantly, "It's just a simple shape change, not difficult." The system voice sounded again. Bite. Autobot Optimus Prime successfully collected the file. Caw caw caw. A sound of mechanical friction was heard, and then a robot about 10 meters tall stood in the yard. His skin is a mixture of red and blue, full of the colors of heavy industry, and he also has a hint of leadership temperament. Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots on the planet Cybertron, a leader of justice and kindness. He said in a low, charming, mechanical voice, I have witnessed the bravery and fearlessness of mankind with my own eyes, but we are all the same, there is much more to us than meets the eye. I am Optimus Prime. I am passing this message to the Autobots who have taken refuge on various planets. We are here, and we are waiting. It was accompanied by a steely musical accompaniment, like a leader giving a speech about saving the world. Handsome, handsome, handsome. The shadow clones all gathered at Optimus Prime's feet, staring at this mechanical Autobot with wide eyes, as if he had conquered everyone's unruly hearts. The Scorpion clone also looked at his second work with satisfaction. Autobots transform. The sound of Optimus Prime's mechanical flow was heard, and it slowly turned into a large transport vehicle. Liu Yun approached and looked at the mechanical Optimus Prime. He was extremely happy. That is to say, cannons and cars are men's favorites. He gave the Scorpion clone a thumbs up and said, not bad, go out and drive around a bit, let those ninjas see what the age of automation is all about. The Scorpion clone nodded, opened the door, and climbed onto Optimus Prime. Autobots, go. The accelerator roared, the engine started, and in the blink of an eye, it drove out of Senju's backyard. The rumbling sound of a car caught Tsunade's attention. She opened the door to the backyard and immediately saw a huge blue and red transport truck driving out of the Senju home. She approached Liu Yun and asked, is this another one of those taxi-hailing things? Advertisement. Liu Yun nodded, then smiled and said, let's go for a drive some other day. Tsunade smiled, okay, you have to fill up the gas when the time comes. I want to drive at maximum speed. Fill it up. Definitely fill it up, it has to be filled up. Liu Yun said confidently. Tsunade nodded and pulled out a scroll, this is the jutsu that Sarutobi-sensei gave you in exchange for your merits. Liu Yun took it. Tsunade asked, what jutsu did you exchange for? Tsunade respected Liu Yun's privacy and did not peek at it even after getting the scroll. Liu Yun said, wood-style ninjutsu. Tsunade was stunned, and then her voice became louder, why do you want to exchange wood-style ninjutsu? You haven't awakened wood-style yet. Wood-style can be said to be the symbol of Senju. Senju Hashirama used wood-style to pacify the troubled times and established Konaha, the land of fire. Wood-style has a very high influence on the Konaha shinobi village, almost like the logo on the forehead protector. Liu Yun hummed softly, the only jutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen asked me to exchange was the wood-style jutsu, which I haven't learned yet. Tsunade heard this, clenched his fists lightly, and cursed. Damn old man, you took my Senju family's things and gave them to my Senju family intact, what's the meaning of this? He just wants to bully honest people. Liu Yun replied. Tsunade pinched Liu Yun's face and said, then why did you exchange for wood-style? Although you are from my Senju family, your bloodline limit is smoke release. You don't want to awaken wood-style, do you? Tsunade shook his head again, it's impossible, it's impossible. Even among the Senju family, only Grandpa Hashirama has synthesized wood-style. Naoki and I, as direct descendants, cannot inherit the power of wood-style, let alone you. Liu Yun smiled boldly and gave the scroll to the top student. Nothing is impossible in front of the hackers. Liu Yun put his hands on his waist and said confidently, it's just wood-style. As long as I feel like it, I can awaken it in a few minutes. Tsunade saw the aura of Nizuzi all over Liu Yun, and couldn't help but pinch his face. You little brat, you will die if you don't brag for a day. If you can synthesize wood-style, I will. I will. Tsunade said as she flinched a bit, not even she could predict how far Liu Yun's talent would go in the future. Moreover, her luck in gambling is extremely bad, and she basically loses every time she gambles. What about you? Liu Yun challenged, you don't dare to bet, right? As a Sanin, you have received 1000 points of provocation from the genin. Tsunade's chest trembled, and she clenched her fist and said loudly, if you can synthesize wood-style, I will kiss you, okay. Wood-style is too important to Tsunade, it is even a symbol of Senju's revival. Tsunade certainly hopes that Liu Yun can awaken the power of wood-style, and it is not recommended to let him take advantage of it. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at Tsunade with sharp eyes. You said it, don't regret it. No regrets. Then you just wait. When I synthesize wood-style, you have to kiss me obediently. All right, you little rascal. Tsunade continued to pull Liu Yun's face, and then went back to the inner room to treat his hemophobia. Da Pao walked over and congratulated Liu Yun. Boss, congratulations, you get to take advantage of Princess Tsunade again. Liu Yun laughed loudly. In the eyes of a cheater like him, the difficulty of wood-style was nothing. 5,000 experience points can be earned by wandering around the battlefield. Liu Yun stopped laughing and said, one kiss is nothing. Let Dr. Snake develop the erotic dream technique as soon as possible. Da Pao smiled evilly. Got it, boss. The nerd came over with the schedule and said to Liu Yun, continue training. Your 2 minutes of delay is equivalent to several months wasted by an ordinary person. Liu Yun nodded. The time spent on hanging up is very important. 1 minute is equivalent to 1 month of practice for ordinary people. Liu Yun continued to practice running speed. The top student was preparing for the Liu Yun training. He turned the two shadow clones into weighted iron bodies, and instantly more than 100 kilograms of weight was attached to Liu Yun's body, making it a little difficult for Liu Yun to run. When the top student saw this, he smiled coldly. He also made two shadow clones transform into weight-bearing clothes and stacked them on Liu Yun's body, weighing more than 500 kilograms. Liu Yun is now carrying a weight of 600 kilograms. He is out of breath even when walking, let alone running. The nerd knew the original's personality, and pointed to a shadow clone next to him and said, "Become the original's wife in the previous life, Sakura Shima Mai." Shadow clone pointed at himself and said, "You're making me effeminate. How can that be possible? You are just a bunch of chakra. You don't have a gender. You are just influenced by your true self and think you are a man. Hurry up, everything is for the main body. Also, remove the main body's information flow and completely imitate Sakura Island Mai." Shadow clone had no choice but to force himself to develop in the direction of pervert. He clasped his hands together. Cloud flow 100 changes Ma Yi trap. With a bang, white smoke passed by. A beautiful girl with gray hair appeared before my eyes. Her temperament exuded the gentleness of autumn and the sexiness of spring. The nerd shouted to Liu Yun, who was walking step by step, "Master, look here." Chapter 97 Negative Shadow Clone. Liu Yun glanced towards the top student and immediately saw Senior Sister Mai's sexy outfit. Senior Mai encouraged Liu Yun in a very gentle voice, "Come on. Youth. Burn." There seemed to be flames in Liu Yun's eyes, and the youthful temperament was burning on his body, and the adrenaline in his body was flowing and burning faster. His whole body was filled with strength and his speed gradually increased. After 10 minutes, the speed of the flowing cloud slowly slowed down. He gasped for breath and said to the two axemen holding axes, "Come up and chop off my head." The top student shook his head. "You can't always rely on your resuscitation ability. Now is a good time to train your willpower." Liu Yun lay on the ground. "What the hell is training willpower? I'm already a cheater, why am I still working so hard?" Senior Mai walked up to Liu Yun and gently rubbed Liu Yun's forehead with her hand. "Ayan, stand up quickly." Liu Yun curled his lips and said, "Don't try to trick me into working like a slave. You are just a ball of chakra to me." Senior Mai's voice was still so gentle. "Ayan, I'm just like the real Senior Mai. The clouds just won't rise." What made him uncomfortable was that Senior Mai was his chakra, and that chakra contained his information flow, just like another self-seducing Liu Yun. The top student stepped forward, pushed his non-existent glasses, and explained, "Shadow clone is just a ball of chakra, but it carries the information flow of the original body, so it is subjective to think that shadow clone will have a gender, but this is actually wrong. Da Pao and Sao Zhe are shadow clone with strong subjectivity, so they appear as masculine. As for us, we appear as neutral. If our subjectivity develops in the female direction, we will appear as feminine." The nerd adjusted his transformed glasses and continued, "Of course, if you remove the information flow that belongs to the essence of the original body, you can create an anime character. That is, the wife of the original body in his previous life." Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at the beautiful gray-haired girl. "Really?" Senior Mai said, "Of course it's true." Liu Yun became excited instantly, climbed up with difficulty, and continued to run around the track with high morale. The top student smiled coldly. This is the power of the flowing cloud trap. After another 10 minutes, Liu Yun was sweating profusely, he could not open his eyes, and collapsed weakly on the ground. The top student came up with Senior Sister Mai. Liu Yun waved his hands with difficulty. "I'm tired, don't try to seduce me anymore, even if it's my wife Mai. Come on, I've got one lap. With the encouragement of the two men, Liu Yun ran another 20 laps. Finally, he fell to the ground, without even the strength to speak. Senior Mai and Ling Er approached and kept encouraging him, but Liu Yun just wouldn't get up. Even if they rubbed it hard, Liu Yun seemed dead. The academic master sneered. "Don't I know the real body yet? This time I'll change it to one with the attributes of a queen." He pointed at a shadow clone. "Come on, conjure up a domineering Altria. The original will definitely behave itself." Shadow clone nodded and made a seal. Cloud flow variations Aho Mao trap. A delicate silver boot stepped on Liu Yun's head and twisted it a few times. Liu Yun was furious. "Who is so bold? Do you want to rebel?" He turned around and looked. A blonde girl wearing a silver battle robe and a blue cape appeared, with a conspicuous alopecia on her head. She looked at Liu Yun seriously. Advertisement. "My king. Mew Liu Yun, hurry up, is this all you have?" The king's majesty weighed on Liu Yun like a heavy air pressure. Liu Yun's character has improved a lot. Being looked down upon by such a strong woman, and also because she is his beloved King Arthur, his dignity as a man surged up in an instant. He struggled to get up and said to the three beautiful girls, "Today I will show you what a real man is." "Ah!" Liu Yun roared to the sky and ran hard while carrying a 600-pound load on his back. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps, 10 laps, 11 laps, 12 laps. As time went by, the speed of the flowing clouds slowed down. Akoku followed up with his foot and kicked Liu Yun in the back. "Mew Liu Yun, hurry up, the knights under my command have better endurance than you." Liu Yun was slowly ensnared in this way, his body's potential being squeezed out step by step. The Senju cells in his body were constantly repairing themselves, and coupled with the stimulation of the Nine Tails chakra, Liu Yun's physical strength gushed out like sweet spring water. Ding! Congratulations host, the Senju clan's sage body has been upgraded to the intermediate level. A positive force was running through Liu Yun's body, energizing the lactic acid in his limbs, and immediately all the aches and pains throughout his body were eliminated. Liu Yun's body also underwent some changes. The chakra points gradually widened and the chakra in the body became more abundant. Now he can add another 300 shadow clones. When the nerd saw Liu Yun break through his limit, he commanded 2 shadow clones to come forward and transform into weight-bearing clothes that were superimposed on Liu Yun's arms. In the blink of an eye, the weight on Liu Yun's body reached 1 ton. Liu Yun's speed slowed down and became more strenuous. Chapter 98 I have become Boss Dai. Liu Yun broke his limit and ran about 80 laps. His muscles were all strained from the excessive exercise. He was like a ball of fire and his head became dizzy. With a bang, Liu Yun fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The nerd nodded. Almost done, come on, the axeman. The axeman came up with an axe and sent Liu Yun on his way with 1 blow. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he stood up with high morale and hugged the 3 female shadow clones next to him. See, this is a real man. Dai Mao Wang kicked Liu Yun away, took the schedule of Shuiba directly, and said to Liu Yun in a cold voice, the next step of strength training begins now. She glanced coldly at the shadow clones who were watching the show around her, full of the queen's dominance. The shadow clones all felt a chill in their hearts, wondering what the hell this shadow clone had become, and how could he have such a domineering temperament. King Dai pointed his finger at several shadow clones. You, and you. Come out and turn into barbells. Both the cannon and the thief Cao were blamed, one of them was the chief eunuch and the other was Prime Minister Cao. But under this majestic aura, they all lay down obediently and became 2-ton barbells. Daimao Wang pointed at Liu Yun and said, hurry up, don't dilly-dally. Liu Yun had no choice but to take off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and walked forward obediently. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is not just a small cotton-padded jacket, it's completely an ancestor. After reciting this, Liu Yun continued to practice. This time he did not use any strange strength, but instead used real physical energy to train. Drink. Liu Yun took a deep breath, his muscles bulged, and he lifted a 2-ton barbell with both hands. His body now far surpassed that of an ordinary human, making him a true strongman. The Senju clan's sage body has been upgraded to the intermediate level. There are more cells in their bodies, and the density of their muscles and bones is beyond the reach of ordinary people. More. Advertisement. When King Saber saw this, he ordered a few shadow clones to merge into the barbell, and the weight slowly increased. 3 tons. 4 tons. 5 tons. Weightlifting is different from weighted running. Weightlifting tests strength and endurance, while weight-bearing tests perseverance and overall physical fitness. Liu Yun felt the strain and the lactic acid in his arms gradually increased, so he slowly let go. The Daimao King conjured up a whip and whipped Liu Yun on the back. Your movements are not standard, lift it up. Liu Yun corrected his posture and slowly raised the barbell. As time passed, Liu Yun's body became stiffer and his forehead was covered with sweat. He exhaled twice, and his breath became weak and slowly relaxed. Pa! 2 more whips hit Liu Yun's body, and the cold voice of the Daimao King rang out. Hurry up, can't you lift it up? How could I not be able to lift it? Liu Yun, will stand up. Liu Yun took a deep breath and continued to lift it up. Bang! A whip hit Liu Yun's back, followed by a stern voice. The movements are irregular, keep adjusting. Liu Yun gritted his teeth and slowly lifted it up. 10 minutes later, Liu Yun was lying on the ground with his bare chest, and there were more than a dozen marks on his back. Senior Mai and Ling gently caressed Liu Yun's scars and gave him encouragement from time to time. Baby, is awesome, the weight training is done. Advertisement. Dr. Snake saw it and touched his chin. The original body has been perverted, but this is normal. With multiple personality splits and endless death experiences, if this person is not crazy, he must be completely mentally retarded. Get up and continue to the next stage of practice, flexibility. Liu Yun waved his hand, and 2 swordsmen came forward and chopped off Liu Yun's head with an axe. Soon, 2 shadow clones who were patrolling the area with their eyes rolled up came forward, and frowned as they saw the original being pulled hard on the thighs by several shadow clones, constantly pulling at the ligaments. It hurts just to look at it, let alone the person himself. Fortunately, the pain of the main body will not be transmitted to the bodies of these shadow clone. One of the shadow clones said while holding a white snake. Boss, we found a white snake in the corner. It has chakra in its body. It must be the surveillance snake left by Orochimaru. Liu Yun's limbs were tied up and his ligaments were pulled hard. He looked at the white snake that shadow clone was holding and snorted. Damn Orochimaru, he must be greedy for my body. Roast that white snake and find some chili powder to dip it in and eat it. Boss, it will be ready soon. The 2 shadow clones worked hard and in the blink of an eye, they had prepared the grilled snake meat and sprinkled it with chili powder. Daimao Wang whipped Liu Yun on the back again. Eat quickly, and then continue training after you're done. Got it. Liu Yun slowly swallowed the snake meat while weighing his own pervert. On the other side, in Orochimaru's laboratory, the surveillance snake that Orochimaru placed at the Senju's house sent images of roasting over fire and dipping in chili powder, and his angry voice came out. Damn brat, I won't let you go. The nerd looked at Liu Yun, who was practicing diligently, then turned to look at the shadow clones who had nothing to do nearby, gathered in twos and threes, bragging. He immediately suggested to Liu Yun, original body, doesn't Yunliu Babian still have many transformations that have not been collected? Let the shadow clones go to the village and collect them. Liu Yun nodded. Go ahead, but be serious and don't scare others. Oh, that's wonderful. After receiving Liu Yun's pardon, the shadow clones jumped out of the Senju's wall-like prisoners released from prison and left in an instant. Chapter 99. Shadow clone lets himself go. The nerd shook his head after seeing this, and then said to Liu Yun seriously, some shadow clones have very distinct personality traits. They must be doing what they like. Give them real names so that it will be easier to call them in the future. Liu Yun nodded. The first word is what they like, and the last two words should include my Liu Yun. Good. In the corner of the yard, two giant panda babies were happily eating bamboo leaves, and next to them was Shadow Clone, who was doing the hard work of finding bamboo leaves for them in the village. The Shadow Clone looked at the two giant panda babies with love in his heart. I will train you to be the most powerful summoning beasts in the ninja world, you better be prepared. No, I don't want to play ninjutsu anymore, I want to play Pokeball. Wolong let out a panda cry and looked at Shadow Clone with dark circles under his eyes. The forehead protector on the other party's forehead turned into a Pokemon. Then it transformed into a red hat and a blue vest. From now on, you will call me Ji Liu Yun. I want to be a Pokemon master. Ji Liu Yun struck a pose and produced a master ball from his sleeve. Throw the master ball in front of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Come on, go in. Crouching Dragon, Phoenix Chick, degree. Woo woo woo. On the northwest street of Konaha, a red and blue transport truck was driving majestically on the road. Xie Liu Yun put his feet on the steering wheel and drove forward lazily. Optimus Prime was followed by a large group of children. They followed him with curiosity, as this kind of mechanical sci-fi thing could arouse their interest the most. Konaha couldn't just ignore Scorpion Ryun's mischief. Coincidentally, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes appeared on the front of Optimus Prime's car. Scorpion Ryun sensed Minato and Kushina's chakra and immediately stopped Optimus Prime. Kushina jumped down from the front of the car, looked at the mechanical puppet he had never seen before, and asked curiously, Liu Yun, what is this? Xie Liu Yun first introduced himself. My name is Xie Liu Yun. Advertisement. He pointed to his own work and said, this is my second work, the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. What's the use of it? It can drive and run. So many functions. How did you make such a complicated puppet with your little brain? Xie Liu Yun shook his head. This is not a puppet, this is a higher level of mechanization, you people from the agricultural era don't understand. What Xie Liu Yun is playing with is mechanical automation, not puppetry. Minato scratched his golden hair and said to Xie Liu Yun apologetically, I'm sorry, your puppet may cause panic among the villagers, so, please drive it back. Xie Liu Yun nodded. Okay. He invited the scrambled eggs with tomatoes again. Do you want to go in and take a ride? Minato shook his head, he wasn't one to like these newfangled gadgets. Besides, what could be faster than his flying thunder god? Kushina, on the other hand, put one hand on Xie Liu Yun's shoulder, his eyes full of excited curiosity. I want to go in, I want to go in, I want to see how fast it is. In various places in Konaha village, the honest shadow clones are collecting and transforming their bodies in an orderly manner, while the dishonest shadow clones are starting to let themselves go. In the Uchiha clan's homeland, a little black-haired boy was practicing shuriken fighting in the forest. Satoru Yun appeared here and Uchiha Itachi quickly noticed. He looked at Liu Yun, whose temperament was exactly the same as that of the Uchiha clan. You are Liu Yun from that day, what are you doing here? 3 shurikens appeared out of thin air in Liu Yun's palm, and he threw them lightly. The shurikens changed intricately in the air, hitting one after another, and finally fell in the center of the bull's eye. How amazing! Uchiha Itachi exclaimed in admiration. Let me teach you the Uchiha style of throwing. Uchiha Itachi was full of confusion. Aren't you from the Senju clan? How do you know my Uchiha style of throwing? Saryun said nothing, slowly approached Uchiha Itachi, and finally pointed 2 fingers at his forehead. Advertisement. Don't think too much. Maybe I can even awaken the Sharingan on a whim. Uchiha Itachi turned his head away and said, you are bragging. Sharingan is the bloodline limit of my Uchiha family. How can a Senju like you awaken it? Who knows? Come on, Uchiha Fugaku, you are the clan leader's son and they don't even assign you a guiding ninja. Father, have you forgotten? Humph, I'm afraid his arrogant eyes have never even set foot in your soul. Don't insult my father like that. My father told me to take you as my goal and surpass you in the future. If that's the case, then you have no future. Boast. Okay, let's stop talking. I want to remind you that if someone with Sao Thief written on his forehead comes to your house, you must kick him out immediately. Why? No reason. At Jiraiya's house, Cannon's head pops into the door. Jiraiya was writing a pornographic story when he suddenly saw Liu Yun with dark circles under his eyes. He was immediately startled. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Cannon replied. Tired. What are you doing here? Jiraiya closed the book. Da Pao's smile was full of sincerity. Do you know, are there any big cities near Konaha village? Why are you going to the big city? Nothing. Jiraiya understood immediately, and a smile that all men understand appeared on his lips. He stood up slightly and patted Dapao on the shoulder. It just so happens that I also need to look for inspiration, let's go get some together. Okay, brother Jiraiya. The two of them walked arm in arm, slowly heading out of the village. As they walked, they could be heard laughing evilly from time to time, attracting the attention of people around them. Chapter 100. Shadow Clone releases himself. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down from the window and saw several shadow clones wearing gray short-sleeved shirts passing by from time to time, stopping on various objects. Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, what is this Liu Yun doing? There are shadow clones of him all over the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong, so he said to the Anbu next to him, follow Liu Yun and see what he's up to. Yes, sir. Starting from here, let the world feel the pain. A loud shout came from the Hokage rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and saw a man wearing a fire cloud robe stretching out his hands, shouting, carry the rice, carry the rice. What is he doing? On this side of Liu Yun was standing upside down on the ground, with two fingers slowly moving forward. At the same time, the system voice in the brain kept ringing. The furniture table was successfully included. The plant cactus was successfully included. The furniture and toilet were successfully included. Liu Yun was stunned. Who brought the toilet in? Could it be the one with a personality very similar to Ah Fei? Small biological mice have been successfully collected. Small creature black cat was successfully recorded. The medium-sized creature Erha has been successfully included. Liu Yun paused. Dai Mao Wang was beating hard from behind. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't stop. Keep training. As you command, my king. Winking face. Sununade watched secretly from the window in the house, feeling puzzled. Liu Yun became more obedient after being whipped. Is this the way to subdue him? I learned it. Advertisement. In a training ground in the northeast of Konaha. Two people, one big and one small, wearing green tights, shouted, youth, and kept doing overloaded training. The older one was wearing a yellow scarf and had a small curly mustache. He looked at Peter Liu Yun, who was hitting the wooden golem stake next to him with a youthful look on his face, and smiled. Might Dai exclaimed. Liu Yun, I'm glad that you can ignite your youth. Let our youth explode. Peter Liu Yun is full of youth. Yes, my youth will never fade. I am the master of my youth is not mainstream. Peter Liu Yun spouted out a dozen famous youth quotes at once. Might Dai and his son Guy stopped and found a notebook from somewhere to write down Peter Liu Yun's youthful quotes. Good. This is a good sentence. It will weaken and be useful. My youth will never fade. 8 big ones in 60 seconds, even Kishimoto is scared. Might Dai smiled with satisfaction and gave Peter Liu Yun a thumbs up. Since you have taught us so many youth quotes, I will pass on the skills of physical training to you. Come, when you hit the wooden golem, you should use force like this. That's right, this is youth. Burn it. Peter Liu Yun was like a spider burning with the energy of youth, bursting with endless energy. To put it simply, it is gradually becoming more male-oriented. But with such a large-scale exercise like his chakra was exhausted in a short time. Liu Yun was stunned, and Peter Liu Yun's chakra information flowed into his mind. Liu Yun was immediately enveloped by a powerful youthful energy. He looked at King Daimao with full fighting spirit and chanted, King. I want to become stronger. Liu Yun simply tapped the ground with one finger and jumped forward. Now that I've perverted, the more pain I endure, the stronger I become. On a street corner in Konaha village, a boy wearing a black ninja suit, a mask on his face and a short sword on his back was squatting dejectedly against a telephone pole. Obito rubbed the swollen bump on his face and complained in his heart about Liu Yun's bad idea. He just turned into Kakashi and pulled down the mask in front of Lin, revealing a face of a guy. Lin picked up a broom and beat him away without saying a word. She knew at once that it was a scam. Lin has been possessed and firmly believes that the face under Kakashi's mask is a handsome face. A Dai Liu Yun wearing an orange-yellow Uzumaki mask walked up to Obito and comforted him, don't do these boring things. Let's start Project Tsuki no Mi and create a perfect world. Obito stood up and pushed Dai Liu Yun away. Go away, don't bother me. Obito, we want to be dark, we don't care about anything. Obito picked up a stone and dug hard at Dai Liu Yun. Where did this idiot come from? I care about a lot of things. Advertisement. At the 3-color meatball shop. Anko was happily eating the sweet tricolor meatballs when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure and immediately reached out to him to grab the skewer in her hand. Liu Yun, you B***************, you actually got me drunk last night. Shadow clone Liu Yun's forehead protector says save Anko, his name is Do Liu Yun. Do Liu Yun was preaching to Anko, stop eating sweet things. You need to maintain your skinny figure. What's so good about these 3-color meatballs? They're sweet and greasy, and they're not hygienic. Degree. The owner of the meatball shop looked at Do Liu Yun coldly and secretly picked up a kitchen knife. Do Liu Yun glared at him coldly. I'm not talking about anyone, I'm just talking about your meatball shop, close it as soon as possible, it can't affect my little Anko. UB*********D. The boss took out a kitchen knife and ran out of the store angrily. Liu Yun hugged Anko and ran away in an instant. Liu Yun, let me go, or I'll feed you to my snake. In the most hidden base of the root, Liu Yun walked over with his Byakugan open. Two root ninjas wearing masks stood coldly in front of Liu Yun. Liu Yun, go back, this is not the place you should be. Ahem. Liu Yun coughed a few times, like a master of speech, his mouth slowly filled with energy, and suddenly fired at the two root ninjas. You two are too low level, ask your leader to come out and see me. The two root ninjas looked at Liu Yun coldly without saying a word. Liu Yun continued to fire. Is your leader Danzo really a coward? Even though I'm a small genin blocking the door, he doesn't even dare to come out to see me. I can't stand it anymore. One of the root ninjas couldn't bear it anymore, and slashed at Liu Yun with his sword. As the sword passed, wisps of white smoke appeared on the blade. Before Liu Yun exploded, he cursed. Idiot, trash, just stay in the mud and lick the stinky feet of old dog Danzo. The root ninja who took action cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's just a shadow clone. The root ninja next to him touched his hair and asked his companion. I feel like my head is a little confused. Well, let me ask you, what is 1 plus 1? It seems to be equal to 2. Idiot, 1 plus 1 equals 3. Oh, underscore. Chapter 101. The general manager is here, and the general manager ascends to heaven again. The sun sets in the west, goes home shyly, and the shadow clones in the clouds explode one by one. The three negative chakras dissipated, and Liu Yun immediately blocked the feelings they brought, planted them in the pit of his heart, and would use them later to motivate him to move forward. Liu Yun stretched lazily and looked at the only shadow clone left there. The shadow clone was holding a big axe and looking at Liu Yun menacingly. He had chopped Liu Yun more than a dozen times today. If you are a brother, come and chop me up. With one axe blow, Liu Yun came back to life. He fastened his belt and slowly walked into Senju's house. As soon as he entered the door, a faint aroma of rice wafted into Liu Yun's nose. Liu Yun's stomach growled and he wondered who made this meal. Sununade was in the kitchen, wearing a loin cloth and placing a bowl of miso soup on the small table. Liu Yun looked at Sununade, who was busy, her golden hair slightly tilted to one side, and her beautiful face was replaced by a sense of tranquility. If this woman were a good wife, anyone who married her would die of happiness. Sununade rolled her eyes at Liu Yun, who was staring at her blankly, and said, wash your hands and eat, what are you waiting for? Liu Yun smiled, walked closer to the low dining table, and looked at the sumptuous dishes on it, including some meat. Don't you have hemophobia? And you kill. Advertisement. Sununade shook her head, I'm trying to overcome my hemophobia. Killing is part of overcoming mental illness. Is it really necessary? From now on just stay in my arms and I will protect you. You wish. Liu Yun stopped talking, knelt on the table, took out chopsticks and slowly tasted Sunade's cooking. Put a meatball in it, it is smooth and tasty. After tasting it, Liu Yun gave Sununade a thumbs up. Not bad, whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Of course. Sununade smiled, very pleased with Liu Yun's compliment, but the next words made her frown again. You little rascal. Sununade pinched Liu Yun's face, then loosened her loin cloth and went to a corner of the front yard to call Shizun and Hong. Two panda babies, Wolong and Fengshu, came in through the door. The two military advisors were each holding a green bamboo shoot, which was given to them by Ji Liu Yun. Without giving them bamboo shoots and pen milk, Ji Liu Yun would not be able to train them at all. Liu Yun hooked his finger at Wolong. Come here. Wolong curled his lips. If there was no benefit given, why would it go there? Advertisement. Yeah, Fengshu was very kind to Liu Yun. When he saw Liu Yun's gesture, he hugged the bamboo shoots and rolled into Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun rubbed it and picked up a meatball from the dining table for it to eat. Poof. Fengshu chewed it for a few times, but didn't like the taste, so he spit it out. After a while, Sununade came in with Hong and Shizun. They both looked tired and it seemed that they had practiced very hard today. The two girls greeted Liu Yun at the same time. Shizun also thanked him. Ryun, thank you Shadow Clone for teaching me how to practice medical ninjutsu. You're welcome. Liu Yun waved his hand. Girls, take good care of them. Sununade looked at Liu Yun in surprise. You little brat can also do medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu requires extremely advanced chakra control, and it must be passed down. Liu Yun nodded. I know so many things. Stay by my side, and one day you will find that I am a treasure. Vincent. Chapter 102. Dream Magic. Several people knelt on the mats and slowly savored their dinner. Sununade ate a piece of sushi and chewed slowly to the three of them. From now on you are a team. The two girls' eyes narrowed and they were very happy to form a team with Liu Yun. Liu Yun asked, who is the instructor Jonan? The squad mode in Konaha village is basically one Jonan with 3 genins. Sununade smiled sweetly, and instantly the room was filled with flowers. Liu Yun seemed to realize something and turned his eyes to Sununade, who had a bright face. Our guide Jonan, as you. Sununade nodded, then flicked Ryun's forehead with a finger. From now on I will be your instructor Jonan, you must be more respectful to me in the future. Liu Yun nodded sincerely, okay, I've always respected Sister Sununade. Sununade rubbed Liu Yun's head and continued to pull his thick skin. It would be better if you were so honest. She saw the evil in Liu Yun's eyes and knew for sure that this kid would not be so honest. Sister Sununade, Eat, eat. Okay. Tsunade nodded. After a full meal, Liu Yun lay on Wolong's belly, covering his belly and not wanting to get up. Yeah, Fengchu pushed Liu Yun's head hard to save his brother. Tsunade kicked Liu Yun away and rescued Wolong. After Tsunade cleaned up the table, he knelt on the mat and chatted with Liu Yun and the others for a while, mostly about matters related to the Chunin exam. Tsunade shared some experiences with the three of them. Yeah, slowly, Wolong yawned for a long time, which infected several people. Tsunade saw that it was getting late, so he asked the three of them to go to bed. Advertisement. Liu Yun walked slowly back to his room holding Wolong and Fengchu. He became alert when he closed the door. With his bloodline limit, he doesn't believe that the Root and Anbu spies are not outside monitoring. During the day, Orochimaru sends out a white snake agent. I wonder if there will be some rat agent or husky agent at night. White eyes. Open. Liu Yun opened his white eyes and could see the chakra air masses within 5 kilometers of Fang Ying. Within 1 kilometer of the Senju's house, Liu Yun clearly saw several hidden chakra masses, all of which were special Jonan level chakra, as well as strange chakras from cats, dogs, and snakes. I don't know if it's from the Roots or Anbu, but they're all a bunch of disgusting rats. Liu Yun created about 10 shadow clones. They changed into black clothes and rushed towards the direction marked by Liu Yun to blast them away. After driving away the ninja who was monitoring in the dark, Liu Yun divided into 20 shadow clones and patrolled around the Senju's house. After finishing the little things before going to bed, Liu Yun closed the door of the room and slowly lay down on his bed. 2 chakras were moving in his mind. Dr. Snake said, "Please let me out, I still need to develop the ninjutsu they requested." I didn't expect Dr. Snake to be so attentive, but with just a bunch of chakra, how could he feel tired? Liu Yun nodded, made a seal, and Dr. Snake stood beside him. Dr. Snake looked at the layout of the house and then shook his head. He wanted a spacious environment to develop ninjutsu, and even ninjutsu experiments required space. The academic master was also condensed by the flowing cloud. He looked at Dr. Snake and said, "Is there not enough space?" Dr. Snake nodded. Shueba said to Liu Yun, "Send out another 100 shadow clones, and we'll dig a basement in the backyard to be Dr. Snake's laboratory." Liu Yun nodded, clasped his hands together, and the huge chakra in his chest immediately separated into about 100 shadow clones. Dr. Snake led Shadow Clone outside and started to attack the backyard of the Senju house. Liu Yun looked at the top student who was still standing next to him and asked, "What are you going to do now?" The top student replied, "Does the main body have books? I want to read books to understand the history and culture of the entire ninja world." As expected, Shadow Clone is worthy of being a top student. He does not forget to study even late at night to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Advertisement. If he had this mental motivation, he would not have failed several subjects in the past. But it's a good thing that Shadow Clone loves his job. Liu Yun entered the system space. Books in the ninja world were very cheap. After all, the mainstream of the ninja world was killing people, not writing diaries. Liu Yun exchanged 100 experience points for an entire house and filled it up with furniture. He created about 50 shadow clones, moved the books out, and built a study room for the top student in the basement in the backyard. Liu Yun's shadow clones were making a lot of noise, so Sununade and the others naturally heard it. Sununade yelled towards Liu Yun's room, "What are you doing, little brat? You're destroying the house in the middle of the night. It's not just about demolishing the house, they're also repairing the basement." Liu Yun responded, "Sister Sununade, it's okay. It's alright, why don't you go to sleep quickly? Get up and practice well tomorrow." "Got it, Tsunade-san." Liu Yun curled up on Wolong and Fengchu's belly, unable to fall asleep anyway. He thought carefully for half the night before he could make out the words between the lines. The whole book was filled with 2 words, boring. He used to be on the battlefield all the time and was mentally exhausted at the end of the day, so naturally he wanted to sleep whenever he wanted. When I arrived at the peaceful Konaha village, I felt a little uncomfortable. There were no jokes in that era and people basically went to bed as soon as it got dark. It seems I have to get out the things from my previous life. Liu Yun thought to himself. The ninja world is very close to the modern world, and Liu Yun just needs to give a helping hand. Liu Yun turned over several times, feeling bored. Finally, I heard the sound of the system ringing. Bite. Drive Shadow Clone Snake has successfully developed an illusion technique, named it the Dream Technique, and included the Ninja Clan's illusion scroll. Liu Yun was stunned and jumped up immediately. Canon Chakra smiled and said, "Boss, that's great. Your dream technique has been successfully developed." Chapter 103 Sununade is scared. Liu Yun laughed, and a wave of chakra flowed into Liu Yun's mind. The way of forming seals, the flow of chakra when performing illusions, the frequency of mental energy fluctuations, the amount of chakra released. After Liu Yun absorbed it, he smiled evilly. Although this illusion is not a forbidden technique, it can be considered a forbidden technique in some ways. The next day, a rooster came from nowhere and kept crowing, making Liu Yun annoyed. Liu Yun buried his head in the pillow and waved his hand. "Go and kill all the chickens you called and make them into my breakfast." Shadow Clone received the order and left instantly to kill all the chickens in the village that crowed in the morning. Yeah, Wolong turned over and pushed his butt against Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun had difficulty breathing, so he grabbed Wolong and threw him to the side. After he woke up from his daze, Liu Yun pushed open the door with high morale and was immediately shocked by the smell of chicken filling the yard. He looked up and saw at least 40 pots burning, all filled with the smell of stewed chicken. Moreover, each pot was different, containing different types of chicken. Ah, Shizun yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and walked out of the room. The smell of chicken filled the yard. She sniffed and looked at the dozens of large iron pots burning in the yard in front. What are you doing? Let's have a feast. Liu Yun looked at a shadow clone with blue hair, a red ribbon standing upright, and a dragon totem on the right. Advertisement. The cooking master boy, Lu Angxing. Liu Yun likes the spiritual attributes of the cook. The one next to him, with a red hedgehog head, a white cloth tied on his forehead, and a face full of fighting spirit, is Soma Yukihira. Lu Angxing made an inviting gesture to Liu Yun. Master, come and try my braised chicken. He opened the lid of the pot, and suddenly light shone everywhere. Liu Yun covered his eyes. FK, glowing food. Yukihira Soma was not to be outdone. Master, come and try my braised chicken. Liu Yun shook his head. How could these greasy things be suitable for breakfast? He looked at a shadow clone leader and said, how many chickens did you steal? The chicken thief shadow clone replied, about 50. According to the boss's order, we killed all the chickens that crowed in the morning and made soup. Liu Yun took out a stack of money from the system space and handed it to the chicken-stealing shadow clone. Go and compensate those villagers whose chickens were stolen. I, Liu Yun, have fallen to the point of stealing chickens. The chicken-stealing shadow clone nodded and left quickly. A lazy yawn showed that the hostess had a good dream last night. Sunade opened the door of the room wrapped in her nightgown and immediately smelled the fragrant aroma of chicken. Who made this delicious chicken? She walked out of the room and saw Liu Yun in a gray short-sleeved shirt, and her face turned red instantly. Sunade shook her head, trying to shake off last night's dream. Liu Yun saw Sunade's strange behavior and smiled in his heart. He waved his hand. Sister Sunade, come and eat some chicken. It's very nutritious so early in the morning. Advertisement. Sunade went back to the house to dress up and slowly came out. Sunade smelled the aroma of chicken hotpot all over the yard. What did your shadow clone do? Did he steal all the chickens in the village? Liu Yun nodded. Sunade held her forehead and said speechlessly, can we finish it? Send it to the neighbors around. Don't waste it. Liu Yun's shadow clones all acted together and delivered chickens to the surrounding neighbors. After a hearty breakfast, Liu Yun approached Sunade. Sunade blushed and couldn't help but take a step back. Liu Yun pretended to know nothing and looked at Sunade innocently. Sister Sunade, what's wrong with you? Why are you so afraid of me? Sunade shook her head. Nothing, don't think too much about it. Liu Yun wanted to keep moving forward. Sunade stopped him. Don't come over here. I'm very repulsive to you right now. Sunade picked up the whip and said coldly to Liu Yun, don't come near. Sister Sunade, what are you doing? Liu Yun was stunned. Bang. Sunade gave Rukuin a whip. Liu Yun took 2 steps back and looked at Sunade, who was like a queen. She waved the whip and accused Liu Yun, little devil, be obedient. Chapter 104. Everyone is showing off, only I, Liu Yun, am being beaten. Liu Yun still had to practice and couldn't play with Sunade. He flashed away and went to practice on his own. Shizun approached Sunade and asked in confusion, Teacher Sunade, why are you so repulsive to Liu Yun today? Sunade blushed and shook her head. Liu Yun went to the training ground in the backyard of Senju's house. With the help of the memories conveyed by Shadow Clone last night, Liu Yun saw 2 very hidden underground entrances. He walked to the corner of the walled courtyard and stepped on the mud there. The basement built by Dr. Snake and his team was quite hidden. Liu Yun shook his head, formed the Shadow Clone seal, and began today's practice. Dr. Snake and the Academic Master all came out. Dr. Snake and the Academic Master were busy until 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday. After their chakras were exhausted, they returned to Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun gained a lot of knowledge and experimental data in just one night. Shadow Clone is the real office slave. All their work is done by Liu Yun. The same goes for Cao Liu Yun and Dapao. As soon as Dr. Snake came out, he said, main body, you should connect a chakra line to our research Shadow Clone to continuously replenish chakra. Liu Yun shook his head. He still had to practice, so how could he have the energy for this? Xie Liu Yun raised his hand. We can use mechanical automation to release chakra lines. Oh, that's right. Dr. Snake and Scorpion Liu Yun made eye contact, and they began to talk about developing new techniques. The more they talked, the more interesting it became, and the more new sparks came up. One is Dr. Snake, who is good at biochemistry, and the other is Scorpion Liu Yun, who is good at mechanics. The communication between these 2 masters in different fields is like a collision of comets. Liu Yun listened to their conversation and thought to himself. Many ninjutsu require ninjas to perform, but if they are combined with machines and turned into automated ninjutsu, wouldn't that be exactly the same as the scientific ninja tools of Boruto's era? But can such a ninjutsu really ignite? Liu Yun waved his hand, and all the shadow clones went about their own business. The academic master raised his glasses and said, keep working on the main body. If you practice hard for another day, you will be able to upgrade the template. Advertisement. Darling. Liu Yun. 3 beautiful girls with 3 different hair colors came up together. One was gentle, one was a queen, and one was domineering. The most important thing is the two people next to them carrying dog-head guillotines. It seems that yesterday's axes have been replaced with dog-head guillotines. Seeing Liu Yun still staring blankly at the dog-head guillotine, Damao Wang whipped him with a whip. What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready for exercise. Liu Yun took off his shirt reluctantly, tied it around his waist, and began today's hard practice. Damao Wang came forward with a record sheet. Today we will practice jumping ability, now squat down. Liu Yun did as he was told, carrying a heavy load. Two shadow clones conjured up weighted iron rings and put them around Liu Yun's limbs. A force of gravity came over him, and Liu Yun sank. Hands behind your back, jump forward. Liu Yun put his hands behind his back, tensed his muscles, and suddenly jumped forward. He danced for at least 10 minutes, with more and more sweat on his forehead and his breathing becoming heavier. The Damao King whipped him on the back with an iron whip. Go on, your willpower is too weak. A true warrior must have an indelible spirit. Liu Yun took a deep breath and increased his jumping speed. Comma comma, comma comma. In various places in the village, Liu Yun's shadow clones were letting themselves go. At the Uchiha house, Satoru is instructing Uchiha Itachi in shuriken practice. At Obito's house, Dai Liu Yun was swept out by Obito's grandmother with a broom. At the youth training ground, Peter Liu Yun and Might Dai and his son Guy were sweating and shouting youth. At Minato's house, Sao Liu Yun's joke made Kushina laugh, and Minato also laughed. Advertisement. Snake watched in silence. As a professional lawyer, he came to act as a wingman. But he had no choice but to conjure up a green hat and put it on Minato's head. At Anko's house, Anko kept releasing Lion Majesty to bite Do Liu Yun. Do Liu Yun dodged left and right, and shouted at Anko that he wanted to lose weight. On the Hokage rock, several Anbu surrounded Tiandao Liu Yun and asked him to go down and carry the rice. Everyone, human or ghost, is showing off, only I, Mu Liu Yun, is getting beaten. My main body is no longer viable, I'll use the dog-head guillotine to deal with it. Crack, bite. You were chopped to death by Shadow Clone using a dog-head guillotine, experience points plus 30. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he wondered if he was a failure as the original body. His shadow clones were letting themselves go, but he was suffering. Comma comma. Time flies and it's the second day. Liu Yun trained until late at night yesterday, so he didn't wake up until 8 o'clock. Shizune, welcome. Hearing Tsunade's call, Liu Yun's ears moved. Liu Yun turned over and leaned against Wolong's belly, wondering, why did Tsunade call him Shizune? His heart felt hot and he immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated in his room. Ninja Shizune 3D structural scanning begins. Scan successful. Ninja Shizune's transformation record has been successfully completed. Shizune, with a funny look on his face, entered Tsunade's room. Chapter 105 Jonan Template. Little devil, go to hell. With a strange force, Shizune, who had transformed into Liu Yun, was knocked out of the room. Bite. You were killed by Tsunade's super strength, experience points plus 20. The wind is blowing. The flowing cloud was broken into a cloud of smoke and then condensed again, and he immediately ran away with his belt tied around his waist. Tsunade was behind him, holding the same whip as King Saber, chasing him madly, with a face full of anger. You little b asterisk 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 d. You little b asterisk 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 d. I'm going to beat you to death today. Ah, Tsunade Chakra roared, breaking the ground on the ground with one foot, and rushed past like a golden motorcycle. A punch came down from the sky and knocked Liu Yun directly into the mud. Tsunade used too much force and her fist caused a wound, blood gushed out. Tick. Blood dripped onto Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun took Tsunade's hand and licked her wound gently. But Tsunade suddenly rioted under Liu Yun's surprised gaze and slapped Liu Yun away. Little devil, go to hell. Ryun stared at Tsunade, whose face glowed with youth, in shock at her hemophobia. Tsunade's sister, you. Tsunade smiled, and in an instant, it was like the morning sun breaking through the thick clouds, and the whole world was filled with spring. Damn kid, thanks to you, I've gotten out of this. In fact, when Liu Yun was exposed just now, Tsunade looked down at herself, and the fear in her heart was no match for the anger in her heart. Coupled with the self-treatment over the past 2 days, the psychological barriers were broken through in an instant. Liu Yun smiled widely, instantly confusing right and wrong. Sister Tsunade, congratulations on getting over your hemophobia. I had guessed this would happen, so I planned this scene to help Sister Tsunade out of trouble. Tsunade raised the whip and whipped Liu Yun fiercely, cursing, you little b asterisk 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 d, I don't know what you are thinking, you are just ABCH. Liu Yun still had a playful smile on his face. Sister Tsunade, since you can break through your psychological barriers, I think the whole village should celebrate and wish Konaha's princess well. Tsunade shook her head. No, I will keep this information secret. This is a basic quality of a ninja, to conceal information about one's own abilities in order to outwit the enemy and defeat him. Liu Yun nodded, and then said, we can't just not celebrate at all. I'll ask my shadow clone to prepare a banquet tonight, and we'll celebrate together. Tsunade stretched out her hand to stop him. Liu Yun went to prepare in an instant. Tsunade picked up the whip in her hand and cursed inwardly. Damn little brat, how dare you evade me? I haven't even whipped you yet. You ran away. It was still the Senju family's training ground, with 2 cheerleaders cheering and a fool waving a whip. Advertisement. Liu Yun is training honestly. He looked at his system template. All 8 ninja items had been upgraded to the maximum level. The only thing left was the ninja career basics. The top student came up and pushed his glasses. Divide all the shadow clones, let's read books together and accumulate ninja career experience. This time we can directly reach the maximum level. Liu Yun nodded, and instantly opened the 4th gate in front of the 8 inner gates, and superimposed the 9 tails chakra. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. More than 1,500 shadow clones gathered in the Senju family's training ground. The top student asked 30 shadow clones to go to the basement and take out the books. Liu Yun pointed at them and said, read the book. We are going to study today. Study? What the hell? I never study or read books. If I want to read, I'll read Liu Bei's books. There were about 10 shadow clones who were troublemakers, so King Saber came down with a whip and whipped them all into white smoke. She shouted loudly, her hair trembling, and she was full of the arrogance of a king. Everyone, read your books honestly. All the shadow clones became quiet in an instant. Everyone read the book carefully and learned the knowledge in it. Liu Yun was lying on a recliner, while senior sister and Ling were peeling grapes and putting them into Liu Yun's mouth. About half an hour later, Daimao Wang whipped Liu Yun. Liu Yun woke up and looked at her. Okay. Everyone has finished watching. Liu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, shadow clones slowly exploded, and the experience they learned rushed into Liu Yun's mind. Ninja Beasts Illustrated Book. Detailed explanation of medical ninjutsu. Open double angle bracket. The story that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have to tell. Close double angle bracket. Comma. King Sarge thought it was too slow and sped up the explosion of shadow clone. More than 1,500 shadow clones exploded at the same time, directly making Liu Yun's head dizzy. His eyes rolled back, as if his soul had ascended to heaven. The 2 shadow clones conjured up a gallows and prepared to hang Liu Yun. The king of Daimao whipped the 2 shadow clones with his whip and scolded, this is too slow, come on, faster. Bai Ma finally appeared, and he brought 4 younger brothers with him, and they all tied ropes to Liu Yun's 5 limbs. Phew. Advertisement. The horses neighed loudly, and the 5 horses exerted all their strength to cut Liu Yun into 5 pieces in an instant. Bite. You were killed by shadow clones. White horse, experience points plus 30. Xiao Ma, I will remember you. From now on, you will be responsible for sweeping the toilet. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he stood in the center of the field intact. Now there is a gleam of knowledge in his eyes, like a profound scholar in ancient Greece. He didn't say he knew everything about the ninja world's thousands of years of history, customs, topography, and national structure, but he knew most of it. From now on, please call me Aristotle. The flowing clouds dissipated all the shadow clones, and a person entered the system space and looked at his own template. The basic ninja profession has been maxed out, especially the Jonan template. Bite. Host special Jonan template has reached maximum level, template replaced. In just a moment, great changes took place in Liu Yun's body. The huge chakra energy washed over his body and transformed his internal organs. His chakra points became larger, and the cells in his body increased. His height increased rapidly. He was originally a short guy of 1.5 meters, but he had been using the transformation technique to maintain his height at 1.6 meters. Now he has grown to more than 1.6 meters. When everything changed, Liu Yun looked at his ninja template again. Open black lens bracket Jonan wood flowing cloud close black lens bracket. 8 items of ninja. Ninja 1, Tai 1, Illusion 1, Wisdom 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Precision 1, Seal 1. 4 chakra items. Chakra amount. Hokage level. Chakra attributes. Fire, water, earth, wind, yin, yang. Chakra control. 500% proficiency. Chakra nature transformation. 300% proficiency. Bloodline limit. Senju clan's sage body. Intermediate. Byakugan intermediate. Ninja career basics. 6 items at full level. Open black lens bracket forbidden technique close black lens bracket cloud flow technique. Fire style explosive dragon king. Ninjutsu fire style all round. Sake release. Healing jutsu. Water style water wave. Open black lens bracket physical skills close black lens bracket. Advanced physical skills. Open black lens bracket illusion close black lens bracket. Spring dream without a trace. Open black lens bracket evaluation close black lens bracket. B hollow down pointing triangle D. The most noteworthy thing is the amount of chakra of Ryun. His chakra amount has risen to the Hokage level. Even the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have as much chakra as him. This is the amplification effect of the intermediate Senju sage body plus the 9 tails chakra, but it is nothing, as Liu Yun himself is a person with infinite chakra. Chapter 106 is over. Liu Yun's cheat has been blocked. The second most commendable point is that fire style is omnipotent. What does this mean? It means that all fire style ninjutsu can be learned by Ryun. After all, he has the Byakugan, which allows him to see through the chakra operation of his enemies performing fire style, and his unparalleled chakra control ability proves that he knows all fire style ninjutsu. To put it bluntly, fire style completes the magic. The third point is that his physical skills are advanced. Liu Yun calmed down and secluded himself for 3 days. Now he can perform all the basic physical skills movements with his body. Outer lotus, inner lotus, youthful whirlwind and so on, his body can produce all of them. Liu Yun, will rise up and stand above the sky. Bite. The host template has been upgraded to Jonan. It has basically acquired the ability to survive in this world. The upgrade of the undead system has begun. This upgrade will last for 24 hours. At this stage, the system is closed to the host. Please reduce the fighting during this stage. Quote. Silence. A moment of silence. Liu Yun looked up at the blue sky. He had just expanded when the system was about to be upgraded. In other words, Liu Yun's immortality ability would be sealed within 24 hours. His cheat is gone. He can't commit suicide. He has to bow his head and be a good man. The sky is overcast and thunder is coming, and I, the second-rate cloud, am about to shrink back into my turtle shell again. Canon shouted in his mind. What are you waiting for? Get out of this village. The academic master analyzed. No, if the perception barrier is triggered, the village leaders will find out something is wrong, and the Root and Anbu people will hunt us down. At least it's safe to stay with Sunade. She is a cage-level ninja after all, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru are standing behind her. Dr. Snake reminded. Let's all log off. The chakra of the main body is very important. We can't waste it at will. Boss, you better be careful. After Shadow Clone's chakra dissipated, Liu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground alone. Advertisement. Thinking quickly in my mind, it is 9 o'clock in the morning now, and 24 hours later it will be 9 o'clock tomorrow. During these 24 hours, Liu Yun must keep his head down and behave himself. He cannot act unruly in front of Sunade, cannot go out casually, cannot speak loudly, and cannot look askance at others. In short, he wants to hide. White eyes, open. Liu Yun opened his Byakugan, and near the Senju's house, Liu Yun saw the Sanwuchuan's special Jonan-level chakra, who was a spy monitoring him. He couldn't let these people discover any clues about him. Liu Yun showed an expression similar to Kizaru and strode into the house. At the same time, he was extremely alert. As soon as he saw anything unusual, Liu Yun would immediately transform into a hawk and run away. Liu Yun walked into the corridor and his expression immediately relaxed, just like the honest man Kisame. Push the door and enter the room. Sunade looked at Liu Yun, who seemed like a different person. His eyes were no longer squinting, his chin was no longer raised, and the arrogance on his face was gone. Has this person become honest? Sunade was a little uncomfortable and asked, Are you Shadow Clone? Why do you look so honest? In her eyes, Liu Yun is a man who is fearless and dares to do anything and scold anyone. Now he is so honest that people wonder what bad intentions he has. Liu Yun shook his head. Sister Sunade, I didn't have a choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Sunade smiled, walked closer to Liu Yun, pulled his hair with her jade hands, and pinched his face. You little brat, you're as tall as me, but I can't even rub your head. Liu Yun obediently let her do whatever she wanted, not daring to overstep the line in the slightest. Sunade smiled softly. That's good. My hemophobia is cured, and your pervert is cured. Everything is fine now. From now on, you will listen to me obediently, perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, and prepare to succeed the Hokage in the future. Liu Yun nodded seriously like a good child. I will do whatever Sister Sunade asks me to do, even if I have to climb mountains of swords and plunge into seas of fire, I will not frown. Sunade patted Liu Yun on the back and said with a smile, You are my brother, how could I send you to die? Sunade pointed to her neck, where there was a blue crystal pendant. This is the most important thing I have, I put it. Advertisement. Before Sunade could finish her words, Liu Yun ran away, leaving only a trace of his voice to Sunade. Sister Sunade, you can give it to me any day, but not today. What a joke, he is at his weakest moment now. Sunade wants to give her death necklace to Liu Yun, isn't that giving him a clock? He could accept it before, but not now. Sunade looked at the flowing clouds that were escaping like rabbits and smiled. That's great, the kid has gotten over the battlefield syndrome and found his innocence again. She touched her necklace again, with a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. Nawaki, Duan, I have found my light, you can go in peace. Sunade looked at the two locations on the spirit tablet. Grandpa, and second grandpa, Liu Yun will inherit the will of the Senju, and I will train him to be the Hokage. If you are still alive, please protect him. Liu Yun madly drove Wolong and Fengshu off the bed and asked the two panda babies to serve as bodyguards at the door. My life is in the hands of the two military advisors. Yeah, Wolong lay on his stomach, lazily eating bamboo leaves. Fengshu carried bamboo shoots and stood guard at the door. Uncle Liu was curled up in his bed alone, with his head tucked in like a turtle. Mount Myoboku ideographic period. The old toad opened his eyes, revealing the vicissitudes of life. At a glance, it seemed as if the entire ninja world was in its eyes. The power that shielded against the ominous has been removed. I'm sorry, child who is not in destiny. Because of your existence, I can't see the future. The mysterious Senjutsu chakra passes through Mount Myoboku, into the ninja world, and falls into the roots. Danzo was processing documents at his desk. On the documents were Liu Yun's information. He hated Liu Yun so much that he could not get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he killed him. But how to kill? That is a big problem. Sunade is standing by the kid, and the kid's bloodline limit is also very troublesome. How can I kill him? Somehow, the magical chakra affected Danzo's thinking, and his intelligence was immediately reduced. Ha! Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Damn, why think so much? Lousy will bring people to chop him up right now. Chapter 107 Ambush from the Roots 6,000 words long chapter. Liu Yun stayed in bed until the evening and only got up when Sununade called him to eat. Liu Yun got up, looked at Wolong and Fengshu who were sleeping soundly at the door, and smiled. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix are guarding the gate, who dares to break in? Liu Yun stood up. He was planning to hold a banquet for Sununade in the evening, but Chakra didn't have that much luxury now, so he had to give up. Liu Yun walked into the inner room, where Shizune and Hong were kneeling on the mats obediently. Sununade glanced at Liu Yun and said, "Go wash your hands and eat." Liu Yun nodded, washed his hands outside, and then took chopsticks and a bowl to eat his meal. After finishing the meal, Liu Yun went to clean up the leftovers on the table honestly. Sununade smiled and nodded. Shizune and Hong both looked at Liu Yun, who was different from usual. They stopped saying weird things and became well-behaved. Is the weather clear? On the contrary, they seemed a little uncomfortable, as if they had already gotten used to the unruly Liu Yun. Liu Yun also took the initiative to wash the dishes, which made Sununade even more satisfied. Little Liu Yun was subdued by Sununade. After Liu Yun finished washing the dishes, he swept the floor, mopped the floor, and did all the housework in the house. When he lay on the mat a little out of breath, Sununade gently rubbed Liu Yun's forehead. He smiled and said, "You don't have to do these things in the future. A real man should go out and do great things, establish merits and gain glory." Liu Yun lay quietly, feeling Sunade's touch. Shizune and Hong came over and looked at the quiet Liu Yun, their heads full of question marks. Shizune asked first, "Liu Yun, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Liu Yun was speechless. "Do you think I am sick if I behave myself?" Sununade answered for Liu Yun. Liu Yun has grown up and has gotten over the psychological pervert of the battlefield. Oh, and I have also gotten over the hemophobia. Shizune's eyes widened as he looked at Sununade. "Teacher Sununade, is it true? You have dealt with your hemophobia?" Sununade nodded. "Yes, you don't have to worry anymore, I have now recovered my previous fighting strength." Liu Yun propped himself up, half sitting on the board and thinking for a while, then said to Sununade, "Since you have gotten over your hemophobia, why don't you try to compete for the 4th Hokage? The Sannin in the competition for the 4th Hokage are the most outstanding candidates. Orochimaru will definitely compete for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya is not interested in this and can only let his disciple Minato participate. Sununade will not participate due to his hemophobia. No other Jonan would choose a person with hemophobia to be Hokage. But now it's different, Sununade has gotten over her hemophobia, which means she is qualified to participate in the 4th Hokage. Moreover, Sununade is a medical genius, and she saved countless ninjas during the Second Ninja World War. Coupled with her status as the granddaughter of the first generation and the aura of the flower of Konaha village, her qualifications for the election seemed to be higher than Orochimaru. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen died, and Sununade was able to subdue Danzo as soon as he returned to the village, which shows his prestige in the village. Sununade was stunned for a moment. Liu Yun was right. She has been committed to training Ryun to be the 5th Hokage, why doesn't she run for the 4th Hokage herself? This will not only protect Liu Yun, but also continue the glory of the Senju and end the alliance rule of the village Chunin. Seeing Sununade thinking, Liu Yun smiled. If Sununade could become the 4th Hokage, this kind of Konaha village would be where he should stay. After all, he is the Hokage, who dares to touch him? Sununade thought about it carefully and shook her head for a long time. I can't do that. The work of the Hokage is too complicated. I don't have so much free time to stay in that small office. Although the Hokage's position is glorious, in fact, all matters in the village are in his hands. AC level mission, or even AD level mission, requires going to the Hokage and undergoing coordination before being able to go out and carry it out. To put it nicely, it's called being responsible. To put it bluntly, it's called monopolizing power and not trusting the people around you. Liu Yun thought about it carefully, combined with the power structure in the village in his previous life, and suggested, "You have become the Hokage, the boss of the village, you can let whoever you want handle those documents. When the time comes, gather a few staff members, set up a secretariat, and divide the power. This way, you won't have to work so hard." Sununade listened, thought about it and thought it made some sense, but then shook her head. "I owe a lot of debts. If I become Hokage, all the creditors will come to me." Ebisu said that a Hokage must be kind, righteous, polite, wise, and trustworthy. Sununade got addicted to gambling, which would be bad for the reputation of the Hokage. Moreover, a big tree attracts the wind, and will attract creditors to your door. Liu Yun put his hand on her shoulder, like the powerful boss Ma. "Don't be afraid, Sister Sununade, I have plenty of money, I will pay off your debt." Sununade looked into Liu Yun's confident eyes and smiled. "Where did you get the money, little brat?" Liu Yun said, "Nonsense. Don't forget my multiple shadow clone technique. I can allocate 2,000 shadow clones a day and let them go out to work. Wouldn't it be possible to collect a large sum of money to help you pay off your debt in a short period of time?" His nonsense made Sunade's eyes light up. Yes, Liu Yun can split into so many shadow clones, and he also has many weird things. For example, novel gadgets like Bumblebee and Optimus Prime can be used to make money. By the way, Liu Yun can also make wine. I believe that high-grade wine is very popular among high-ranking figures in the Fire Nation. Thinking carefully, Liu Yun is really a treasure. Staying by his side, it is impossible to imagine what kind of treasure can be dug out from him. Liu Yun rubbed Tsunade's shoulder and said, Sister Tsunade, just participate in the competition for the 4th Hokage. I will fully support you. Wouldn't it be easy for you to become the 4th Hokage? How about it, Sister Tsunade, do you want to be a Hokage for fun? Tsunade thought seriously for a few moments and shook her head again. I'm still not used to being a Hokage. Liu Yun had no choice but to take back his words. Tsunade was a free-spirited person and liked to travel around, so he took Shizune to gamble in casinos all over the ninja world. The position of Hokage actually constrained her mind. So she left this torture to Liu Yun. Seeing that it was getting late, Tsunade asked Liu Yun and the other two to wash their feet and go to bed. After washing his feet, Liu Yun walked on the mat and looked at the 3 people. Liu Yun's eyes seemed to want to pause for a moment, but suddenly he felt a palpitation of loss. Liu Yun murmured, if I die, will anyone shed tears for me? What did he change when he came to this world? Except for killing hundreds of Sand Shinobi, leaving a little trace and then nothing happened. Liu Yun, who cannot afford to die, is actually most afraid of death, because that would mean he would lose everything, including his shadow in this world. His mumbling was heard by Tsunade. Tsunade came over, put her arm around Liu Yun's neck, and said with concern, Stinky brat, don't say anything bad. I will protect you. After Liu Yun entered the room, he rolled his eyes and looked around, but didn't notice any movement. So he hugged the 2 pillows, Wolong and Fengshu, and fell asleep quietly. And after he fell asleep, undercurrents surged in the darkness. Advertisement. Tsunade is adult. An Anbu ninja wearing a cat mask appeared in front of Tsunade, holding a transfer order in his hand. He handed it to Tsunade and said in a mechanical tone, Master Tsunade, this is an urgent secret order from the Hokage. Master Hokage wants you to go to the battlefield of Kawa no Kuni. Tsunade looked at the Hokage's urgent order and felt a little confused. She hadn't been on a mission for a long time and didn't know what her teacher meant. I just received urgent intelligence from the battlefield in Kawa no Kuni. Granny Chio has taken action. No one can cure her poison except Master Tsunade. Many people are waiting for Master Tsunade's treatment. Tsunade listened silently, then waved her hand. Got it, I'll leave right away. The Anbu ninja left instantly and walked out of the Senju's house. He adjusted the mask on his face. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing the special lines belonging to his roots. Tsunade sat cross-legged on the wooden board and discovered some clues in her mind, but a magical chakra invaded her mind and made her erase some of the doubts in her heart. Tsunade was still a little wary after all. She took out 3 dice from the drawer and murmured, I want small ones. She flipped the dice, and all 3 dice shattered into powder and became 0 directly. A very bad omen. Tsunade frowned. Every time she was lucky something bad would happen, it could be her or someone around her. She thought to herself that this trip to the battlefield of River Country would definitely be dangerous, but she was the only one who could cure the poison of Sand Shinobi Chio. So she had to go. It was her responsibility as the princess of Konaha. But what if the bad omen this time is someone close to her? Liu Yun was her last hope. If even he died, Tsunade would be completely heartbroken by this village. Tsunade held the transfer order in her hand and closed her eyes. She would wait for a few hours, and if Liu Yun was not in any danger, she would set off. The root ninja watching outside cursed inwardly, what does this mean, Tsunade? She ignored the Hokage's emergency transfer order and stayed at home. The companion next to him said patiently, wait. I don't believe Tsunade can stay by Liu Yun's side forever. Time passed minute by minute, and the sun slowly rose from the horizon. Tsunade put on an off-white ninja suit and light armor and walked out of the house in an instant, heading to the battlefield of River Country. After seeing Tsunade leave, the root ninja sneered, Princess Tsunade is finally gone. Now I wonder how Liu Yun can struggle. This time they had gathered 15 Jonan at the root, and most of them were ninja from the Shinobi clan with deep backgrounds. He didn't believe that so many ninjas couldn't deal with Liu Yun, especially in a sneak attack. Operation to behead Liu Yun has officially begun. In an instant, the air was filled with murderous intent, and the morning light was so cold. The root ninja with a large hood and a purple pattern on his face transformed into a bunch of bugs and entered the Senju's house with a buzzing sound. He walked past a Fukuro on the eaves and entered the house. The Fukuro froze and instantly turned into a ball of white smoke. A root ninja carrying a large ninja sword saw it and his pupils shrank, exposed. Liu Yun turned over in his bed and pressed on Wolong's belly. Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes and accepted the information from Fukuro's shadow clone. As expected, what you fear will come true. A buzzing sound was heard, as if thousands of insects were chirping. In Liu Yun's room, black bugs were crawling in from the cracks on the windows, door sills, and wooden corners. They were densely packed and endless. Anyone who was timid will be scared when seeing this scene, and people with trypophobia will have a miscarriage after seeing it. Cloud flow technique. Liu Yun chakra circulated throughout the body, and a pair of black eagle wings grew out from behind. His wings released a huge gust of wind pressure, which directly blew down everything in the room. Then Liu Yun, holding Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, broke through the wooden window, causing wood chips to scatter all over the floor. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of insects attached to Liu Yun's wings, buzzing and constantly sucking Liu Yun's chakra. The flowing cloud spun violently in the air, blowing all the insects away. When he stabilized, he looked down and saw 14 Jonan-level chakras surrounding the entire Senju family in an orderly formation, apparently well prepared. Tisk. The sound of urgent wind swept through the sky quickly, and a huge eagle like a ink painting roared and attacked the flowing clouds. Liu Yun flapped its wings and climbed towards the sky, avoiding the giant eagle in the ink painting. He rolled his eyes and saw a root ninja wearing a mask and a black vest sitting cross-legged on the ink-colored eagle, holding a paintbrush and a scroll in his hands. The super beast pseudo-painted ninja in the root can be regarded as the predecessor of Sai. A cold shout came from below. Mu Liu Yun, surrender obediently, or I will kill these two girls. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and felt bitter in his heart. He said a while ago that he had no weaknesses, but now he had weaknesses. Even if he could fly away from Konaha village, what would that do? He was not alone, and there were companions around him who were worth protecting. The biggest weakness of an invincible person is emotion. It is impossible for Liu Yun to be truly heartless as he is greedy for everything in the world. Therefore, he tried his best to become stronger, but the ninja who was hostile to him was a man who would use any means necessary, and even kidnapped people around Liu Yun to force him. Liu Yun looked down. A root ninja wearing a bird mask. Liu Yun couldn't see his expression, but he was definitely smiling smugly. He pinched Hong's neck with one hand, making it difficult for her to breathe, and she struggled constantly. No matter how powerful you are, Mu Liu Yun, you will eventually reveal your weaknesses. Only the root model is correct. Cut off all emotions and become the sharpest sword. A root ninja from the Nara family murmured. The leading root ninja took off his mask, revealing a face full of villainy. Mu Liu Yun, I am Shimura Naoto from the Shimura family, nice to meet you. Now I give you a choice. Let me plant the curse seal in your brain, and you will serve my Shimura family for the rest of your life. Compared to the decapitation operation, the root would rather train Liu Yun into a puppet. Hong opened her red eyes and struggled to say, Liu Yun, don't listen to him, run away. On the other side, Shizune, who was tied up with ropes, looked pale. She looked at the clouds in the sky, and a surge of courage came over her. Liu Yun, run away. Both girls are like this. They will not put their companions in danger, nor will they become a burden to Liu Yun. Ahem. Naoto Shimura pinched Hong's neck even tighter, and Hong coughed twice in discomfort. The other party's face turned red, and he looked up at the sky jokingly. Mu Liu Yun, give your answer quickly, or your partner will be crushed to death by me. Taking advantage of Shimura Naoto's nonsense, Liu Yun distributed a ball of Shadow Clone's chakra to the corner below. Liu Yun looked at the rampant Naoto Shimura. Anyone who threatened him would not have a good ending, and anyone who threatened those around him would have an even worse ending. It was the first time that he hated the Shimura family so much. Advertisement. Liu Yun raised his hand and made a shooting gesture with 2 fingers. Shimura Naoto's pupils shrank, and he was frightened by the ninjutsu that Liu Yun was about to perform. He continued to shout loudly. Mu Liu Yun, what are you doing? Don't you care about your partner? Intelligence reports say that Mu Liu Yun is arrogant and domineering, looking down on others, but he is very caring towards his companions. Shimura Naoto's grip loosened a little. Hong was saved, gasping for breath, and then looked up at the clouds in the sky. Liu Yun, run. Don't worry about me. Fire style. Ash burning. Instantly, a huge cloud of black smoke enveloped the Senju home below. Buzz buzz buzz. A yellow super sports car appeared like a flash of light, knocking down several root ninjas. A hand reached out from the car, grabbed Hong, and then locked Hong in the car door. Liu Yun's shadow clone was about to rescue Shizune, but unexpectedly the root ninja who had captured Shizune was on high alert and dodged Shadow Clone's attack in an instant. Shadow Clone had no choice but to yell, Bumblebee, fire. The tail flame of the bumblebee is burning, and the gunpowder formed by the burning ash continues to burn, just like a fiery red thundercloud. Leave. The root ninjas all moved instantly, avoiding the burning flames. Boom. The bumblebee stepped on the accelerator, spurting out thick exhaust gas and rushing out of the black and fiery red world. The root ninjas were all Jonan, but one red was still saved by Ryun. Liu Yun took Hongo from the clone, flapped his wings, and flew towards the sky. A super beast pseudo-painting ninja followed Liu Yun closely behind. Cough. Hong opened her eyes and smelled the scent of Liu Yun. The fear in her heart was replaced by excitement. As long as he is by Liu Yun's side, his hands can protect everything. Hong's pupils shrank immediately. She didn't see Shizune, so she grasped Liu Yun's sleeves tightly. Ryagumo, Shizune. Liu Yun's eyes were calm, and his brows were pregnant with a startling murderous intent. Don't talk, I'll save you first. The super beast fake painting ninja behind him shouted to Liu Yun. Mu Liu Yun, you still have a partner in our hands. You'd better surrender and come to us in the Death Forest. Fire style. Fire cannon. Liu Yun flapped his wings to create wind pressure, and then released 5 fire scale cannons. The fire scale cannons exploded, and the thick smoke blocked the sight of the super beast fake painting ninja. Liu Yun took the opportunity to fly towards a training ground. He landed on the ground and put Hong, Wolong and Fengchu down. Hong, wait here, I'll get Shizune back in no time. Cough cough, I got it. Hong's voice could not hide the pain. Liu Yun felt something was wrong and stared at her purple face with wide eyes. Poison. As a spy organization that often assassinates important figures in enemy countries, their research on poisons is no less than that of Granny Chio. How could they not carry poison when carrying out their missions? Liu Yun's knowledge of pharmacology was at the highest level, and he could tell at a glance that the poison in Hongzhong was a synthetic poison. The antidote is very difficult to prepare, and now only the root poisoner may have it. He now has two courses of action. One is to deal with those root ninjas, kill them to rescue Shizune, and take the antidote by the way. The second option is to find Sununade. She is a medical expert and this poison is not a problem for her. People usually choose the second option because it is safer. Besides, Liu Yun's system is now offline, and he does not have the ability to be immortal, so he will face a great disadvantage. But Liu Yun's choice was the first one, because he is Liu Yun. Liu Yun clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Then he calmed down a bit and released a healing jutsu in his hand to relieve some of Hong's pain. He then comforted Hong, sleep well here, everything will be fine when you wake up. Liu Yun pressed Hong's sleeping point, and Hong slowly closed her eyes, murmuring. Liu Yun, run. Yeah, Wolong and Fengshu looked at Hong worriedly. Liu Yun rubbed the heads of the two baby pandas and said, stay here and don't make any noise. I'll be back soon. Yeah, Wolong and Fengshu nodded. Liu Yun spread his wings and flew towards the death forest. As a ninja of Konaha, why didn't you ask the Hokage for help when you were attacked in the village? After all, this is the village that promotes the will of fire. This attack was believed to have been seen by the Hokage's Anbu, and the intelligence had even been passed on to the village's top brass. But Liu Yun had no help because he was not trusted by the top management. Maybe Jiraiya and Minato would help him, but they would probably all be held back by the root, or subject to orders from the Konaha higher-ups. Liu Yun's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he swept across the sky like a Shinigami. Today he will drink blood. Hokage building. The four Konaha high-ranking officials gathered together in silence. None of them were fools and they all knew about the root's unauthorized actions. Utatane Kaharu looked on coldly. Danzo, you attacked Konaha's ninjas in the village for no reason. What are you doing? Danzo sneered, he attacked without reason. You have seen how arrogant that guy is. A dead Liu Yun is more valuable than a living one. He turned to look at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen and said firmly, Hiruzen, Liu Yun must die today. Even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, they can't save him. Shimura Danzo, said so. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Danzo, and then the aura of a heroic ninja pressed directly on Danzo. Danzo, you're too arrogant. Disguise as a secret order from the Hokage, gather the power of the root and attack the ninjas in the village. Danzo, do you really think you're the Hokage? Hiruzen, it's me. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. He had been too arrogant just now and suddenly forgot that this was the ninja hero who had always been superior to him since childhood. Chapter 108 Battle. Danzo's tone softened. I was wrong this time, but that brat has no chance of survival. I have assembled 15 Jonan, all elite ninjas from the root. And Aburame Ryoma is also in there. I promise you, as long as we get the body of that brat and research his bloodline limit, all the experimental data will be handed over to your Anbu. I believe you are also very interested in mass transplanting smoke escape techniques, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, which was considered as his tacit approval of Danzo's presumptuous decision. He was quite optimistic about Liu Yun's bloodline limit, thinking that it would be a good sword for charging into battle. But it is more cost-effective compared to mass transplantation of smoke-release bloodline. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Orochimaru smiled coldly. He placed 7 or 8 white snake agents around the Senju house, so he got the information about Danzo's attack at the first time. He sneered, Danzo, what do you want to do to my body? I can't let you succeed. Orochimaru teleported in an instant and flew towards the direction where the root ninjas were gathering. Orochimaru is also a player in this game. The Death Forest is located in the west of Konaha, with a radius of 10 kilometers. It is surrounded by more than 44 locked entrances and is also known as the 44th training ground. Liu Yun was flying in the sky. He opened his white eyes and easily saw more than a dozen chakras. Among them was a tiny chakra that looked like a dying candle. The super beast fake painting ninja riding on the ink eagle saw Liu Yun at a glance, controlled the ink eagle to move closer, and sneered. Liu Yun, it seems that you still can't let go of your companions. Let me tell you the truth. The poison in their bodies will explode in 3 hours, and they will die by then. Either you become a puppet of the root or you commit suicide. We will give the 2 girls the antidote. Liu Yun's eyes turned cold. He would never believe Genbu's lies. If he committed suicide, Genbu would definitely take Shizune's life. Seeing Liu Yun's grim expression, the super beast pseudo-painting ninja of the root division said coldly, Liu Yun, you better think about it. There will be no good end if you go against our root division. So much nonsense. Liu Yun said coldly, and then rushed away like a flash of lightning. The painting ninja at the root was codenamed Crow. When he saw Liu Yun attacking him, he controlled the ink eagle under his feet to flip over and steadily avoided Liu Yun's aerial attack. Advertisement. Fire style. Multiple fire cannons. Liu Yun put his hands behind his back, and in an instant, 20 Huolin cannons were fired simultaneously. Fire style let go of his rushing clouds as he dived towards the spot where the root ninjas were stationed in the Forest of Death. Naoto Shimura quietly knocked on the bark of a big tree, slowly waiting for the arrival of the cloud. He glanced at Shizune who was tied up with ropes beside him. Shizune closed her eyes, her face pale, the poison in her stomach was eating away at her internal organs like a poisonous insect. When she saw Shimura Naoto's insult, her face darkened. After all, she was still too weak, and now she had even become a burden to Liu Yun. The sound of the explosion in the air attracted Naoto Shimura's attention. He withdrew his hand and instantly saw a cloud with wings falling from the sky. Humph, little brat, I knew you wouldn't abandon your friends and come here obediently to die. Liu Yun formed seals with both hands, smoke illusion. In an instant, bursts of white smoke filled the surroundings, obstructing the vision of the root ninjas. A ball of wine spurted out of Liu Yun's gourd, like a dancing snake. He quickly rolled up Shizune and took her up into the sky. Shadow clone technique. Liu Yun took the opportunity to split out a shadow clone, which turned into a goshawk and fled with Shizune on its back. Illusion. Solution. A root ninja who was good at illusion made hand seals and broke the smoke illusion of Liu Yun. In an instant, murderous aura surged, and more than a dozen pairs of cold eyes gathered on Liu Yun. Shimura sneered, so what if you save the girl? The antidote is in our hands. If you want it, kneel down, and beg me. Damn it, if Laozi's cheats were still on, he would have dug up your Shimura family's graves. Liu Yun clenched his fists and looked down at the root ninjas with his eyes wide open. He soon noticed that the Jonan who had previously tied up and poisoned Shizune had many hidden mechanisms all over his body, and he believed that many poison needles were buried among them. Advertisement. Shimura waved his hand and said, let's go together and kill this kid. Put his body on the laboratory table as a snack. Swish, swish, swish. The wind roared, and in an instant, all the ninjas of the root attacked Liu Yun. Liu Yun clenched his fists and his brain worked frantically. He couldn't afford to be scratched by any iron weapon because the weapons at the roots were all poisoned. If Liu Yun was injured, he would be affected by the poison. His eyes were only on the ninja who was poisoning the root. Dozens of shurikens flew from below, including several large Fuma shurikens hidden among them. Liu Yun now regretted not having any defensive ninjutsu. If he could have learned Revolving Heaven, he would have been able to deflect all these shurikens. But regret is only fleeting. Don't forget that he also has a similar wine escape method to Gaara. Wine escape. Release. A huge amount of wine spurted out of Liu Yun's gourd, and the wine acted like a barrier to block him. Shurikens flew towards him and entered the wine, cushioning the impact. Liu Yun waved his hand, and the wine condensed into a water dragon that attacked downwards, carrying the shurikens of the root ninjas in it. As soon as they were rolled over, they would be cut by those sharp shurikens. Water-style water dragon bomb. A water-style ninja at the root level formed seals with both hands and spit out a tap from his mouth to block Liu Yun's wine dragon. Fire. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and the water dragon condensed from the wine burst into flames and turned directly into a fire dragon. The scorching flames instantly evaporated the water dragon bomb, and a thick fog and water vapor formed around it. There was a gleam of light behind the sunglasses of the root's first Jonan, Aburame Ryoma. He analyzed quietly, the water attribute chakra nature transformation becomes wine, and then uses fire to mix and burn. It is really an unimaginable ninjutsu talent. But the root ninjas are not vegetarians. Then an earth-style ninja next to him formed seals with his hands, earth-style Iwatetsu Pan. I saw small stones coming out of his mouth. The small stones kept growing in the air and fell like solid cannonballs. Liu Yun flapped his wings, turned several times in the air, and dodged the rock cannon of the earth-style ninja. Chapter 109 Still Fighting. Little devil, watch out. A ninja carrying a big sword instantly pulled out dozens of kunai with dense steel wires wrapped around the back, directly blocking the flight range of Liu Yun. Liu Yun retracted his wings and descended to the ground. Another shuriken flew over. Liu Yun transformed into a pair of ninja gloves and put them on his hands, and grabbed the shuriken with one hand. There was a steel wire wrapped behind the shuriken. When Liu Yun saw it, he sneered at the big sword ninja who had the steel wire tied to the end of the shuriken and said, "Can I borrow your steel wire?" The big sword ninja saw this and felt something was wrong. On Liu Yun's side, his chakra gathered in his chest cavity. After complex changes, the fire-attributed chakra finally condensed into a ball. Liu Yun puffed up his cheeks and sprayed it out. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. A straight line of dragon fire flew along the steel wire towards the big sword ninja at an incredible speed. In a blink of an eye, a ball of fire burned the big sword ninja, and then with a bang, the big sword ninja was replaced by a piece of wood. Liu Yun cursed inwardly. Body replacement technique. Naoto Shimura is on the periphery of the convection cloud attack. He is a little timid. As the next generation heir of the Shimura family, he is a veritable dandy. Becoming a Jonan also depends on family operations, and his true level is a special Jonan. Seeing how difficult Liu Yun was, Naoto Shimura cursed inwardly and signaled with his eyes to the pineapple-haired guy next to him. Pineapple Head is a member of the Nara clan, and his code name at the root is Nara. Nara stepped forward and commanded the people besieging Liu Yun. He said to the crows flying in the sky, "Release ninjutsu in the sky, don't let that brat fly." He reminded the big sword ninja again, use the steel wire to block the airspace, and attach the detonating talisman. Under Nara's guidance, the root ninja's attacks became more orderly, encircling and killing Liu Yun over and over again. There was a whoosh sound of wind, and Liu Yun could tell without even looking that it was the shuriken that was attacking him. He raised his finger, and the wine in the gourd wrapped around the shuriken that came flying through the wind. But Liu Yun was shocked when he saw the sparks attached to the shuriken. He immediately opened the fourth gate in front of the 8 inner gates, pulled out a green line and escaped. Boom boom. The detonating talisman exploded, mixed with Liu Yun's wine, and directly ignited a huge ball of flames that sprayed into the sky, burning several giant trees below. Call. Liu Yun stood upside down on the branch of a big tree and took a deep breath. His chakra is indeed at the Hokage level, at most comparable to the chakra of 10 or so Jonan combined. He consumes chakra when flying, consumes chakra when using sake release, and consumes chakra even when using the Byakugan. Advertisement. How could he, who once had such a luxurious chakra, fall into such a stingy situation? Liu Yun cursed inwardly. Time was running out, he had to grab the antidote quickly, otherwise both Shizune and Hong would be in danger. He rolled his eyes and noticed the poisoning ninja next to Shimura Naoto, then looked at the flames burning around him and formed seals with his hands. Fire-style multiple ghost lanterns. In an instant, Liu Yun's fire attribute chakra plus the surrounding burning fire worked together. Hundreds of ghost lanterns gathered in the sky. Liu Yun waved his hand and the ghost lanterns fell from the sky, directly covering the location of the root ninjas. Water-style water dragon bomb. Water-style water barrier. Earth-style earth flow wall. The defensive ninjas of the root all used defensive ninjutsu to consume the ghost lanterns that were flying straight down from the sky. Liu Yun flapped his wings, and several steel wires came with the wind and directly covered Liu Yun's body. Fire-style great fireball technique. Liu Yun spit out a great fireball from his mouth. Once the great fireball passed through, it burned the steel wire into threads. He rushed out and dived towards the direction of the poisoning ninja. Outside of Konaha village, 100 kilometers away, Sununade was gradually weakened by the influence of the mysterious chakra. She regained her excellent judgment as a Sannin, and looked carefully at the Hokage's secret order in her hand, thinking about the abnormal behavior of the messenger ninja before. She broke a nearby tree with one punch, and then cursed in a low voice. Damn it, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Sununade then thought of the root's target and uttered 2 words, Liu Yun. Liu Yun slapped Danzo hard on the face, and the old man would definitely not let him go. She looked panicked, and thought of the dice she threw last night. No. No, the little ghost will be fine. Sununade quickly teleported towards the direction of Konaha village and activated all the chakra in her body to ultimate. You won't die, kid. Flowing clouds swooped down from the sky, and were about to capture the ninja who had poisoned the food and seize the antidote. But Naoto Shimura formed seals with his hands, wind-style vacuum sphere. Shimura Naoto's mouth bulged up and he kept spitting out wind balls like bullets. Swish, swish, swish. The wind bullet passed through the thin line in the air. Liu Yun turned his wings and moved his body, nimbly avoiding Shimura Naoto's vacuum sphere. Advertisement. The poisoning ninja at the root did not surrender. He moved his hands and dozens of poison needles were shot towards Liu Yun, blocking Liu Yun's movement up, down, left and right. Liu Yun turned around, and the wine in the gourd rushed over, blocking the poison needle. Little devil, go to hell. The big sword ninja at the root raised his big sword and swung it down from the sky towards the flowing clouds. Ninja arts and superhuman strength. Liu Yun gathered chakra in his hands, and the huge power was concentrated in his palms. He punched at the sword of the big sword ninja. With a bang, the broadsword ninja seemed to have hit a piece of steel plate. The strong vibration even made his chest numb. Then his broadsword was directly broken into 2 halves by Liu Yun. His pupils shrank. Princess Tsunade's strange power. Look at my fist as big as a sandbag. Liu Yun shouted loudly, gathering a huge amount of chakra in his palms. The overwhelming force gathered in his palms and swung it fiercely towards the chest of the big sword ninja. As long as this punch hits the big sword ninja, this fragile ninja will be beaten into a bloody mess. Secret technique. Parasitic bugs. Buzz buzz buzz. Swarms of insects came swiftly, landed on Liu Yun's body, and madly sucked his chakra. His movements paused for a moment, and the broadsword ninja dodged Liu Yun's attack by instantly stepping back. But he was still touched by the fist wind, and his chest was in a mess. The big sword ninja hurriedly held back the mouthful of blood that he wanted to spit out. The big sword ninja instantly appeared beside Aburame Ryoma without saying thank you. This is the characteristic of the root, to regard the mission as the first priority. Aburame Ryoma looked at Liu Yun and saw that he had even learned Princess Tsunade's strange power. He exclaimed. This talent for ninjutsu is amazing. He has completely inherited the second generation's talent for ninjutsu. Add to that his smoke release bloodline that is ineffective against physical attacks, and he might really become the 5th Hokage if he grows up. Nara walked up and touched his chin. From now until now, he has not used his bloodline ninjutsu. Why is that? Aburame Ryoma's eyes behind his sunglasses gleamed with brilliance, and he obviously noticed Liu Yun's abnormality. According to intelligence, Liu Yun has been using his smoke release bloodline all the time, and even relies heavily on that type of combat method. Seeing that Aburame and Ryoma were unable to answer, Nara attributed everything to Ryun's bloodline abnormality, or bloodline disease or something. He even praised the leader of the root. The bloodline of this kid Liu Yun has been invalidated. It seems that Lord Danzo has expected this day, so he took action. Lord Danzo is really amazing. Aburame Ryoma nodded. Maybe. Aburame Ryoma's bugs madly gnawed at Ryun's chakra. Liu Yun controlled his wine to wrap around himself and at the same time deepened the water-attributed nature transformation, making the concentration of alcohol even higher, directly poisoning the parasites to death.